A tall building, a symbol of pride, collapses under the blows of an unknown force. Explosions, flashes of light, screams. The last dungeon is cleared. The knight in white armor stood alone against the entire horde, his armor shining like a last ray of hope. But the enemies were everywhere. On the knight's face there was fear, tension, sweat running down his cheeks. He shouted for everyone to run to the exit without stopping, otherwise it would be the end for everyone. Demons with glowing eyes called for the killing of aliens from another world who destroyed their shelter. People looked at the knight as a savior. There was determination in his eyes, but also anxiety. There were too many demons, and they were catching up with them. There was an explosion. Everything around was engulfed in fire. Yellow-orange flashes, roar, screams. It was hell on earth, and no one knew who would survive. The knight stood with a sword in his hand against the golden light. The people around him looked at him with hope. He ordered them all to leave. The guy in armor asked Dick Perry what he was doing, his voice full of worry and pain. The knight turned to his friends and smiled. He said that he would commission whoever survived to write his biography. Dick's sword was ready to strike, determination in his eyes. He must protect his friends, fighting a whole horde of monsters. The city lived its own life. People hurried, laughed. They did not realize that they were not the only ones on this planet, and a storm would soon break out. The passers-by were smiling. A stranger was walking ahead, hiding his face under a hood. Something was wrong with him. He radiated danger. A guy walking down the street and a stranger in a hood accidentally bumped shoulders. The guy rudely shouted at a passerby who pushed him, and a strange red eye looked at the man from under the hood. None of the people even suspected that demons lived nearby, an entire underground civilization of formidable monsters. This people and this civilization are completely different from everything that people have built on the surface of the earth. A powerful blow. Purple light tore through space. It wasn't just a blow. People had underestimated the demons, and were now paying for it. A massive monster, its purple eyes glowing like the fires of hell, energy swirling around it, and in the background there were others, too many of them. The moon illuminated the battlefield. Demons suddenly invaded the territory of people. They hovered in the air, and below, their servants were preparing to attack. Purple, burning, hate-filled eyes of monsters. This could be the end of everything. Humanity was on the brink of complete destruction. The demons and their minions were incredibly strong. They walked, and it seemed like nothing could stop them. The monster's red eyes glowed brighter as it came under heavy attack, the military vehicles firing, but it couldn't stop it. The monsters that appeared on Earth were like the embodiment of hell, a nightmare that is impossible to forget. In addition, they possessed magic. Conventional methods of fighting these creatures did not work. People were confused, but the demons enjoyed the power of destruction. Dark silhouettes in the darkness. They were everywhere. The space around them was covered in darkness. It was mysterious and frightening at the same time. Everywhere, demons launched powerful attacks. Purple light exploded in all directions, and panic reigned among the people. However, the situation soon changed. The magic that the monsters, these messengers of darkness, possessed, began to spread. Very soon, the magical gift began to appear in some people. At first, no one could understand what it was and how it worked. And those few who were gifted with magic changed and became superhumans, possessors of superhuman abilities. Having gained new strength to resist, humanity fought back against the underground civilization of demons. One by one, the superhumans cleared out the demon dungeons, and a spark of hope began to shine for humanity. And now, finally, the last dungeon, the gate, the strongest stronghold of the demon civilization, people were awaiting a decisive battle. In the spring of 2005, the 7 strongest among people gathered, and it was they who had to clear the last dungeon of demons. The 7 strongest, each one unique, each one radiating power. They united to fight together for humanity. They cleared the last dungeon, the main lair of the demons, and put an end to the long war. And for saving humanity, they were called the 7 Saviors. This was the moment when they became legends. The rescuers have gained enormous wealth and fame, and now they drive around in limousines, followed by crowds of journalists and photographers. Every public appearance of theirs becomes an event of planetary scale, and now the Saviors have become rich superstars. But one of the heroes did not return from the battlefield, the one who saved everyone else. He remained forever in the demonic dungeon of the gate. The banner announced the grand opening of a monument to hero Dick Perry. The atmosphere was festive, but something was brewing. This is a monument to the leader of the 7 Saviors, the only one who did not live to enjoy the rewards that were showered on the others. The survivors became celebrities, now standing in front of Dick's stone statue, each remembering his own. A determined look, a serious expression on his face, eyes full of determination, and a clear blue sky behind him. The rescuers remember Dick. The canvas flies off the monument in a spectacular way. This is the moment when the secret is revealed, and people will finally see the monument to the hero. Now the figure in armor with a spear and shield is fully visible. This is the moment when the past meets the present. This monument is not just a memory, but a symbol of struggle. 17 years had passed since the war, and a match between the teams of South Korea and France was taking place in the state arena. The Korean fans were worried, their players were in trouble. The French team was actively attacking. Purple flashes were visible. The Korean team is still holding its own, with the glowing effects highlighting the speed and power of the attack. Nathan Bernard, a mysterious character, white hair, purple eyes, a look full of concentration. What kind of power is hidden behind this calmness? A powerful blow. The battle continues. Nathan delivers a powerful blow to the enemy. Red and black flashes highlight his power. Frenchman Bernard smashes the Korean team to smithereens. This is not just a fight. This is an art, where every blow is like a brushstroke on a canvas. The dark figure of Bernard, long blonde hair, black smoke, red lights. This figure radiates power and the danger that it will bring with it. Nathan took all 6 kills single-handedly. Here he stands in a fighting pose, with glowing blue lines in the background and fallen enemies below. The coach cursed, looking at Nathan Bernard. There had never been such a player in the International Combat League. Commentators said that Bernard could be one of the top 3 players in history. He quickly took the Korean team out of action. Of the entire Korean team, only Baek Hee remains. This girl is still capable of resisting the Frenchman. There is little hope of victory, but Baek goes on the offensive, her eyes glowing a bright yellow light. Her power is anger directed at her enemies. Baek's favorite weapon is the whip. She wields it masterfully, and it is with the whip that she strikes Nathan. Nathan is calm, Baek is angry. The red and black tones of the background emphasize the drama. This is the climax, the moment when everything is decided. The spectators in the stands froze in anticipation of the outcome. Some were shocked, some were surprised, but no one was indifferent. Sweat runs down the face of the Korean team manager. He understands that this match is not just a game, but a battle for the fate of the players. A whirlwind attack. Baek strikes with incredible speed. Bright red flashes and sparks create a circle of energy. Her power becomes unstoppable. Baek's burning eyes are filled with rage. Her yellow pupils are burning with fire. After all, she is the daughter of one of the saviors. Nathan Bernard is confident that despite Baek's talent, she won't be able to beat him with a team like this. Nathan's icy determination, blue sparkling eye, is a promise of victory. Enemies will not be able to break him. His strength is not only in weapons, but also in his will. A swing of the sword, a whirlwind of white and black lines, destroying everything in its path. Baek Hee is killed. The South Korean team has lost miserably. The entire team was not enough to fight back against Nathan Bernard. He took 7 players in the second round. This is not just a victory, it is a demonstration of absolute skill. The commentator announces that France has won by 2-0, and the faces of the Korean fans are filled with disappointment and bitterness. There is disappointment and bitterness on the fans' faces. Once upon a time, Korea had many talented superhumans who smashed demons during the war. The team manager stands at the barrier with his hands clasped. His team is losing and he feels something needs to change. South Korea's head coach Bill Ho watches the loss and understands what a shame it is. The scoreboard shows 2-0 in favor of France, but Korea gave the world 2 of the 7 saviors, and one of them is he, Bill Ho. So the match ended with a victory for France. The coach's hand clutches the railing. The internal struggle is visible in every movement. Commentators say that the French are good, but the match was very sad for the Koreans. It is not easy for the Korean people now. Messages on social networks, the screen is filled with comments. They contain sarcasm, criticism, discontent. People do not mince words, accusing the team of failure. In the comments, the country's problems come to the fore. The atmosphere is filled with negativity, and it seems that this is not just a defeat, but a symptom of deeper problems. Angry spectators, the stands are seething, fans are shouting, waving their arms. Their anger is directed at the team and the coach. Insults and disappointment. The spectators do not hide their emotions. Their shouts and gestures speak for themselves. The team let us down. The coach did not cope. People can't hide their emotions, and it seems that their faith in the team has faded forever. The defeat has become a collective trauma. The coach stands alone on the edge of the court, lost in his thoughts. He understands that the time for a change has come. The arena, cold and gloomy, seems frozen in time. The players' capsules stand empty, their blue light barely illuminating the space. What a failure, and behind it all is he, Bill Ho, one of the 7 saviors of humanity. What went wrong? The coach looks at the capsules. The team has lost for the 3rd time since he became head coach of the national team. The module is disabled. The broadcast is interrupted. Beck takes off her helmet. Her movements are slow, as if each one is difficult. Beck sits with her head down. She is depressed. Everything is as people say. She is the only normal player. The others are not up to it. Korean superhumans used to be said to be strong and resilient. But that's a thing of the past now. The coach walks down the corridor. He knows that the mental strength and skills of most Korean players are just rock bottom. Everyone who can do anything has long since left for abroad. Or they died, like Dick Perry, saving not only their compatriots, but also the rest of the people on the planet. The door to the coach's room, Bill's hand reaches for the handle of the door with the sign, Coach's Room. This moment is like a transition into a new reality. Stepping into the empty room, he enters, his figure drowning in the gloomy lighting. The room is empty, but the atmosphere is tense to the limit. The coach holds back his emotions. He sighs heavily. You can feel that the thoughts that are overwhelming him are not pleasant. His eyes are directed somewhere beyond this room. Perhaps he is looking for answers in the past. This look is an attempt to find light in the darkness. Buck looks sadly at the large photograph of the rescuers. Mentally, he said hello to Dick. What a pity that he is not with them. Here they are in the photograph side by side, so young and so strong. The picture was taken before that very decisive battle from which Dick did not return. A dashing Perry looked at the coach from the photograph, as if reminding his friend that defeat is not the end, but only the beginning of a new struggle. Beck stared at the old photo. It seemed like he was talking to a friend and the friend was answering him, supporting him. Bill's thoughts were interrupted by a cautious knock on the office door. The memories evaporated. He returned to reality. A young man with red hair looked into the room and informed the coach that everything was ready for the interview. The young man said that everyone was already waiting for Mr. Ho. The coach was maintaining restraint, but his alertness was visible in every movement. Bill sighed heavily. Now he had to stand alone against a crowd of angry journalists. The coach told the young man that he was ready to go and needed to apologize for losing to his people. Bill patted the red-haired young man on the shoulder and said with a grin that this was exactly why he was made head coach. The head coach was sure that with such a lineup they could not compete with anyone. The players were too weak physically and mentally. The red-haired guy tried to support Bill, saying that he had just taken over as head coach and it wasn't his fault. But Ho has already made his decision. In this interview, he will announce his resignation from his position. Bill said that he would only be able to achieve something if a miracle happened, but he would not sacrifice his reputation. Having made his decision, Bill Ho calmed down. This was his chance to get out of this story. The red-haired guy became sad. Oddly enough, the former savior was even glad that he would finally be able to resign from this position. The guy following the coach was showing him the way when suddenly Bill's phone rang. Ho picked up the phone. The name of the subscriber appeared on the screen. The president of the association was calling. Bill winced. He didn't know why the boss was calling. Bill Ho picked up the phone and calmly answered the association president, who excitedly asked if he had seen the news. Ho asked about the news about how the head coach humiliated the entire country at the competition, so he was present at it. But the president interrupted him. He was calling about something completely different. Something out of the ordinary had happened. Bill was shocked. His eyes widened. Beads of sweat ran down his face. The news was simply unbelievable. A split suddenly appeared in the blue sky and a man fell through it, surrounded by flashes of purple light. People in the square in front of the recently opened monument watched as a figure from the sky fell right on them, on the monument. The huge Dick Perry monument began to spin. Clouds enveloped it, and there was a cracking sound. Something was happening. Passers-by were discussing how someone in armor had fallen from the sky onto the square where the monuments to the 3 heroes of Korea stood. On the square, in stone and bronze, stood the Great Admiral, the Great Emperor, and Dick Perry. Dick was one of the saviors who saved the other 6 saviors 17 years ago by sacrificing himself. People in the square looked in surprise at Dick Perry, who was sitting next to his own monument. He was wearing armor, just like during the war. Dick's face was covered in wounds and bruises, but there was still the same tenacity in his eyes. It was clear that he was exhausted, but not broken. The coach froze. He couldn't believe his ears. How was this possible? And the president of the association was yelling from the phone, asking if Bill understood him. Dick's statue remained on the pedestal, a symbol of hope rising above all. Dick sat, shrouded in mist and dust, his armor cracked, blood on his hands and face, as if he had just finished a battle. The people gathered around the revived hero whispered that he had returned from the other world just in time. An energy strike, a bright flash of light that distorts the hero's silhouette, is not just a strike. It is a wave of energy that changes everything around. Here is Dick in the center of chaos, surrounded by enemies, but with his shield and weapon in his hands, blood and flashes of light, a dance on the edge of life and death. There is horror in Perry's eyes. The enemies are approaching. His comrades are already far away. He made this decision himself, which means he must fight to the end. The hero strikes, creating a wave of light. This is not just an attack. It is an explosion of energy that changes the course of the battle. It seems that the demons are everywhere. They see that their enemy is left alone. Although he is strong, but alone. Perry prepares for the final attack, cloak fluttering, flashes of light around him. He gathers all his will to enter the fight. In Dick's hand is a sword, and it feels like there is such power in it that it can destroy everything around it. The eyes of the last hero are shining. His gaze is like a blade. His power has awakened, and he is ready to fight to the end. Perry is surrounded by demons with glowing eyes, the embodiment of the darkness that threatens the entire world. Massive doors. Dragon skulls on the doors, the entrance to the main lair of demons, the boundary behind which the monsters hide. Dick Perry stood at the gate as a guardian of humanity between two worlds. He must not let the demons through to the people. The gates are finally sealed. There's no way back. The last savior is left alone with the hellish creatures, but he will not give up. In the dark space, the chief magician of the dark underworld was hovering, surrounded by his minions. Dick is surrounded by enemies of all stripes. Well, the only thing left for him is to fight to the end. The demon's body is engulfed in flames, its silhouette distorted by fire, and its clawed hand is directed forward as if it is ready to grab its victim. The demons are destroyed. The red glow and flashes of light engulf them. The darkness retreats. The confrontation at the door is too difficult. The hero does not flinch. His blue magical aura glows like a shield, but he is incredibly tired. Despite being mortally tired, the savior is ready to fight to the end no matter what. A hard, bloody battle was the last thing Dick Perry remembered. And then time seemed to stand still. Dick woke up in a hospital room. He was wearing hospital pajamas. Equipment was in the background. What happened was unclear. Perry sat up in bed, looking around cautiously. He gasped and sighed in surprise. Maybe he was dreaming. A nurse entered the room and, seeing that the patient had woken up, she asked with respect and a little fear how he was feeling. Dick touched himself in surprise, trying to understand whether this was a dream or reality. Finally, he asked the nurse where he was. The frightened girl explained to the famous hero that he was in the hospital and asked about his condition. Dick was shocked. How did he get here and what happened? Why was everyone looking at him so strangely? Seeing the sign on the door of the ward, Perry was even more surprised. Was it really already 2022 and not 2005? Dick couldn't understand how this could be. He clearly remembers that when he went down into the dungeon, it was the year 2005. The nurse smiled and said she understood his confusion and needed to explain something about this time, so that Dick could understand everything himself. The girl took the remote control and turned on the TV, where the news was just on. The nurse reached out to the television screen and invited Dick to listen to the news broadcast himself. The TV presenter switched to the news and reported that world-famous Dick Perry, one of the rescuers, had been taken to hospital. The man on TV said that Dick Perry, who had been dead for 17 years, had suddenly returned. According to eyewitnesses from Heroes Square, Perry fell from the sky and landed right at the foot of his statue. Dick listened attentively to the presenter, who said that Perry was still wearing the same armor as in 2005, and that he had not changed at all in appearance. Some experts have already suggested that Perry remained young due to a space-time anomaly. Dick scratched his shaggy hair in confusion. Had 17 years really passed for him? 2005 was only yesterday. The nurse confirmed that everything the presenter said was true, which is why this disgrace was happening outside the windows. Dick looked out the window. There was a crowd of people gathered outside the hospital. These were journalists who were on duty outside the hospital around the clock. People with cameras and phones crowded around the clinic, and Perry's life was now in the crosshairs of the lenses. Dick snorted. Journalists, these bastards are still the same as they were 17 years ago. The resurrected savior asked the nurse for a mirror, and the surprised girl rushed to fulfill the request. Mirror in hand, the nurse asked if this would be okay. It was a small tabletop mirror for makeup. Dick looked at himself in the mirror. His face really hadn't changed at all in 17 years. Perry was confused. He couldn't look like that at 47 years old, and he had never heard of a space-time anomaly. What is this anomaly that lasts so long? But if this is really the world of the future in 17 years, Dick broke out in a sweat and stuttered as he asked the nurse if she knew what was going on with his money. Of course, the nurse knew. Everything was done as he had bequeathed. His entire fortune went to a fund for the support of orphans, so Dick became a beggar. Perry asked in confusion what had happened to his house, and the nurse replied that it had now been turned into a museum of the great man. The girl also said that his car was sold at a charity auction. Dick was shocked. The world-famous hero who saved humanity turned out to be not only a beggar, but also homeless. The savior clenched his fists. He certainly didn't expect such a turn of events. What should he do now? He can't live in the hospital. Perry swore. If he had known that this was possible, he would have put aside at least some money in reserve. But the nurse suddenly laughed. The nurse said that Dick shouldn't worry so much. He was a hero. They wouldn't leave him in trouble. And Bill Ho called and promised to come. The girl called the coach back and told Dick that Bill would soon arrive at the hospital. The nurse excused herself and went about her business, saying that if Mr. Perry needed anything, he just had to ring the bell. The door creaked slightly and closed. Perry was left alone in the room. He needed to think everything over carefully. The fighter thought like a Superman. He knew that nothing happens in vain. It remains to understand why this happened to him. Dick went to the window. He saw that he was in the future, but he still could not believe it. He decided that he would ask Bill in detail about everything that had happened, but for now, he needed to check the state of his body. Dick concentrated and called up his analyzing gaze skill. A blue screen appeared in front of him. Perry had the ability to visualize and analyze the abilities and talents of living beings. This ability made him the strongest among the superhumans in the entire world. This view analyzes the data and capabilities of an object not only in the present, but also its potential in the future. Thanks to this skill, Dick developed many times faster than the people around him, and very soon he became the leader of the group clearing the demon dungeons. All the newspapers wrote about him. And one day Bill Ho approached Dick and asked him to teach him the art of a warrior. Bill later became one of the 7 saviors and went to clear the last dungeon. Dick immediately saw his potential and superpower, which allowed him to teleport. At first, Perry thought that Bill Ho was just a loser and good for nothing. An analytical look showed that Bill had very high potential, so it made sense to train him. Perry then took Ho, but warned him that he could easily die during his studies. Bill looked over his stats. Most of them were the same as before the last fight. And suddenly, he discovered that his willpower had increased to 110 points, which was very strange. People's characteristics cannot exceed 100 points, but 110 was clearly written on the screen. And these were not all the results of the last battle in the dungeon. Not only some characteristics changed, a new superpower appeared. Now Dick has gained immortality and has acquired immunity to lethal physical impact. The warrior knew for sure that he did not have such an ability. Perhaps superpowers can be given under special circumstances. Perry wondered if this superpower was given to him for that battle in the last demon dungeon. Come to think of it, that explained everything except why Dick had been stuck for 17 years. Dick's thoughts were interrupted by a joyful cry from Bill, who called his name. The national team's head coach stood in the doorway of the hospital room, confused. Dick looked at his old friend and student in surprise. He had aged so much, wore glasses, and had nothing in common with that boy. Perry asked the man who had entered, confused, if it was really him. Bill Ho Dick couldn't believe his eyes. Tears welled up in Bill's eyes and he whispered softly, so Dick really was back. Dick chuckled. It seemed Bill had become sentimental over the years, an unexpected turn. Suddenly Bill burst into tears. He was so happy to see Dick again, because just today he had talked to his photograph, and now Dick was alive in front of him. Ho hugged his revived friend. He responded sheepishly to Perry's taunts that now was, after all, a time of peace. The friends went out onto the roof of the hospital. They looked at the sleeping city under the full moon. At first the conversation did not go well. Bill ordered coffee. Dick said with a grin that he hoped Bill had stopped crying about his return. Bill smiled. Dick had yet to learn that the older you get, the more tears there are. Dick quipped that he was still young. He asked Bill if he had kept his promise. Ho looked at his friend in surprise. He didn't understand what promise was being discussed now. Perry laughed and reminded him of the promise that a survivor would write his biography. Bill breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he hired a famous writer, and he wrote a fantasy novel, Dick Perry, the savior of mankind. Perry laughed and asked when the romance began, if it was from the moment of his birth. Ho added that a documentary and a feature film were also made about Dick, although everything in them looks like mythology. Perry heard that the film about him became a worldwide blockbuster, although according to Bill, the content was so-so. Dick looked at the city and didn't know what to do now. He thought he was dead, but woke up in the hospital. 17 years had already passed, and around him was an unfamiliar world. In the morning, he found out that he had ended up in the future, but it was still hard to believe. And even if he was the savior of humanity, in reality, he was just a homeless person. Ho silently placed his hand on his friend's hand, showing that even in the most difficult situations, one can find support. Bill smiled and simply reminded Dick that he actually had a friend, and if he needed money, he just had to say so. Dick smiled, and indeed, Ho had gotten older and probably had more money than he could handle. He asked his friend what he was doing now. Bill shrugged. He had good savings from the raids and the state bonus that was given out after the war. He did something with his money. After all, it is better to increase, not squander. Perry was very surprised. Even if Bill was rich, how could his business not fall apart if it was headed by such a fool? Ho laughed and said he was ashamed to admit it, but he also entrusted the running of his business to a professional. Dick became cheerful and asked Ho if that meant he was also unemployed. But Bill answered sheepishly that this was not true at all. He had a job. Dick Perry kept up with his friend, asking him what his job was and asking him to tell him the details. Ho was a little embarrassed and said that he was the head coach of the national team. Dick asked Ho what he was muttering so quietly, what other national team, but Bill suddenly had an interesting thought. The head coach handed his friend a smartphone with a recording of the competition broadcast on it and suggested he watch it. Perry was surprised to see people fighting with the monsters he thought they had destroyed. The most powerful demon, who once destroyed people on Earth during the war, fought against people. Dick asked Ho what this was. These were the dungeons they had cleared out in their time. Weren't they destroyed? Ho replied that it was esports. It was called the Battle of Superhumans. The setting was a virtual reality dungeon. There is a battle between two teams. That's what sport is. Bill said it's a kind of business. Superhumans use their skills that are no longer needed in reality. This sport has always been popular, but now interest in it has surpassed any other sport. Dick looked at the screen carefully. In his opinion, it was just childishness. Ho objected that it was not. High-class players are almost comparable to mortal saviors, and their achievement in sports is a matter of national pride. Dick listened to his friend, thoughtfully looking at the smartphone screen. Suddenly, Perry asked where our players were standing. Ho asked his friend again in confusion. He didn't want to answer this question. Dick was surprised, asking Ho that he was so old that he could not hear well, and Dick also noticed that someone was watching them. Bill hesitated, and Dick asked him again what place South Korea currently occupied in these competitions. Perry was sure that in this game for children they were certainly not the last. And while saying this, Dick swung an empty coffee glass and launched a spy camera. Ho sang. He said that actually South Korea is the last one. The coffee cup Dick threw hit the smartphone that someone was holding to record their conversation. Perry didn't like all this at all. He had to get off the roof. The young man stretched out his hand and used his talent to find out who was watching them. But Ho's words struck him as how their country could be in the very last place. Perry stared at his old friend in surprise. He didn't understand how this could even happen. Unfortunately, when a great evil is overthrown, the one who overthrew it often becomes evil himself. The friends rode in Bill's car and continued their conversation. Dick did not understand his philosophical statements. Ho explained that their country had given the world its saviors and was therefore now the weakest in the sport. But Dick asked if he himself understood what he had said. Bill continued to explain that after the war, the authorities began to see superhumans as a threat. There were no more demons to fight against, which they were previously needed. The authorities feared that their swords would be turned against them, and the people they protected were the same as they had always been. Ho bitterly said that the game, the Battle of Superhumans, was under strict control, under the pretext that superhumans had too much destructive power, and Ho was no exception. Dick replied that he had actually noticed this before. Even in his time, all the strongest Korean superhumans simply went to other countries and became players or coaches. Ho confirmed that this was the case. Dick remembered people circling around them like vultures, wanting to use them in one way or another. Perry snorted. He should have broken their kneecaps back then. Bill reminded Dick with a smile how he had thrown mud at both the president and the politicians so much that it was a real pain in the ass. Perry shrugged. This because he was irritated by their blatant attempts to use him for their own purposes. Ho concluded that because their wings were clipped from the start, the average level of superhuman players is very low. Bill turned to Dick hopefully, but he shook his head and said no way. Ho laughed. He hadn't said it yet, but Dick knew him too well. He would definitely want to get him into this sport. Ho asked his friend what was wrong. Dick was only 30. He was at the peak of his powers. Did he really just want to waste his life? But Perry snapped. He wasn't burning anything. He said he didn't want to live as a Superman anymore. His superhuman life ended there, in the last dungeon. Bill countered that everything was much simpler now. No debt, no pressure. It was just sport. Perry was serious. He told Ho not to make fun of him. Did he really look like a man who would fight for others? When Dick was a child, he fought for survival and respect in the place where he was raised after discovering his superpowers. The guy looked out of the car window and said that now was the time for him to live for himself. The guy understood too well that even if he went into sports, the journalists would no longer give him a break. The savior of the world, Dick Perry, would now save Korea and other such crap. They will raise the people's hopes to the skies and will watch their every step. Ho asked his friend if the thought of fighting was no longer making his blood run hot. Dick said that he was tired of being a clown. Ho sighed heavily and said, "Then let's leave this topic." Suddenly, the leader of the saviors said that, after all, the Korean superhumans were not such losers. Ho did not understand what he was talking about. Dick pointed to the billboard they were passing and said that since they had superhumans like her. The billboard featured Becca, who was part of Bill's team, advertising perfume. Dick was delighted. He told his friend that she had wonderful eyes, just a beauty, sexy. Bill was silent for a moment, and then quietly told Dick that this was his daughter. Perry was shocked. He remembered Becca. She was only 6 years old then. But Bill reminded him that 17 years ago she really was 6. And now she was 23. Perry came to his senses and smiled. He said that Ho's daughter had always been beautiful, and now she was even more beautiful. Although he didn't like this fun, he asked Dick to keep quiet for a while, and the friends rode in silence for a while. Finally, they pulled up to a large estate, and the car's autopilot announced that they had arrived. Bill's wife greeted Dick Perry with delight. Could it really be him? Hannah was also among the superhumans. The woman exclaimed how long it had been since she had seen Dick, but he chuckled and said, "Well, yes, and he had only been away for a week." Hannah laughed and said that she had aged so much in just a week. Dick reassured the woman that to him she looked as if only a week had passed. Hannah praised her husband for bringing Dick to them. Bill was embarrassed and replied that his friend, who had been thought dead for so many years, had returned to him, and that was the least he could do for him. Dick looked at this happy married couple. Now he believes that it is real, that he really came back to life. By some strange coincidence or twist of fate, Perry found himself in a peaceful future without the struggle for survival in war. It was all very wonderful, but Dick Perry didn't know what to do there. Dick changed into a tracksuit, sipping chips from a bag. He suddenly thought that maybe he could play. Perry decided to see what was on TV these days for a change. Stretched out on the cozy sofa in the living room, Dick flicked through the channels. Suddenly, one of the broadcasts caught his attention. An old TV series was shown on TV, which was called Stairway to Heaven. This is a repeat of that same drama that he didn't watch to the end back in 2005 and didn't find out how it ended. Dick was delighted. First, he needed to finish watching those series that he hadn't been able to watch during the war. Perry clenched his fists. This was fate. This was why he had returned to this sinful earth. Dick shouted to Bill as he passed by that he had stocked up on chips and would watch the series all day until the very end. An annoyed Ho heard that Perry wanted to rewatch all the dramas from 2005 to the present day. Ho was dumbfounded. Was that really it? He sat down next to his friend and asked if he really was going to stare at the TV for days. Dick knew that sooner or later Bill would bring up the subject of sports. To prevent this conversation, he said that after all, he had just arrived at his house. And on the way, Bill said that we would leave the topic of sports for now. And a confused Ho said that of course Dick could live a little for himself. The coach pulled back the window curtain and told his guest that journalists had been watching his house for several days and said they would not leave until they saw the resurrected hero. Dick cursed. He never liked talking to journalists and hoped that now he would be spared from it. Looking out the window, Perry saw that the journalist's house was in darkness. The man winced. He called the media workers damned bloodsuckers. He understood that sooner or later he would have to communicate with them. Perry rose heavily from the sofa and said, "Okay, screw these journalists. He'll have to meet with them." Dick told Ho that they would deal with them tomorrow and asked Bill to gather them all in one place. Perry was going to tell them to leave him alone once and for all. The press conference with the resurrected hero was scheduled in the hall of one of the most luxurious hotels in the city. Cameras were visible everywhere, and the huge meeting room could not accommodate everyone who wanted to attend. The journalists were talking among themselves. They thought that they would have to wait a whole month at the door, and Perry looked much more reserved than expected. Some said that they had heard many different stories about him. When he doesn't like something, he starts to act up and turn over furniture. Everyone was wondering how it would go this time. Dick took the microphone and said that, first of all, as they all can see, he is back. He himself is surprised by what happened. He can imagine how surprised everyone else is. Ho thought, wow, Dick seems to be behaving normally, just so as not to jinx it. At this time, Perry said that the enormous attention that was currently focused on his person had already gotten to him. So today, they would ask him all the questions and never approach him again. Ho looked at his friend thoughtfully, and what did he hope for? Dick was still the same as he always was. Perry told reporters to raise their hands, and he would take turns answering their questions. They asked him how he managed to return alive from the last dungeon. Dick honestly said that he himself did not know. He just woke up in the hospital. When asked if the last 17 years remained in his memory, Dick replied that for him, 2005 was just a couple of days ago. Did they communicate with other heroes of the last war? Dick said no. It was just business cooperation, they are not close. When asked whether he intended to demand that the state return his savings, Dick answered in the negative. The next person to raise his hand was an elderly reporter. He asked Perry if he had heard from the head coach about the game Battle of the Supermen. Dick confirmed. The journalist asked him if he had any desire to go into esports and continue his career there. Those present froze. This question was on the tip of many people's tongues, but no one could bring themselves to ask it. Ho waited for Dick to answer. Perry exclaimed that he has no such desire and that he is not going to get involved in any esports. The journalist who asked this question asked to explain why Dick Perry made such a decision. Dick replied briefly that he did not consider it necessary to do this. It was his right. But the correspondent asked a provocative question, is it because he doesn't feel capable of it, that he doesn't go there? Perry replied with a grin that if he were an old man with a receding hairline, maybe he would think so. The hero added that he simply doesn't like this sport. Period. He's not a clown and will do what he wants. After that, Dick said thank you to everyone. It was time to end the press conference. The hero leaned forward slightly and said that he really hoped he had satisfied their curiosity at least partially, and asked them not to bother him anymore. Ho laughed and thanked everyone for attending the press conference with Dick Perry. But then the guy shouted for them to stop. He had one last question. She turned to Dick and reminded him that yesterday, player Gerald Walker had talked about Dick Perry. Walker said that the glory of mortal saviors was long gone, and they would never defeat him. What could Perry say to this? Dick was confused. He asked who Gerald Walker was. The correspondent said that this is a famous American cyber sportsman. He is called the best American tank. Perry chuckled and said that Gerald Walker was the best of the best. The reporter replied that this was not entirely true. The top three in the battle are Nathan Bernard from France, Roy Mayer from Ireland, and Daniel Mansky from Germany. The journalist explained that Walker is an outstanding player, but he is not one of those three. Perry grabbed his head. Were they seriously talking about this? If he wasn't even in the top three, then he wouldn't even talk to him. Dick Perry said that if someone wants to fight him, he won't fight in any game. The famous warrior suggested that the man come and say this to his face. Perry made an obscene gesture and said that he would bury this man in the garden with these very hands. Dick Perry's obscene gesture was shown on all international channels. Zachary Wood from the American esports agency Battle of the Superhumans watched the broadcast with curiosity. Gerald Walker himself saw this statement and became incredibly angry. An American player called Wood and asked if he had seen the press conference and this upstart. The famous player shouted that he urgently needed a ticket to South Korea. He was flying out immediately. Bill's phone was ringing off the hook, with the president of the association telling him that they would soon have a US Premier League. Ho was very loudly indignant. Couldn't this have been said earlier? After all, the athletes need to prepare. Dick was unhappy. The owner of the house was making so much noise. Perry asked Ho to talk on the phone outside. He was disturbing him while watching TV. Bill sank into his chair with a heavy sigh. Perry grumbled that he was disturbing him while he was watching TV and what had happened between them. Ho replied that they only had the US Premier League in 2 weeks. Dick didn't care, but Bill got angry. He said it was all because of Perry. Doesn't he remember what he said to Gerald Walker? Perry frankly didn't understand what the problem was. He just answered the question. Ho recalled that he showed the finger to the one who was deliberately trying to provoke him and asked him to tell him that he would bury him in the garden. Dick didn't understand what all the fuss was about. It was like some kind of kindergarten. But who cares, he said. The American was clearly out of his mind after these words, because Dick publicly reminded that he was not among the top three. Apparently this is what triggered him. He wants to fight. But because Dick is not a battle player, he takes out his anger on the Korean team. Perry was surprised. What do other players have to do with it? What an idiot this American is. Ho didn't know what to do. He had fallen from the frying pan into the fire. But Perry stubbornly did not get up from the sofa. He wished his friend good luck and said that he would hang around for him. Ho was very angry. But then Dick sat down on the sofa and said that since they had the Premier League, that meant Baker should be arriving soon. After all, Bill said that she was also part of the national team for this battle. The front door slammed and a pleasant female voice called out to Mom, informing her that she had arrived home. Perry grumbled that whoever was slamming the door so loudly had scared him. Dick listened to the voices. This voice seemed vaguely familiar to him. Hannah walked out into the hallway and happily greeted her daughter, asking why she had returned so quickly. Baker replied that she hurried home when she found out that her uncle had arrived, and she wanted to see her and her dad at the same time. The girl asked where her uncle was. Hannah answered that he was sitting near the TV in the living room. Hannah and Becky entered the living room, and an embarrassed Dick waved his hand at the girl and said hello. Baker was delighted. It meant that Dick really had returned. What joy. Becca, as in childhood, rushed as fast as she could towards Dick with a loud, welcoming cry of "Uncle." The girl knocked Perry down, and he said sheepishly that Becky was not a little girl anymore. She almost killed him. The girl's eyes were shining. She looked joyfully at her childhood friend and whispered that he really had returned. Perry ruffled Becky's hair and said that yes, he thought she had forgotten him by now. Becca smiled. How could she forget him? Because he always played with her and treated her to chocolates and cookies. You wouldn't get that from her mom and dad. Perry smiled. She really had grown up. Children were growing by leaps and bounds. Becca laughed. Well, yes, she was already 23. The savior asked if she came because of the Premier League, but the girl replied that she came to see him, and the Premier League was just an additional quest. The girl approached Perry. She kept wanting to ask him about esports. Is Dick really not interested in esports at all? Dick winced and asked if her father had really sent her. He apologized and said that he had no interest in it. The girl capriciously asked why. Perry pointed at the TV screen and said he had things to do. Becca whined capriciously and asked that even if she begged very hard. But Perry waved it off and said no way. The girl puffed out her cheeks and said that he was now not the same as he used to be. But Dick objected that, in his opinion, it was they who had all changed here. And Becca was offended. Uncle always did what she really asked for. But then it was to buy her cookies or snacks, for example. Becca seemed to have come up with something. She turned to her uncle and said that she had another request. She needed to do an avatar test in the association and invited Dick to go with her. Perry assumed that there was some kind of catch. He didn't understand at all what kind of avatar test this was. What kind of crap was this? Dick was looking forward to the final episode of the drama, and he didn't want to tear himself away from it. But Becca folded her hands pleadingly and said that at least he could do this for her. Dad was busy, he couldn't. Dick didn't want to refuse his favorite, and he agreed. But he didn't know where it was at all. Becca was pleased. She laughed cheerfully again, and said that he would soon find out everything. Bach and Dick arrived at the Korea Superhuman Battle Association, which was located in a luxurious high-rise building. Becky and Dick were greeted warmly at the entrance, and a technician met them in the hallway and asked them to follow him. Becca changed into her playsuit, and Dick remained in the same tracksuit in which he was lying on the couch. The man told Beck that he would help her test her avatar. The girl thanked him for his help, but first she needed to check the weapons and armor. The countdown to synchronization with the avatar began. Becca entered the capsule and put on the gaming helmet. When she finished the preparations, she gave the command that they could connect. Becky's avatar appeared on the big screen, and for Dick it was all a little strange. Becca asked cheerfully if her uncle was looking at her. Perry looked around the room's equipment with curiosity. The girl from the capsule said to give her a monster. She wants to move. Something incredible was happening on the screen. A monster began to generate in space. And now, opposite Becky, stands a giant wolf with glowing red eyes and huge sharp claws. A fragile girl with a sword and a whip in a fighting pose calmly waited for the monster to approach. Dick Perry was surprised that people had learned to do this, and the administrator explained that the battle of superhumans was a virtual sport. Using the association's advanced technology, they generate dungeon monsters and players in virtual reality, with new players being asked to first create an avatar for themselves. Dick looked at the screen thoughtfully. The avatar really did look like the real Beck. Perry was interested to see how good she was at it. A battle was raging in the virtual world, and a monster generated by technology rushed at the girl. The huge, toothy mouth and claws seemed about to grab the fragile Beck. But there was no trace of fear in Ho's daughter's eyes. She calmly waited for the moment when she could strike. Finally, Becca began to move. Her movements were lightning fast, and her blows were surprisingly accurate. The whip wrapped around the fanged monster's neck and slowed its movements. Using the monster as a support, the girl flew around the giant wolf, tightening the whip around its neck. Without giving the monster a chance to move, Becca delivered a decisive blow with her sword, right at the base of the monster's skull. The huge monster's eyes, glowing with scarlet fire, began to fade after the impact. Another blow of the sword and the giant wolf's head was separated from its body. There was a true warrior's passion in Becky's eyes. She was completely immersed in the battle. The man said that the avatar synchronization was successfully completed and Beck could leave. The girl was happy. Everything went as well as possible. She tested the avatar and showed her uncle the game's capabilities. She jumped out of the capsule and ran towards Perry, exclaiming how much he enjoyed it. Dick chuckled and said that this was not bad for a 6-year-old girl. She had a lot of potential. Becca suggested that maybe her uncle could try it himself and reminded her that she was already 23. Dick was stubborn. He had already said many times that he would not compete. But Becca said that she wasn't asking him to compete, just to try, and that's all. The girl was very curious because she had heard so much about his strength from her dad and really wanted to see it with her own eyes. She grew up without ever seeing him in battle, by which time Dick had long been dead. Perry listened to Ho's daughter and understood that there was some truth in her words. He sighed heavily. Finally he said, "Okay, but only this once, only because Beck really asks." The girl was delighted. She shook her uncle and thanked him endlessly. The delighted technician asked if Dick wanted to try the game. Typically, they test the abilities first before creating an avatar. But since Perry is not going to compete, they can start creating the avatar right away. Perry asked what he needed to sit in there. The technician replied that if he entered the module like that, his avatar would be created unarmed and in sweatpants. First, you need to choose a weapon. The technician's assistants could barely hold the heavy weapon, shield, and pike. Perry took the offered weapon in his hands. It was not quite what he used in his time. For him, they were quite light. The technician said that this is a standard weapon. Usually players have a customized one, but in the training room they only have this one. If Dick is uncomfortable, you can ask to find something else. Perry threw down the shield and said, "This is normal." The savior said that the spear was enough for him. His patience was running out. It was time to get down to business. Dick sat in the capsule and put on his helmet. The system announced that the battle was beginning. A connection with the virtual dungeon was established. Dick thought, "Okay, let's see what it is." The system analyzed the information about the weapon, scanned the body. The scan was completed, and the avatar generation began based on the information received. Surprised, Dick heard the technician's voice. He asked if he could hear him. The man explained to Perry that he was in a virtual room, a complete copy of their training hall. Dick looked at his hands. The sensations were similar to those experienced when entering the gates of a dungeon. The administrator said that the synchronization between the avatar and Dick's body was complete. On the screen next to the technician, Becca was laughing. Perry said to give him any opponent, like they did for Becca. The technician pressed a button, and the enemy generation for Dick Perry began. An ugly creature appeared in the virtual space of the training hall. The monster was huge and red in color. Dick looked at the enemy. It looked like a Sullivan. Perry felt that this was not like the ones he had come across in his time, and the technician confirmed that everything was correct. This special specimen, it can only be hurt by aura, and it is generated from the data of the strongest Sullivan in existence. The monster let out a terrible battle cry. Dick Perry's avatar, spear in hand, calmly awaited the approach of the virtual world monster. The monster was already very close, but the fighter did not move. It seemed that he wanted the Sullivan to attack him. Perry's cold, calm eyes watched the approaching scarlet monster. Unexpectedly for everyone, Dick said that it seemed like he had brought the spear with him for nothing and threw it behind him. Members of the Players Association watched in amazement as Dick Perry simply extended his hand towards the approaching monster. It seemed like he had punched him in the nose and the scary monster had shattered into pieces, and the people on the other side of the screen couldn't believe their eyes. Both Becky and the manager watched the scene with their mouths open, and finally Bill's daughter whispered in confusion that it was simply unbelievable. Becca took the microphone and asked Dick if he killed the Sullivan with a snap of his finger. Perry replied, "What's the big deal?" and shrugged, saying, "Well, that's what happens when you kill him." The techie was sure that the Sullivan was not the strongest of the monsters, but it was also impossible to kill it with a snap of a finger. Perry asked them to stop laughing at him and generate something stronger. He needs to test something. Dick picked up the spear again. He really didn't feel the difference between cyberspace and real life, and decided to try it out here. The warrior told the technician that even if this was the strongest Sullivan, he hadn't even managed to warm up properly. And then Perry heard English speech, that he is the strongest of the supermen. Where can the Sullivan compete with him? At this time, something was happening with the system. It completely went out of control of the technical service. It was during Dick Perry's stay in cyberspace that a massive external attack began. The administrator reported that an attempt is being made to connect from an external source. A fire flared up in the arena of the cyber training hall, and a player appeared there. the same American whom Perry promised to bury in the garden. An armed walker, surrounded by flames, appeared before Dick. His massive body was covered by a huge shield, and the player himself was armed with a double-edged battle axe. Fire burst from the American's eyes, and waving his weapon, he approached the resurrected Dick. Stopping in front of the leader of the Saviors, Walker asked if Dick's invitation was still open. Perry looked in surprise at the muscular, red-haired, bearded man who was literally radiating anger. Jutting his bearded lower jaw, Walker declared that he had come at Perry's call. Why was he so surprised now? The American assumed that Dick was scared. He didn't expect Walker to actually come. The American said, his eyes sparkling, that he didn't know how many heroes there were, but now he intended to prove that all their glory wasn't worth a damn. Walker was flying at high speed towards Dick Perry, screaming at the top of his lungs for him to die. But Dick didn't even move. He looked calmly at the American and waited for him to come closer. Walker struck with the axe, expecting to kill the impudent Korean, and there was a deafening explosion. When the smoke cleared after the explosion, the American looked in surprise at the place where the guy had recently been. He couldn't understand where he had gone. And then Walker heard the voice of the enemy, asking who was scared. Was it really him, Dick? That simply couldn't be. Dick circled around the puzzled Walker, who couldn't figure out where his enemy was. And Perry said with a grin that he was just thinking about the test he was planning. Perry finally appeared through the clouds of smoke, clutching a spear in his hands and calmly looking at the surprised American. Walker was ready to rush into battle again. This famous savior of humanity had deeply affected him. The red-haired American fighter's nostrils flared like a hot-blooded fighting dog. He was ready to latch onto this impudent fellow. It seemed as if Dick Perry, too, was prepared for battle, his war spear in his hands. All the control screens went dark, and neither Beck nor the administrator could do anything to help Dick Perry in the arena. The girl did not understand what was happening, but she did not like it at all. Suddenly Becca heard a hoarse, familiar voice that told her not to worry. The doors of the training hall opened silently, and the top leadership of the Battle Association stood at the threshold. Beck and the administrator were surprised to see the association president, head coach, and manager Walker. The president of the Korea Esports Association smiled and said that this battle would be with his permission. So everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about, the administrator exclaimed in surprise that the president of the association himself had come. Becca indignantly asked her father why he told her that he was busy. The head of the association threw up his hands. This was agreed upon in advance, but the girl apparently was not informed. He is very sorry. Park Jin, the president of the Korea Superhuman Battle Association, smiled widely. He hoped that this would satisfy the manager. Emma Morse, Gerald Walker's manager, responded that she was very grateful to the president for his cooperation. It was a difficult request, and they were completely satisfied. Bill thought that Dick was deeply in debt to him, and that he should just try to object later. The association president was very grateful to Bill for being able to arrange for Dick Perry to come here. He hoped that this incident might finally make Perry interested in esports. Meanwhile, a battle was going on in the cyber arena, with Walker and Perry testing each other's strength. It turned out that both of them were very strong fighters. Flashes and rumbles were heard every now and then, but so far neither of them had been killed. Dick watched his American opponent closely, who was literally burning with anger. Unlike Walker, Perry was completely calm. Dick thought that this big guy was much better than he had assumed. Despite the anger that was choking him, Walker fought quite technically, demonstrating both strength and ability. Dick became curious about what his unexpected and hot-tempered opponent was like. Perry activated his analyzing gaze and directed it at Walker. His strength was 100 out of 100, his endurance too. All other characteristics were also very high. His superpower was armor and invincibility. Not bad talents for an athlete. Dick was very surprised. 100 points of strength and endurance. He really is ideal for tanking. Willpower is 87, and Perry thought he was just a hot-tempered idiot. But it looks like he has something to add to his idiocy. The American growled at Dick not to stand there and stare like a moron. A crooked smile crossed Perry's face. It seemed he was more than just a chatterbox. If he was like him during the war, Perry would have taken him on a raid in the last dungeon. Walker's superpower is also ideal for a tank. And then Perry remembered his experiment. He discovered a new ability when he woke up in the hospital, this superpower. Perry wanted to test it on the Solarban, but it would be much more effective to use it on this big guy, he laughed. Perry rushed towards the American, holding his pike at the ready. Walker swung his huge battle axe at Perry, which was exactly what Dick had planned. Perry had a clear view of his enemy. The huge axe came down on Perry's back, but to Walker's surprise, Dick didn't even move. He stopped abruptly right in front of his opponent so that he wouldn't miss. Walker realized this, but he didn't know why he stopped right in front of him. Dick Perry was hit so hard that Walker was sure he had killed his opponent. After the impact, a bright white-blue light flashed around Perry, and as he fell, Dick told the American that he would show him something. The next second, Dick Perry's virtual body was literally buried in the shards, with only his hand sticking out. Baeka, who was watching the fight, cried out in pain. What happened to her uncle? The girl screamed. Why did her uncle stop? Why did he let himself be hit? The American would have liked to ask these questions already. He saw that Dick Perry abruptly stopped his advance, as if he wanted to be killed. Everyone was at a loss as to what Dick Perry was up to, when suddenly his voice was heard. He cursed, and said that it hurt more than he thought. The red-haired American's eyes widened. He didn't expect that anyone could survive such a blow. A large pillar of light rose from the spot where Dick Perry had fallen under the rubble. The blast wave threw the big guy Walker back. The American fighter turned his head in bewilderment and looked where his opponent was. He couldn't understand anything about what was happening. Gritting his teeth, he thought how this Perry could survive. He should have died, because he didn't even defend himself from the deadly blow of the axe. Dick coughed, and the American stared at this strange fighter. There were clouds of smoke around Perry, and Dick asked in surprise why they did it. Could it be that the administrator generated this acrid smoke for him that made him cough? All the people standing on the other side of the screen watched what was happening with their mouths open. Walker couldn't believe his eyes. He kept saying no in confusion, and couldn't believe that this was possible. There really was smoke billowing in the cyber room, from which Dick's voice could be heard, but no one could figure out where he was or what he was doing. Finally, Perry appeared surrounded by lightning bolts. He asked with a smile how he liked the joke. Perry's tracksuit was ruined by the blow. Judging by the marks, Walker's battle axe had almost cut Dick in half. Perry grinned as he looked at his opponent. He had said that he would show something interesting. Thus, Dick Perry was able to test his new superpower called Immortal. He actually developed immunity to lethal physical impact. The confused American asked how he was alive after such a blow. Well, how? This simply couldn't be. Perry replied that he had received a cool superpower after a failed date with death and was now immortal. The test came back positive. Not only did Perry not die, his superpower also quickly heals his wound. He looked at his opponent and said, "This won't do. What kind of duel is this if he is invulnerable?" Dick turned to the administrator and asked if he could hear him. The man answered and asked if something was wrong. Dick told him that he seemed to be immortal. He had a new superpower after his return from the dead. Perry thinks the fight will be unfair with such an ability, and asks the administrator if it is possible to block the action of the superpower. The man replied that it was very easy. Dick asked him to block this ability. The administrator replied that everything was ready. Now Dick would not be able to use it. Walker didn't understand what they were talking about. How is he immortal? Perry said that he just decided to try out a new ability. But since the ability works even in the game, he won't give Walker a chance to justify his defeat by saying that Dick has such an ability. Now the battle would be fair. Dick gripped his weapon and prepared to fight the red-haired big guy. Walker stepped forward. The American chuckled, saying that Dick really was the show-off that people said he was. Let's see how much his skills and fighting abilities are exaggerated by rumors. Perry responded that the actual experience of fighting him would be different from what Walker had heard because he was far stronger than people could comprehend. Walker winced, tired of the talk, and told Perry to get up. Enough of the excuses. They needed to fight. But Dick quipped that Walker would have beaten the 3 best players in battle first. But you can't bypass 4 demon warlords and immediately go after the king. That's not how things are done. Dick knew that Walker was not one of the top 3 players, and this infuriated him. The American became even more angry. He clenched his teeth in anger. Perry laughed, deliberately pressing on the sore spot to throw his opponent off balance. Waves of anger literally radiated from the American. He lost his composure. The fight began. Walker swung his axe but could not hit Dick, who attacked and dodged at the same time. To Walker's surprise, Dick was an excellent wielder of the pike and easily blocked any of his attacks. And suddenly Dick Perry disappeared. Walker once again lowered his axe into the empty space. His opponent was nowhere to be found. The American was turning his head, trying to figure out where this impudent fellow had gone. And then Walker heard a whisper behind him. Perry said he was here. Walker turned around sharply to avoid being hit in the back. Perry struck his opponent, and the American wondered why he was striking behind his back. But the blow landed right in the face. Walker only managed to chuckle. Dick, it seems, did not intentionally kill the player. The red-haired fighter flew back and fell to the floor. Perry looked at his opponent. Not a bad reaction. This is actually pretty good, despite how much the shield obscures his view. But it was time to wrap things up and end this fight. Perry took the spear, took aim, and threw it towards Walker. Dick watched the flight of his weapon without looking away. The spear was aimed straight at Walker. It left a glowing trail on the virtual battlefield a little more, and the spear would have crashed right into the American's head. But strangely enough, it changed its flight path and hit his shield, causing an explosion. Dick headed towards the exit of the virtual hall, intending to leave the fight. He considered it over. His gait was cautious, careful. He knew that the American would not give up so easily. Walker flinched as his shield took a powerful blow. The player knew that if he had been hit a little more, he would have been killed. However, he realized that Dick was specifically aiming for his shield. He saw that the spear changed direction just before the collision. This is supernatural control over weapons, so that's what this Dick Perry is like. The warrior threw up his hands and said that he won. But the American did not agree that Dick had won. The spear had passed tangentially, and Walker was still alive. Perry countered that he did it on purpose. He left Walker alive, and Walker was still unhappy about something. Perry said Walker will never beat him with that huge shield. Just because it's big doesn't mean he needs a big shield. He needs to go with a smaller one. The American growled that Perry was talking nonsense. Dick chuckled, saying that his older brother was giving the American advice because he turned out to be more than just a chatterbox. Because of the large shield, he has difficulty seeing what's going on around him. Dick bet that Walker has been told since childhood that he has tunnel vision. That's why he chooses a big shield, to block blows and still be able to look around. Walker lowered his head. This kid was right. Dick continued that this was a half measure. With strong opponents who could use his sight against him, this choice would be his undoing. Perry advised Walker to change his shield to a small one. Considering his level of agility, this would be the right decision. The red-haired fighter asked Perry if he was lying, but Dick had no reason to lie. Even if he followed the advice, Dick was still a head taller than him in a fight. After thinking for a moment, Walker said he would probably try to follow that advice. Everyone watching this fight and the conversation that followed had their mouths open. Ho was shocked. He did not understand Dick's behavior, why he was teaching him, because Walker was already a strong opponent. Perry smiled and said that was good. His work was done, so he would go watch the series. Dick laughed. He turned to Walker and said that, by the way, his older brother had taught him a lesson, so don't forget to drop the tuition fees when he gets back. The American agreed, but said he had a condition. Perry didn't understand what the condition was. Walker said he wanted another duel with Perry and told him to face him in the Premier League in 2 weeks. Perry winced. This American is a funny idol. He says he's not going to play the battle. Dick has so many episodes of drama ahead of him. He doesn't need any game and he doesn't need any money. He changed his mind. Walker grabbed Perry by the shoulders and shook him. He said he would pay him with money or whatever he wanted. Just let him be at the competition. But Dick was stubborn. He said he didn't want to and let everyone leave him alone. Walker said that next time everything would be different. Dick, looking at Walker, decided that he had gone crazy. There was complete madness in his eyes. The American shouted that Dick should play the battle with his abilities and not sit on his ass on the couch and degrade. But Perry snapped back that he would decide for himself how to use his abilities. Everyone in the hall silently watched this dispute between the two players. The president of the Korean Association tensed up. He was, of course, very interested in Dick Perry agreeing. Finally, Pak laughed. The president realized that Walker had Dick hooked him, and this was a great chance. Dick Perry returned to Bill Ho's hospitable home, and dressed in a new tracksuit, continued watching TV series. The drawn-out plot irritated him, and he nervously asked whether the characters would get together or not. How much longer could they drag it out? Suddenly, the broadcast was interrupted for an urgent message. Dick snorted. The series was just approaching its climax. Perry got up from the couch, asking why they had interrupted at such a moment. Dick was surprised to see his photo on the news. The announcer reported that Dick Perry has publicly stated that he definitely does not intend to get involved in esports. However, there are reports from eyewitnesses of his recent duel with Gerald Walker that it is quite possible that his opinion on the matter may change. The audio of the duel is not entirely clear, but an anonymous source reports that if the US team wins the Premier League 11-0, Dick Perry will take part in the game. At least, that is what the American side claims, and according to the same American side, Dick Perry accepted this condition. The savior jumped up indignantly. What idiots! When did he ever say such a thing? We need to sort this situation out urgently before these schemers drag Dick into their esports. An outraged Dick Perry went to the Korean Superhuman Battle Association to find out what was going on. Screams were heard from the office of the association's president, and they were probably heard by all the employees. Perry pounded Puck's desk and asked indignantly what that was he had just heard on TV. Bill Ho tried to calm his friend down, but the president simply turned away from him and covered his head so as not to hear the scream. But Perry didn't calm down. He asked who this anonymous informant was. He was ready to strangle him with his own hands. Just show me who. And what is this video on the phone? They cut out the part where Dick refuses. Perry shouted that he would kill the idiot who posted the video too. Here Park Jin spoke up. First of all, as the president of the association, he apologized for the tactless attitude towards the hero who had repeatedly saved the world. To Dick's surprise, Puck bowed low before him. Perry was a little confused. He asked what was wrong with him. The president continued. Walker had already won over the U.S. Superhuman Battle Association to his side. Given the precarious position of the Korean branch, the president could not reject his proposal. They are also putting pressure on the public and the higher-ups, so the president apologized not as president, but as his senior comrade. Dick was confused. Pac's situation was clear to him. Then the president patted Dick on the shoulder and said that he had nothing to worry about. He came up with a great way to avoid the game. Only if the USA won the match against Korea 11-0 without losing a single fighter, Dick Perry would participate in a friendly match. These are the conditions that Park put forward. He said that Dick would only be interested in a strong team, so there is no need to worry. Although the level of the Korean team is low, but not that low. Perry got angry. He shouted that he didn't give a damn about it. He wasn't interested in any of these battles, that they were all picking on him. The president reassured him that in any case the conditions were impossible to fulfill. Everyone knew Perry's character, so they agreed. The president reminded Dick Perry that they had known each other for a long time, and asked him to save his ass just this once. In return, the president promised to donate profits to Dick Perry's favorite child welfare organizations. Dick gritted his teeth. If only it weren't for the past. Dick bowed his head and said, "To hell with them, okay, but just this once." The president laughed heartily and said, "Of course, who could ask for more? Thank you very much, Dick." The president of the association rushed to hug Perry. He was ready to kiss him. The guy pushed Puck away with force. Dick said, in short, if they killed even one American during the match, he would not have to participate. Then they can cry, he won't change his decision. Puck confirmed that this goes without saying. He can take his word for it. In his joy, the association president suggested that they all have dinner together. Dick asked if he would treat them. The president replied, "Of course, anything for Perry. There is a tuna ho restaurant nearby." He suggested going there. Pak was confident that he would not break his promise. The report on the results of the Korea-USA match was prepared in advance. The results of the simulation were lying in his desk, so in his mind he asked Dick for forgiveness. Dick returned to his friend Bill Ho's house again and wondered what to do next, except watch TV series. The news anchor relayed a message they received directly from the Korea Superhuman Battle Association. It became known that Dick Perry accepted the US offer. Perhaps Dick Perry will still participate in the battle of superhumans. The TV kept broadcasting breaking news about Dick Perry, about the match, about the battle. Finally, Dick couldn't take it anymore. He covered his ears, swore. Where are his TV series? Why is it that they only show the news all day long? Oh, what a stir that old man made. I had to immediately break all ties with him. The TV screen was announcing a change in the program schedule. Dick cried out that he couldn't do it anymore, sent everyone to hell, and the fighter went down to the street near Bill Ho's big house. The head coach of the national team had a very luxurious house with a large plot of land. Dick looked around, sighed heavily, and regretted his strange life. Somewhere in the yard very close, he heard very strange sounds. Perry became curious, and he carefully looked around the corner. Bill was training his daughter Becca, and there were control signal points set up in a small area near the house. The girl moved quickly between them, armed with her favorite types of weapons. Bill made sure that she did not violate the given trajectory, and moved as correctly as possible. Perry's mouth opened in surprise. The girl really moved very well and trained diligently. Bill threw a small ball towards Becky. It was meant to imitate an enemy. The girl carefully watched the target, which at the moment was a golden ball thrown by her father. Becca rushed after the ball and, using a whip, caught it. Wrapping it around several times, Dick was surprised. It turned out that Becca was training. Bill was giving her a reprimand. This time the reaction speed was quite good, but it still needs to speed up. After all, she is a team support, and to support the team it is important to increase her maneuverability. Bill lectured the girl. Dick, who was watching this, thought that Ho was wasting his energy again. Perry looked at Becca with his analytical gaze. She had good data, but her agility had already reached its limit. The analysis showed that Beck had very high speed, but her agility had already reached 90 out of 90. Moreover, Becky's maximum value for this parameter is not comparable even to Bill's parameters in the past, so she just can't do what her father coach expects of her. However, her upper strength and endurance indicators were higher than her father's. Dick could not believe that with such data, she was assigned the role of support. This approach may have worked for Bill, but for Becky, it was a mistake. The girl fell on the lawn and begged for a break. She couldn't take it anymore. Perry thought that even if the ace of the Korean team was in such a uniform, then Beck noticed Dick. Dick suggested that an outcome in which they did not defeat a single American was entirely possible. The girl asked Perry if he had seen her train. Dick said that he had and that she didn't necessarily have to focus on agility. Bill objected that she was a little short and needed to push a little harder. Perry told Bill that Beck was not him. Perry told Ho to stop developing Becky's speed and agility. She can't become what Bill once was. Dick said that her dexterity had already reached its maximum, the same with her whip control technique. They have a similar type because of their speed and even their super abilities are close. So Bill decided to make her a support, but they are different. Dick asked Beck, grabbing his opponent with a whip, what she was doing next. The girl responded that she was pulling and knocking him down or simply tying him up and throwing him to an ally. But Perry said that these actions were wrong. She has to deal with him herself, imitating her father's style. Becca will not achieve good results. Support is not her thing. Not only is she inferior to her father in speed and agility, but she also doesn't have any comrades nearby who could definitely deal with the enemy. Perry was convinced that strength and fencing were more important to Becky now, and that it was her sword that would put an end to the duel. Dick picked up the weapon that Beck usually fought with and decided to show a masterclass. He told the girl that he would show it just once. Let her watch carefully. There was nothing difficult about it. Perry walked up to the mannequin, got into a fighting stance, and told Beck to watch closely. Dick swung her whip and said that it needed to be done like this. The girl's weapon obediently wriggled in Perry's hands. The next moment, the whip tightly wrapped around the mannequin, creating several tight rings. Perry explained that Beck first catches the opponent, then pulls and cuts. Perry swung his sword and the expensive mannequin flew into two pieces. Becca and Bill looked in amazement at the lesson that Dick Perry decided to teach the girl, and he asked her if she remembered what she needed to do with the enemy. The father and daughter watched in silence as the famous warrior who had once saved the world taught a lesson. Perry said that it is impossible to take the life of an opponent with a whip, so one must master the sword as skillfully as the whip. So Becca needs to train her strength and fencing. Perry said that from now on, he is changing Becca's position to the player who delivers the main blow. Perry asked Bill jokingly if he, Mr. Warden, understood what needed to be done. Perry said we'd start with some simple strength exercises. 500 sets, see if Beck could handle it. Father and daughter couldn't believe their ears. 500. Wow. Dick asked why they were frozen. Time to move. 500 started. There are only 14 days left until the A-match. He needs to get moving. All this time, starting from today, he will be training Becca. The U.S. national team has been housed in a dorm and training facility in Korea. John Kim, Walker's agent and manager, asked what it all meant. His abilities had improved significantly in just a couple of days. Walker asked how he had become a better fighter, and the manager replied that he definitely had. After meeting with Dick Perry, he suddenly announced that he would change his approach to defense, and the manager wondered what had come over him. But after observing Walker, John noticed that his weaknesses were no longer weaknesses. If he grasps this style, he can break into the top 3, of course. For radical changes, training is needed. It will still be difficult to compete with speedy DDs like Nathan until you get used to the new combat tactics. However, in the long run they could reap huge benefits. Walker asked how much, if translated into monetary equivalent. The manager thought for a moment and said that in his opinion it was over $10 million. If he does master the style, then when he signs a new contract he will be able to raise his annual fee by this amount. Walker thought about it. $10 million, that sounds good. The red-haired American told his manager to send the sum to Dick Perry immediately. John Kim was shocked that this was such a huge fee for a consultation. Walker was confident that he would drag Dick Perry into the battle arena. You just have to wait a little while for the circumstances to work out properly. The fight with Dick impressed Walker greatly. Such players should definitely be in the battle and make the game more interesting. The Seoul National Stadium, built specifically for the Battle of the Superhumans, was packed to capacity. Today, fans of the battle had a real holiday. The A-match Korea versus USA began. Finally, the day had arrived. The historic moment. And fans, warmed by the news, flocked to the spectacle. The presenters were confident that the audience was eagerly awaiting the meeting of these two teams. War heroes Dick Perry and the star of the American Battle of the Supermen Gerald Walker will soon find out how their confrontation will end. And now the commentators will introduce the participants of today's game to the viewers. The presenters listed the members of the Korean team first, each one, and what positions they played in. 11 players from the American team were then named. There were many world-class star players among the guests in Seoul, so there will be something to see. Baika-ho also took part in the battle. All team members are aces in their field, so the spectators are eagerly awaiting the results of the match. Famous American player Gerald Walker played the role of a tank. Many people want to see the player Becca in her new role. Dick Perry really hoped that Becca would not let him down. This dungeon is an old castle from the underworld, guarded by an army of skeletons. Martha Borney's palace. The dungeon has 3 floors, and each of them has its own boss. On the first floor, there is a skeleton warrior. On the second floor, there is a death knight. On the third floor, there is a bone dragon and a lich waiting. Many people are watching the game for the first time today, so it's important to explain the rules of the Battle of Superhumans. To win, you need to destroy the enemy team. Points are given for killing monsters and players of the other team. More points, more bonus, color changes depending on their number. The main rules of the game that had begun and the meaning of the color indicators lit up on the huge screen. The host suggested greeting the participants. It was time to find out how this meeting would end. So, the game began. The players proceeded to their capsules and soon their avatars appeared in the cyber arena. The players entered the first floor of the dungeon, exploring the very first location with monsters. So far, both teams have been moving on their own, encountering only monsters. The Americans moved quite quickly. On the first floor, the US team immediately encounters skeletons. The battle begins. The monsters rush at the players, but the players are not afraid. They begin the hunt. Just look at these confident movements. The skeletons' heads fly in different directions. Even though the athletes attack slowly, they still move very confidently. There are a lot of monsters. They are trying to encircle the American players and destroy their defense. Thanks to precise and timely strikes, the players organize an excellent defense, a real iron wall. The arena's guests confidently and methodically move through the dungeon, destroying the attacking monsters. So far, the game is calm and without surprises, even a little boring. Perhaps this is just a warm-up. I wonder what is going on with the Korean team at this moment. Becca, armed and trained by Dick Perry, was confident that she had to do what she had learned. So it's time to turn our attention to Team Korea. Just look at how fast they're moving. The presenters can't understand what's going on there. The Korean national team has radically changed its tactics. Commentators and spectators were at a loss to guess what the Korean team was doing. The players run past the surprised monsters. It turns out that the Korean team is moving at high speed across the location. They ignore opponents even in the second zone. The fighters just run past. Bill watched his team. He said that they were doing well. They needed to keep moving forward. If everything works out, the Korean team will win. The commentators were surprised, because the Korean team was previously known for its protracted game. The audience was confused most likely. Now they have a clear goal to defeat the boss. The risk is very high, but success will bring a lot of points at once. And if you kill the leader, the first floor will be closed for a while. This will give the Korean fighters a head start against the fighters from the States, who are currently fighting skeletons. Finally, the Korean fighters reached the boss. The audience held their breath. Will the team cope with such a task? The Korean team players approached the first floor boss, the skeleton warrior. The system showed that the boss fight was starting, and both humans and their opponent were ready to meet. The Korean players started the fight against a strong enemy in a coordinated manner. It felt like it was planned in advance. Father and daughter were tense. Becca was rapidly flying ahead in the game. She really wanted to beat the Americans. The father, the head coach of the national team, also hoped that his students would be able to win. The commentators said that right now the Korean players are going on the attack, but Walker is waiting for something. The presenters did not understand what was happening. The American athletes did not seem to be going to fight. How can I describe everything that is happening? The Korean team is successfully fighting the skeleton warrior. The guys are using new tactics. The American players were happy. The Koreans took the bait, and someone suggested going straight to the second floor before the first one was closed. But Walker said that we had to wait a little longer. We had to enter the area with the boss, but Walker didn't think he could do it quickly. One of the players said that he could lend Walker his strength. The battle between the Korean players and the boss was in full swing. They almost defeated him, a little more, and the boss of the first floor will be defeated by the Korean athletes. The captain shouted at Beck to finish him off. Everyone else had to cover the girl. Becca approached the boss. A few more sword strikes and the monster would fall, and the team would get points. And then Becca felt that she was being attacked by an enemy, and it was not the boss of the first floor. The girl saw with horror that an American athlete was flying towards her. Walker hit Becca at high speed. She didn't understand what kind of nonsense it was, where it came from. The Korean team of players froze in surprise as Gerald Walker suddenly appeared. The player used the hurricane, the super strength of his teammate, and attacked the Korean team. Bill Ho gritted his teeth. That psycho Walker moved so quickly that no one had time to do anything. Walker targeted Bika specifically because she was the strongest player on the opposing team. The system reported that Baeka Ho was killed. The spirit of the Korean team was broken. Their strongest player was eliminated. American players admitted that it was a good decision to start looking for the boss right away. However, whatever the Koreans' plan, the only thing that matters is victory, and the Americans got it. Walker laughed loudly. The first floor boss had not yet been killed, and the players were confused. Instead of Becky, Walker attacked the boss, while the opposing team members watched their fight. Soon, the system reported that the skeleton warrior had been destroyed, and the first floor would be closed in 10 minutes. The American team's fighters rushed as fast as they could to where their opponents were. Walker said with a wry smile that it was time to end things here. The game had dragged on long enough. The American team members attacked the Koreans with lightning speed. They burst into the location as if they had been waiting around the corner. Literally in a few minutes, everything was over. Almost all the fighters of the Korean team were killed. The commentator reported that a team from the USA suddenly appeared and instantly destroyed the Korean team without encountering any resistance. The commentators felt sorry for the Korean fighters, because they had already had a hard time during the battle with the floor boss, a complete rout. All but one player from the Korean team were killed, and Walker was satisfied with the result. The American team didn't lose a single player in this round, and they won easily. So far, everything was going exactly as the red-haired American tank had planned to meet Perry in the game. He leaned over the last surviving player, swung his axe at him, and said they were done for the day. The Korean athlete didn't even resist, didn't try to dodge. He silently waited for the blow. Walker brought his heavy axe down on the opposing player's head, splitting his skull. The entire battlefield was covered in the blood of the home team players, and the Korean national team lost again. The first round ended with a score of 0-11, and the hosts announced that Team USA was finishing the first round with an impressive result. The second round will begin after both teams have recovered their strength. Upset, Becca walked along the corridor of the association. She believed in victory so much, but her hopes were dashed. They lost again. The girl didn't know what to do. Even training under her uncle's guidance didn't bring results. Becca walked into the room where the whole team usually gathered. Dick Perry was already there. He said that since everyone was here, it was time to start and told the players to listen to him carefully. The girl was shocked. Dick said he cried tears of blood watching them play. The team should listen to his advice. One of the players objected that their coach was Bill Ho, to which Perry told him to shut up. Dick had no desire to get involved in this, but he decided to take pity on his country's players. Perry understood their idea, but this was not enough to win. The Americans were stronger in all respects, in experience, in skills, and so on. Perry said that they could fight 1,000 more times, but they would still lose. The chances of winning were 0. But they don't think they came here just to hear this, and now they have to prick up their ears. Dick smiled slyly and said that he would help them defeat at least Gerald Walker. Perry said that Martha Borney's palace was one of the dungeons that he went through with the association's president. This is not a difficult location, only the 3rd floor is dangerous. But with the skills of the Korean team players, even getting there is a problem. Perry advised them to remember this and think through their strategy. They had a good plan in the first round. It would be great if it worked, so the first thing that needs to be organized is reconnaissance. Sure, killing the boss before everyone else is great, but you can't forget about the main enemy. You need to keep an eye on the other players. They wanted to get to the main room of the main monster faster, but did not explore the situation. Secondly, they need to think ahead. After defeating the boss, they still have to fight the US team. What state would they be in at this point if Walker had killed Becky right away? What would the team do next? They lost completely because they lost sight of the very basics of combat tactics and strategy. Perry was horrified to think it was the national team. Oh, poor Bill Ho. The way he works with them. Perry continued talking to the fighters. There was no point in discussing the past. Let's end the conversation about the first round. But the players thought that Dick himself started this conversation. Perry got to the heart of the matter. He promised to tell the players what to do next to win the next round. The commentators announced the start of the second round, and now the US team is much more active. Looks like they're going to use a 6-5 formation this round. The fastest of them will grab the best players of the Korean team, and Walker and the rest will finish them off. This tactic suits the team's ace Gerald Walker best, in which case the Korean team will definitely lose. The fans watched the game with bated breath. No, it was impossible. Baeka, having barely appeared on the battlefield, immediately rushed forward. What tactics will the Korean players show their fans in this round, and what will be the result? The girl behaved very confidently and calmly on the playing field. She knew exactly what she needed to do. The commentators really hoped that this time the players would not let their fans down. The Korean team usually played defensively, But what the fans see now is that Baeka Ho has changed her position and is acting in a new way, just like the rest of the team. Dick Perry was pleased to see the team start playing in a new way. He was pleased. They were doing well. Perry was confident that if the players did everything as he told them, they would have a chance to win. Baeka hoped that this time they would definitely win. The map showed that there was an American team scout standing very close to the boss. The scout reported to Walker that he did not see any Koreans. There was only one road, which meant that the Korean players would go after the Americans. The advance party and the covering party were approaching the scout. Walker thought that they had seen the new Korean tactics in the first round. The red-haired big guy was sure that it was only a matter of time before he met Dick Perry. The American was interested in what Perry was like in a real fight, and whether they were really head and shoulders above all the other players. Walker turned sharply at some strange noise. He did not understand what was happening. It felt like the space above the American team had exploded. But it was the wall of the dungeon that had exploded. Purple flashes began to swirl above the Americans, and players from the Korean team began to rain down on them from a hole in the wall. The Americans were at a loss, and the Korean fighters, weapons at the ready with determined faces, flew at their opponents. The home team's opponents were dumbfounded. The Korean team. Where did they come from? How could they get past the scout? The always self-confident Americans realized that they were losing control of the situation. It turned out that the Korean national team is not so simple and is capable of presenting unexpected surprises. The opponents literally fell on the heads of the American team players and entered into a decisive battle. Dick Perry told the players to listen carefully. He speaks once. The main thing is intelligence. Baeka will do this because she is the fastest, and if it turns out that there will be less than 5 people with Walker, then they will not catch monsters and the boss. There is only one road to Marta Borni's palace, as everyone who has played battle knows. But there is another passage, a secret one, known only to those who have been in a real dungeon. Baeka Ho will go through it and scout out the situation. It is difficult to find this passage, since it is somewhere in the wall, but Dick will help with the search. This way, the Korean team will be able to find out what the opposing team is really planning. All 11 players will then make their way through a secret passage, split into 2 groups, and attack Team USA. Everything turned out exactly as Perry said, to the great delight of the audience and the horror of his opponents. When the Korean team literally fell on the heads of the Americans, they were at a loss. Dick Perry promised his countrymen that this time they would kick their asses for all their losses. The Korean team rushed at their opponents. Dick Perry gave another piece of advice. He told Baeka that Walker needed to be hit in the legs. The girl was very surprised, because Walker is known as a close combat fighter. How could his legs be his weak point? Perry chuckled. And just like that, Dick explained that Walker had changed the shield to move faster. But now it is much more difficult for him to protect both himself and others. Most likely he is not yet used to the small shield. It's not that it's a weak spot, but with the Korean team's preparation, it's better to aim there. After winning the first round, the Americans are under pressure to continue not giving the Koreans a single point, so they are a little on edge. Therefore, it is important to approach unnoticed and attack suddenly, using all your strength and superpowers. This is the new strategy, and if players do this, they are guaranteed to be able to turn the tide of the match. So go ahead. Baeka rushed into battle and mentally thanked her uncle. She was faster than the wind. Dick Perry's original plan worked. Now it's up to the players themselves to make it work. The Korean team attacks quickly. The US fighters don't have time to react. Baeka bravely rushed to attack Walker. She remembered her uncle's advice well. Today she must not lose. The support cast a fire focus aura on Baeka to increase her chances of winning. Fire focus skill weakens and suppresses nearby enemies. This time Baeka rushed at Walker herself, without waiting for his attack. The system reported that Gerald Walker had 2 murders. The red-haired American was very angry. These Koreans appeared very quickly, and out of nowhere, and up until that moment, Walker was completely confident of victory. But now it doesn't seem so clear-cut. The Korean players are fighting much harder in this round. And this girl, the head coach's daughter, clearly intends to take revenge. Now Becky already had 2 kills. The Korean supports were hitting the Americans from behind. Walker swore. The system reported 3 kills for Gerald Walker. The red-haired fighter growled for the whole team to gather. The situation was critical. Walker understood that it would be a long time before the advance party reached them. The big guy fought with all his might, reminding the players that they were stronger than their opponents. Victory would be theirs, but they had to try. Now there were only 3 of them, and 8 enemies. The American players prepared for a serious fight. The Koreans were pressing them. This time the Korean team used all the superpowers they had. Walker encouraged his players, saying they could still get through it. The system reported that Gerald Walker already had 4 kills. He was pulling out the team. Becca was rushing towards Walker. She really wanted to get revenge. The red-bearded man was distracted by other players and did not immediately notice the danger approaching him. Turning around, he saw a girl quickly approaching and cursed. Walker covered himself with his shield. He knew that the strongest fighter of the enemy team was approaching him. Where did she come from? She wasn't here a second ago, but Becca had already run up to Walker. Baeka Ho managed to inflict a wound on the famous tank. The wound was not fatal, only his pride was damaged. Walker didn't even have time to gasp before his leg was wrapped in Becky's whip. She yanked it and struck it exactly as Dick Perry had taught her to knock the famous player off his feet. The commentators were incoherently telling us that the US team had been attacked suddenly and was trying to hold its ground. But the Korean players are in a more advantageous position. Even though the team lost 7, they were able to kill 3 opponents. Inspired by the unprecedented result, the Koreans demonstrated enviable fighting qualities. Becca approached the wounded Walker with a sword. Like a living embodiment of vengeance, the confused Americans said that they began to fight in a completely different way. Had Dick Perry taught them that Becky's sword was aimed straight at the hated Walker's head? The wounded American smiled wryly. It looked like he had lost this fight, 1 blow and he was out of the game. Commentators were excited to tell how the Korean team had achieved an incredible result. Korea versus USA. 5 American fighters out of the game. Team Korea pulls away. Bill Ho watched the progress of the fight with bated breath. It seemed that the tactics proposed by Dick Perry worked. Dick was pleased. He went up to Bill and asked if he had seen it, because Perry had said that now they would give that arrogant Walker a beating. The Americans have already lost 5 fighters in the match, which means Dick will not have to participate in the game. The second round is ending. For the first time, the Korean team was able to surprise everyone. No one expected anything like this from them. However, unfortunately, the match ended with the American team winning 0-2. If Team Korea hadn't been attacked by the second half of Team USA, this round would have been much more interesting. Walker emerged from his game capsule in great irritation, having been defeated by some girl. This is a reason to think seriously. It seems they seriously underestimated their opponents and paid for it. Walker looked at the scoreboard with regret, of course. There was no talk of the team losing, but his plan had failed. The presenters said with delight that one way or another, the Korean team still killed 5 opponents. They hadn't had such a result for a long time. It's worth noting the impressive moment with the explosion of the dungeon wall. It was the culmination of today's match. The spectators in the stands enthusiastically welcomed their players, who were at their best today. And at the center of it all is the first player, the captain of the Korean team, who personally made 4 out of 5 kills. This is the wonderful Baeka Ho, a young beauty, the daughter of one of the 7 saviors of humanity, and the head coach of the Korean national team. After the end of the second round, a press conference was held, which was given by the head coach of the Korean national team. A reporter from the HBC Sports TV channel asked the head coach to tell about the team captain Baek Ho. In this round, the head coach's charges were able to show themselves from a completely new side. The journalist asked the coach to express his thoughts and impressions about today's battle. Bill said that his team and he thought it was a great experience. They got a good result and they are not going to stop there. The reporter asked Bill about them using a secret tunnel in the second round, and it was very impressive. But how did they come up with this? Ho laughed. He is sure many were surprised by such a move. The game was taking place in an ambiguous location, so before the second round they asked for special help from a man who had been to this dungeon himself more than once. Perry listened to this interview with caution, hoping that Bill would not name him. Ho really wanted to tell him that this was the plan of his old friend and leader of the 7 saviors, but Dick forbade him to do so. Perry gritted his teeth. He was sure that Ho was up to something again, that he would come up with some kind of trap for him again. But then a smiling Baeka Ho appeared on the stage. Today the girl was the real heroine of the day. The journalist said that Baeka showed an amazing result in today's game. Perhaps she has a new approach to training. The girl said that her uncle works with her a lot. The secret move was his idea, as was the new tactic in today's match. Perry cursed as he watched the interview. Dick sighed heavily. Why did they always mention him in their conversations? They're just telling the truth. The association president quietly came up behind him and stood next to Dick. Pack asked Dick if he still couldn't calm down. No one wished him harm. Perry rudely asked the sly Puck what the hell he was doing here again. Dick pointed at the TV screen and said that Puck was in charge here, so he should go and give an interview. The president replied that he was too old for interviews, and that he was fine here. But Perry snapped. He didn't believe him, and asked why he was hanging around him. The president smiled. Did he really need a reason to stand next to Dick? Just remembering the old days, nothing more. Puck asked if anyone else knew about the secret passage besides the 2 of them. The tactics of the fight in the second round, after all, Dick's idea to use the tunnel was, of course, too much. This is sport, not war. Dick said he would gladly come up with something else. But the Korean guys were inferior to the other team in all respects, so this option seemed like the best solution. Park Jin also noticed that Dick was teaching Baeku. He got the feeling that she had adopted Dick's fighting style. Perry grumbled that it was like he had any desire to teach her. Dick reluctantly rose from the bench. The president of the association said that he was glad to see Perry's plan in action. He had a special talent. Dick laughed, shrugged, and said he admitted he was amazing. The president suggested that he consider whether he would like to find a better use for his skills. Perry asked what nonsense this was. He had already won the bet, so there was no talk of a fight. Pak promised that he wouldn't ask again if he refused this time. This was the last offer. But first we need to listen. A new season, the Major League, is starting very soon. Perry asked if he really wanted to ask him to participate in this game. The president waved his hand and said no. That would be too impudent of him. But it would be really cool if Perry just joined the team in the very first round. And that's it. The president was sure that Perry would refuse, but it was worth asking. And unexpectedly, Dick said that he would think about it. This answer greatly surprised the president, and he exclaimed in surprise what he had said. Dick asked if his grandfather had gone completely deaf. He said that he would think about his proposal and give an answer. The president recalled Dick's indignation because he could have refused immediately. Pak thought that perhaps it would not be as difficult as he had thought just recently. After watching Beck fight, Perry thought it was pretty interesting. It was always interesting to watch, but it was even more interesting to be a participant, so he decided to think about it. Dick told the surprised president that the real dungeons had disappeared anyway, and that the only way to test one's strength was in the battle of the superhumans. The delighted president grabbed Dick Perry into his arms, ruffled his hair, and shouted that it was a great idea. He said it so coolly. Park showed Perry that the video of Team Korea in the A match had received several million views in just 1 hour. The video with the best moments from the A match, especially Becky's fights, became the leader in views. Social media was flooded with rave reviews of the match, with Korean fans heaping praise on the team. But it was Dick Perry who received the most compliments. Fans learned that he was the author of the idea to go through the secret passage. Perry tried to break free from the president's embrace, grumbling that yes, this was all good, just so he would leave him alone. He almost strangled him. He seemed old, but he had more than enough strength. Pak laughed loudly. He was just glad that Dick agreed. Perry snapped. He only said he would think about it. There was no point in getting his hopes up. The chances were 50-50. The president of the association laughed and said, "Of course, but you have to think about it very carefully." Perry asked, "So, with the major leagues starting soon, they have to pick the best of the best for such an event." Dick didn't like all this. Puck thought that Dick was a quick thinker. Perry said, "In any case, even if he agrees, he has his own conditions." The president's face lengthened. "What conditions?" He asked Dick to at least hint at what he wanted. Puck didn't know what it was about, but he was ready to do whatever Perry wanted. Dick Perry smiled. That was a great answer. He already had something in mind. The action moved to Bill Ho's house, where Perry continued to live with the head coach's family. Dick made Bill take up arms again, which he had not touched for 17 years, since the war. The head coach of the national team did not understand what was happening, but nevertheless obediently armed himself. He stood there wearing glasses and holding a sword in his hands, which he had not picked up for a very long time. Bill became hysterical and asked how to understand all this. Dick, armed with a pike, said that the old man promised to fulfill any of his wishes if he agreed to participate in a battle with pro-level teams. A new life began for Dick, and he would have happily spent it on the couch in front of the TV. But he decided otherwise. Perry was silent for a moment. Now he was completely sure that he had made the right decision. Bill didn't understand anything. He asked his old friend what he was talking about. Dick grabbed his head since he had decided to take on this. He needed to do it properly. Perry didn't think he needed training given the level of the players, but he knows he'll have to carry the whole team with him if he does. Bill apologized for not training them well, and it's understandable why Perry wants to do that. But what does it have to do with him, Bill? Dick replied that, besides Becky, Bill was the next person who was anyone, and who else but Dick could kill him? Bill flared up. Kill him? Never in a million years, Perry smiled. They'll see about that. He hasn't held a weapon in his hands for 17 years. Perry laughed. Did the great coach really decide to scare Dick? Perry advised Bill to trust him, and then he would try to get him in shape in the remaining time. Bill wilted and asked why he had done this. Ho told Perry that he was not as strong as he used to be. He was already 48 years old. But Dick replied to his old friend that it was enough to make excuses, and that he needed to regain his strength. Perry turned his analytical gaze on Bill. and he immediately gave him his characteristics. Yes, Bill had indeed become weaker over the years, but Dick was confident that it would not be that difficult to restore his skills with the proper level of training. Perry looked at Bill and said cheerfully that hell was starting tomorrow. Let him get ready. Ho broke out in a sweat and realized that it was all over for him. His relatively calm life was over. Dick Perry gave Puck 2 conditions. First, he would be on the team with Becky, and he didn't need noobs who would leave right away. And second, Bill Ho would also participate. The president turned to Dick and imagined how many sponsors would appear when 2 of the 7 saviors acted as a team. Park Jin picked up the phone and made a call. He told the caller that he had a request. The newspaper headlines were full of news that Dick Perry would take part in one of the battles in the upcoming Korean Championship. It was also written that Bill Ho will also take part in the battle the legendary family is preparing for battle, together with Dick Perry. Perry scolded Bill. There was only a week left before the match. He asked what he taught him before. Bill answered that if the technique is lame, you need to move a split second faster than your opponent. Dick reproachfully chided Bill that he still remembered his lessons, and an embarrassed Ho said that he would try to move faster. Bill concentrated, immersed himself in his superpower, trusted it, and green flashes appeared around him. With great acceleration, Ho rushed towards Dick, swinging his sword. Super fast Bill was hard to even catch a glimpse of. His trail was visible only by his green footprints. In the blink of an eye, he was at Perry's side and struck the shield several times, Dick holding out his sword to defend himself from his former student. Having completed the instant attack, Bill Ho returned to his place just as quickly. Smiling, Bill asked Dick what he would say this time. It seemed to work out better. Dick answered well, but it seemed he forgot that before he managed to hit 3 times in the same time, and not once. Bill laughed. That was 17 years ago, so he should be given a break. Ho grabbed his lower back and said that he was very tired, and it was so difficult at his age to train again. Dick laughed and reminded them that he would have called this training more of a warm-up before, so there was no point in whining. They needed to move on. Bill was taken aback. They had already been hanging around on the training ground for 8 hours. Perry grinned as if he cared. There was a series coming up on TV soon, so he needed to train for the pace. Bill smiled. Dick was still 30 years old, and he was already 48. Ho told Dick that he had to go somewhere today, so the show was cancelled. Perry was upset. It turned out that they needed to go to the Korean Superhuman Battle Association. The assistant Dick had already met greeted him warmly, and he turned out to be the head of the association's development department, named Johan Kim. He asked Perry because he came to test his avatar. Johan introduced Brown Turner and the World Battle Association. Today, he was supposed to help Dick. Perry was wary. He wanted to clarify something. Hadn't they already done this test? He fought Walker, killed the monster. What else was needed? Johan explained that the last time the test only concerned his physical capabilities, but everything else needed to be analyzed as well. This is necessary so that his avatar matches its owner as closely as possible. Of course, there have been no problems with full synchronization yet, but it is better to be on the safe side. Dick was very surprised. In what sense is complete synchronization? Is it possible? Kim shook his head and said that his avatar was literally him in the virtual world. Johan explained that the avatar could even reveal skills that had not yet appeared. Perry was puzzled. He didn't know technology had advanced so far. Kim laughed. Their system was unique, so it was kept secret, and employees were scattered all over the world. Perry wondered why it was a secret. Wasn't it just an IT development? Kim replied, "You could say that, but they say the system is based on someone's supernatural powers." Perry found this strange, the power being to copy the real world. Dick asked Kim if he knew how it all worked. It is possible that those who created the superhuman battle system have other goals besides the creation and development of esports. But after thinking for a bit, Dick decided that even so, if real monsters burst into our world, he would be happy to fry them all. Kim thought that Dick's character was certainly not simple. He needed to be more careful and suggested starting synchronization. First, they suggested checking his strength, agility, and aura. The avatar requires a perfect likeness, so Dick needs to try. It was suggested to start with a strength test. Dick agreed. He went up to a strange stand with an ordinary handle sticking out of it. He was told that he just needed to pull the handle. Dick tugged at the handle on the stand, then released it, and it slammed back into place. Perry looked impatiently at the scoreboard, which was on the same stand. The number 813 appeared on the red plate. Johan said that this was a great result. They could try again. Dick pulled the handle a couple more times. The result was approximately the same, plus or minus a point. He looked at his human data with his analyzing gaze. It turned out that his strength was 79. This surprised him greatly. He didn't think that his strength was so low. Dick asked what to do next. Kim was puzzled. Such a strength indicator was too low for a hero. Now it was necessary to test Perry's dexterity. Johan asked if he could see switches on the sides. When the signal sounded, he would need to press them one by one. Perry was starting to find this amusing. He said okay and prepared for testing. Dick concentrated, mentally measuring the distance and estimating the trajectory to each point. After the signal, he immediately pressed both points, but so quickly that they couldn't even notice him. People watching from the audience were shocked. Who would have thought that a tank could move so fast? The test was completed and Perry stopped to recover. He asked eagerly how much it was. His test was 963. It was amazing. But Dick knew he could do better. He decided to hit 970. Perry suggested repeating the test. This time the test result was 971, which was significantly higher than the first test. The observers opened their mouths. Wow, he even scored more than 970. Perry asked what the best result was. Kim replied that there was one player who had 1007. Dick clarified that it was Nathan Bernard. Kim was surprised that Dick knew about him. Perry replied that Ho showed some videos, so yes, he knows about him. Dick smiled. They say that Nathan is as fast as his friend in his youth, although it is unlikely that he would have surpassed even Ho with his agility indicators. Perry was warming up. Kim said they needed to move on. Dick was starting to like it here and was amused by the fact that he could get points here. Now he wanted to get agility 975. Dick went into himself and tried to concentrate as much as possible on the goal. The fighter gathered all his willpower into a fist and ordered himself to concentrate. Perry didn't understand why they had decided to do this test today, whether he was in such excellent shape. In general, everything that was happening in this association of the Battle of Supermen seemed strange and vague to Dick. Awakening his willpower, Dick felt light coming from his eyes. He was filled with an unprecedented energy. The next test began, and now observers saw only the light waves that Dick Perry left behind from his movement. They couldn't even see him. The people in the hall couldn't believe their eyes. He really did become much faster, but why? Dick began to slow down. The test was over, and he himself was curious to see how far he could surpass his own abilities. Perry waited impatiently for the result, and finally he asked those in the room what the numbers were. They didn't answer him right away. Everyone was simply confused. They thought it was impossible. Perry was confident that this time the results should be better, and asked how many points he had. Johan replied that his result was 1007, and that Nathan Bernard, the fastest Superman in the world, had the same result. Dick was surprised by this. His agility was 97, worse than those boys. But he was able to show the same result as them. Well, maybe Dick can push his limits. Perry said he had one more idea. He wanted to check something else and asked to do the strength test again. Johan agreed. Kim said the test would be the same as last time and told Dick he could start whenever he was ready. Perry took hold of the pen. The most important thing is concentration. He looked inside himself, concentrated, and at a certain moment an inner voice told him that he needed to do this now. On an internal signal, Dick pulled the handle on the stand with all his might. The astonished observers, their eyes wide open, looked at the numbers. The figures had risen again. Perry asked how much, and was told that his score was 890, which was much better than the previous test. The player was asked if this was enough, but Dick said he wanted to try to improve the result even more. Dick understood that he had been able to surpass his limits in both strength and agility. But why? Was it possible to become stronger so quickly? This is wrong. Such rapid growth should not be associated only with concentration, but he already had something like this. He had experienced this feeling once before. It was in a past life, and this feeling still lives within him. It was incredibly difficult to pass the last dungeon. Strong demons with powerful magic could kill him at any moment. Then, being on the threshold of death, he was able to increase all his indicators, and he achieved this thanks to his willpower. Perhaps this power is still working today. Dick wondered what the point was in fighting at all then. With immortality and willpower, he could win against anyone. Perry felt as if someone specifically wanted him to participate in the battle and win. Kim continued testing. Now it was time to test the aura. He asked Dick to look at the sphere in front of him. Then he needed to touch it and let his aura in. The sphere would react to it. Perry was surprised. Before they worked with weapons and simply estimated by eye who was stronger, Kim replied that now they can measure the aura with an accuracy of up to a point. Johan added that, as a rule, the aura indicator is valued more than others, because the aura value is determined at the moment of awakening of powers, and usually does not change. Dick knew this. It was difficult to increase the aura indicator even through training. His aura after waking up was about 96. He wanted to increase it to 100, but no training helped him. However, Dick could now change this situation. He carefully raised his hand over the sphere. People watching the hall could not stop being amazed. His aura was getting bigger and bigger. Dick felt that his aura was now exactly 100, which was the maximum a person could achieve. Perry continued to influence the sphere, trying to increase his aura level. The system reported that the aura test was complete. The sphere turned purple. The representative of the International Association of Battle of Heroes could not contain himself and loudly exclaimed. The scoreboard showed the aura value of 1030. Perry, smiling, asked what his aura value was. Kim said that a new record had been set, this being the largest number in human history. An amazed Johan Kim told Dick Perry that he had just set a new record. Dick laughed cheerfully and said, "Of course, it was him." The previous record belonged to Sharan from the Seven Saviors. Her result was 1012. Dick was surprised that this little one had the best result on the planet. Yes, Kim didn't think that someone cooler would appear. Perry remembered that her aura indicator was really serious. This girl's physical strength was at rock bottom, but due to her self-confidence she always moved forward. Perry laughed as he imagined how angry she would be now. Johan said that all the tests were passed, but he had something to add. Dick did not understand what. Kim reminded him that he would not be able to use his immortal superpower during the match, and Perry thought that was fair. Kim said he was sorry to limit Perry's natural abilities, but the association was willing to compensate him for the inconvenience. Dick chuckled, saying that they should limit it to health. He was sure that he would hardly need immortality, but Perry would not refuse monetary compensation. A strange man in a hooded cloak addressed the assembled crowd, calling them brothers and sisters. The preacher said that only he could save them. The only ray of light in this world, they must believe in him with all their hearts. Through faith, they will find peace, because he offered to see the face of the Savior. For their sake, he rose from the dead. Immortal, legendary Dick Perry, incredible strength, immortal man or God, their Savior, Mr. Dick Perry. A strange preacher offered to show him his faith. The time of salvation would come very soon. The assembled fanatics shouted Dick's name and shook their fists. When Dick and Bill left the association building, all the streets in the area were filled with these strange people in blue cloaks with hoods. Dick didn't understand anything. He asked Bill who these idiots were who filled the street and wouldn't let him pass. The crowd shouted Dick's name at the top of their voices and cried out that he was their savior, the hero of this world, and that they believed in him. Confused, Dick asked who they were. They didn't look like journalists. Bill replied that they were Perry's community. They considered Dick their god. Dick was stunned. Perry's community. How could this be? What madness. He doesn't look like a god at all. And then Dick remembered that he seemed to have seen these guys from the hospital window. Bill confirmed that it really was them. A confused Perry asked Bill what the hell was going on with his godlikeness, and the head coach replied that they believed the world was about to end, and they saw Dick as their salvation. Dick was confused and asked if they had all gone crazy, but Bill said that Dick had returned to the world of the living. Therefore, they are absolutely sure that they are right. Dick did not like all this at all. The last thing he needed were fanatics. He asked if maybe he should teach them a lesson. Bill tried to stop Dick. He asked him to calm down and asked where he was going, but Dick answered. In what sense where, hadn't he heard? Despite Bill's warning, Dick pushed off the ground and jumped towards his fanatics. Like a hurricane, it swept over the heads of the stunned people and landed right next to them. Dick shouted for everyone to shut up quickly. People opened their mouths. Someone continued to shout that their hero, their savior, had come. But Perry barked at them to shut their mouths, or he would use his force. The frightened people fell silent. Dick said that at last they all shut up. Dick said that they probably knew who he was. People started shouting that yes, he was a hero. And then Dick yelled that they should stop following him around and get out of here. They were just a bunch of crazy morons. The shocked fans opened their mouths. Dick shouted that they apparently had fun stalking him all day. They didn't want to get a job. Perry asked who was in charge. Let him come out. He would show everyone what kind of savior he was. People whispered to each other that the savior was angry with them. Apparently they did something wrong. But this is impossible. He is the savior, which means this is a test of their faith. The fanatics decided that they had to show Perry the strength of their faith. And in response to Dick's statement, the believers began to shout his name even louder and more unanimously. Dick thought they were quite sick. No matter what he said, they worshipped him even more. At this time, Bill slowly approached from behind. He saw that Perry was not himself. He began to shake from the sectarians. Ho didn't know what to do with this crowd of abnormal people. He cursed quietly. Dick loudly told the cultists that they only had 10 seconds. If they didn't get out of here in 10 seconds, he would kill them all, turn the entire crowd into ashes, and no one would help them. Bill tried to stop him, But a few minutes later, the men who came for Dick were lying on the ground in their blue hoods. They were all unconscious, alive but stunned, and quite frightened by their newfound deity. Dick sat on a crowd of his admirers, lifting the baby by the scruff of the neck. He asked the child if he would continue to follow him. The frightened child screamed that he wouldn't. Dick said that was the correct answer. Perry advised the child to try to think with his own head from now on, and not listen to others, and now the kid can get out of here. Dick jumped over the wall, told Bill that he was finished, and they could get back to training. A stunned Bill told his friend that he was a complete psycho. Dick laughed. It seemed like a compliment, but they were nuts, and what the hell was this cult about? But Bill was in a hurry. He said that they needed to leave already because now the journalists would come running. Dick joked that they could also be beaten up. Ho explained to his friend that he didn't understand that this would attract even more attention to himself. Dick was perplexed as to what he had to do with it. At this time, a strange creature in a brown cloak with a hood appeared on the horizon. It watched what was happening with curiosity, and laughed at the new savior. Dick, fighting off his friend's attacks, said that journalists would be less likely to poke their noses into other people's lives if they were beaten. And then Dick felt a very strange distortion of space. Perry became wary. Bill asked what was wrong with Dick. Perry felt like someone from another world had moved to them, but he replied that it seemed like it was his imagination. The day of the match came, at Incheon National Airport. People noticed a very famous person who had come to Korea for the match. Joe Pellman, an agent of the Superhuman Battle Association, personally came to Korea, probably because of Dick Perry's participation in the competition. The agent has not been to Korea for 15 years, and hopes that the era of Supermen has returned to this beautiful country. The assistant smiled. Many talents were born here, whom he took to the USA and became the #1 agent. Joe objected he could not take the best. The girl replied that Bill Ho does not participate in the battle. The 7 saviors never showed any interest in it, of which only Sharan showed interest because she was still young, but quickly declined when she learned that the game would impose restrictions on her. Pellman shrugged. What can you do? But her test scores were superior to everyone else's. She alone could finish off the opposing team in an 11-on-11 match. Pellman had missed them then, but he was sure he wouldn't miss them now. The best fighter would be his. Dick Perry, the hero of humanity. The girl called out to Joe Pellman and drew his attention to another man who had arrived at the airport. A man in dark glasses and jeans was walking through the international airport. It was Jake Rand, a superhuman, an agent of the Battle of the Superhumans of Europe Association. Pellman didn't know what to say. He only whispered Rand's name. He didn't expect to see him here. Jake laughed. Was it really Joe Pellman himself who had come? While the journalists were snapping pictures of the meeting of the 2 great agents, Rand smiled and said, "Let this fight be fair." Pellman gritted his teeth. Easy for Jake to say. Both famous agents glared at each other as if to say that neither of them would lose under any circumstances, and the journalists were delighted. 2 flashy men, laden with jewels, landed on Korean soil. One of them said that this man, Dick Perry, had destroyed their dungeon business and was showing up here so calmly. The second one replied that he didn't think he'd see Perry among the battle participants. But they wouldn't leave it like that. The guests were the Moreau brothers, Jean Moreau and Philippe Moreau, owners of the Parisian Club Lumière. Smiling broadly, the French said they had to get Perry's autograph or sign a contract or something. So, the bounty hunters of Dick Perry met at the airport, each of them hoping that luck would smile on him. All these people hated each other, and they all came to Korea with one purpose. They came to get the best player in the world, to take Dick Perry with them. Each of them saw in it only their own profit, but for this they were ready to do anything. Suddenly, silence fell at the airport. A beautiful woman appeared, and only the sound of heels broke the silence. The untouchable of this world entered the airport. It was the youngest of the 7 saviors, Sharan. She wagged her finger at everyone, and asked where her little brother was. Dick Perry was surprised. There was a huge crowd of people around the stadium, he said. At least the population had decreased during the war. Bill snapped at him, saying that he shouldn't say that. Dick laughed. Okay, it's a fact. What's wrong with that? Ho asked Dick to try to control himself at least for today. Perry, stepping out of a luxury limousine, said he would think about it, but made no promises. Dick and Bill walked along the red carpet that stretched from their limousine to the entrance of the sports arena. Flashes of cameras were flashing all around. Dick smiled mysteriously and said that they would have fun today. As the men walked along the path, shouts of people calling Dick Perry by name could be heard from all sides. Bill sighed heavily. What was the point of all this? Perry chuckled. Bill should take better care of him. In the background, several men and women could be seen running towards them as fast as they could. They were journalists, shouting for Dick Perry and Bill Ho to give them an interview. Bill pushed Dick toward the reporters and asked him not to blurt out anything unnecessary. And then, just as Dick realized what was happening, Perry got angry and shouted that Bill had gone completely nuts. How could he be used as bait? But journalists were already shoving microphones and tape recorders in his face, asking how he could explain his desire to participate in today's game. Questions rained down on Dick like peas, asking him if he was afraid of losing to young athletes and what his mental and physical condition was. Did he know that Mrs. Sharan, one of the 7 saviors, was also here? Perry wondered if the little one had come to this match. Dick asked why she needed it. The reporter answered, "She announced to everyone that she had a little brother here." Perry didn't understand what little brother. Was he a little brother or something? Dick was very angry with Ho. He knocked on the wall very loudly. People around were surprised. Could it really be Dick Perry? He is one of the 7 saviors, a living legend. What real skills he has, wow. He came here himself. Perry approached Bill and asked if he had heard the amazing news. Ho asked what he was talking about. Perry said that Sharan had flown here. Becca, smiling, looked out from behind her father's shoulder and exclaimed in surprise, "Bill didn't know this." Ho patted Dick on the shoulder and told him to be careful. There were a lot of reporters here ready to tear him apart. Perry asked to be reminded who provoked the journalists and left him to be torn apart. Bill lowered his head. He asked not to talk like that, to better prepare for Sharan's appearance, since we're already talking about her. Did this little thing really fly in to take revenge on him? It's unlikely that it was for the sake of revenge. So many years have passed. Perry remembered Byakor 17 years ago, the Superman from China, Sharan, one of the Great 7, one of the 7 saviors. She was the only daughter of a wealthy family and successfully developed her abilities from childhood. At 17, she lived like a real queen. Her human willpower was 29 out of 40. Dick forced her to train. With tears in her eyes, the girl screamed that she couldn't do it anymore. Most of all, Sharan hated people like Dick Perry. She thought that such people were useless and always insulted. Perry, being the head of the saviors, forced her to train. He shouted at her to turn her head and think about what she was doing, to move faster, to use her strength and not to be a fool. Sharan clenched her teeth and cried. She thought that people like Dick always behaved like ugly things. One day, Perry told her that even a monkey could have done better and that Sharan had nothing but strength. When Perry told Bill and Beck about his relationship with Sharan, the girl sadly said that her uncle should buy a tuxedo. She was afraid that they were going to have a funeral. Bill winced and said that they would think about it later. There were more important things to do now. Ho gathered the players and addressed them, asking them all to listen to him before the match began. Many people should know how such battles take place, their order and rules. But now they have new players, so Bill tells it to everyone again. Today's match is a charity match. The athletes are divided into the Love Team and the Hope Team. As everyone knows, Team Love includes players from the national team, and Team Hope includes newcomers, except for Becky Ho. The leader of Team Hope will be him, Bill Ho. Today he will play as a player for the first time. Dick Perry will also be participating in the match and will join Team Hope as a tank. Bill smiled, saying that he was nervous because he hadn't held a gun in his hands for a long time, so he relied on each of the players. The vice captain of Team Hope shouted at Bill that they would not let him down and hoped that he would lead them to victory. Dick listened to Bill and thought that he was smooth-talking, that he knew how to make speeches, and that Bill Ho was really fit for the role of captain. Perry looked at Bill and Beku Ho with his analyzing gaze, their data and their superpower. He was sure that the 3 of them would make a good and powerful team. Dick turned his analytical gaze to the rest of the team. Unfortunately, the rest were neither fish nor fowl. Perry's attention was drawn to a very young member of the team, Bob Heck, who clapped for the captain and shouted that they believed in him. This man had quite good data, and his superpower consisted of the concentration of aura and internal strength. Dick Perry decided that this guy could be a good tank if he was trained properly, so he beckoned Bob over to him, telling him to come over to him. The boy ran up to the famous savior, said hello, introduced himself, and said what position he played. Dick stopped him. He didn't understand whether the boy was really playing in the place of the melee dealer. The guy got very excited. He shouted that he was in position in the close combat team, Dick thought. What kind of moron is he? Why is he shouting like that? I asked him to repeat. He doesn't tank, the boy reported. No way. Since childhood he wanted to become a tank like Perry. But he didn't have enough talent. Dick asked the boy about his superpower. He replied that he could use aura on his weapon. It turns out that this kid doesn't even know about his second power, which is why it is used in close combat. He was probably given the position only because of his appearance. Apparently the administrator looked at him, said that he was so puny and who was he going to tank, so he would be a dealer. Perry called out to Beck and said that he needed a shield, asked her to bring it. The girl immediately ran for the required weapon. Perry gave the shield to the young man. He was very surprised why he needed the shield. Dick said that there was no time at all, so he would only explain the base. The guy has to constantly move and protect the left side of the body with this shield, remove it, attack, move again, and defend. In general, defense, attack, defense, attack. The guy's face fell and he said that he was a main DD, but Dick said no, he was an idiot. What kind of DD guy would he be? The players watched this scene and thought, of course they had heard that Dick Perry was a real psycho. But to change a player's position at the first meeting, what was Bob Heck guilty of? Bill looked at Dick Perry's back and doubted whether they would really work together. Poor Bob looked questioningly at the captain. Bill said, great. Then 4 tanks, 6 dealers, 1 support, he agreed. Sometimes Bill began to doubt that he was the captain. Unhappy Bob saw that Bill was pretending not to hear him. The captain said that the positions in the game had been decided. Now it was time to take the suits. Perry, having put on the suit, asked why it was so light. Bill replied that indeed, the armor was light, but very strong and comfortable, wasn't it? Dick turned to Bill and asked him if everything was okay. You couldn't tell by his face. Ho replied that, not really. He didn't think that one day he would have to wear this uniform himself. Bill laughed and said that there would be no problems with weapons. He had prepared something especially for Dick. Perry took the pike offered to him, and indeed it fits perfectly in his hand, a good choice. Bill smiled. He said something special. Dick asked if it wasn't a real weapon from the time of saving the world. Ho laughed and told him not to make him laugh. They made this spear less than a year ago. Bill advised Dick not to relax. He really is very strong and has fought real monsters before. But the other players know how to fight people. They are weaker than Dick, but they have more experience in such battles. Or rather, they are more experienced than both of them. Dick smiled and told Captain Bill Ho not to worry. He and Bill would put on a great show for their older sister. The stands of the cyber arena were packed to capacity. The spectators were smiling and warmly welcoming the players. The battle began with a charity fight, with Team Hope and Team Love facing each other. Players from both teams lined up in rows, and even by their appearance it was easy to tell where the national team was. Perry saw that the opposing team's players were slightly superior to Dick's team. Although even with this gap, they could win. Dick asked Bill what he was guided by when choosing players. Bill answered that the main thing was that the indicators of both teams were approximately equal. Dick thought so, a standard type of selection, so as not to recruit too strong and too weak fighters into the team. Dick saw a player on the opposing team who was chewing gum and blowing bubbles. Perry thought, what kind of idiot is this? Although he has good characteristics, the guy's strength, agility, and speed were not bad. But his willpower, his mental strength, is not rock bottom, but the absolute rock bottom. His limit was 60, but he only developed it to 26. Perry was surprised that he had even been accepted into the team. Dick knew that in a real fight, this guy would have immediately gone wild. The young man noticed that Perry was looking at him attentively and asked why the man was staring at him. Dick asked if he was the one. The guy confirmed, yes, his uncle. The guy recognized Dick. He had seen him at the previous match, and he thought then that this soldier had decided to take part in the game after the war. But he has no idea what a battle of superhumans really is. Dick asked the young man which one he would be. It's obvious that he doesn't like Dick's appearance here. And of course, at the A match, Perry behaved just as arrogantly. The guy found this funny, considering that Perry had never participated in a superhuman battle before. Dick laughed. The guy's name was Shim Su. He asked irritably what he said that was funny. In this round, he would definitely kill Perry. Dick asked who his father was. It turned out that his father was the vice president of the association. So Dick guessed right. Shim Su didn't understand what he was getting at. But at that moment the commentators asked all the players to come into the arena. Dick jokingly said that they should go, but Shim Su did not calm down. He asked what he meant, what he knew about his father. But Dick was just curious as to how someone like him could raise such a young idiot. Perry said that with people like Shim Su around, he finds it hard to even breathe air. He basically hates arrogant bastards who hide behind someone's back. But Dick is grateful to him, because of him, Perry has a wild desire to play battle and kick his ass. So let the little rich kid get ready to eat the earth. Perry looked menacingly at Shim Su. The announcers were announcing the players when Dick Perry came out and the stands erupted. They were chanting his name. Dick looked around in surprise. The commentator said that the hour had finally come, and that we would finally all see Dick Perry in the Battle of Superhumans. Even though the match was a charity one, it is impossible to imagine a more interesting event. Today you can see many famous superhumans who came here as spectators. Gerald Walker, Joe Pellman, Jake Renta. Among the spectators was also Shiran, one of the 7 saviors, and next to her sat the Moreau brothers, owners of the Parisian club Lumière. The commentator said, "So the battle of superhumans begins. The first match will take place in the spiral cave of Ajas. It is 3 circles, in the center of which there is a secret path into the dungeon. The monsters in the cave are represented by skeletons, serpents, and spiders. Team Love represents the Korean national team, while Team Hope is made up of some members of the 7 saviors." 10 minutes before the game there was a briefing. Ho asked everyone to listen carefully. 2 teams would start moving at the same time. The starting point for the teams of Nadezhda was in the 5th sector. Team Love will start from Sector 1. These zones are opposite each other. Team Bill Ho will start hunting in Zone 5-1 and will move to 5-2, protecting them. Then Perry will go forward to Area 5-3 and kill the serpent, since this is the boss of the location. After killing him, the dungeon will be sealed, so you need to keep an eye on the time. Dick replied that he will do everything. The other team members were puzzled as to how he would kill the snake himself. Even super strong teams send at least 3 players. Bill continued the briefing, after which he proposed to clear the 6th sector and move to the inner ring. Most likely the enemy team would catch up with them somewhere along this stretch of the route. Beck and Dick Perry would deal with them, and Bill himself would be with them. The captain was sure that the 3 of them would definitely take everyone down. Dick thought they could go head-to-head with the entire team and win. Perry couldn't understand why Ho was so unsure of himself. Although for Dick, this is a great chance to understand the battle itself and just warm up, but already in the 2nd round. So the fighters entered the dungeon, Sector 5-1, the starting point for Nadezhda's team. Bill ordered the fighters to all go to their positions. Now the attack could begin. Baeka took her place next to one of the tanks. The girl's eyes were glowing. She couldn't wait to get into battle. Bill also took his place as a support player, and the head coach of the Korean team was noticeably worried. Dick Perry, in the role of a tank, also took the stand. He found all this quite amusing and brought variety to his life. The second tank was Bob Heck. He was panicking. Dick winked at Bob, grinned, and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. At this time, bug monsters, black nasty things with deadly legs, rushed at the players, and huge arthropods with glowing red eyes approached the players. Sector 1-1, the starting point for Team Love. The players are actively attacked by spider monsters. Team Love Captain Charlie Yan shouted at Shim-Su to attack the spiders with fire. The guy grumbled that there was no need to remind him. He already knew what to do. Shim-Su generated fire and directed it at the monsters. The red-eyed spiders caught fire, the evil raging within Shim-Su helping him generate a powerful fire charge. The guy was cursing. He was incredibly angry at this old man Dick Perry, who dared to make fun of him. He ruined the whole mood. Who does this old man think he is? This Perry is an idiot who doesn't understand who is who in this world. He's finished. Shim-Su swore he wouldn't leave him alone. Some 7 rescuers. Boring old men. The guy got so hot that his fire was already burning everywhere. It seemed that he himself had turned into an uncontrollable element. The captain of Team Love shouted for all the players to retreat back. Shim-Su, clenching his teeth in anger, swore that he would kill Dick Perry with these very hands. Meanwhile, Dick, along with Bill, who was not entirely confident in himself, hunted spider monsters. But after training, Ho fully regained his speed. He rushed forward and successfully attacked the monsters. Bill huddled up and stood on Dick Perry's round shield, ready to head into the thick of the giant spiders. Dick concentrated and threw the shield and his friend together towards the attacking monsters with all his might. Finding himself among the surprised monsters, Ho attacked the enemies with lightning speed. Spider heads were falling left and right like giant peas. Bill, despite his age, was very fast. After killing all the nearby monsters, Bill Ho informed Dick Perry that he was retreating. Dick replied that he understood and was prepared to meet the enemies if they decided to follow Bill. The shield returned to Perry's hands, and the energy trail showed that Ho had also returned from the attack. Dick shouted to his friend that he would cover, and rushed at the arthropod monsters. Together they quickly dealt with all the monsters, clearing the sector of huge spiders. The commentators were delighted. This was the famous duet. Finally, the general public could see their fight together. The audience greeted the players standing up. The hosts said that crowds of spiders were attacking Ho and Perry from different sides, but the saviors were skillfully dealing with them all. Great. One area cleared. Bill groaned quietly, holding his lower back. His back was hurting. The 2 friends stopped. There was one more side left, having caught their breath a little. The fighters rushed into battle again. Back to back, covering each other, the 2 saviors methodically and quickly dealt with the spiders advancing on them. Bob Heck was watching Dick. This match was easier than the usual matches in the arena. But for Dick it was like a no-loss game. The guy was interested. Dick Parry was always so good. It wasn't that brute force was Parry's main weapon. Everyone knew that he always put an emphasis on mental strength. Dick took up the new pike that Bill had prepared for him, and it immediately burst into blue flame. Bob looked at him in surprise. Here it is, Dick using his superpower. The guy was not used to using the shield, since Bob always applied the aura only to the sword. But now he can try to concentrate the aura on the shield as well. A giant spider was approaching Bob. The guy concentrated. He was interested in what would come of it. Gritting his teeth, the boy crushed the spiders, repeating to himself the lesson Dick had given him before the game. Bill remembered that both during the attack and when he defended himself, he needed to maintain the concentration of his aura. Dick and Bill watched the guy in surprise. Dick jokingly asked since when this guy became so good. Parry was pleased. He had moved the boy correctly. Dick was already tired of standing and cooling off. Parry chose a larger spider and rushed towards the intended monster. It was a giant purple spider. Dick covered himself with a shield from the poisonous spit of the huge spider and approached the monster as close as possible. Parry threw a spear at the monster, hitting it right in its poisonous, toothy mouth. Spectators held their breath as they watched the battle between the most famous Superman and the virtual monster. Dick launched his favorite weapon, the spear, at the monster, killing the giant spider from very close range. The Moreau brothers were delighted. They exclaimed, "This is technique. This is the signature stroke of Dick Parry." They turned to Sharan, asking if this was a meter attack. The girl also did not take her eyes off the screen. She said, "Yes, that's right. Meter attack. Although it looks like a normal spear attack. In fact, at this moment the fighter uses super strength. Thanks to this force, the spear moves towards its target at the highest speed. With this force, without letting go of the spear, he makes a rapid lunge, hitting targets within a radius of 1 meter. All of this is needed to create a super fast attack that is extremely difficult to dodge. This power has much more potential than a normal attack. And yet, despite using such a complex technique, Dick Parry is relaxed and calm. So from the outside, it seems like a completely ordinary attack. It's a technique that you can't go wrong with from the first movement until the very end, and Parry makes it look playful. Sharan shuddered slightly. Whether 17 years ago or now, Dick Parry was still the same thorn. Dick reported that this flank was clear, but at that moment a huge monster crawled out of the hole behind him. He heard the monster move and quickly turned around. The spider was unable to sneak up unnoticed. Parry asked the monster how far away he was, and how he was getting ready for battle. This monster was definitely the last one in the zone. Dick didn't want to drag it out, so he said they needed to finish the fight quickly. Parry threw his spear at the giant spider, saying that this bastard wouldn't get away. As always, the monster did not even have time to attack the leader of the Saviors. It was instantly killed. So, Zone 5-1 is cleared. The captain of Nadezhda's team said that all the players are great. Now we can move to Zone 5-2. Bill looked around in confusion. Where Dick Parry had gone, Bob said that he had defeated the spider and moved on. Dick told the boy that he would go to defend Area 5-3. The boy confusedly informed the captain that this was exactly what Mr. Parry had said, and that there was no need to worry about it. Bill laughed. It was all clear, but it was the right decision. Even though Dick Parry looked impulsive, he was acting with calculation. The team captain said that this meant everyone else was going to Sector 5-2, and the players confirmed that they understood. Meanwhile, Dick Parry appeared in Zone 5-3. He greeted the serpent, a huge snake. He stood in front of the first floor monster with his favorite weapon. He had once faced such a monster in the war. Parry said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, how he wanted to fight this bastard. The monster's eyes were burning. Its teeth were huge. Its tongue was poisonous. It was ready to tear the fighter to pieces. Dick Parry went into himself, telling himself to pull himself together, to concentrate. He needed to summon his willpower. Finally, Dick shouted at the snake to attack the terrible, ugly monster. In response to the insult, the monster emitted a loud, magical hiss. The serpent tried to hit Dick with his huge tail, but Dick had already pushed off the ground and was flying towards the monster. Right above Parry, the monster's huge coils writhed, trying to bury him right there. The savior gathered his strength, concentrated, just a little more, and he would deal the giant snake a fatal blow. Parry took aim and launched his spear at the monster. The snake had to be killed in one blow. Concentrating, Parry watched his weapon with a keen eye, aiming it straight at its target. The fighter's efforts were rewarded. The serpent that Dick had wanted to fight so much died from his spear. A smiling Dick Parry met the rest of the team and exclaimed, "Oh, they're here." And he thought that they would need more time to clear the area. Parry sat on the head of the monster he killed. The players were shocked. He really defeated the serpent single-handedly. As Dick learned from the A match, the more monsters and opponents you kill, the stronger you become. And to see changes, they need to survive at least one round. And that's why he trusts all the other monsters to the team members. Dick Perry turned to Bill and Beck, suggesting that they follow him. It was time to meet the main enemy. Dick smiled slyly and said that he had a great plan. He already knew how to win. The commentators explained that leaving the destruction of small monsters to other fighters, the three main players of Nadezhda's team went to hunt the enemy players. Team Love is currently busy clearing the area of monsters, but will be able to spot the trio, so they go where there are the fewest mobs. As he moved, Dick thought that when he fought the serpent, he destroyed it with almost one blow. By killing monsters, he can quickly increase his strength in battle. But for now, his aura is at the 5th level, the very bottom of the blue color, in which case his spiritual power will be somewhere around 110 points. Bill called out to Dick. He said that they would soon be on Team Love. Why didn't Perry have any plan? Dick was surprised. Why not? It was him. Bill reminded Perry that he promised to try. Dick said he had an idea. He saw a guy on the opposing team who looked like Sharan. He had good physical strength, but a problem with his mental strength. Apparently he was a rich kid. Bill asked. Apparently it was Shim Su. Perry wasn't sure if he would be among the players they would go after now. If not, they would come up with something on the fly. But if this asshole was there... Team Love was in Sector 12. Reports were heard that the sector was clear and it was time to wind down the hunt. The captain of the Love team commanded to split into 2 groups. 5 people go to the 9th sector, the remaining 6 to the 11th. The players of the Korean national team ran forward at the captain's command. In Sector 9, 5 members of Team Love bravely fought against the monstrous spiders. Shim Su, whom Dick had targeted as a victim, was actively pouring fire on the monsters. The guy was pleased. Thanks to the points for hunting, his aura was already yellow. Shim Su was eager to meet Dick Perry in battle. The group commander said it was time to move on to the next area. The major was sure that with such an aura he could crush even Dick Perry. Suddenly their tank put up a shield. A spear was flying at them. The tank's shield this time saved the arrogant guy from death in cyberspace by reflecting the blow. The spear whistled right next to the guy's face, slightly grazing his face. It was a warning. Shim Su realized that they were being attacked by the opposing team's players. His wish would soon come true. In the 11th sector, there were 6 members of the Love team. The commander of the attacked group reported to the captain about the attack. The players themselves did not yet understand what kind of attack it was, but they were afraid that Dick Perry had attacked them. The captain promised that they would come to the rescue right now. But their way was blocked by the second part of Nadezhda's team. It turns out they are here too. Bob relayed to the team what Dick Perry had said before going to fight the first floor boss. Dick said that once the serpent was dealt with, they should help them attack the enemy team. They were a national team, so it wouldn't be easy, but Perry was confident they could beat them all. Dick, Bill, and Becca will quickly finish their business with the first group and come to their aid. Perry asked how the opponent was able to block the blow, since it was quite strong, but Bill objected that he shouldn't make him laugh. He was completely weak. It's just that Perry doesn't understand the new generation. Well, Dick wished Bill a good trip and smiling told him not to die there. Otherwise it would be a shame. Bill was angry at his old friend's laughter. He said that he would try hard. Dick pushed his friend with his shield and he teleported to the enemy. In the blink of an eye, Bill found himself among the Love team. Now Perry had to launch his weapon, his pike blazing with blue fire. The weapon, enhanced with magical power, flew at the frightened opponents, who had already realized who had attacked them. The pike, sent by Perry's strong hand, rushed through cyberspace, leaving blue flashes straight towards the tank. Bill, armed with a sword, flew towards the confused players of the national team. The players assumed that the enemy fighters were targeting Shim Su and surrounded him to protect him. The rich teenager, having decided that the best players were hunting him, was at a loss. The Love team players saw Bill Ho teleport. Defending Shim Su, the tanks exposed themselves. Bill killed one of them. The second was hit by Perry's pick. The group leader said that everyone needed to get together and catch the captain of the opposing team, that is Bill Ho. But Dick Perry's guns flew at the players of the Love team. The fighters did not dare to move. No one wanted to attack Bill. The commander was pushing them to attack instead of standing around. They needed to win while Ho's teleporter was recharging. But then Bill heard Becca. The girl wrapped her whip around her father and yanked him sharply, pulling him right out from under the noses of his opponents. A smiling Becca shouted that she was coming to help, asking that they not start without her. The best player of the Korean national team landed opposite her opponents. The girl, armed with a sword and a whip, stood in a fighting stance, ready to enter the battle. Soon the players saw golden flashes, and Dick Perry arrived, armed with the famous pike, just like during the war. Now the main players of Nadezhda's team were assembled, and could enter into a direct clash. Dick continued to joke about Bill, asking why the old man hadn't done any sports for a long time. Ho joked so that the kid wouldn't get it. Perry was in a great mood. Dick said that they had sorted out the tanks, so now there were 3 of them against 3. The frightened players of the opposing team looked in horror at their illustrious opponents. Dick Perry suggested that we split into pairs and finish off these weaklings quickly. Dick had already found his opponent a long time ago. Shimsu understood this, but he was still confident of his victory over the war veteran. The commentators were choking with delight. How cool! Now they would see duels between players. The hosts explained that Nadezhda's players pretended to attack Shimsu, but they themselves took out all the tanks. Nadezhda's team did a great job. They finished everything beautifully. Player Dick Perry's attacks are truly amazing. He controls both the power of the blow and the speed, and very skillfully uses his superpowers when attacking. The viewers also enjoyed the well-coordinated work in the battles between Dick Perry and Bill Ho. The commentators suggested returning to the events of the battle. Player Dick Perry again sends player Bill Ho flying. Bill and Beck teleport to the enemy. While creating the illusion that their target is Shimsu, they actually kill the other players until it's just 3 on 3. The players of the Love team did not expect such a swift and well-thought-out attack. The strong trio from Nadezhda's team appeared so quickly and unexpectedly that the players from Love didn't even have time to react. A frightened Shimsu whispered in confusion that it was impossible. But Dick Perry, who had come up from behind, asked why it was impossible. Perry gave the rich and arrogant kid a good beating, hitting him in the face with his shield several times. The beaten guy was quietly whining. Dick asked, maybe he should stop whining. Where did all his arrogance go? Perry raised his pike over Shimsu and killed him in the virtual world, calling the player a stupid rich kid. The system announced that Bill Ho had 3 kills. Dick Perry had 2 kills. The remaining members of the Love team couldn't believe their ears. 5 of their players were killed. The captain of Team Love gritted his teeth. What the hell? When did they manage to lay down so many of their players? The captain growled menacingly and commanded everyone to attack. They couldn't lose to the newcomers in their first match. Charlie Young said that if they win now, the overall victory will be theirs too. The captain shook his players, urging them to come to their senses because they are national team players. The captain of the Love team stopped in front of Bob Heck, the guy prepared to attack, although he was very afraid. Bob remembered what Dick Perry had told him before the fight, how he needed to move, defend, and attack, alternating defense-attack, defense-attack. Bob acted exactly as Dick had taught him, first concentrating his aura on the shield to deflect the blow. After defending, he put away his shield and attacked the enemy with a sword enhanced by his aura. The captain of the national team flew away from the guy in bewilderment. Charlie Yen didn't understand anything. What the hell is going on? When did this kid become a tank? And how did he get such good defensive skills? After getting a rebuff from the guy, Charlie Yen got mad because this Bob Heck doesn't even know how to tank. The angry captain of the national team shouted at Bob to die. Bob knew he had to think faster. The guy stumbled and fell, thinking that the captain of the opposing team was about to kill him. But then a flash of white light flashed before Bob's eyes, and the system announced that Dick Perry had 3 kills. A surprised Bob watched as the captain of Team Love dissolved and disappeared. Dick Perry, who came up from behind, praised Bob for a successful fight. He made an excellent tank. Bill said that the rest should be left to the 3 of them. They can handle it themselves. A smiling Dick Perry suggested that they deal with them in 5 minutes and move on to the next stage. The commentators announced that the first round ended with a victory for Team Nadezhda, with a score of 8-0, with Bill Ho being the best player of the first round. There were cheers in the locker room of Nadezhda's team. Everyone was congratulating the coach and saying that it was incredible. The team members told Bill that he would definitely be in the top 3 players of the battle. Bill laughed and thanked everyone for the kind words. Ho, smiling, said that at his age it was a little awkward to return to the ranks, but the feeling of taking up arms again for the first time in 17 years was worth it. Dick sat quietly on the bench and watched these congratulations. Bill turned to him and said that all this was possible because Dick Perry was there. At this time, Dick was watching his favorite TV series on his phone. The hero in the frame exclaimed that love must return. The commentators said that the second round will start very soon, so we need to take a look at the new location. It's a complex dungeon where rooms and stairs intertwine front and back, left and right, top and bottom, and wherever the player is, they are subject to 10 times the gravity. The dungeon is called the Labyrinth of Death. Dick Perry once cleared this dungeon, but before him many superhumans laid down their lives here. The players walked into the arena, and the commentators said that everyone would probably be interested in seeing the first liquidator in action again. Shimsu glared at Dick Perry. and Dick wondered why he was surrounded by so many idiots after waking up. Reporters outside the hospital who said Gerald Walker claimed the rescuers were exhausted and couldn't even touch him. That cult that worships him and shouts that he is the savior, and idiots like this Shim Su. Thinking, Perry walked over to his gaming module and put on his helmet, connecting to the battle system. So they want Dick to show real acting. No problem, he was ready, but it will be much more terrible than people can imagine. There was a strange smile on Perry's face. It seemed like he had already thought out the move for the second round. The Death Maze, the starting point for Team Hope. Bill suggested a short briefing to start with. Bill said that everyone already knows that the Death Maze is very difficult. But at that moment, Perry interrupted him. He said that he would go alone, and the rest of the players would manage somehow. Surprised, Ho asked if Perry still remembered how the labyrinth was arranged. Dick grinned. Of course. For him it had only been a year. He remembered almost all the places he had been. Bill had completely forgotten, really. For Dick there were no 17 years, Dick asked. Or in the battle the dungeons are modified. But Ho said that no, everything is the same here. Bill agreed, because Dick knew the place better than anyone, so he could go, but he asked him not to do anything stupid. Perry laughed, telling Grandpa not to worry. He promised to put on a show. Dick smiled and told the rest of the players to just wait. If Team Love started moving parallel to them, then he knew exactly where they would be. The next moment, Dick disappeared, leaving the rest of the players in place. A worried Becca approached her father and asked if he was sure that Dick could be let out alone. Yes, Bill was sure. Even though Dick looks like a slacker who only watches TV series, he has colossal combat experience and takes his missions responsibly. Bill told his daughter that Dick probably already had a plan. Becca was surprised. It was really cool. But Ho himself was not entirely sure whether Dick Perry had a plan. He mentally asked his old friend about it, who rushed forward into the dungeon. A whole army of skeletal demons appeared in front of Dick. He slowed down a little. He had to fight them. The monsters hissed. They were ready to pounce on the man who came to destroy their lair. Dick braced himself and smiled. Yes, it was just like the good old days. Dungeons, demons, and battles. Perry exclaimed that he was glad to meet these devils and rushed into battle. The skeleton knights attacked Dick, and a fierce battle between man and monsters ensued. Covering himself with a shield, Perry continually attacked his enemies, surprisingly, not at all embarrassed by their numbers. Dick moved at great speed, killing the demons that blocked his path as he went. Thanks to the circular attack, Perry defended and killed at the same time. Many monsters were already killed. The ghostly monster's eyes sparkled, but they were unable to finish off this nimble fighter. Perry moved through the dungeon quite quickly, his shield protecting him from attacks, and his long pike crushing his opponents. But Perry had no goal of killing all the skeletons. He was rushing to meet the enemy team. To stretch his legs and remember the old days, he of course killed a lot of demons, which gave him real pleasure. The Labyrinth of Death. If a year has passed for Dick, then 18 years have passed for everyone else. Gravity here is increased tenfold. It will be difficult for a beginner to cope with it. However, there were also positive aspects to the presence of gravity. Dick knew this for sure, because he had been in this dungeon before. Once he got the hang of it, he launched his pike into the air to kill the enemies ahead of him. He knew that to move around here you had to adapt. And then what at first glance seemed like an obstacle would turn out to be a help. Dick used his huge pike as a support while moving. If you get the hang of it, you can shorten your path to the enemy team quite a bit here. The Love Team players were surprised to see Dick Perry land right in front of them. The captain of the national team was shocked at how he ended up there, as less than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the round. Perry replied that he had already understood in the first round how they would act in the second. It was not difficult to calculate them. Dick turned ominously towards his opponents, who were taken aback by the surprise. They stood rooted to the spot and didn't even resist, and Dick coldly told them that they were already dead. Team Love Captain Charlie Young yelled at his players to gather up and attack Perry right now. The captain did not believe that Dick could come alone. He told the men to split into groups and move into battle. Dick thought with a grin that the captain was rushing to conclusions. He really was alone. But regrouping in such a situation was not a bad solution. But Perry would easily kill them all anyway. Well, he agrees to play with the guys. Perry activated his analyzing gaze ability to assess his opponents and see their strengths and weaknesses. Looking at the players running towards him, he chose who to throw the spear at. Not this one, and not that one. Here he found his first victim and threw a spear at him. The player screamed and was killed, only having time to curse. The system announced that Dick Perry had 1 kill. The first player of the Love Team left the battlefield. Perry knew that of course this player would never survive. He had a skill of 51 out of 54. It was a pity that this spear could not be returned. but the 3 remaining ones would be enough for him. Dick Perry stood alone in an empty location and wondered where all the players had run off to. It looks like everyone is hiding. Well then, Dick will have to go upstairs and catch the fugitives. Perry was becoming more and more amused by the battle. It felt more like home than the couch in front of the TV. The team captain ordered everyone to move quickly. He didn't know how Perry found them so quickly. This ruined all their plans. But still, he was alone, which meant his team was in another zone. Why not attack him all together? The captain suggested that perhaps his partners were simply hiding, that this could be a plan to distract and then suddenly attack. They couldn't just rush after Dick carelessly. They had to be on their guard. The captain was sure that Perry would probably attack again. The commentators were puzzled. After active movements, the player Dick Perry froze and, without moving, wondered what he was thinking. Dick chose a place and decided that it would be quite suitable. Considering the speed of the opponents and how much they had run, they were probably hiding somewhere now. Dick had a hunch about where they might be. Well, it was a 50-50 chance. You can't check and never know. Perry squeezed his favorite spear in his hand. It flared with a blue flame. Part of the power and aura was transferred to the weapon. He swung the weapon and launched it towards where he assumed his opponents would be. Smiling Dick, throwing down his weapon, said a phrase from his favorite TV series, "Love Must Return." As always, he watched his weapon, guiding its accuracy and strengthening its blow. Perry knew this dungeon too well and knew where to point the weapon and how it would fly given gravity. The pike flew in a spiral trajectory, reinforced by Dick's aura, a little more, and it would break through the ceiling of the very room where the Love Team players were located. The National Team players were confident that they were safe, but suddenly they heard a strange noise. The fighters did not immediately understand what it was or where it was coming from, but they raised their heads and saw with horror the weapon approaching them. A pike thrown by Dick Perry pierced one of the players. The rest watched with open mouths at the unprecedented attack. No one had ever seen such a game. The stunned captain, looking at the pike, did not understand how Perry knew where they were and how this was even possible. The commentators were also shocked. No one understood. Everyone said that it was simply unbelievable. Dick Perry already had 2 murders. Hearing the system's message, Dick said so after all the kids were here. The hosts stated that, as they had already said, today they would see the most exciting match in the history of the Korean Battle of Superhumans. The confused players of Team Love looked at the pike sticking out of the floor where their player had recently stood. They didn't know what to do next. Shim-Soo cursed and said that he should have attacked him right away. He could defeat one, but if 2 attacked at once, no one would cover him. The boy accused the captain of simply giving Perry time to get ready and strike. He continues to track them while they stand still. The captain told the boy to calm down. Shim-Soo shouted that they could split up and go on reconnaissance. But the captain objected that there were too few of them to split up, and the major asked the captain if he had a plan at all. Dick Perry, meanwhile, jumped closer and watched the opposing team. He found it all funny, the lovers quarreling. Shim-Soo, a dull-witted young man, rushed at the captain and said that they all irritated him. The narcissistic rich kid shouted that he hated everyone. The guy screamed that he could have dealt with Dick Perry with his strength alone. But the captain told him to save his aura. It would be better to unite and attack all at once. The young man was furious with anger. This was not allowed. That was not allowed. A flame ignited in his hands. He said that he would then attack himself and threw a fireball at the place where Dick Perry was sitting, with a cry of, "Get it." Dick didn't expect this. Wow. The kid turned out to be smarter than he thought. There was a deafening explosion. The players of the Love Team stood below and looked up with hope. Could they really have been lucky, and the guy was able to defeat Dick? Shim-Soo burst out laughing. He exclaimed. Perry thought he was the smartest, but he knew he was hiding behind. But then the major heard a quiet voice behind him. Dick said that he was a conceited idiot. Dick Perry stood over the dumbfounded opposing team, hiding behind his shield. The players silently looked at the unseen enemy. Dick laughed, turning to Shim-Soo. He asked if he really believed that he himself discovered him. Yes, if he really wanted to hide, then he would never have noticed him. Perry laughed and told the rich kid that he wasn't getting the part and that he should go to classes. With these words, Perry disappeared. The players couldn't figure out where he went. The guy was shocked how this Perry blocked his shot so easily. The captain asked if he was aiming right at him. Bill told Dick that Shim-Soo's superpower and aura were at an excellent level. Even for the major leagues, he was damn good. That's why they put him in the main DD position. Charlie Yeon told the major that this cannot be left unanswered. Shim-Soo must catch Dick. The captain ordered to split into 2 groups. 6 go to hunt monsters. The rest catch Dick Perry. The players will pretend to go north, and when Perry follows them, they will catch him. Even he won't be able to handle 3 DDs at once. And thanks to the points they had earned during the hunt, they would certainly take down Dick Perry. The captain was sure of that. The commentators announced that it appeared Team Love was on the hunt for Dick Perry, but it is unlikely to be so simple. It is the main one of the 7 saviors who knows the labyrinth of death best of all. Perry actually watched his opponents with a smile. Judging by their speed, they decided to play turtles. What a disappointment. Perry expected more ingenuity from them. He jumped down on the confused fighters from above. The hosts reported that player Dick Perry had already noticed Team Love and was preparing to attack the 3 fighters. Landing right in the center of the location, Dick turned to face his pursuers. The players rushed at him. Perry laughed, saying that they had a good idea. All 3 hunters were DDs. Perry asked his opponents with a smile that they weren't as weak as the others, were they? With these words, Perry attacked the fighters who began to hunt him. The system reported that Dick Perry had 3 kills. Another player from Team Love had left the battlefield. Having finished off one of his 3 pursuers, Dick looked around, taking aim at who his next victim would be. The fighter quickly assessed his opponents, and a plan for further action was born in his head almost instantly. Dick decided to use his signature move, the 1-meter throw. Protecting himself with a shield from one of the 2 fighters, he attacked the second. The system reported that Dick Perry had 4 kills. Perry turned to the guy and said it was his turn now. The last of the Dick hunters whispered no in confusion and backed away from the enemy advancing on him. The player, in horror, tried to hide from Perry, but Dick's spear strike quickly caught up with him. The system reported that Dick Perry had 5 kills. Dick heard the system's message. 5 were already out, so there were 6 of them left. Well, great. Perry decided that he would finish them all off at once. The surprised fans in the stands whispered to each other, "Is Dick Perry really their compatriot? He destroyed 3 main DDs in less than a minute? It's crazy." The commentators were talking about what was happening with admiration. What speed. Wow. The agents were watching the game closely. Surely many players are worried and anxiously awaiting the results of the confrontation between a superhuman with combat experience and professional players. Commentators wondered what the result would have been in a match with Gerald Walker. Sharan watched the match carefully. The girl barely audibly whispered that he really was back. Bill asked Dick when he managed to lay down 5 players. Perry asked what he didn't like. He already had a red aura. Ho said they could join him now and asked where he was. Perry replied he was in Zone 3-1, but he would be finished by the time they got there. Dick jokingly said goodbye to the team captain and said that he was going to bend over the rest of the players. Bill tried to answer, but Perry pushed off the floor and darted to where he figured the opposing team's players would be. Perry's calculations turned out to be correct. He landed right in front of Love's team, or rather, what was left of it. Embraced by a scarlet flaming aura, Dick asked the players if they were probably waiting for him. He promised to come early. The captain ordered the players to gather and work according to a predetermined plan. The fighters quickly dispersed across the battlefield. Dick grinned. They were prepared. Dick watched the movements of his opponents carefully. They were carefully surrounding him from all sides. Perry watched the commotion with a smile. It seemed that Charlie Yen had been waiting for him, since he had discussed the tactics with the players in advance. The rest of Love's team surrounded Dick, with tanks standing right in front of them and the rest behind them. So there were 3 couples, 6 people standing around Perry, ready to pounce on him. Dick smiled. Apparently they decided to attack him as a crowd, but he knew no matter how hard they tried, he would deal with them all, starting with the closest one. Perry looked at his opponents with an analytical glance. He was already even interested in how strong the national team players were. The player closest to him had the superpower of instant acceleration. Dick thought he had pretty good stats, but the instant acceleration was using up a lot of aura. But this talent gave the ability to move 30% faster for 30 seconds. This is a good ability. He was the only player on the team who could accelerate for such a long period of time. But why was he still doing such a bad job of it? Dick swung his spear, but his opponent tried to dodge, quickly reacting to the attack. Perry said that no matter how fast a player is, you still have to think. You have to calculate your movements. The system announced that Dick Perry had 6 kills, leaving Team Love with 5 players left. The team captain cursed and said that Shim Su used his fire blast. The boy laughed and threw down the fire, shouting that Dick Perry was finished. When the smoke from the fire cleared, no one could see where Dick was. The captain of the Love team asked where he was. He didn't see him. Charlie Yen called out to another player to move faster, but the player had already shouted and Perry's pike had caught up with him. The captain couldn't believe his eyes. This player was simply the embodiment of the devil himself. There was still a lot of smoke on the battlefield from the fire explosion, and this smoke was consuming the players. The captain of the national team didn't know what to do. They were defeated by just one person. Amidst the smoke and soot stood Dick Perry, brandishing his weapon, and he struck down another of his fleeing opponents. The system reported that Dick Perry had 7 kills. The team captain and Shim-Su both opened their mouths. The captain whispered that it was simply impossible. Perry stood, engulfed in the scarlet tongues of his aura, clutching 2 spears in his hands. Soon the system reported that Dick Perry had 8 kills. Literally, right after that came the message that he had 9 kills. The national team players fell one after another, and now he was confronted by only 2 people, the team captain and the major. Dick pulled his spear out of another player he had killed and turned to face his remaining opponents. Smiling, he asked if those 2 would really attack a single battle newbie. The rich kid was shaking. He asked what kind of nonsense this was. Even with the French, this never happened. Perry analyzed Charlie Yen. He had pretty good strength and speed. All other qualities were not pumped to the maximum. The superpower was slowing down, but it did not work on Perry. Smiling, he turned to the captain, saying that he had good stats. But his superpower was so-so. A lot of people had an aura over 80. Perry also addressed the rich kid, saying that he was the one who kept quiet, because he promised to kill Dick with his own hands, and here he was in front of him. But Dick didn't want to drag out the fight, so he quickly killed the captain. The system reported that Dick Perry had 10 kills. A dumbfounded Shim-Su looked at the place where his captain had just stood. Dick turned to the rich kid, saying that he was the only one left, the little shit. A frightened Shim-Su backed away and stuttered, telling Perry not to come closer, for him to stop. But Dick didn't listen to him. Covering himself with a shield, he walked up to the guy and told the little rat to die. Dick hit the major with his shield, sending him into a deadly flight. Shim-Su flew back, hitting the floor, and a blue silhouette of a player appeared at the place where he fell. The system reported that Dick Perry had 11 kills, and Team Love was completely eliminated from the game. The commentators didn't know what to say. It was just unbelievable. For the first time in the history of the Korean Battle of Superhumans, the enemy team was destroyed by just 1 player. The hosts said that they got an unexpected result in the first round, and in the second round, for the first time in the history of the Korean superhuman battle, the opposing team was destroyed by 1 player. All the experts' words about Dick Perry needing time to adapt turned out to be nonsense. The players emerged from their pods and walked out of the arena, the crowd standing and chanting Dick Perry's name. As the players walked through the arena, Dick suddenly saw a drone and asked Bill what it was. Ho replied that it was a drone camera, thanks to which you can shoot a scene from different angles at any height and immediately transmit the image to the screen. Perry was surprised. He had never seen such a thing before. Dick asked what it was, a live broadcast. Perry, amused, made an obscene gesture. Bill grabbed his hands and said, "What are you doing?" But Dick said, "Okay, it's fun." Ho literally dragged Perry off stage, grumbling that he was behaving like a child. Dick asked where Ho was dragging him, but then grumbled, "What do you mean where? They were going to give an interview MVP." Bill and Dick walked out on stage. Host Lee approached them. The hall was full of reporters, and the players were constantly being photographed. Ho introduced himself as a player from Nadezhda's team, and Dick reluctantly introduced himself as well. The journalist said that they showed a great game in today's match. Turning to Bill, she said that she would first ask a question from MVP regarding the first round. The girl asked if they knew in advance that everything would end like this, but Ho replied that he could not even imagine such a thing. Ho said that in the heat of the match, he decided to put his full trust in Dick Perry and his skills, and the result was excellent, although Bill himself still remembers some of it after all these years. The reporter thanked Bill Ho for his answer and turned to Dick Perry. The girl said that if in the first round Dick surprised everyone, then in the second he literally shocked them. Did he really even imagine back then that he could defeat the entire opposing team on his own? Perry said it goes without saying, it seems that the battle is not much different from a real fight. Dick said that when he got the gun in the first round, he got excited, and in the second he was able to play to his heart's content. The journalist thanked him and said that she had one more question. What advice could Dick give to the losing team? Perry wondered. They are not very good at teamwork and positions, and they cannot effectively use superpowers. Perry said he believes the problem is a coach who doesn't see their potential and true ability, and a captain who can't get the team to work together. The reporter asked if Dick would say something for the other players. Perry replied that while their skills were at rock bottom, one should not expect high results. Dick smiled and said that everything could change at any moment, because we live in the era of capitalism. Perry and Ho were riding in a car. Dick asked Bill where they were going. It didn't look like the way home, and Becky was nowhere to be seen. Ho replied that they were going to celebrate the victory. Becky was already waiting for them there. Dick was indignant. What a celebration. He would miss his series like that, Ho asked. Couldn't he watch it on the internet? Today was their holiday. Dick was annoyed by all this. Bill asked him to be patient for a little while and asked why he said during the interview that everything could change. Was he interested in the battle? Perry replied that, not really, but he was asked to give advice, and he gave it. He doesn't give a damn about any athletes. Their fame is short-lived anyway. And anyway, how can they have such a bad coach? Put everyone in such idiotic positions. Ho snapped and advised Perry to remember himself. For 11 years, Perry saved the country, but then he wanted to become some kind of trainer and trained other fighters, but he was really good at it. Only they were constantly watched and condemned by Amrekas, one of the 7 saviors, who heeded all of Dick Perry's advice and became an excellent trainer himself. Dick said he realized something today. This country doesn't know how to teach. Bill asked if maybe Dick would become a coach himself. Perry replied, only if he was paid well today. Well, he helped for free. Bill laughed. How generous he was. Dick asked Bill to do what he asked in return for his help. Ho told him to post whatever he wanted. Perry asked Bill to put Bob Heck on the main team as a tank. The second request is for Charlie Young, the team captain, to be put in the second tank position. Lastly, Dick asked Bill to remove this psychotic sucker from the national team. Bill asked this about Shimsu. Ho can't kick him out of the national team. Dick asked why. Was he really afraid that the deputy president would do something to him? Ho was indignant. Dick probably forgot that Bill was one of the 7 saviors. Ho said that there are few outstanding players in Korea, and Shimsu is just like that. He has more aura than others, and good superpowers. Perry objected, but he had too little willpower, didn't Ho notice? It was because of him that Team Love lost so easily. Bill insisted that he had superpowers, but Perry argued that first there should be mentality, and then strength, Dick said, who could be put in Shimsu's place and trained well. Dick said it was just his request and for Bill to pass it on to Puck, and if he wanted to hire Perry, he was expecting a ton of cash. The players arrived at the luxurious Hunter's Hotel, where a banquet awaited them in honor of their brilliant victory. Dick and Bill entered the banquet hall, where the entire association management and players were already waiting for them. Becca, seeing those who entered, waved and shouted to Dick that she was very glad that he had come, and rushed to meet him. Becca said that there was an amazing bar here. The vodka was so delicious. Dick asked in surprise if the little one had really gotten into alcohol. Becca retorted that Dick himself was a seasoned alcoholic. So she learned the same. Bill listened to their bickering, laughed, and said that he would go to the president. Dick said cheerfully that they had given those idiots a good beating, so they could get really drunk. Many eyes were watching Dick. Perry had finally arrived. He needed to talk to him. Pellman looked at the familiar faces. There were a ton of agents here, but he decided not to miss his chance. His assistant told him to wait a little. The girl asked if Joe really thought Dick would agree to sign the contract just like that. Pellman agreed that Perry needed to be handled carefully. Rand patted Pellman on the shoulder and asked him to wait a minute. Jake Rand called out to Dick Perry. The player turned around. He knew the man. Dick asked Jake Rand in surprise where he came from. Dick extended his hand to the Englishman and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Pellman watched the scene attentively. Jake and Dick were having a nice conversation. Rand offered his old friend a job. The American leaned forward. He decided that Jake would definitely not take Dick Perry for himself. Pellman was sure that Dick was not like the other players. If Joe couldn't understand the feelings of a man who had returned to life after 17 years, then Jake wouldn't be able to get into his soul either. Rand handed Perry his business card and told him to call him if he wanted. Dick said he would think about it. Becca was surprised that Dick knew English. After all, he had been running around the dungeons since he was 13. Perry chuckled. Did Becca know what studying was? He had been to many places, so he learned the language, and he often chatted with Walker. The girl thought that Dick only spoke Korean. Becca said that Perry was strange. She thought that they were both uneducated. Pellman, who had been watching Dick closely, saw Rand leave and decided that this was his chance. The American approached Perry, and apologizing, turned to him. But the Moreau brothers overtook Pellman and ran up to Dick from both sides. They asked if they could speak English. Dick said he knew French. Two brothers started talking in unison that Dick was a real hero. Perry asked them about the owners of some club. The brothers laughed that he knew that too. Becca whispered in Dick's ear that this was not some club, but the Parisian Lumiere. Perry did not understand what was wrong with that. Becca explained that it was considered the best in the world. Nathan Bernard is a member of their club and is one of the top 3 players in the world. Perry remembered that he was the fast frog that Bill had told him about. Perry asked if they wanted to invite him to Lumiere. The brothers answered negatively. Dick did not understand what they wanted from him then. One of the brothers said that they knew he would not agree, of course. It would be a great honor for them. But they came here for the sake of this beautiful mademoiselle and turned to Becca. The girl was confused. Dick laughed and asked Becca if she wanted to join them at the club. Bill's daughter's mouth dropped open in surprise. Was this really true? Becca smiled broadly, said it was such an honor. and thanked them in French. Dick winced and told her to calm down. Moreau explained that they had been watching her for a long time. Perry asked if the Moreaus really came to take Beck and not him, and the French unanimously replied that, of course, they wouldn't lie to a real hero. Moreau smiled broadly and said that the girl had previously been a support player, and that they didn't need people like that on their team. But she was able to reveal her talent when she took a different position. The brothers were confident that Baeka Ho would be a great addition to their team after some training. Dick chuckled. They really were onto something. Of course, if Mr. Perry joins them too, that would be just great. He, Nathan and Beck, imagine the team with all of them. Perry said he would think about their offer, and the delighted French said they had prepared the best contract especially for him, and they would spare no expense. Dick laughed. So their wallets are that fat? The French smiled. Why not spend money to take such a player? The Moreaus said they were longtime fans of Perry and wanted to give him a gun if he didn't mind. Dick said, "Go ahead, he likes gifts." The French bowed low, thanked them loudly, and said that they would not dare to distract them any longer. Dick watched the Moreau brothers walk away and said, "Well, they are devils." Perry sighed. He was tired, so he'd better go home. Becca asked what the French had said. Perry pulled the girl home, just needed a drink before going. But Becca did not lag behind. She whined capriciously and asked what Moreau had said. Dick heard someone say hello to him. He turned around and asked irritably who else was there. The older man politely asked if Mr. Perry could spare him a minute. The gray-haired man introduced himself. His name was Yang Ming. He was the secretary of the Blue House. Dick was a little taken aback. He asked what the Blue House wanted from him. Yang Ming asked if Mr. Perry knew about the superhuman merit system. Dick asked what kind of system it was. It was the one that was supposed to provide for the superhumans after the war ended. The man said that it was not a lie. The first level of the superhuman merit system was Dick Perry and Bill Ho. Their monthly allowance was 12 million won. Yang Ming must pay Dick Perry the money he is owed for the entire 17 years of absence. If we give specific figures, it is almost 2.5 billion won without tax. The secretary said that he needed to pay Dick Perry all this money in any way convenient to the savior. The numbers he heard made Perry's head spin a little, because he thought he had become poor and homeless. Dick looked at the bright chandeliers in the hall and slowly realized that he had 2.5 billion won. He repeated this number several times, as if he wanted it to sink into his head. Perry was wondering, what if he combined that money with what Walker had paid him? But his thoughts were interrupted by Becca asking her uncle what he was doing. At this time, Joe Pellman approached Perry, called out to the player and introduced himself as an agent from the United States. A smartly dressed black man, calm and confident, approached Perry. Dick flared up. He was also going to offer him a job. He was already tired, so it was better for Joe to leave. Pellman made a conciliatory gesture with his hand. He only wanted to tell Dick one thing, and it wouldn't take much time. Perry does not yet fully understand this new world for him. He once saved it, but 17 years have passed since then, and his past life has disappeared. Joe said that this issue could be resolved in the future. Perry did not understand what issue exactly. Pellman is confident that over time, Dick will understand his place here, meet new people, determine his purpose in life, and be able to become part of this post-war world. The American continued politely. There was no need to worry too much about what was happening, and if everything happened as he said, then Joe would be glad if Dick called him. Joe bowed goodbye. Perry looked at the American with a questioning gaze. Pellman asked his assistant what she thought he had said. Nonsense. The girl agreed that in some places it was. Becca asked Dick if this was Joe Pellman. Perry winced. What a weird guy. A moron. What the hell is he doing? The girl explained that in the US, Pellman is one of the best agents who works with superhumans. They call him the Money Ghost. He took many Koreans to America and made stars out of them. Perry found this strange in his conversation with this agent. He had not heard a word about money, only about personality. Becca said that Pellman once even offered her father a job. Perry probably didn't know about it. There's a lot of money involved there. The host announced the start of the charity dinner. The spotlights shone with golden light, and applause rang out. The host promised to introduce everyone to the person responsible for collecting funds, and who donated the largest amount to date. This is Dick Perry. Dick is confused. He doesn't even know that he is responsible for something and has sacrificed something. The host asked Dick to come up on stage so that everyone gathered could see him again. The fighter quickly approached the host. Perry laughed. Since he made the biggest donation, I wonder how much money he has. The president of the Korea Superhuman Battle Association said he had nearly 2 trillion won. Park Jin reported that he had already transferred all the funds to the personal accounts of Dick Perry and Bill Ho. Dick smiled. He was surprised that the president had named the amount so openly in front of everyone. He himself had not known that there was so much money. Perry said that he had just heard about a payment of 2.5 billion won. It was surprising that, with a fortune of over 1 trillion, he was so happy about this couple of billion. Perhaps because the money was finally his. The players listened to Dick's speech and smiled broadly. Perry held the microphone in his hands, thought for a moment about what to say, and finally continued. 17 years have passed since the victory of humans over demons, and during the time that he was not among the living, a lot has changed. Many people tell Dick that he saved the world. Most people think that he made a great sacrifice in doing so. But in reality, he didn't fight for that. He just enjoyed clearing dungeons. If they had not completely destroyed evil, he would have wanted to continue fighting it. That's why Dick isn't particularly happy when he's thanked for saving him. Perry even watched a documentary about the war. Perry said he had nothing to be happy about, as if his favorite hobby had disappeared. Although he is proud of something, namely that the children he will be able to help with this money have a chance to grow up and become worthy people. Dick said that for him this was more important than saving the world. He hoped that there would be a little less unhappy girls and boys, one of whom he himself was once. Having said this, Perry left the stage. The host thanked him for his speech and moved on to the next speaker. Pac met him near the stage and said, "Dick is going too far, trying to compensate for his behavior with money." Perry replied that he didn't want to misunderstand him. He was actually a good guy. He just had a difficult childhood. It's not him, it's life. Pac said that this is not an excuse. As he sees it, Dick was born with problems. Perry said that it is time to end this stand-up, that Pac needs it. The association president asked if it was really necessary to be so harsh with the team, and Perry countered that they should have been trained properly. Pac covered his eyes with his hands. This was no way to behave at a charity game. Now the Major League of the Korean battle had become a playground for the kids who had been robbed by Dick Perry. Dick was smiling. The president of the association took Perry by the shoulders and shook him, saying that he was an idiot, because of whom the government considered supermen to be monsters in human form. Dick wondered if it was because of him. Pac laughed. How did he guess? Reminded him of the newspaper headlines about attacks on Parliament. Parliament and the Blue House were not his playground. It was because of Perry that the reputation of all superhumans was ruined. Dick muttered through clenched teeth that those bastards started it first. Pac chuckled and said, "Okay." He didn't come just for that. Would Dick like to join the team as a coach? He hasn't even mentioned the player's position yet. The association president said that as Dick wanted the money, no problem. But Perry said he didn't think he wanted it. Dick looked at Pak Jin cheerfully and said that he had other things to do. Ho told Perry that Pac had offered him 16 billion for the coach's job, conditions Dick could accept. But Perry replied that this was nonsense. Dick told his friend that he wanted to become the owner of the club. Bill opened his mouth. Where did such a strange idea come from? Perry is annoyed that you can't look at the national team without tears. Why not become the owner of his own club? Then Dick will be able to choose the players himself and train them properly. Bill was surprised, since when did Perry care about the Korean national team? And to create a team in the first battle league, more than 20 billion won was needed. Perry said that when they moved to the second league, there would be even more money circulating there. Ho was surprised. Was Dick really doing everything just for the sake of enrichment? Dick laughed. He turned to his old friend and asked if it wasn't obvious. Bill was annoyed. They drove up to Ho's estate and he told Perry to get out. They arrived. Dick got out of the car and stared ahead in surprise. He certainly didn't expect this. Was it really Sharan herself who was walking straight towards them? It really was her. The youngest and richest of the rescuers. She appeared to be waiting for Dick and Bill to return from the charity dinner. Bill stepped forward, smiled broadly, and asked Sharan where she was from. The woman briefly said that she had business with them. Dick was very surprised. Sharan had changed a lot in 17 years. Now he couldn't understand what she was thinking. But before, everything was written on her face. Even the atmosphere around her changed. Perry decided to check her indicators. He turned his analytical gaze on her. Sharan had pumped up almost all of her indicators to the maximum. Only her strength was not fully realized. Perry was amazed. She had good stats, and she also had a new superpower. Had she really become that strong? Sharan looked at Dick expectantly. Putting his hands in his pockets, Dick stepped towards Sharan. He asked why the little one had come. Had she really decided to kill him? Sharan smiled. Of course there was a thought. But he was immortal now. In short, that was not what she was after. Dick asked if she really thought she could cope with him if he were mortal. Perry asked if it was all because of old grievances, but let her not forget that she was alive only because of him. Sharan laughed and said that there were no hard feelings. She was sure that Dick had already suffered enough. Perry asked what she wanted then. Sharan looked at Dick silently. After a pause, she said that she just wanted to make sure that he really came back. This answer greatly surprised Perry. She said that she was convinced, casually threw the chow, turned around, and walked away. The men didn't understand anything. They looked after her in bewilderment and tried to understand what was wrong with her. The friends stood on the road and looked at each other. None of them could understand why she had actually come at all. Sharan remembered the day Dick Perry saved her from the monster. He, as always, yelled at her to make this fool come to her senses, whether she was ready to answer if everything fell apart because of her, and promised to give her a slap on the wrist right there. Sharan was very tired that day. She sat and cried. She wanted to go home. She decided that she had enough of exploits. Because of Perry's hurtful words and shouts, tears were streaming from the girl's eyes. She was very angry with Dick. At that moment, a huge demon appeared right above her. He noticed the girl and headed towards her. Sharan knew that to block the demon's powers, she needed to use her superpower extinguishing ray. But because she was upset, the girl could not concentrate and fight back against the monster. The demon pounced on Sharan. He hit her with a huge paw. The girl lost consciousness. She was sure that the monster would kill her. Half fainting, she heard Dick Perry screaming that she wasn't even capable of that. Suddenly she woke up. Dick was next to her. She didn't understand what had happened. Perry was slightly wounded. He killed the demon that attacked the girl. Perry asked her if she was okay. Sharan was so confused that she just looked at him silently. The girl walked down the street. Just like then, tears were rolling down her cheeks. She thought that he really had returned. Dick opened the app and looked at how much money he had. An incoming transfer of 2.5 billion won. Dick was thinking about which club to buy. Bill was surprised. Dick learned how to use online banking. Did he really want to become the owner of the club? Dick nodded affirmatively. Perry was sure it was fun and profitable. Bill knew Perry could handle it, but it still required a lot of investment. Ho said that if Perry needed something, he could help him buy a club from the KB1 League. He has the money. Perry asked what the point was. Did Bill really think he wouldn't have enough of his own? And what the hell is a KB1? Like there's still KB2. Bill explained that in the CB7 there are 7 players. In a regular league there are 11 players in the CB1 and CB2. In the long run, it is better to take the CB7. Dick didn't quite understand. But weren't there fewer players there? Bill explained that it was easier to manage 7 than 11. But in KB2, the fighters would certainly be better than in KB7. Perry said he would just buy a KB2 right now. Bill asked if he wanted to read more about the clubs. Perry asked in bewilderment why he could ask Pak Jin about everything. He called Jean, who shouted loudly that it was a great idea. If that was why Dick refused to become the national team coach, then please. Perry told Puck not to shout. He was almost deaf. In short, what are the possible options? Pak said that there are 3 teams that he could sell in the future. And there are some guys that Dick can take right now. Perry expressed keen interest, and Puck asked Dick how serious it was. Perry asked where he could see the players. Pak already had a contract for the purchase and sale of the clubs ready. Dick came to the address that Pak gave him. There was a small nondescript stadium. Dick was very surprised. The future owner of the club didn't understand what the hell this was. The pale advertisement said that competitions between 2 clubs were taking place here. Dick looked at the advertisement and thought that the old man had apparently tricked him. How could they possibly play battle here? Perry walked into a small stadium where a game between 2 second-rate teams was to take place. The stands were almost empty. A few fans were screaming at the top of their lungs, supporting their teams. Some were supporting the Knights, some were supporting the Outlaws. Dick put on a wide mask, dark glasses, and pulled a baseball cap down over his nose, so no one would recognize him. Few fans paid attention to the visitor in the mask. No one knew him. Everyone asked why he was so wrapped up, how strange he looked, and they moved further away. Dick watched the players. Even for a second-rate league, it all looked a bit off. He hoped that they weren't all clumsy. The commentator announced that the fans should greet the teams, and the Knights and Outlaws sluggishly entered the arena. Perry activated his analytical eye and looked at the players' stats. The presenter kept repeating that the players should move forward, as if urging the dragging cyber athletes on. Dick was irritated by this. Why were they going on about their forward? No one was responding to this call anyway. Perry scanned the players with his analytical gaze, and something seemed interesting to him. He was attracted by one of the players whose aura was pumped up to the maximum. His superpower was defense. Another player with a good aura had the superpower of increasing strength. One of the athletes that Dick liked was a support. He was surprised how it was possible to put him in the support position with his physical characteristics. Apparently, he was only placed in support because of his superpower of defense, but the skill level is quite high. Despite his weak physical characteristics, he can become a good dealer. Perry didn't think he would see anything like this here. Such a fighter only needs to be trained properly and can be safely sent into battle. So he's finished with this. He can move on. Another player has strength and willpower indicators of 87 and 85 respectively, which is close to the captain of the Korean team. And his superpower is nothing special. An increase in strength for 30 seconds. This could be useful. Great, that's all with him too. The rest are some kind of idiots. Only these two can be used somehow. Now we can look at the reserve players. Perry sneezed. He noticed the red-haired girl, wondering how she got there. The redhead screamed outrageous forward. Her strength was pumped up to the maximum. Her aura too, super strength jump. Thanks to this superpower, she can jump forward 20 meters. Dick laughed, apparently jumping like a flea. Although this is not the worst ability, in the wrong hands it can even cause harm. This girl should increase her speed to 100. An hour passed. Dick Perry went to the scoreboard and looked at the results of the match. They were impressive. The troublemakers lost dry. Dick grinned. He hadn't seen such losers for a long time. But this is even more interesting. Perry decided to take on this team after all. He dialed Pak, who asked if he had already made a choice. Perry answered yes. He takes the troublemakers. 2 days later, a contract for the sale of the club was signed at the Korea Superhuman Battle Association, and the former owner asked Dick to take care of them. Dick told the man not to worry, he would bring them to the top. The former owner was sure that a hero like Perry could do it. The old Korean shook Dick's hand and promised that he would always support them. The news that Dick Perry had acquired his club spread like wildfire, and the event was actively commented on. Pak sarcastically congratulates the new owner of the KB2 club. Dick said that it was funny. He was glad to push this burden onto him. Jean laughed. Dick himself agreed. It was non-refundable. Perry smiled. He was not going to return anything. The president of the association asked if he had already figured out how to manage the team. Dick shrugged and said, as always, to just take a closer look at the players first. Pak reminded him that training a large group is not as easy as Dick thinks. Perry said they were done with business, so he was leaving. Pak wondered if Dick had actually bought that motorcycle. Dick replied that he would have to drive back and forth now. He was tired of straining Bill Ho as a driver. The owner of the club must know how to spend money wisely, so Dick Perry bought himself a motorcycle. Dick started his iron horse and rushed forward. The Kenbu Expressway had never seen anything like this. Drivers didn't even immediately realize that it was Dick on his motorcycle, weaving along the road like a hare. One of the drivers exclaimed when he saw Dick that he was an idiot who was riding a motorcycle on high-speed roads, and without a helmet, he was completely nuts. Another one was indignant, asking what kind of goat this was. But then he found out that it was their Dick Perry. His behavior was not surprising. The drivers assumed that Perry had bought the motorcycle after receiving payment from the fund. Well, if it's Dick Perry, everything's fine. He's also immortal. Then it's understandable why he doesn't wear a helmet, so that the police would recognize him and not stop him. The drivers thought that since he was the savior of humanity, then okay, he could afford it. Perry pulled up to a strange building. It was a clubhouse for outlaws. Dick parked his motorcycle and looked at the building with puzzlement. It looked very sad. Everything was cracked, unkempt, and there were crows sitting on the roof. Perry shook his head. It was very different from the association building. Well, at least there was a lot of space. A man approached Perry and asked who he was. No strangers were allowed here. Dick turned around and the man immediately recognized him. It was the coach. He took off his cap and apologized to the new owner. He didn't think Perry would decide to come so late. He heard that the contract for the sale of the club had been signed today. The coach introduced himself. His name is June. Dick smiled. He is in good shape. A superhuman, probably. Perry scanned the trainer with an analytical look. Only his aura was pumped up to the maximum. He really was a superhuman. It would be nice to put him in support. Perry asked the coach how old he was. He answered that he was 43, born in 1980. Perry laughed, and he was born in 1976, which means he's 4 years older. The coach didn't believe it. Dick said he would call the coach bro, and the coach could call him big, but the coach didn't like that because boss sounded better. Anyway, Perry asked his brother to show him around. They walked around the building. There was a cafeteria, an office, a gym, a dormitory. The coach explained how everything was set up there. There were 14 players in the club. Perry didn't understand why there was so much space. It's good that at least there is equipment. Albeit old, the coach confirmed. They have a lot of space, so they have everything they need. The last stop on the introductory tour of the clubhouse was the training room. Dick said that all this is not bad, but why are there 11 modules if there are 14 players? The coach was embarrassed. The equipment was expensive, so the money was only enough for this. Perry did not understand why June was here. If he had the skill of recovery, he could work in the hospital. There were some things about the club that Perry didn't like. There was work to be done, but he was confident that he could cope. The players were the main problem. Dick told the coach to show him the fighters. He was very surprised, really right now. The new owner of the club cheerfully asked why they were dragging their feet and ordered that everyone who was there be invited. Dick settled in the restroom. The rumor that the new owner had arrived had already spread. The fighters entered one by one. The first to come in was a red-haired girl. She introduced herself. Her name was Lena. She was glad to meet her new owner. Perry thought that she really looked like a flea. Looking at the red-haired girl's hands, Dick asked if she seemed to be practicing with a bow. Lena became embarrassed and asked how he knew. Perry reminded who he was. It was not a problem for him to determine such things. Perry thought she had good agility and speed, but not enough strength, so he couldn't put her in the mine DD position. Dick said she wasn't strong enough for the dealer position. She couldn't handle it. The girl lowered her head. Her skills weren't very good either. She would have remained a spare, but she was lucky to have Dick. He said that he would make her the main character of the team. Lena's eyes widened in surprise. Perry promised that she would be the team's angel. Lena asked in surprise how that was. Perry showed that her task is to morally destroy the enemy, imperceptibly depriving him of his mind. Perry suggested that no matter how much Lena trained, there was no improvement. The girl didn't know what to say to this. She lowered her head and said that yes, no matter how you look at it, she was hopeless. Perry laughed cheerfully. Sure enough, she was fired. Hopeless people weren't needed here. The girl burst into tears. She really wanted to play. It was not for nothing that she had demonstrated superhuman abilities. Perry laughed and told her not to worry. He wasn't going to kick her out. He said that she would be the main character of the team. The girl didn't believe him. Was he serious? Dick explained that she had some talent, and it was evident. And she asked him shyly if he was talking about archery. Perry flared up. Was she sick? What kind of superhuman couldn't handle a regular bow? No. The owner of the club is talking about something completely different. Dick said that she runs well. Lena was surprised. It was true. Perry said that she needed to focus on this and use her superpower. How could she have such an option? Let him imagine that he will jump like a goat, shoot a bow, and create chaos among the enemies. For example, he will finish off a monster that the enemy was persistently pursuing. And then, when the opponent gets angry and starts to catch her, she uses a high-speed jump. The girl asked Dick if he meant to do a trick. Perry jokingly replied, "Sit down, 5. She will hold her position no matter what, and this will not go unnoticed during the fight. But it is unlikely that anyone will be able to catch her because she is too fast. In short, she should make the other team sweat so much that as a coach he can simply say, run or die. In a real fight, everything depends on how fast you are. If Lena does everything like this, she will be able to take a leading position." Perry said that he bets that if she tries hard, she might become a member of the national team. Lena couldn't believe her ears. Could this really be serious? She hadn't even dared to dream of such prospects. The girl was asking Dick questions. This is not a joke. Dick is not lying, it's true. Perry said that he was answering. Leading position, national team. Lena jumped up and down joyfully and shouted a huge thank you. The girl promised to work hard. Dick looked at her and thought, well, just a flea. He told her to go and call the next one. A timid voice came from behind the door, the player asking if he could come in. Perry turned to the door and loudly told the player to come in boldly. He wouldn't need him. The man said that it was an honor for him to meet Dick Perry. He is Namgung, a support. Dick looked at him and thought that it was the first time he met such a skinny guy among superhumans. This team is full of unique personalities. Looking at them makes you want to laugh. The player was told that Dick wanted to talk to him, but they didn't specify what the issue was. Perry briefly told the player who entered that he was no longer in support. Namgung opened his mouth. How could this be? He's a support. He's always played in this position. Perry repeated that he was no longer a support. The man was confused. But how so? It was probably some kind of mistake. The man didn't know what to do. The new owner suddenly calls and without warning removes the positions. What does he want from him? Perry said he thought the player was better suited to the main DD position, and the poor player winced. Dick told Namugun that he had a talent for wielding weapons, and these were not empty words. The man timidly asked if Dick had ever watched him play. Perry thought, sorry buddy, but he passed out during the match. Out loud he said who would take the team without finding out everything about it. The player said that he has a low strength and agility indicator. Perry explained that it was because he was used to retreating and defending himself with his superpower. The confused man asked if that wasn't how a support was supposed to act. Perry couldn't take it anymore. He barked at the player to stop arguing. Did he really think he knew more than the owner of the club? Dick couldn't stand support players. Most supports usually don't fight, but just stand back. So you end up working in a team where one of the fighters acts as furniture. But 1 in 10 is not like that. Well, Namgung is not like that. Perry told the confused player that he will have at least 2 superpowers. When such players cover the rear, their potential is increasingly revealed and their effectiveness increases. Perry asked if his superpower was defense, right? The frightened player nodded silently. Dick said that this was his first weapon, and Dick Perry would give him the second one. The player timidly asked if Perry was going to make him a support who could fight. Dick got angry. But why was he so stupid? He grabbed the bespectacled guy by the chest, shook him, and said that he was a piece of idiot. He would be a main DD who had the superpowers of a support. Dick could not understand why he clung to this support, was afraid to take up arms and go into battle in the front ranks. Perry said that you shouldn't make this approach the basis of everything. If you want to be successful, you need to listen to what he says. The frightened player stuttered and asked if everything would work out if he followed Dick's advice. Perry confirmed, but added that it was also important how much effort Namgung himself puts in. Dick summed up the conversation. If he wants to stay as a support, no problem, let him stay, but then he's done for. Perry asked what the player prefers, like being part of a team that is dragging itself along and is in last place in the league. Or will he still take a step forward to change his life for the better? The player was silent for a while and then said that he would become the main DD. The player and the new owner of the club shook hands. They understood each other. The coach asked Dick, who was leaving the recreation room, if he had finished introducing himself to the players. Perry turned around. Bro came. Dick asked Jun if he could find another trainer, need a good swordsman. The coach was scared. There were a couple of guys in mind. Dick asked to find a person who would explain to Namgun how to handle a sword. The coach was surprised, but he was a support. Perry objected that no, he was the main DD from now on. Dick also said that Lena needed to be taught how to run properly, so everything needed to be prepared here too. The surprised coach asked Dick if he really thought it would work. Perry replied that if he asked, that meant he was sure. Dick also said that the kids from the first group need to improve their endurance. He noticed that during the match the Knights did something and pumped up theirs. Perry said he was now leaving and the coach advised him to be careful. As he approached his motorcycle, Perry stopped and asked the coach if they could change the team name. The next day, in the large Ho family home, Dick Perry was restless. He was gloomy and walked around Bill's house like a ghost. Perry was puzzled. His head was occupied with the question of what to do. Bill couldn't resist asking what was bothering him, what had happened to him. Perry snapped at Bill to leave him alone. He felt sick without him. Ho asked this because for once Dick doesn't even watch his TV shows. Bill assumed it was probably because of the Outlaws. Bill remembered Perry saying there were only 14 players and asking if he would expand the roster. Ho's words made Perry think. Suddenly Dick jumped up. New players, that's a great idea. A puzzled Bill asked where Perry was going. Dick said, of course, we need to recruit new people. Dick went to the window, which meant he would have to hold a casting for those wishing to join the team. And the bunch of journalists who are always grazing under their windows will help Perry in this matter. Dick glanced sarcastically at the several media workers who were on duty outside Bill's house. Perry called the coach, and he cheerfully asked if it was his little brother. The coach responded, yes, the director, this is Coach June. Dick suggested updating the team a little. June was doubtful. Dick asked what the problem was. The coach replied that the maintenance of new players would cost a large sum. Perry asked his brother if he was lost in the woods. Stop whining. If they were taking the player, then Dick would buy him a module too. That was obvious. Dick asked how much one module cost. The coach replied, 200 million won for one set. Perry didn't think it was much, at least for this penniless club. While on the phone, Perry vaulted over the ladder and said that the new players needed to be impressed right away. Dick announced that the recruitment of candidates for his team would be open for only 3 days. The coach doubted whether this was too little. He doesn't think there will be players who will apply to the second league. They need at least a month. But Dick didn't agree. He already had an idea on how to organize everything. He said that 3 days would be enough. While Dick was talking to the coach, he had already approached the gates that led from Bill Ho's estate, and journalists were standing next to the gates. Dick quietly opened the doors and walked out of the estate onto the street. Perry turned to the journalists on duty there and greeted them. He sees that today they too are actively working to earn a living. Media workers immediately began asking Dick for interviews and asking if he had ever considered playing alone. Perry said that he would answer all their questions, and in return, they would do something for him. One of the journalists asked what he needed. Dick reassured him, nothing special. Perry announced that recruitment for his team would be open within 3 days, and asked reporters to write that he expected to see a lot of applications. The surprise coach called Dick and said that they had received a ton of applications. Perry chuckled and asked seriously, "How much?" "A couple thousand." June said more. At the moment it was over 70. He did not understand where so many people wanted to participate in the battle of superhumans came from. The coach was panicking. It wasn't even the season yet, and here was such an influx. Dick calmed him down. First, they would sort out the applications. Perry said he would do the screening himself, and when Dick arrived at the office, the coach placed a large stack of resumes on his desk. Perry immediately began to look at them. First, Dick would quickly clear everything up and immediately conduct an interview. The coach said that he would prepare everything. All superhumans undergo a physical test at their country's association after awakening their powers. The physical test measures current strength, agility, aura, and translates into a numerical value. Dick Perry just recently took these tests. He looked at the resumes and wondered why everyone was so weak. Dick was angry he couldn't understand the candidate's potential from the questionnaires. "You should at least look at all the applications once. Maybe you'll find someone good." One of the applications caught Dick Perry's attention, and he found it interesting. 22-year-old Joe Ho had the remarkable superpower of telekinesis and visual teleportation, but worked as a courier. Judging by the numbers, the boy's physical condition is not worth a dime. But visual teleportation, that is, he can transmit not only an object, but also show others what he sees himself. Perry exclaimed that this kid interested him, and the mood of the new owner of the club immediately improved. That same day, Dick interviewed candidates for the team at the clubhouse. The young man beamed with happiness. He greeted Dick and said that he was his longtime admirer. Dick asked the boy if he had played in matches when he was in high school. The boy confirmed. But after graduation, he stopped because he decided it wasn't for him. Perry asked if he had changed his mind now that he had applied to join the team. The young man answered sheepishly that he simply really wanted to see Dick Perry in person and ask for an autograph. He adores him. People worship him. An angry Dick yelled at the candidate to get out of here. The guy didn't quite understand. Dick repeated it again. He told him to get out of here. The confused guy asked why he was doing this to a fan who came and admired him, and what if they found out about it. An enraged Perry threw a hole punch at the guy. Dick shouted at the candidate. He even watches the news. He saw him. So, he can tell everyone that Dick Perry sent him. The idiot. Let him say something like the team owner is a crazy scumbag. The coach tried to stop Dick, but he had already shouted for the next candidate to be brought in. The guy who took Dick out was carried out of the office. The candidates looked on in fear. Someone heard the sound of a blow. Everyone wondered what happened there. The coach asked the next person to come in. He invited Mr. Joe Ho. The guy walked into the office and introduced himself. His name was Joe Shin Ho. He was the very kid that interested Dick. The coach looked through his application and asked why he came with such results. June carefully whispered to Dick that this one was not suitable. Why this boy came, but Perry looked closely at the boy. Dick scanned the boy with his analytical gaze. As he thought, his strength and agility were as bad as they could be. But on the other hand, super strength, telekinesis, visual teleportation, aura transmission, 3 superpowers. And besides, one of them was the transmission of aura, a rare superpower with great potential for strategic use. Dick was pleased. It's a great ability, even though it's not mentioned in his resume, and it seems like the guy doesn't even know it exists. Dick asked the guy if he was really born in 2002. It didn't look like it to him. But the coach confirmed that everything was correct. He and Lena were the same age. Dick smiled. He was sure that it was fate. Dick turned to Joe. The owner of the club asked why he only listed delivery service in the experience column. When asked if he had any experience fighting in the battle, the guy answered in the negative. He just worked as a courier for a delivery service. Perry asked why he sent the application since his stats are low, so he's not really cut out to be a player. Joe Shin Ho nervously clenched his fists and replied to Dick that he knew about it very well and understood everything. But since childhood, his dream was to get into the battle of superhumans as a player. Previously, he always justified himself by hiding behind low indicators. Perhaps others see him as just that, weak and worthless. But he is absolutely serious in his desire to apply. Dick said that in general there were several things that interested him. The guy replied that he could ask about anything. Dick asked how far his telekinesis worked. The guy scratched his head. The test showed something like 2.5 kilometers. Dick knew that there were all 3. Perry asked to tell. He doesn't blindly hand over things. What does he do first? He needs to find out where the recipient is. The guy answered that he uses aura to find out the approximate location. Dick clarified that this meant he could find another player within the aura's range. Joe replied that he thought so. You could say that he had to search manually, since it didn't work on autopilot. Perry said it would be fine. The space in the dungeon is limited, so it's okay. This ability can be used to detect the enemy. It's even better than he thought. Finally, Dick found a nun with whom their red-haired, light-footed angel would work. The trainer did not understand which nun. Delighted, Dick turned to Zhou Xinho, smiling. The owner of the club informed the excited guy that he was accepted. Zhou couldn't believe his ears. Could it really be true? He was very grateful to Dick Perry. The coach was confused. Could the director really be serious about this? Perry smiled. This guy would be a great partner for Lena and would provide the team with a breakthrough. Jun was shocked. He didn't understand how these two worthless players could be used. Dick said the team's strategy would be built around the work of these two, a union between a thief girl and a nun who would show her the right path. There was a celebration at the club. The players celebrated that the world-famous man Dick Perry had become the new owner of the club. The athletes raised toasts, celebrating the new stage of their journey, and everyone was invited to eat and drink as much as they could. In the yard, meat was being grilled, the boys were raising mugs filled with beer, and the coach was raising toasts. Dick watched everything that was happening and thought that despite the anxiety, the atmosphere in the team was normal. Then he heard someone greet him. A guy came up to Dick and introduced himself as the captain of the Outlaws, Jung Hwan. Dick scanned his data. He had seen this guy before at competitions. Dick thought that he was of little interest to him as a player. A standard tank, nothing special, although he is good enough, so it is strange that he is on this team. The captain had heard that Dick was investing heavily in the team, and as captain, the boy thanked Dick and promised to do everything in his power not to disappoint the new director. The captain bowed and asked Dick to take care of them. He hoped for mutual cooperation. Perry nodded his head and said, "Yeah, he hopes so too." Dick looked after the captain and thought that he was an open and sincere ideal captain. Then Perry noticed that Lena and Zhou Xinho were chatting happily with each other. It turned out that the two got along well. The guys chatted cheerfully, chewing on freshly fried meat and washing it down with a little beer. Perry beckoned them with his finger, telling the little one to come here and Xinho too. Perry asked if they had already met. They were new members of the second group and, by the way, the same age. Perry said that they would participate in the battle as one, so they needed to live together. They were his main secret in their team menu. The young people were very surprised. Dick smiled as the little angel pulled out information and prayed for forgiveness for her soul. While behind her back, the gray nun played the entire game. Dick continued that Xinho and the team would be just like that nun. Lena looked at the guy questioningly. Perry waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's finish this now and then we'll discuss everything during training." Dick thought that his team was now at least minimally staffed, and the last thing that Dick Perry wanted to urgently change here was, of course, the name of the club. He needed to come up with a new name for the team. He didn't like the Outlaws at all. He turned to all the players and asked them to listen to him carefully. Perry said he was announcing a new name for the club. They will now be called something else. The club owner is convinced that with the name change, the team will begin a new stage in its life, and it will be successful. 3 months later, Dick Perry's team, formerly known as the Outlaws, changed its name to YSM. The host announced that today's game would be a test of their new gaming strategy. It's been quite a while since Dick Perry took over the club, and the team's lineup hasn't changed. But today new players are taking to the field. Dick Perry was giving the players instructions before the match. He told them to do everything they did in training, and not to come up with anything extra, especially Xinho. The guy hesitated. He asked if this was really normal. Dick told him not to worry, just a little show and show. And so the day came when they would show everything they had learned during these 3 months of training. Dick told them to go and have fun. The host announced YSM versus BC. Dick Perry's students were at the starting line. The first round began. Hannah thanked Dick for the invitation to the match. It turns out that she hadn't been to the stadium for a long time. Perry was surprised. Didn't she go to watch her daughter's performance? Hannah laughed and said that when Becca first debuted, she came to support her several times. But after that, she could never find the time. Bill never came to Dick. He kept waiting for something and seemed hesitant. Hannah asked Perry if he worked differently with his guys than Bill. Dick chuckled and said that she could be sure of it. Dick smiled and invited Hannah to watch the incredibly exciting battle that he and the guys had prepared. The host announced that the first round's dungeon, Wizard Canyon, was a picturesque place, and that you wouldn't find anything like it in reality. Here you can see the fight not only on land, but also underwater, where the mobility and reaction speed of the athletes are important. Everyone is eagerly awaiting what the new YSM team will demonstrate. 3 months ago, training for the new team began, and the stopwatch showed that Lena covered 100 meters in 3 seconds and wasn't even out of breath. The athletes trained actively. The new coach told Dick that Lena had incredible talent. Xinho also became much faster and more resilient, but Lena is simply a treasure in this regard. The coach heard that the boy had no experience in participating in battle. How did Dick spot his talent? Perry didn't understand why Lena and Ho's progress was so different. In fact, he was cheating a little, of course, turning on his analytical gaze. The coach was amazed at Dick's instinct, but Perry replied that it was necessary to take care of the athletes, because they would have to run in a variety of dungeons, so they needed to be trained properly. The coach replied that as soon as they worked on Lena's style, they would be guaranteed to get good results and would be able to introduce her into the real game. 40 days of training have passed, and there are 50 days left until the team's first competition in the new lineup. The players were irritated. Lena had stolen another monster right from under their noses. How to catch this girl if she jumped so fast? Lena ran and jumped very fast after training. The girl was very pleased. She had a blast again. Everything really turned out as the director said. Dick watched with delight. He believed that the containment strategy could now be applied and asked the team how they felt. The captain said he felt like his capture rate was half what it normally was, and another player hung his head and said he felt like he was getting neurosis. Perry asked what pissed the team off the most. The dynamics are great. Lena is just great. The girl thanked the director with a smile and said that she would try even harder. In fact, Lena was incredibly worried. She thought that their director was the best. He told her that he would make her the main character and kept his word. And he said this to a man who, even in the team with the lowest rating in the second league, spent an eternity sitting on the bench. And Dick Perry also said that Lena could become a member of the national team if she trained. The girl found it hard to believe. She kept asking if she could do it, if she could really do it. Her nerves were on edge before the game. And then Dick Perry praised her. She couldn't believe her ears. Could everything really be so good? And she did it. Suddenly, Lena heard someone calling her. She shuddered and asked who was calling her. It was the team captain. Chan asked if she was probably worried, but the girl waved her hands and said, "Not at all, not a bit." The captain smiled and reassured the girl. There was no need to pretend that everything was okay. This was her first game, so it was absolutely normal that she was nervous. One of the players confirmed that this is true. When he first went out on the field, he even threw up. The captain told Lena that she could be as nervous as she wanted, but she shouldn't doubt her abilities. The captain smiled and said that the leader of the Seven Saviors himself believed in them, so Lena would become the best game thief. The girl was very grateful to the captain for his support, and Chan addressed all the other players on the team. He said they were a team assembled and coached by national hero Dick Perry, so let's fight hard so as not to disgrace the director's name. The players raised their fists and shouted that they would do everything as agreed. The host said that the new YSM team players split up and started moving. It seems to be a 4-4-3 strategy. However, the three-person team crosses the dungeon, ignoring the monsters, holding back from the start. Maybe this is YSM's special style. Lena, Namgung, and Jo Shin-ho crossed the dungeon at high speed. While everyone was wondering where they were heading and what their plans were, the commentator reported that the three YSM members suddenly stopped after moving forward so quickly. Joe told his companions to wait a bit. He stopped in the middle of the floating island. The guy picked up a stone lying on the island to see if it was a suitable place for reconnaissance. Joe picked up the stone, looked at it carefully, and said that this should be enough. Shin-ho activated his superpower telekinesis. The guy looked around, determining what was happening in the enemy camp. Joe acts as a scout, locating the enemy using his combined superpowers. The guy tensed up. Using his aura, he looked for people to whom he could pass the stone he had in his hand. The young man scanned everything around him, and finally he saw 4 players from the opposing team running nearby. Focusing on them, he realized who exactly was running. Finally, Jo Shin-ho said that he found them, and named who exactly was running and where. It turned out that all 4 were moving in one group. Now it was up to Lena. A super fast and super nimble red-haired girl with a bow is ready to enter the game. Thanks to her super strength, she could jump very quickly over long distances. She concentrated and was confident that she would not let down her director, who believed in her talent. Lena pushed off and flew to the part of the dungeon that Jo Shin-ho, their nun, pointed to. Lena needed to get to the monster that was being attacked by the enemy team in time. They were currently in a fight. It only took her a few seconds to find the group that Joe saw. She found them. She was almost there. Now Lena has to enter the game, and this will no longer be a training session. The opposing team was fighting a fire dragon at this time. The players had almost finished off the monster. Now it was Lena's time to deliver the finishing blow. The girl saw that several dragons were actively attacking 4 enemy players. She told her people that she saw them. There was no time to hesitate, so Lena pushed off and jumped forward like a flea. In the heat of battle, neither the opposing team players nor the fire-breathing dragons noticed the girl's appearance. Lena looked around and thought that everything was fine. There were no strong players here that she needed to stay away from. A group of the enemy team actively attacked one of the dragons. The group leader shouted for no one to relax. They had almost caught up with the dragon. But then the surprised players saw that 3 arrows flew straight at their monster from somewhere on the side. The girl was delighted. She succeeded. Lena killed the monster. The points went to their team. The opponents were stunned. They lost points for the monster, so everything was in vain. But the commander said that it was enough whining and they needed to focus on the hunt. The commander gave an order to one of the players to deal with Lena, who stole the monster from under their noses. The angry player rushed towards the girl. Lena was waiting for him nearby. She was having a lot of fun. She pretended to be very confused and afraid of the player, who, clenching his teeth, was approaching her. The guy ran and hit the place where the red-haired thief had just stood with his sword, and to his surprise, it hit the ground. The guy couldn't understand anything. The girl was gone. What happened? Where did she disappear to? At this time, he heard Lena's mocking voice. She asked where he was looking. The girl was already in a completely different place. The guy was confused. He yelled at Lena that she was making fun of him. She jumped up and instantly found herself in another place. The girl laughed and disappeared away. The hunter looked after her and wondered where she got such speed from. The player rushed after the impudent thief, but she lured him every time and each time ran away. Luring him further and further, he lost his head and screamed that she was finished. The guy was incredibly angry that he couldn't keep up with Lena. It was just so damn annoying. He lost control of himself. The commentator said that player Lena slightly provoked the players from Incheon. She moves so quickly that the opponent does not even have time to realize what is happening. But the supply of arrows in Lena's quiver is not endless. One day they ran out, and the commentator informed the viewers about this. The girl cheerfully asked Joe Shin-ho to give her the arrows. Joe replied that she should hold them, and Lena once again had a full quiver of arrows. The commentators were delighted. Thanks to Joe Shin-ho's superpower, this problem ceases to be a problem. If you are supplied with arrows so quickly, it is easy to play on containment. It's no wonder that with his superpower, Joe Shin-ho was able to become a main player in just 3 months. The host couldn't figure out what Joe was doing. The guy spread out a blanket and started reading Dick Perry's biography called The Korean Dungeon. Shin-ho told Lena that if she needed arrows, she should ask for them. And the girl laughed and replied that this would be enough for now. The shocked host reported that player Joe Shin-ho was reading Manhwa during the match. The guy feigned complete indifference, pretending to be completely immersed in studying the biography of their legendary director. The fans were delighted. Such a spectacular and fun fight had not been seen at local stadiums for a long time. A few weeks ago, YSM was preparing for their first match. Lena was telling her teammates to catch her faster. She had already taken 6 monsters from them, but the irritated players couldn't catch her. She was too fast. The guys were surprised. Lena has an innate talent for annoying people. Dick replied that if it were all that simple, Lena would not have any problems. The main problem is that her partner Shin-ho needs a safe place to use his abilities. Until Joe finds shelter, Lena will have difficulty getting ammunition. Dick offered to give them an escort to Namgung. His superpower will help protect against monsters, because he can create a protective barrier when an enemy attacks. Perry saw that their nuns had found a place for themselves, and several quivers of arrows lay in front of Joe. At Lena's request, he passed them on to her, using his superpower to replenish the dashing thief's supply of weapons. Dick and the head coach watched the practice game closely. Perry asked Jun if Shin-ho would continue to do this. The coach confirmed. The coach said that Joe shouldn't go out into the open alone. Shin-ho will be there until someone comes to pick him up. Dick didn't like all this. He told Jun that it looked very pathetic. It wouldn't do. If Joe is so cautious, then he'd better look like a clown than some kind of nerd. The commentator stuttered as he said that player Joe Shin-ho was reading Manhwa during the match. Joe, under Namgung's protective cover, calmly read a book while the audience watched. At this time, above the protective dome, Namgung was fighting with a monster. The commentator said that now the audience was watching truly spectacular fights. The picture was indeed strange, funny, and fascinating. Below, under the cover, Joe Shin-ho lay calmly, surrounded by quivers of arrows, and above him, Namgung fought with the monster. While player Namgung Ji-hoon fights the baby wyvern, player Joe Shin-ho continues to enjoy reading. The fans were delighted with the arrival of the new director. The teams seemed to have changed. No one understood what they were doing and why they had to tolerate their antics. Joe heard Lena's message. She asked him to give her more arrows. The guy took the quiver in his hands, concentrated, and with the help of his superpower sent the weapon to the girl. Literally a couple of seconds, and the quiver of arrows was no longer in his hands. Lena could continue stealing monsters from the enemy. Dick Perry, who was watching his players play, laughed heartily. Hannah was shocked. She asked Dick if he was the one who told them to play like that. Dick confirmed. Isn't it funny? Perry said that he has a knack for finding talent where no one else sees it, and it scares him how good he is at it. Hannah replied that he helped Bill a lot with that too. Dick remembered that he asked Bill to put Bob Heck on the main team as a tank and remove Shim Su, but it seems Bill doesn't do what he's told. Hannah didn't know for sure because Bill doesn't talk to her about work, but she heard him mention Bob Heck's name, and it sounds like there's some friction there. Dick decided that he would ask Bill himself. He was sure that when problems arose, a coach should know how to solve the problems with all the severity. Hannah smiled. Dick started doing it again. The host said it was time to take a break from Jo Shin-ho. Dick and Hannah looked at the screen with curiosity. Team BC from Incheon has been joined by 2 more players. All of them are trying to catch Lena. The host said that the situation has become very dangerous for her. The captain of the opposing team angrily shouted for the red-haired thief to be captured immediately. Joe told Lena to squirm like an eel in a frying pan. The only way to escape was that way. Lena confirmed that she understood Joe and knew what she needed to do. The guy egged the girl on, asking if she could do it. Lena replied that of course she could. The enemy players concentrated. They were ready to all together catch the impudent girl. Lena gritted her teeth. This was the first time she had come face to face with an enemy DD. This was a real fight. But she remembered Dick's words very well. That if she tried hard, she might become a member of the national team. And the words of the captain, who said that she would become the best game thief. Lena gritted her teeth and repeated that she could handle it. A red tail flashed in front of the opposing team. Lena's thoughts flashed back to the team captain's words, that they were a team that had been assembled, coached by national hero Dick Perry, and that they needed to fight in a way that would not disgrace the director's name. Lena smiled and quietly said that she would do everything in her power. The fighter chased the nimble girl. She made several jumps and quickly broke away from him. But Lena did not completely disappear from sight, as if luring her opponents to where she needed them. The opposing players were mad as hell at the thief. She took them out. The captain said they were moving too slowly. The enemy commander growled in anger and shouted that they could not let her go. Lena ran faster than the wind. The captain of the pursuers loudly commanded the fighters to take her. Half of the enemy team was running on Lena's heels. When the players thought they were about to grab her, Lena made a jump, and the opponents found themselves in each other's arms. After making several jumps, Lena broke away from her pursuers for a while. But turning around, she saw that her opponents were not lagging behind. They continued to run after her. The captain shouted at them to catch the girl quickly. If they hesitated, the difference in points would become too big and they would lose. The captain ordered the soldiers to chase the girl to the last, without stopping the pursuit for a minute. Lena found herself on the edge of a cliff and had nowhere else to run. Her pursuers, very pleased, stopped in a semicircle around the red-haired thief who had thwarted all their plans. The enemy captain said that she had nowhere else to run, smiling evilly. The captain suggested that the girl look back. He was gloating. Finally, they had cornered the thief. He asked with a wry smile. Lena is a bit tall, isn't she? No matter how cool she is, she won't be able to jump from such a height, so she's finished. Lena kicked a rock down from where she stood on the edge of the cliff. Suddenly, the girl laughed. She asked the captain, so what? She had nowhere to run. They had driven her into a dead end. A great achievement, isn't it? The opposing players looked in surprise at the girl waving her arms and laughing loudly. And everyone had the thought that she was crazy. Lena, smiling cheerfully, asked if she would ask. They would let her go. Although it was probably unlikely. The captain replied that this time they would not let her go. But then the pursuers realized that everything was not just like that. A noise was heard from above. Lena said that finally the other members of their team showed up. The YSM captain said that they won't let them go either. The girl was delighted. Her first game brought her a lot of pleasure. She succeeded. She coped. YSM players literally fell out of the sky. It seemed like they were walking on clouds. Lena screamed hooray, and her teammates entered the battle, stunning the enemy with their unexpected appearance. The girl smiled. Even if there was something wrong with her, nothing could be done about it. The commentator exclaimed what an exciting match this was, and the YSM players jumped off the floating island. YSM's tactics are amazing. BC from Incheon have lost time. They will have to fight right here and now. Part of the BC team is paralyzed. The pursuers of the cunning Lena are trapped. The remaining fighters of the armed forces team arrived, but it was too late, and they were no longer able to influence the situation. A stunning first-round win for YSM. And this is a team that has been finishing last in the league for the last few years. Now they won with a score of 9-0. The commentator enthusiastically said that this was the first such interesting match in quite a long time. Today they discovered a real treasure in the form of new players. Yes, we are talking about Lena and Jo Shin-ho. Before the eyes of astonished spectators, a mind-blowing union was born, on whose ascent they now place great hopes. The players came out on stage, and enthusiastic cries came from all sides. The audience shouted that they were great, that they were cool. The girl was amazed. It was her first game and such a victory. The delight of the audience. With her eyes wide open, Lena looked at what was happening around and did not believe it. She looked up at Dick Perry, wondering what the principal would say. Dick smiled. He told her, "You see, everything worked out. He said that it would be exactly like this." Lena remembered their first meeting, when Dick said that he would make her the main character of the team. Smiling, Perry gave Lena a thumbs up, showing that she had done a great job, which was the biggest compliment she could get. He and Joe stood on stage, confused. It was their very first game. The announcer announced that Team YSM was the winner of the first round. The clear victory in the first round was a complete surprise. The result shocked everyone. BC from Incheon began to worry. Their opponents, coached by Dick Perry, were playing very unusually. The commentator said intriguingly that now they need to see what happens in the second round. Lena and Jo Shin-ho played a crazy game of containment, leaving their opponents no chance. The shock of what they saw demoralized them and eventually led to defeat. YSM are warming up and they're still going strong. They went 7-0 in the second round. They won by a huge margin. They were winning the match 2-0. As expected, the most effective player of the match is YSM athlete Lena Yeon. The girl was delighted and shouted thanks to the one who first discovered her potential. When the interview with Lena came out, the online community simply exploded. Of course, the overwhelming majority of comments were about Lena, and the hidden game thief Jo Shin-ho was also recognized by viewers for his abilities. Interest in the battle of the superhumans in Korea had almost died down, but this match fanned the flames from the last spark, and it's not the first time two rookies have become superstars. Dick Perry had already strategized for Lena and Shin-ho's alliance, trained the players, and led them to victory. Commentators were sure that Dick Perry's insight was simply amazing. He was simply a genius. A few days later, the old friends were talking at Ho's house. Bill asked Dick to tell him about Lena and Jo Shin-ho. After all, it was he who dug up these children. Perry said yes, the old boar, or should I say that June chose them and he just agreed with him. In any case, the guys are very talented, Dick laughed. And he has a brilliant eye. Bill asked if they could handle the level of the national team. Perry said it was high time he talked Bob Heck into it. He never became a tank. Bill said he did. He convinced him. Bob said he would try if he carried the national symbols, but there was a lot of debate in the team about this, so the boy dragged his feet. Other coaches in Korea don't like Bill very much, so it's quite difficult to convince this or that player. Because Bill is not a pro. He coaches only because of his past achievements, and he is a pro. So they flushed the Korean battle down the toilet. Perry got up from the couch and said he'd be interested to see their faces and watch them sing in front of the greatest coach of the century. I mean him. Bill laughed and said that they wouldn't say a word to Dick. Bill looked at Perry and thought that he seemed to be in trouble. Perry suddenly asked Bill how much money for Bill Heck. Bill did not understand. Perry turned and repeated, "How much is player Bob Heck worth? They want to buy him for their team." The news was blowing up. YSM had won 5 games in a row. The best player, Lena, couldn't be stopped. It was all the influence of Dick Perry. The team coach was delighted. He showed Dick the publications and shouted, "Director, 5 wins in a row. This has never happened before." Touched, June burst into tears, asking if he was definitely not sleeping. Was there really going to be a holiday on their street too, finally? A surprised Dick asked June what his brother was crying about. They had only won 5 times. Was that some kind of record? The coach replied in confusion that they had never won so many times. But the delighted Jun did not calm down. After the disaster in the Wizard Canyon, the internet community almost idolizes their Lena. Everything is as Dick said, who knew that Lena would show herself so well. Perry said he was always right, and asked June if he remembered him whining about whether such a strategy would work, and how an application with such abilities even got through. Perry thought it was too early to rejoice. The basis of their strategy is Jo Shin-ho, and now all the teams know about it. The coach asked Dick in confusion. Seriously. The director said that his brother was upsetting him. Maybe he should ask what to do now. The coach said that they would have to protect Shin-ho anyway. Dick chuckled that the coach was smarter than he seemed and asked for water. Jun was offended by such a statement. He grimaced and thought that this bastard had a terrible ego. Dick and June were surprised to hear someone singing very loudly. The team's celebration was in full swing. Perry patted the coach on the shoulder and asked when the results of Namgung and Jung-hwan's training would appear. They wouldn't lose their fighting spirit and power. The coach enthusiastically said that of course not. Dick really likes his confidence and will be happy if their win rate by the end of the season is 50%. The coach opened his mouth in surprise. He was in shock. Half of the matches for the whole season, it seemed completely unreal to him. The Outlaws' maximum winning percentage against YSM was 31%. But Perry asked if the coach really wanted to argue with him, and June shook his head. The team captain listened attentively. 50%. The Outlaws, of course, are already in the past, although the number is unrealistic. But the director does not say anything he is not sure of. Perry may be a ram in his stubbornness, but it's clear that he thinks carefully about every word and decision. The team captain remembered that thanks to the Outlaws, he was able to participate in the battle. The team's name has changed, of course, but now he can repay the team for everything it has done for him. Dick Perry stood up and told the coach that this was the first time they had ever had a drink, so he should stop talking shit. Perry stood up and addressed all the players. He wanted to tell them something. If YSM wins half of the matches, he will personally invest in the team. The players have shown their potential and deserve this award. Perry looked around and asked if everything was clear. His students shouted in unison, "Yes." Dick said, "Great, then he's leaving." The coach stood up to see him off, but Dick stopped him with a gesture, telling him to sit down. He was not a girl to be seen off. The confused coach wished the director a safe journey. Perry walked out of the cafe and thought that it was not easy to recruit players. Zhou Xinho could only search for enemies and transfer items within a radius of 3 kilometers. And if the opponents don't pay attention to Namgun and find the boy, then they will easily defeat this flea with a bow without a game of containment. Their chances of winning will sharply decrease. Perry scratched his head, needing help to diversify his tactics. He decided to talk to Bill and organize a joint 11-on-11 training session. Although the main reason was not the team's merits, but Perry's famous name. They had sponsors and funding, and now Dick was thinking about how to bring someone normal to the team. Perry decided that he would negotiate for Bob Heck. Then Dick heard that he had received a message on his phone. It turned out to be from Bill Ho. He asked if he needed any more players, and maybe he would take a closer look at the juniors. The promising guys had probably already been taken, but maybe there were still those whose potential had not been spotted. Dick laughed. He said that Bill was a bastard. He decided to help his old friend. With the first wave of league games over, it was time to look for new talent. Dick chuckled and told the kids to wait for him. YSM's winning streak ended at the 6th win, as Dick Perry expected. Other teams found a way to counter Lina and Zhou Xinho, but Captain Zheng Huan stopped hesitating and focused completely on YSM. He proposed a new game plan. The captain is ready to snatch a high place in the league with his teeth. At the beginning of the season, YSM was in last place among 20 teams. In 18 matches, YSM won 10 victories. As a result, the team rose to 11th place and finished the first season with a winning ratio of 55.6%. Summer finally came. The season ended. It was time to start looking for new team players. There was a commotion at the Battle of Superhuman's base. The players were asking each other who had come to them. The man shook Dick Perry's hand in a friendly manner. He was glad to meet him. "What brought him to their school?" Perry replied. "Work. Today he is here as the director of YSM." The man introduced himself. He was Kim Jong-moon, the coach of the team from Yongmyeon. Dick said that he had no specific goals. He was just going to look around. The coach agreed. Of course, he would accompany him. The players were training in the gym. Dick was surprised it was just a club activity, but everything was at the highest level. The confused coach objected that there was nothing special. Dick looked closely at one boy. The coach asked where Dick was looking so closely. Perry pointed at the guy he was interested in and said that this one was not bad. The coach smiled. The rumors were true. You can't hide anything from Dick. In the future, this guy was going to join the Phoenix team in the first league. Perry was sorry that the guy's average was only 77. He thought he had found talent, but he had to come down to earth. In the end, Perry didn't take a single one. As it turned out, there was no one there whose average was 90 or higher, and there were no good hidden superpowers either. Dick came to collect the ears of grain, and they were unripe. The coach did not understand what was going on in Perry's head. He confusedly asked him what he was thinking. The coach showed him players who were training on different tools and instruments. There were a lot of different guys, and Dick thought he was going crazy. He didn't let anyone through, checked everyone, and wondered if he would really leave empty-handed. These kids are like double fishing boats. They are only useful when paired with someone. And then the door opened. A guy appeared who apologized for being late. Dick looked at him questioningly. The coach approached the guy and asked how his preparation for the entrance exams went. The young man replied that more or less, he was late every time. And then the guy was surprised to see Dick Perry. Where did he come from? Dick thought that he was probably another empty shell. But this boy is also an athlete, and Dick decided to analyze him too, just in case. Dick asked the boy if he was skipping training for school, and the embarrassed boy replied that yes, he didn't think he could become a professional player. With his stats and strength, there were no prospects. So he decided to devote more time to studying. Dick was surprised. The teams did not contact him. The guy scratched his head. There was not a single offer. The kid said it didn't matter. He meant that Dick was incredibly cool and he was a fan of his. Perry smiled. Seriously, if he wanted, he could shake his hand. The young man became embarrassed and asked if it was possible. They say that if Dick hears that someone is his fan, he beats that person. Perry laughed, said it right. But he seems to be a level-headed guy. To the guy's surprise, Dick extended his hand and invited him to join his team, saying that he was ready to sign a contract with him. The young man couldn't believe his ears. He stuttered and asked again if it was really a contract. Perry finally saw what he was looking for. Here it is, the superpower shadow walking. But this superpower has special conditions for opening. The guy looked questioningly at Dick, and he thought that at the level of the Korean League, this superpower was quite enough to survive. Dick once again told the guy to join YSM. He was sure he had to get him before anyone got wind of his superpower. The guy was confused. He was, of course, grateful to Dick for this offer. But he didn't know his abilities, and was already offering him a job. Dick thought to pull the wool over his eyes with something like, "I saw you at the competition," but he answered out loud that he was watching TV and saw a guy on the Youth League channel. The young man was surprised, but he was then put on the bench. Perry realized that he was in trouble. Dick hesitated a bit, then said that the guy was Yoon Bum. He was looking for him because he was curious why such a nice guy was stuck on the bench. The young man looked at the renowned warrior with wide eyes. Perry said that when he saw him, he immediately realized that he had a hidden talent, but no one knew about it yet. The guy felt uncomfortable. It seemed that Dick had misunderstood something. His indicators left much to be desired, and most importantly, his superpower was so-so. With it, he was even slower than others. Dick asked if the young man was questioning his experience. He was the one who found Lena and Jo Shin-ho. Nagman was also initially a so-so support, but everything changes. The guy whispered, "Of course, Dick Perry is truly an outstanding person." "But does he really think that he has some kind of outstanding talent?" Dick said. "Of course. And this is his superpower." Perry has seen many superhumans and understands such things at first sight. But now it is not entirely known what kind of superpowers he has, and he thinks the guy needs to be in the shadow to become faster. Without the shadow, he accelerates only 20%. The young man lowered his head and sighed heavily. It was hard for him to believe this. Perry asked if he knew that superpowers were a reflection of his personality traits. Apparently he was one of those who struggled with self-doubt. He was comfortable hiding corners of his soul from others. Perry smiled, which meant his shadow superpower was perfect. If the guy put in the effort, he could develop and improve it. The young man perked up and asked if he could really become stronger. Dick nodded his head affirmatively. He was sure that superpower could rise to a higher level. Dick smiled and said that they could even argue. But first he invited him to join his team for 2 years. And if the player's life seemed interesting to him, they would sign a contract for another 3 years. In conclusion, Perry promised that if the young man realized that he had wasted his time, he would pay him $300 million in cash. The guy didn't even know what to say. The surprised guy, stuttering, said that he understood everything and he needed to tell his mother. Dick took him by the shoulders and said, "Great, let's go." The coach didn't understand what happened. This guy was considered hopeless. They approached Dick's motorcycle. He told the guy to jump on. The young man was a little scared. Perry, as always, was driving at top speed. The guy, with his eyes closed in fear and his teeth clenched, tried to tell the future director to drive more slowly. The club immediately prepared and signed a 2-year contract. Yoon Bum received a deposit, an annual salary, and special contract conditions. The guy's parents were shocked, and Dick, very pleased, drove on. In the very first school he managed to find a player. I wonder if he can collect more. Perry was flying at great speed on his motorcycle and wondering who was waiting for him ahead. At the next school, he was told that all their children had already signed contracts. The doors of another school were closed. Perry thought that maybe he would get lucky at the next school. There were still many of them, so they drove forward. But in the next 3 there is no one. Then it is empty. In another one there are zeros. No one. Empty. Perry swore, "This is just a setup. They didn't miss a single junior. They grabbed them all. The last place is left." Cheongwon High School. Perry would definitely find someone here. The guy Dick liked apologized and said he didn't want to be a professional player. For him, superhuman battle is just a hobby to have fun. This guy has a superpower of observation. By observing the enemy, he can identify his weak points. The coach sighed and said that it was useless. This guy gets a lot of offers but refuses them all. He is still stubborn. If he has already got something into his head, then nothing can be done. Dick suggested that maybe his parents were against the game, but the guy waved his hand. No. Because they pay well for participating in the battle. It's no secret to anyone. The guy shrugged his shoulders and said, "What difference does it make who says what? It's his life. The thing is, he has one ailment. He wants to become a writer to create and give people dreams and hopes with his works." Dick winced. The disease of art, he had heard of such a thing. But he himself was very far from it. Dreams and hopes, Perry had a thought about how to attract the guy. Dick turned to him and said that Dick Perry was sitting in front of him. Dick asked if he was not the hero who 17 years ago brought dreams and hopes to a world on the brink of destruction. But that was a long time ago, and Dick thought that his biography was pretty outdated. Why shouldn't the guy rewrite it, since he has incredible skills in this matter? Dick said he wasn't bragging, but wasn't his life like a novel, and could be the basis for a whole series of dark fantasy books. Perry continued, perhaps he had a story that no one had heard yet. It was about the last dungeon. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. Perry was willing to tell the guy this story if they signed a contract to join the team. The young man jumped up and asked where to sign. Bingo. Choi Jo-min signed a 3-year contract with an annual salary of $5,500. Dick asked if the contract was finished. The guy confirmed. Yoon Bum cost Dick an order of magnitude less, probably because John Min is in demand among teams. But if you pump up his characteristics and add superpowers to this, the guy will become a good investment. Jo-min asked the departing Dick Perry if he could ask him a question. Dick told him to just call him Elder and clarified what he wanted to know. The guy asked in surprise how it was that Dick had no weak points at all. Perry was surprised. It was the first time he had been asked such a question. Jo-min said that it was the first time he saw a person like him. The guy had the opportunity to apply observation to the players of the French national team when they came to Korea. This is a very strong team, but no one on it comes close to Dick, so why? Perry laughed. He asks if there are other unique people like him in the world, but the young man said something different. Dick is looking for young talents and wants to reveal them, but he himself could act as a player. Dick interrupted him. He said that beating babies was not on his list of hobbies, because the guy was watching a charity match. Perry asked if that was all his questions. If yes, then he could come back and their coach would contact him, so he should wait. Looking at the back of the departing newcomer, Dick said it was time to move on to the main event and took out his phone. He called Bill Ho and asked if he was free. His friend asked if he had found anyone good. Dick replied that they were all taken. And yet he found 2 curious specimens. Bill was surprised. Really 2. It seemed to him that even finding one was already great luck. Dick thought he had only to bring Bob Heck and there would be 18 people. Bill wondered if he was serious, but Perry said that was why he was calling, warning that he would be back late. Perry needed to visit one place. Bill was intrigued. He asked where Dick was going. But Perry laughed. And really, where to? The director of YSM promised to tell Ho everything later. Dick came to the clubhouse of the Spirit of 2 Stars and said that he needed a team coach. He seemed to have a lot of complaints about Dick. Dick was surrounded by guards and they were indignant that Dick Perry had shown up so unceremoniously. Perry laughed. That's what they used to say in the Blue House a long time ago. They know what happened that day. Then the guards tried to stop Dick, but he shouted that he didn't need them and demanded that they bring the president. The guards suggested that they would report his arrival for now. Dick agreed, and he would take a walk for now. The security staff reported to the coach that they had done everything possible. Dick was walking down the evening street near the clubhouse while security guards talked to the coach. The club's leaders watched Dick Perry's freely strolling figure, and they were at a loss to guess why he had come. The famous warrior walked calmly down the street, looking around. It seemed that this club was bringing in a good income. Dick was surprised that wherever he looked, everything was much better than his. Although their plot was also not bad, you could even arrange hiking in the mountains. The mountains, perhaps, are the only good thing about the clubhouse. It was located at an altitude of 500 meters above sea level, and there was wonderful air there. Suddenly, Dick heard someone behind him exclaim that it was director Dick Perry himself. Dick turned around. The man introduced himself. His name is Kim Jin-tae. He is the director of the Spirit of 2 Stars. The director heard that Dick Perry himself had dropped in on them, so he decided to go out to him personally. Perry asked if he was the one in charge of player transfers and recruitment, and the director confirmed that he was. Dick said that his coach is responsible for everything. The club director joked that Coach June is very versatile. Dick shuddered. He said that he shouldn't joke like that. The director knew what they were saying about Dick Perry. He was like a time bomb. You never knew when it would explode, so you had to be careful with him. Out loud, he said that he had been informed. Dick was looking for their coach, Choi Moon-sun. Perry confirmed that he wanted to talk about the player's transfer. The director understood that he had come about Bob Heck. All the officials of the Superhuman Battle of Korea know that Dick Perry advised changing Bob Heck's position, and Choi Moon-sung did not want to give Bob the tank position, which meant disregarding Dick Perry's advice. And letting them meet face to face could be disastrous, so the director said that Perry could discuss everything with him first. But Dick said that it wasn't worth doing. His tongue would wither if he repeated everything twice. He suggested that they go to the coach together. The director mentally asked the coach for forgiveness. He did everything he could. The director of the club, the Spirit of 2 Stars, and Dick Perry approached the office of the head coach of the club. The tall man greeted the guests. Perry introduced himself as the director of YSM. Dick extended his hand and said that he had come on official duty, as he was the trainer of the 2-star spirit Choi Moon-sung. The coach greeted the famous hero with a stutter. He was shaking. Dick was puzzled as to why he was shaking. He had not planned to hit him yet. Perry looked at the coach in surprise. He seemed familiar to him. Dick asked. They had already met. The trainer was sweating. He couldn't speak normally from fear. Dick said that his face was suspiciously familiar to him. He tried hard to remember where he had seen it. The guy standing behind the coach asked Dick if they knew their coach. The guest turned to the young man and asked who he was. The boy said that he was the captain of the 2-star spirit Yeom Ji-hyuk. Dick asked what he was doing there. The boy replied that the coach was suddenly called right in the middle of training. The coach joined the conversation. He said that if the conversation concerned one of the team players, the captain, of course, had the right to know. Dick chuckled. That's what it was. He realized that these daredevils decided to use the guy as a shield just in case. Perry couldn't shake the thought that he had seen this man somewhere. He was looking at him carefully. The coach couldn't resist and asked what was wrong. Why was Dick looking at him so intently? Perry asked where they could have met. This face was definitely familiar to him. Wiping sweat from his face, the coach laughed tensely and said that they were seeing each other for the first time. He was sure that Dick had confused him with someone else, because he had probably seen a lot of people in his life. But Perry didn't back down. He had definitely seen him somewhere before. The coach tried to change the subject. It wasn't that important. Maybe they could talk about Bob Heck. To Dick's surprise, the spirit trainer of the 2 stars was shaking, trying to hide his excitement, but in vain. Dick tensed up. How did he know this man? Everything was boiling in his head. He needed to dig into his memory. The coach continued to insist that they definitely had not met, and there was no point in dwelling on it. Perry rubbed his temples. Where had he seen it? Obviously, these were not the most pleasant memories. The coach admonished Dick Perry. Why did he attach such importance to this? There was no need to be so zealous. Life becomes much more pleasant if unpleasant memories are forgotten and not stirred up. But Dick did not listen to him. No matter how much he thought about it, it didn't seem like this acquaintance was one of those everyday meetings. And then it dawned on Dick. He remembered where he had seen this man. That's right. It was a dungeon, the frightened coach hiccuped. Perry dropped his hands. Perry remembered it was hard to completely forget the jerk who once got on his nerves. Dick looked up and said, it was 1993, the Temple of the Restless Soul. He turned to the coach and said angrily that it was him, the idiot. Dick was going to kill him after clearing the dungeon, but for some reason he didn't. Perry was indignant. This asshole even grew a mustache so that the returning Dick Perry would not recognize him. The frightened coach wanted Dick to forget about everything. Dick mentally returned to the year 1993. In front of the entrance to the not yet cleared dungeon of the Temple of the Restless Soul stood more than 200 superhumans. Among them, their leader was of the greatest interest, because he was extremely good at destroying monsters. Dick Perry was 18 years old at the time. He said that there were a lot of traps in this dungeon, so they wouldn't be able to go fast, but there were also a lot of monsters inside, so they couldn't slow down too much either. Suddenly, Dick was interrupted by some man. He said that there are so many superhumans here, and this boy says that it will be difficult to quickly clear the dungeon. He's confident that he can rush through it like the wind and reach the boss without any problems. He knows how to do it. So why beat around the bush? That smart guy was Choi Moon-sung. He was 24 years old then. He told Dick that he was a boy who had become famous for being good at killing monsters. But maybe instead of him, he, Moon-sun, would lead the raid. Choi said that the thing is that not just anyone can complete the dungeon. He is talking about strategy first and foremost. Dick asked who the bastard was. Puck grabbed him and told him to control himself. Perry was raging and trying to finish off this smart guy. But Puck said that first he needed to calm down. Work was more important. He needed to finish explaining the plan, and then finally go in. Perry turned to Choi and said that they would see each other again after the raid. Choi laughed and called Dick a show-off. Moon Sun found it unthinkable that some miner would organize and lead the raid. He declared to everyone that he could clear this dungeon much better than this possessed boy. When the superhumans entered the dungeon, Dick gave orders, telling them not to create a mess and to move calmly. The tanks are replacing each other. There is no enemy here. We are moving forward. Then Choi rushed past Perry, shouting for him to get out of the way. He was going to show him how to destroy monsters. Dick's red-haired opponent said that if they went so slowly, they would never finish the raid. Choi shouted at his men not to listen to this pompous idiot and to follow him. The upstart exclaimed that after this dungeon, the brilliant era of Choi Moonsun would begin. And then Choi realized that he was trapped. Carelessly running forward, he stepped on a moving plate. Dick's warning immediately popped into his head that there were a lot of traps in this dungeon, so they wouldn't be able to move quickly. A huge number of stone blocks mixed with fire flew at the braggart. He realized that he would not be able to dodge them. But at that moment, someone's hand grabbed him by the collar and jerked him sharply. Stones began to fly onto the spot where the boastful Choi had just stood. His antics had caused a rock fall into the dungeon. Dick was informed that the path was blocked by rocks, and they would have to go back. Perry cursed. If they went around, it would take another 6 hours. Choi was sighing in fright. Dick Perry was incredibly angry with him. Because of him, the journey had become much longer. Dick told Choi that he would talk to him. The idiot, a little later, the frightened future coach hiccuped violently. Now he lowered his head. Moon Sun remembered that he almost died in that raid. His bones still ache when he recalls that campaign. But Choi pretended that he didn't understand what they were talking about. It seemed that he had made a mistake and confused him with another person. Dick said that he thought they should talk face to face. The shaking coach stuttered and asked what he was going to do. Dick smiled and told him not to shake. Perry asked the frightened coach if he really thought that after so many years, he would take revenge on him, and that there was no need to glare at him like that. Perry said that if they were going to have a normal conversation, then those two had better leave. Although if they wanted to listen, then let them stay. It didn't matter to him. Choi tensed up a lot. He didn't want his protege to hear anything unnecessary. The coach told the captain and the director to wait outside. He and Dick Perry had to have a serious talk. Dick folded his arms and grinned. He said that yes, he was the one who ignored orders and chattered incessantly about his wonderful ways of clearing the dungeon. He talked all sorts of nonsense about the leader and the plan. And because of his mistake, the raid dragged on for 9 hours. Choi agreed. He remembers it and admits that he was young and stupid then. But the past must remain in the past. And Dick thought that he was even younger then. Choi recalled that when they came out of the dungeon, Dick beat him half to death. Perry asked if it was true. Moon Sun said that for Dick it was some kind of entertainment, since he forgot. Moon Sun suggested forgetting and starting over. Dick said that he was right in this regard. It would be unfair to punish him now for the mistake of those years. But the question is whether to beat him for a new mistake or not. Choi's face lengthened, and Dick said that he had some sins. Even if Perry had already beaten the crap out of him in the past, now he had screwed up again. Dick flexed his fists and asked if Choi was ready to get it again. Perry approached the coach threateningly. He said that this time he would be more gentle. He would be careful. After all, he would beat the old man. The coach asked him to wait at least a second. Moon Sun threw up his hands and asked where he had gone wrong. Dick replied that he knew better than anyone that maliciousness could backfire, who had spoken out against Bob Heck's change of position. He knew very well who had advised Bill Ho to make changes to the team. He must have balls of steel. Since he was arguing, the frightened coach asked if he looked like that kind of person. Perry said, "Okay, that's it. From now on, Choi has to stop doing business haphazardly. In return, he won't send him to the dentist." The coach sighed with relief. Seeing Dick pick up the phone, Moon Seong asked what he was doing, and a smiling Perry replied that he needed to give the reporters he knew a little joy with Choi's story. And if he does that, the club will be finished in the blink of an eye, because the whole country will know about it. All he has to do is open his mouth, the coach stuttered, saying that he will sue Dick for slander. Perry laughed. Well. Then he will do everything his way. The coach of the 2 stars was confused. He cursed and asked Dick why he was doing this to him. Dick briefly told him to give him Bob Heck. Perry was interested in this player. So what if he only has a year left on his contract? In 6 months no one will pay for the kid, because Choi understands this perfectly well. The coach sat down in surprise at what kind of chaos was going on. But Dick said that Choi was the one who started the chaos. Maybe he had previously alluded the idea that it would be better to make Bob Heck a tank. But the years go by and players reach their expiration date. Moon Seong will resist changing his position simply because of his personal beliefs. The coach cursed. Yes, he understood everything. In any case, there are still many dealers who can be put in place of Bob Heck. Moon Seong said that the price of this player is 1,200,000,000 won. Perry laughed. 1,200,000,000. On the way here, he noticed that their equipment was simply excellent. It seemed that the club had no problems with money. And Perry is just a poor director whose price the coach decided to jack up. Dick smiled. This attempt to rob him, apparently dictated by personal hostility. Dick offered the coach to name the price, and if it suits Dick, he will spare Moon Sun's life. Choi's eyes widened. His life, like this gangster, only the earth can bear. But Choi knew well that this man did not throw words to the wind, and he would not leave until he got his way. A shaking Choi said 1,000,000,000. Dick asked that he had only dropped 200,000,000. The coach said 800,000,000. Perry laughed. It didn't look like a discount. 500,000,000, Dick asked cheerfully. Wasn't he afraid after all? It was about life. The coach had tears rolling down his eyes. He cursed and said 100,000,000, period. Perry and Moon Sung shook hands. Choi said that in exchange they would all start from scratch, without any animosity or old grudges. Perry smiled. Well, of course, Mr. Coach Choi Moon Sung. Dick completely agrees with him. Choi responded to Dick's sarcastic greeting by saying, well, I'll take your word for it, Mr. Director Dick Perry. The coach was sure that this Dick was simply the devil incarnate, but now it's all over. Unfortunately, what Coach Choi Moon Sung didn't know at the time was that Dick Perry was much more vindictive than he thought. A few days later, Bob Heck came to the YSM club. Dick Perry was glad to welcome the boy to his place. Perry told the boy that from that day on, they were his team, Mr. Tank Bob Heck. Bob's annual salary was now 600,000,000, and the contract was signed for 5 years. Bob Heck, the main dealer of the Spirit of Two Stars, moved to the YSM club. The deal was the result of negotiations between the coaches of the clubs. The final amount for the player was only 50,000,000 won. On Dick's desk lay contracts with new players. He sighed with relief. There were 3 more people on the team. In total, he had 18 players. He ran around like crazy, but didn't even add up to 22. Becca came home and said that her mother was home. The girl sighed and said that it was terribly hot outside. Perry at this time was wondering where all the talented school children had gone. Seeing that Dick was at home, Becca rushed to him, saying that it was impossible to find her uncle at home. What had he been so busy with lately? But Perry replied that he was far from her. A business sausage Hannah had recently complained that she had already begun to forget what her daughter looked like. And then Dick saw a textbook in Becky's hands. He asked what it was. The girl was very embarrassed. She had a textbook on French for beginners in her hands. Perry said that modern children have their heads filled with God knows what. If textbooks helped to understand it, the world would be a little better, wouldn't it, Becca? The girl said that she was actually completely serious, and that all her uncle did was tease her. Becky found French very difficult, and she asked if her uncle would go to France with her. Perry was surprised. Why go to France? He had enough to do here. What other France? Jake Rand said that in Korea all the necessary procedures have been completed. In Paris we will finish the physical tests, and then the final stage of signing the contract with Miss Baeka Ho will be completed. Rand said that Baeka Ho performed well in the first season, racking up the most kills in her new position, and achieving a record-breaking MVP, earning the highest rating as a main DD in Korea. The Moro brothers had initially shown interest in Baeka Ho, so Mr. Rand took advantage of this and sent a formal proposal. So now, Baeka signs a contract with Parisian Lumiere, and is on the verge of making her debut in the European Superhuman Battle League. Dick realized that this was probably the reason for the fuss with French. He had been too busy these last few days to know how the little one was doing. Jake Rand was trustworthy, and there shouldn't be any problems. Jake came over and said that they had finished talking with Miss Becky, but now he wanted to talk to Mr. Dick Perry. First, Dick asked to explain what had happened that Rand had asked him to come. Jake explained that the Moreau brothers would like to invite him to Paris. Perry didn't understand why. Jake said that he would be Miss Becky's translator. Plus, they personally wanted to give Dick a gift. Perry remembered that they had talked about something like that. The French had said that although they had stopped making weapons, they still had a workshop with the best technical equipment. And they, as longtime fans of Dick, want to give him a weapon, if he doesn't mind. Perry said he remembered Moreau being told they would make a weapon especially for him. Did they really do it? But Dick is too busy right now for a trip abroad. He is putting together a team before the start of the second half of the season. Jake asked if YSM is looking for new players, then he can help with this. Perry said he couldn't make a request through a high-powered agent like Jake Rand, which is more like an early football club now. Jake chuckled. He felt sorry, but he asked, Then how about looking for players in Paris? After all, according to the rules, each team can have up to 5 foreign players on its roster. And in France, there are many more clubs and players. Dick will have plenty to choose from. It's worth considering. If you look hard enough, maybe Perry can bring a good player with him on the right terms. Rand added that seeing the French league firsthand is a great experience for Perry as a director. Dick thought about hiring a foreigner. He decided that it was a great idea. So he and Becca flew to France at the invitation of the owners of the influential Lumiere Club, the Moreau brothers. The plane landed at Charles de Gaulle International Airport in Paris. Becca and Dick set foot on Parisian soil. Dick had not been to France for a very long time, and Hannah flew in with them. Hannah sighed. She hadn't been to Paris for so long. It would be great to come here with Bill. Dick replied that it couldn't be helped. The coach's job was time-consuming. Mr. Busy had told them to look at the house, so let's go check out Becky's hut and have some fun at the same time. However, they did not succeed. As soon as they stepped out of the airport, they were met by a crowd of journalists who were shouting the name of Dick Perry. Dick cursed. Wherever he went, these journalists literally followed him on his heels. At this time, one of the Moreau brothers came out to meet them. He waved his hands that he was there. Dick understood who was the instigator of all this. Perry asked if it was probably because of him that there were so many photographers and reporters here, and if the director was obliged to come personally. But Moreau exclaimed, "Of course, he personally supervises the athletes. And isn't it great when a newcomer like Becca Ho is generating the most interest?" Dick agreed that Moreau was right about that. The Frenchman said that since Perry was here, maybe he would give an interview for the sake of his beloved niece. Dick thought that the Frenchman was a real snake. Journalists asked Dick, after his return to the world of the living, this is his first visit abroad, how he feels. Dick answered that he feels great. He came for the first time to rest. Dick was asked if his communication with Moreau stemmed from friendship, or if he intended to become Lumiere's player. Dick replied that he had received an offer, but had not yet thought it over, and that his task now was to support his niece. Dick was also asked if he plans to meet one of his former colleagues from the Seven Saviors, Eric Thuram. They say he gave it all up, chose a simple life, met an intelligent woman and lives quite well. Dick said that he was in Paris for a short time and did not have time to look for Thuram, but if he himself came to Paris, then it would be possible to meet. Perry said that this guy was a real idiot. He had become a victim of scammers. Dick was sure that Thuram had been homeless for a long time. Eric Thuram was indeed unemployed and was surprised to see Dick Perry's interview. Thuram was very surprised to hear from the news that Dick Perry had come to Paris. Eric ran like lightning across the deck of the ship he was on. He needed to get back to Paris urgently. Before his companion had time to ask where he was going, the man jumped into the ocean water. Already from the water, Eric waved his hand and shouted that an urgent matter had arisen, so he was returning to France to go fishing next time. Thuram's companion was perplexed to France, but they were in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Athletes from Korea arrived at the Lumiere Club house in Paris, located in a luxurious building. The owners of the club personally greeted the guests. They exclaimed how great it was that they were there. And so the day came when Mr. Dick Perry visited their club. The French thought that since Perry had come here, it would be just great to sign a contract. Dick laughed and said that his niece would be working hard in his place, so the brothers needed to take care of her. The Moreau brothers asked Mr. Dick Perry how he felt about taking a physical test, since he hadn't done it for a long time, and they would measure everything without fail. And also, since Dick Perry has come, maybe he will sign a book with his biography for them. Maybe their film crew will capture his visit to Paris. Dick Perry couldn't help but let out a loud roar, but the brothers knew it would happen and had everything prepared. Dick and Beck were invited to go to the testing room. The girl changed into a game suit and prepared to take the test. One of the brothers asked Becky if she was comfortable. Perry translated that he was asking if she was comfortable. The girl answered in the affirmative. Then Beck was asked to start the test. The girl stood with her usual weapon in her hands on the cyber training ground. Moreau said that Beck needed to defeat all the opponents that appeared before her. Perry translated that she had to take them all down. The Frenchman added that there was a time limit. 1 minute, Dick translated. At the same second, the ghostly monsters rushed at Beck. The girl, armed with her favorite weapon, rushed towards the monsters. It took considerably less than a minute for all the monsters to be defeated. Becca looked with burning eyes at her disintegrating opponents. Her movements were lightning fast, precise and deadly. She left the monsters no chance. The people in the room watched with interest as Beck methodically worked with the weapon, and the Frenchman announced that the test was complete. Taking off her helmet and exiting the capsule, the girl said it was fun. The Frenchman announced that it was a record. She did it in 22 seconds. Coming out of the capsule, Becca asked her mother and uncle how she did. Anna was delighted. Her girl was simply incredible. Dick praised her, saying that she became even stronger. The girl trained hard all this time. Moro exclaimed that Miss Becky Ho's dynamics exceeded all expectations and offered to sign a contract. Dick looked at Bill's daughter and thought that, of course, she was a good girl, persistently developing her abilities, and she liked the game. She is only 24, which is the best period for the development of a Superman. Plus, Dick gave her pretty precise instructions, and the coaching staff here is much better. With all of this, she will be able to push her skills, strength, and endurance to the limit. Her skills and aura are, of course, weak, but she has good superpowers. It will be quite possible to take the central position here. And such a player cost Moro only 400 million euros. And these bastards know how to convince. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice was heard. Some guy was asking if this was the place where Mr. Dick Perry was. Dick turned to see who was asking him. Hannah covered her mouth. She was surprised at how incredibly handsome he was. I wonder what kind of person he was. Dick looked closely at the person who entered. It seemed that this was the fastest man on Earth. Dick remembered when he was told that there were 3 best players in the Battle of Superhumans, and among them there was a French guy. They say he's as fast as his friend Bill Ho in his youth, although he's unlikely to outdo Ho with his agility. Nathan Bernard, a young French athlete, member of the Lumiere Club, is among the top 3 players in the world. Perry never imagined that they would meet like this, in the corridors of this French clubhouse. On the threshold stood Nathan Bernard, the celebrated player and pride of the Lumiere Club. In 2005, after the 7 saviors, including Dick Perry, cleared the last dungeon, the war ended. Many superhumans laid down their arms and retired, starting to live ordinary lives. In the wake of this, a new sport was born, known as the Battle of the Superhumans. And this state of affairs contributed to the emergence of more and more superhumans who wanted to make a name for themselves. As a result, heated debates began about who should be considered the strongest superhuman after the death of Dick Perry. This is the most discussed topic of the modern era, and although the names of many superhumans have floated up and down in the rankings, there was one man who was invariably mentioned in every such dispute. He was the ace of the French national team, the ace of the Parisian Lumiere, who was among the top 3 players in the entire world. This man was the best player 3 times in 2019, 20 and 21. It was Nathan Bernard. The Moreau brothers shouted at Nathan. It was his day off today. Why did he come? The guy was surprised. Why, of course, to see Dick Perry. Dick also looked questioningly at the guy. He wondered if he really dyed his hair, and why he was staring at him like that. And Nathan also said that he wanted to greet his new colleague. The famous player waved to Beck. The girl became embarrassed and greeted the guy in French, which is all she has mastered so far. Becca waved her hand at Nathan in confusion and asked Hannah what he was talking about. Hannah said that she didn't understand French either. Nathan Bernard bowed gallantly to Dick Perry and said he was pleased to meet him. Perry looked curiously at one of the best players in the world, and thought that, unlike the mean-spirited Walker, this one at least had manners, but he still couldn't understand why he was staring at him like that. Dick decided that since this guy was going to be Becky's colleague, there was no point in talking badly about him. And then he saw Nathan reaching out to him. The first thought that flashed through Perry's mind was that Nathan had decided to attack him. But to Dick's surprise, Nathan rushed to hug him and Perry's face fell. He looked at the guy questioningly, not understanding why the hell he was trying to hug him. He was definitely not one of those. Nathan said that he was sincerely glad to welcome the famous hero to Paris. Dick thanked him in confusion. He could not remember the last time he had been so confused. The guy apologized. He needed to introduce himself first. But Dick said he was Nathan Bernard, and he had seen the competition footage, and he had some good abilities. Bernard laughed, said it was embarrassing to hear that from a man who had been his idol since childhood, and said that he was as far from Dick as the moon was from him. The guy thought that if you don't praise someone like Dick, then who deserves praise at all? He said out loud once again that he was very glad that there was a chance to meet in person. Perry scanned Nathan Bernard's abilities. He had a very interesting superpower, a double. He could separate the double from himself by using half of his aura. Except for endurance, Nathan's average stats are all over 90, and he also has an unprecedented superpower. When he uses it, enemies face not one tough fighter, but 2 at once, double the power. Perry was very surprised. The frog still has room to grow. Not all characteristics have reached the maximum, but even at this level, he surpasses Bill Ho when he was at the peak of his form. In this scenario, using a double in combination with his combat skills provides limitless possibilities. Endurance is the least developed, but its value has already exceeded 80. You can't call it a weak point. It's higher than the average value of tanks in the First League of Korea. But what if we remember Gerald Walker, who had already developed his potential? His strength and endurance reached 100, and his agility potential was 96. Dick thought that if these two met in the arena, it would be a blast. Which is why people are so excited about the battle of the superhumans. People always wonder who would win if this one and that one fought. Nathan asked Dick Perry if Gerald Walker and he had made up. Perry asked why Nathan needed to know that. Bernard laughed. Ever since Walker went to Korea, he's been worshipping Perry. They seem to be at odds with each other for a while now. Dick smiled. What kind of quarrel was he talking about? The elder simply gave a couple of practical pieces of advice to the younger. Nathan was very surprised. Dick explained that he was soft. After all, he was fighting with the youngsters. And after they finished, he gave Walker advice worth $10 million. Bernard asked if Dick had made a final decision when Walker burst in on him, Perry confirmed. Hadn't it been on the news? Hadn't they been chatting about it all day? The Moreau brothers said the news didn't even say who won. The fight wasn't over after a few rounds. Dick said it didn't come to killing, but he won. Nathan asked Dick if Walker could really be beaten one-on-one. Perry was surprised. Why not? He is a man, albeit a very strong fighter. The Moreau brothers chuckled as Dick showed off his skills to the young lamb who doubted himself, and even gave him some valuable advice, while they wondered why Walker had become so good lately. The French were amazed at how you can make a player stronger who could become your future opponent. The brothers cried out in delight that this was the act of a brave hero who saved the world, as expected. Dick Perry was the best. Dick waved his hands and asked the French to calm down. Nathan Bernard looked at Dick Perry in surprise. He could not believe that he was able to defeat Walker. Even Nathan Bernard, such a strong player, avoids fighting this guy one-on-one. From a tactical point of view, a mine DD in a fight against a tank is already at a disadvantage. Nathan can't be sure of his victory even on a suitable map. And without a time limit, how strong is Dick Perry? And Dick, in the meantime, tried to calm down the owners of the Lumiere Club. Nathan Bernard looked at Dick Perry. He was thought to be dead for many years, so Nathan thought it was impossible to measure his strength with him. But he was alive, and he was in Paris. Bernard really wanted to fight with Dick Perry. And Dick looked at Nathan and thought that this Frenchman probably walks the streets and charms girls with his little eyes. Dick leaned over to his niece and told her to be careful with Nathan. He seemed to be quite the womanizer, but Becca said that her uncle had no reason to worry. He wasn't her type. Surprised, Hannah asked Beck who was her type then. Hannah found Nathan to be a very nice young man, and so well-mannered. The girl replied that she likes brave, strong, and daring men who are capable of action. Dick was surprised. Strong and daring. It reminded him of someone. Hannah said that people like her always get into trouble. Becca laughed. Usually the person who gets into trouble always does great things. A worried Hannah told her daughter that caring men, like her father for example. But Becca interrupted her mother and said, let's move on. She'll figure out her personal life on her own. Perry thought bold and strong. Maybe Walker the bitch. No, definitely not. But Hannah looked at Dick with concern. He seemed to be the girl's ideal. The next day, Becca told Perry that she and her mother were going shopping. The girl promised that they would also buy something for Dick, so let him wait for them. Nathan told Monsieur Perry not to worry. He would personally accompany them. Dick asked him to look after them, although it was this blonde guy who worried him the most. Delighted, Dick said that he would survive thanks to this guy, otherwise he would have to go shopping. And then the Moreau brothers appeared and suggested going to the workshop. There is something they would like to give to Mr. Dick Perry. The warrior turned to the French. He remembered the gift they had spoken of. Dick, together with the owners of the Lumiere Club, went to their workshop, which turned out to be quite a large factory. The famous savior, together with his dressed-up brothers, walked through the workshops, looking around with curiosity. Here and there were interesting craftsmen, blacksmiths who made weapons by hand. Dick found it strange that the owners of the workshop came, but no one even paid attention to it. A great atmosphere. The twins took Dick into their weapons room and said that all of these weapons were made in their workshop. Dick looked at the swords and other equipment with interest. One of the swords caught his attention. He took it in his hands, turned it over and said that this one was good. Since childhood he had tried all the weapons, both of the lower and higher categories, and could confidently say that the brothers had something to be proud of. Moreau said that during the period when the average quality of equipment began to decline, their workshop was costing a lot of money to maintain and was not bringing in much profit. But after the battle appeared, the demand for weapons increased again, and thanks to the fact that they preserved and developed their workshop, it has now become possible to create the best combat equipment in the world. They simply decided to take responsibility for the lives of their masters, and they were right. It's incredible. but hard times played into their hands. Anyone who can do something just goes and does it, and now they can give Mr. Dick Perry something very special. One of the brothers said he was very glad that this wonderful day had come and pressed some button. The button set a strange mechanism in motion, and a large safe with thick walls opened. Inside the huge safe, which looked like a room, a stand appeared with the name Dick Perry written on it. One of the twins carefully took a tool out of the safe. Perry was surprised. It was his spear. Moreau said that he could take it. Dick picked up the weapon, but he was confused about how it worked. He couldn't see the buttons. The Moreau brothers suggested that he fill the spear with his aura. Then it would open. Dick took the handle of the spear in his hand, squeezed it, and concentrated. The handle flared up with a blue flame. At that very moment, the weapon opened, and Dick had in his hands his old spear, which he had once used to clear the dungeon. Moreau said that while the folding spears Perry had used up until now were certainly very good, this spear was made by their craftsmen using the latest materials and technology. Of course, due to the large number of small parts, it will be less durable than Dick's weapon. But in the ritual dungeons of the Battle of the Supermen, a digital copy of the weapon is still used. Dick removed the aura and the spear folded back. He said yes, there are no real dungeons anymore, so there is no work where a real spear would be useful. The Frenchman told Dick to just take care of the spear, and it would last him a very long time. Perry liked that it would greatly increase his mobility. Dick smiled. Did they really make this spear to give to him? He felt obligated. The brothers said that they didn't deserve such gratitude from Mr. Perry, of course. They created it especially for him, but he is not the only one who can use this spear. If this is Dick Perry's own spear, then his replica will sell well. So they hand him this weapon, and he gives them the name of the world hero Dick Perry. And Dick got angry, and he said that then he had nothing to be grateful for. The French agreed. They already appreciated his sponsorship. If their idea pays off, it will turn out to be a good benefit for everyone. Perry will receive payments of 15 million euros per year over 5 years. And also, if Perry fights in official and unofficial fights with this weapon, Moreau will pay him 3 million euros for each match. The French asked Dick Perry what he thought about this. The warrior thought about it. The temptation was very great. Most likely, the hero and savior of humanity, Dick Perry, would proudly refuse this deal. But for Dick Perry, the club's owner, it was too good an offer to turn down, and Perry and the French shook hands. Moreau was asked if Dick Perry had read the contract carefully, and when he signed it, he confirmed that he had. The French reminded him that according to the agreement he was not supposed to get rid of the weapon and store it himself. Dick was perplexed. Naturally he would store the weapon. Why would he throw it away? Moreau said that Monsieur Perry was not an official player in the Battle of the Supermen. Dick asked, so what? The brothers reminded him that only official athletes can apply for weapons used by superhumans. Perry replied that he has immunity, so it doesn't matter to him. The French know this, but he won't be able to get through customs like that. Perry asked what to do now. Dick has no desire to break through customs control. The brothers shouted that there was no need to worry. There was a very simple solution. An incredibly simple solution. Dick asked which one. If Dick can't take a gun with him because he's not officially an athlete, then he could become one. Becca shouted to Dick that she and her mother had returned from shopping and had bought something for him. Perry's tongue was ready to utter ugly curses directed at the cunning owners of Lumiere. Dick sat with his head down. He asked if they were back yet. Becca immediately realized that something had happened. A few hours ago, Moreau was convincing Dick that it was very easy to become a player in the battle. He could register with the National Battle Association. Perry got angry. He yelled at the French. The brothers said that he could apply to the World Association as well. The lists of players are managed by the World Association anyway, so it doesn't matter where the player registers. It's simple. Moreau was offered to fill out documents for membership in France, apply for weapons and calmly go through customs. Dick had already registered his avatar, so his representative could submit the application, one word from him, and they would send an agent to the association. Dick shouted that these little snakes had planned to do this from the very beginning. But the brothers were not exclaiming in any case. This was pure improvisation. Dick was very angry. Here they are, the freaks. But the Moreau brothers were literally beaming. The skill of negotiation is what keeps them going, and Dick really wanted to use these assholes' heads as drums. The brothers danced with joy. Registration in the association will not create any restrictions or obligations. On the contrary, it will give Dick more freedom. He does not lose anything. Does Perry really think they would set him up? There are no more loyal fans than Moreau. They even have a room named after Dick Perry. They also won his car at auction. It was 17 years ago. They were exhibiting Mr. Perry's things there. They even bought a diary that he kept for only 4 days, and then gave up because he was tired of writing. Dick was shaking. Wow. These freaks even have his diary. He growled for them to call this agent of theirs. Dick sat with his head in his hands. If he needed money, he would take part in amateur competitions. But why did he register as a player? Becca clapped her hands. She congratulated her uncle on the sponsorship contract. He is now a professional athlete. Perry objected. Registration does not mean that he owes anything to anyone. But how annoying it is. Moreau looked into the room and asked if maybe Perry would sign a contract with the Parisian Lumiere. An angry Perry exclaimed, "Maybe he should try out the new weapon." The brothers quickly retreated, and from around the corner came the laughter of the French and a suggestion to think about it. Becca said that it would be great if Dick became a player on the same team as her. She would like to become one team with him, like she and her father had been many years ago. Perry repeated it. Many years ago. But for him it was only a couple of months. Nathan entered the room unnoticed and turned to Dick, asking if he seemed to have received a new weapon. Dick replied that yes. The bald spots were adjusted. Bernard suggested that maybe he could help him test it. What did Perry think about it? There was a training fight tomorrow morning. Dick asked if he was on vacation. But Bernard replied that the season was just around the corner, so he tried to train at least twice a week. Nathan asked what Dick would say if he kept him company. He was sure he wouldn't be bored. Dick chuckled to himself. This kid wasn't even trying to hide his curiosity. Perry thought he was an interesting guy, even if he didn't look very manly. Dick patted Nathan on the shoulder, said that it was a great idea, and he accepted his invitation. It was worth a try. The next day, a row of very expensive cars stood outside the Lumiere clubhouse in Paris. The players gathered in the gym. The end of the vacation was just around the corner. They discussed what to do to have a good time during the last days. It seems like not everyone will come to training today, but they said that today it is absolutely necessary to get a consultation. Becky was in a very fighting mood. She was ready to destroy everyone. Dick told the girl to relax. If she was to gush with her fighting spirit, she would be taken for a simpleton. Becca was confused and asked if that was really what she looked like. Perry said, just like her father when he first entered the dungeon, he wanted to go to the toilet, so he concentrated so much that he passed out for about 10 minutes. Becca laughed. She was ashamed of her dad. The players watched Becky and Dick. They were surprised that these two were as calm as boas. Members of a famous Parisian club looked with curiosity at the Koreans who had flown to them. They asked each other who it was that was visiting them. Was it Dick Perry? They had heard on the news that he had arrived in Paris. Everyone knew that Dick was the strongest being alive on the planet. Now that he has become immortal, there is no doubt about it. In the end, the club's owners, the Moreau brothers, dragged him here, and they sang his praises all the time. Becca thought that the team members saw Dick and started making noise. She pulled herself up. Stop being nervous. Her dad is Bill Ho, and with her is Dick Perry. He is like an uncle to her. Who else could be so lucky? A huge black man appeared in front of Dick Perry and called out to Mr. Perry. Covering Beck with himself, Dick asked him what he wanted. The black man said that he was the main tank of the Parisian Lumiere Chichi Lucas. Perry asked what Lucas wanted, thinking that the giant would just make a move. The black man broke into a dazzling smile and asked if he could get the hero's autograph, right here on the uniform. Dick was puzzled. He wrote a wish for happiness on the main tank's form and signed it. The player was immensely happy. Dick pointed to Becca and said that this was his niece and asked him to look after her. The black man asked, "It was probably Becca Ho, okay? He will look after her." Perry thought that at first glance this guy seemed stern, but he seemed like a cool kid. He should tell Becky to be friends with him. Dick scanned the black man with his analytical gaze. Judging by his abilities, this guy was a real monster. One of his superpowers was regeneration. That is, regeneration of wounds of any type, and resistance to all diseases and curses. The ace of this team is Nathan, but the main and irreplaceable force is Chichi Lucas. If you work with him a little and do some advertising, he will easily enter the top fighters, like Nathan or Gerald Walker. For example, his speed can be increased to 97, which is even more than Nathan's. Perry thought it would be better if Lucas was not a tank, but the main dealer. Of course, his superpowers are closer to the tank's specialization. But then Dick noticed another superpower, the green blessing. Perry didn't understand what the hell it was. Dick looked after the departing black man and thought that since he had such a superpower, it meant that he liked flowers and all that. Nathan came up to Beck and Dick and asked if they had met Chichi yet. Bernard said that Chichi Lucas is a really amazing player. In addition to his athletic activities, he heads a global charity to protect forests, and Nathan is thrilled that they are both participating in the Battle of the Supermen. Now Dick understood where he got this green blessing from. Dick smiled. It was still morning, and Nathan was already sparkling like Moreau's bald spots. Apparently something good had happened. Nathan laughed and asked if it was so obvious that when he thought his dream might finally come true, he couldn't keep his emotions under control. Dick asked what his dream was. Nathan said that he always wanted to surpass Dick Perry. After all, he is a hero who saved the world. For him, a Superman of the next generation, this was the only goal. A wall that he wanted to overcome no matter what. As a little boy, Nathan Bernard came to Korea to see the monument erected to Dick Perry. Dick died in the last dungeon, so the dream of competing with him was obviously unfulfilled. But Mr. Perry had returned to the world of the living and was standing here, in the flesh, right in front of him. Dick laughed, which meant Nathan wanted to test his strength. The guy smiled. A man is a creature that can dream. Bernard said that now, as long as he was alive, he would never give up on his dream. And today, fighting with Dick, he would also try his best. Perry smirked and said, "Let's see what Nathan can do in a fight." The doors opened and the Moreau brothers appeared, shouting good day to everyone present. Another man entered with the Moreau brothers. He said that he was glad to see everyone. He was the head coach of the Parisian Lumière Dubois Goffin. Dubois suggested that the athletes present at the training session immediately split into teams. The coach said that their strongest couple, Chi-Chi and Nathan, usually lead their own groups. But today they have a special guest. So Dick Perry and Nathan will be the leaders today. Let each of them assemble a team. For Perry, this proposal was unexpected, but the French, it seems, had carefully prepared for his visit. Dick asked if he did too, and how he should build a team according to position or balance. But the coach said it was not necessary. In Lumière, they share their own way of training, and Dick thought he should learn their methods. The coach smiled and said that they were playing rock, paper, scissors. Dick Perry's team included Chi-Chi Lucas, Baeka Ho, and several other club players. Nathan Bernard's team included the rest of the fighters. All the players present were strong. The coach said, "Great, we have two very cool teams. Well, it's time to start." Players from both teams headed towards the modules and soon entered the cyber training room. Dick Perry's team was in blue. All the players were preparing for battle under the leadership of the world-famous hero. Nathan's team was in white uniform. The guys were also preparing for the fight. This training promised to be interesting. The teams found themselves in a spacious temple, where the enemy is visible from any point. A training arena for team battles. Here the landscape features will not help in any way, because they simply do not exist. Dick realized that the French were clearly planning to pit him and Nathan against each other. Perry smiled. Well, he would give everyone a warm welcome. The head coach gave the teams 60 seconds to discuss the tactics of the fight. 5 seconds before the start, they will see a countdown timer. If everything is clear to everyone, then let's begin. Dick analyzed the players, who can be put in what position. He told Chi-Chi that he would be the main tank and would take over his usual position. Zlatovlaska will be on the attack, also tanking. He told another player that he will be on the team as a sub-tank. That is, he will take a place between the main tank and the one on the front line. Their team will focus on the tank that will stand on the attack line, while Chi-Chi's main tank will actively move and change position according to the situation. Surprised, Chi-Chi turned to Dick, who asked what was going on. Lucas replied that he seemed to know well what the whole team was like. What he was talking about now was their usual formation for a team fight, and he chose the players excellently. Chi-Chi believed that Dick was interested in the Parisian Lumière. Perry grinned. Yeah, of course. He even got ready. Dick said, basically, for the players to act like they normally would, and pretend he just wasn't there, and he would block Nathan. Perry had no doubt that Nathan had given his players similar instructions, and hearing about the confrontation between Nathan and Dick Perry, the players perked up. Chi-Chi expected this, but now he doesn't know if he will be able to concentrate on the competition. That's it. They were done with the positions. Now Dick decided to take a look at his opponent. He had dual-wielded weapons, which was a bit annoying to fight with, but Perry knew what to do. Even with two blades, a person will use the one he holds with his leading hand more, while the other hand is more of a support. At first glance, it seems that there is no system in this fighting style, but there is a certain order, as well as a breathing rule. It is interesting whether Nathan is left-handed or right-handed. The countdown has begun, the teams are ready for battle, literally a couple of seconds and the competition will begin. All the players were tense. It's not every day that a hero of the entire planet takes part in training. Dick pulled out the weapon the Moreau twins had given him, which he wanted to test. The head coach gave the command to start the fight. Dick grinned and told the kid to come to him. Lumiere's head coach asked the director if Mr. Dick Perry knew that Nathan was ambidextrous from birth. Moreau replied that if he had not specifically inquired, then it was unlikely that he knew why Monsieur Dick Perry would be interested in such details. The coach noted that in this case, Mr. Perry would most likely have a hard time fighting, Nathan changes the scheme of using dual weapons at his discretion. As soon as you think you have understood the pattern, you lose your life at that very moment. It is the most observant who often fall into this trap, and not those who are used to responding thoughtlessly to attacks. In addition, there is also a superpower called Double, with dual weapons, and this superpower Nathan increases the number of simultaneous attacks to 4. Moreau watched the training closely, wondering if they would have a chance to see the headlines of Nathan Bernard defeating Dick Perry on the news. The players rushed to the attack, the teams worked on their fighting skills, but the center was, of course, the fight between Nathan Bernard and Dick Perry. Perry prepared for battle. The top management of Lumiere did not take their eyes off him. Everyone was intrigued. Nathan flew towards his idol. He couldn't wait to measure his strength with him. The attention of all observers was riveted on these two strongest players, who met in battle for the first time. Here they come towards each other. Nathan with 2 blades, and Dick Perry with a shield and spear. Nathan knew that if there was a large distance between them, Perry would immediately throw the spear. He needed to close the distance. Nathan jumped to within striking distance of his blade towards Dick, who was waiting for him. The swift attack was repelled. The Frenchman circled around the famous fighter, trying to reach him with his daggers. Bernard decided to feint, but Perry knew all his characteristics, so he expected something like this. Moreover, Nathan warned him before the fight that he would try very hard. Dick admitted that this kid was quick, as expected. The guy tried to move as quickly as possible. So far, Dick had simply calmly repelled his attacks, but had not yet attacked himself. Perry decided he should use his 1-meter throw, which he mastered to perfection. He clutched the pike he had recently given Moreau and made a sharp lunge, throwing the spear at his opponent. Nathan managed to jump back to a safe distance, his maximum speed helping him dodge Perry's attack. Bernard landed on his haunches. Dick's attack was lightning fast. A little more and the guy would have been out of the game. Nathan gritted his teeth and rushed into the attack again. At great speed, the young man had no intention of retreating. The Frenchman was sure that Dick Perry could not be given a break, but had to be attacked again and again. Nathan actively attacked the famous hero. Bernard's attacks rained down on Dick one after another. The boy tried very hard. He was so used to the fact that practically no one could resist him, that Dick's calmness offended him. Perry wielded the pike with ease and repelled all attacks no matter how hard Bernard tried. This boy amused Dick. So far, none of the players had overpowered him. It felt like they were warming up. Nathan took a closer look at Dick. He saw a gap in his defense and immediately took advantage of it. Bernard made a furious lunge, confident that he would now hit his opponent. Well, to the guy's surprise, the attack failed. Dick was able to block this blow too. Nathan was shocked that he was able to block it, because he clearly saw that this place was not protected. Dick asked with a grin. Good reaction, isn't it? His spear could handle any attack. Bernard was perplexed. Perry was calm as a boa constrictor, did not react to the attacks and deliberately opened himself up. Nathan rushed into the attack again. He did not give up hope of winning this fight. He knew he had the advantage of speed and hoped to make the most of it. Dick said sarcastically that he could hear the gears working in Nathan's head from here. Bernard could not understand what kind of man this was, why he could not defeat him. The guy tried to attack Dick at maximum speed, but he still couldn't do anything. Perry smiled as he watched these unsuccessful attacks. The only thing he said was that it was funny. Well, now Dick decided that he needed to have a real fight with the kid. It was time to try out the new weapon. Now Dick Perry went on the offensive, and he did not let up his pressure for a second. Dick pressed Nathan, deftly wielding his pike as if it were a cane, and the famous Frenchman backed away. The guy didn't expect such speed and such pressure. He began to retreat. Dick's shield and spear worked as a single organism. When Nathan held back the spear, a blow with the shield followed. When he held back the shield, the spear was already flying towards him. Although Nathan does not allow Dick to get out of his attack range, Perry has managed to maintain a distance that makes it difficult for Nathan to attack. As expected, Dick Perry has amazing skills. No wonder he became a legend in his youth. Give him the chance to attack, and Nathan will be hit with a barrage of blows. Dick asked if it was over. At first, Bernard thought he had found Perry's weaknesses, but that was not the case. Nathan was wrong. Apparently, he couldn't handle Dick Perry alone. Bernard decided that now was the time for his double to appear, which would allow him to strengthen his attacks. The playing field space began to move, and next to Nathan, the system generated his double. Dick laughed. The double finally showed up, and he already thought that Nathan would not use his superpower. A person separates a double from himself using half of his aura. Upon reunification, only 30% of the aura is returned. If the double is killed, the owner will also receive damage. Now there were two Nathans looking at Dick, both of them eager to defeat him, and Perry was openly amused. Well, if he was a double, then he was a double. It wasn't a surprise to Dick. Even 5 Nathans couldn't compare with his combat experience. Head coach Lumiere said that Dick Perry is pushing Nathan. Moreau was shocked. Nathan is in the top 3 superhumans, but still Dick Perry wields a spear like a god. One of those present said that there was another interesting point before this battle. Monsieur Perry did not train or prepare in any way. During the war, he fought various monsters in the dungeons, but he did not have much practice fighting people. And Nathan is a professional battle player, and yet these are the results. The head coach said that if you enter the zone of superiority, it doesn't matter who your opponent is, and Dick Perry demonstrates this. But Nathan has activated his superpower and the tide of battle can change. Because now Mr. Perry will have to face 2 strong opponents at once. That is, he will be facing the 4 blades technique, which has no weak points. It is almost impossible to predict what kind of blow Nathan is going to strike. In general, now the savior of humanity will have a hard time. Meanwhile, the fight continued. Now 2 Nathans were actively attacking Dick Perry. Nathan had his speed up to the max, trying hard to reach Dick Perry with his master blades. Dick, knowing his abilities, took up a circular defense, blades flashing through the air every now and then with astonishing speed. But Bernard didn't achieve anything. He was very surprised. This was the first time something like this had happened to him. If it were another player, Nathan would be the first to break the distance, but Dick Perry blocks all his attacks and doesn't let him act. Nathan attacked dozens, even hundreds of times, but none of the blows hit their target. It seemed impossible to resist Nathan, who was fighting at the limit of his strength. The amazed spectators watched as Dick skillfully fought off 2 super-fast Bernards. It seemed as if his spear had turned into a shield, and Perry managed to deflect the hail of blows that the bifurcated Bernard rained down. Despite the Frenchman's astonishing speed, Dick managed to react to the attack every time, and yet Dick Perry remained absolutely calm, as if he had gone out not for a fight, but for a walk. The technicality and precision of Perry's movements amazed not only Nathan Bernard, but also the experts watching the fight. Nathan was already wondering, is Dick Perry even human? How can he fight so flawlessly? Bernard, having split into 2, became a little weaker, and over time began to run out of steam. When Nathan stopped for a moment, Dick sighed. This kid was almost tiring him out. It doesn't look like Nathan is any closer to the coveted victory, and yet, this mark on the floor of the training room proves that Dick Perry has it tough too. He has to really push himself. Nathan's skills are worse, but his speed and super strength are the opposite. Bernard decided to continue pressing, and he would definitely have a chance. He was sure of it. But why is Dick Perry so surprisingly calm? He must be up to something. The guy looked at the hero of humanity and thought that he could not help but admire him. Was it worth expecting anything else from Dick Perry himself? But Dick Perry cursed to himself. This bastard was stronger than he thought. One-on-one, he could still be a match for him. But now that there were 2 Nathans, his attacks had turned into a continuous storm of blades. If this continues, the fight could drag on too long. The problem is that Dick knows little about Nathan, and the more they fight, the more Dick will get beat up. But the kid knows Perry well. He'll have to take apart his equipment right during the fight. Okay, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The double and the original act in harmony, they have everything worked out. Dick told himself to pull himself together. That guy wasn't some thug with a knife. He was a strong and trained fighter. He may be faster, but Dick can't find a system in his attacks. But despite this, in short, kid, now they will dance a hot Latin American tango with him. Dick decided to go to the bank. He looked at Nathan and thought, well, come on, you bastard. Bernard rushed into battle. Perry prepared to meet the boy with his spear, slightly dodging the Frenchman's line of attack. Dick lunged towards the charging Bernard. Although he knew that with Nathan's agility, it was practically useless. The blow missed its target, Nathan dodged. The fighters continued to circle around each other. Bernard, with enviable persistence, sought out the weak points of his famous rival. Finally, Dick shouted for Nathan to die and made another lunge. A pleased Nathan thought that Dick was missing one small but important detail. There are 2 of them here. Nathan's double raised his blade over Dick Perry. The blow was faster than lightning. The weapon fell from Dick Perry's right hand. The digital fighter's arm was separated from his body. The people in the hall froze. The Moreau brothers nervously clenched their fists. They watched the fight attentively. Dick Perry's right-hand man. Could Nathan really win? It seemed completely unbelievable. Dick Perry thanked Nathan. He believed that at least someday he would definitely go on the attack as soon as the chance presented itself, because he so wanted to fight him. So it occurred to Dick that Bernard would let his guard down when he delivered the decisive blow. If he waits for this brief moment, he will be able to attack a person who surpasses him in speed. With these words, Dick Perry dealt Nathan a crushing blow with his combat shield, killing the double. Perry smiled and thanked the boy for such obvious predictability. But Nathan objected to Dick Perry that the fight was not over yet. The Frenchman still hoped to win. Bernard tried to attack again, his blades flashing around Dick, but the team had already gathered around. Dick, smiling, said that they could have agreed to a draw, but Dick's team seemed to have won. Nathan was so engrossed in the battle that he forgot that this was primarily a team competition, and Dick Perry's team won. Dick said it was a lot harder than he imagined, Nathan asked. Dick deliberately stuck his hand out. Perry replied that if you were going to catch something annoying like a doppelganger, you had to go all the way and sacrifice. Even though it was risky, Nathan sighed. Perry really did put himself out there. All the observers said it was very cool, it was great. Dick was able to resist Nathan even when he was using a double, and he didn't know anything about the enemy. Perry turned to the French and asked if they apparently wanted to have another fight. Moreau said of course. Perry said okay, but let's weigh the pros and cons. Dick said it was quite interesting. Ambidexterity and dual blades. Before the next battle he should watch the recording of this one, and then he would clarify something for himself. The coach asked if Dick really wanted to fight Nathan again. He was already taking part in the training, so as a coach he couldn't stay away. He invited Dick to follow him. They went to the Lumiere Club's superhuman battle match analysis room. The department head greeted them and said that they had done a good job today. Dick chuckled. He thought the man was an assistant coach since he came with him. The head coach said it was Gabriel Santana. He helps analyze practice matches. He is a talented man. At one time, he was the coach of the reserve team of the Lumiere Club. Gabriel greeted Dick and said that he was glad to meet him. Dick scanned him with his analytical gaze. Yes, he was a Superman, but not an athlete. For France, his abilities as a fighter are too low. Gabriel said that is correct. Dick has a keen eye. At least that's what they say. Dick laughed. You can't argue with that. He has a sharp eye. Perry asked what the analytics department does. They don't just watch videos of battles. Gabriel explained that it's not just a method of some rough calculations. Much has changed since the war, and the analysis of the fighters' techniques in the Battle of the Supermen is now carried out in a much more advanced manner. The club has a superhuman analysis system. It reads and records all information about battles from devices connected to the module, so you can find out the ability indicators and see the improvements of players. The data doesn't lie. No one has estimated this by eye for a long time now. Now, all the big and serious clubs use analytical programs. Perry replied that, if you think about it, in the past, superhumans with keen vision made a decent amount of money by leveling up other superhumans or accompanying them on raids. Gabriel agreed. That's true, even more so. A team that uses the system is very different from one that doesn't. Dick was surprised. All this equipment is needed to evaluate players, Gabriel confirmed. The program is quite well known, but everything, from the software to the equipment, costs a pretty penny. Dick asked how much it cost. Gabriel replied that if you take the best configuration, then about 2.5 million euros. You also need a specialist who knows how to use the system. This is also not cheap. Dick sighed. Yes, it was indeed a bit expensive. But he had an analytical eye, so he didn't really need the device. But he thought that his coach might find this thing useful. If the data is objective, it will reduce the percentage of useless crap he does. But Perry thought that he didn't want to spend 2.5 million euros just to shut up the younger one. And then Perry had an interesting idea. He turned to the Moreau brothers and asked the two from the chest, "How about making a deal?" They asked what kind. Perry gives them his combat data, and they give him a system, and a person who can control all this equipment. Dick was sure that his fighting data would be worth about the same, the Moreau brothers thought. Dick Perry's data? It will be useful to those who fight in the same style. And it will also be a great addition to their Dick Perry video collection. The French did not think long. They decided that they could not miss such a chance. The brothers exclaimed that they agreed. This was a great opportunity to get to know the savior of humanity better. In return, Dick promised to give it his all. He turned to Nathan and told him to get ready. The second round would be much more interesting. Dick thought that it was not in vain that he had flown to France. He had snatched up several successful acquisitions here. Now he has a new personal weapon, a program for analyzing abilities, and a trainer for this program. Even though the bald ones fooled him, but still. Dick looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought that fighting with people felt completely different. It's not because there are no monsters. It's more that this is not a raid, but a sport. There is no need to kill, and death is not breathing down your neck. Who would have thought that fights could be so peaceful? Just the thing for a long life. In short, the fight with Nathan turned out to be quite lively and entertaining. This is the first time since returning that I had to strain my buttocks in a fight with people like him. You need to calculate every step. You can't go anywhere without a strategy. Throughout his life, Dick has met many superhumans, and can say with certainty that Nathan is one of the strongest among them. But he's still a brat. It's embarrassing to lose to such a small guy, so we need to figure out how to beat him. Nathan's speed and strength are superior to his. It's stupid to deny it. Dick looked at his data again and was very surprised. He had another superpower enhancement. Now he can enhance one of his parameters. Dick didn't understand anything. He had a new superpower, or he just didn't notice it before. Superpowers, speaking about them, are all quite complicated, and there is very little precise information on this topic. But some things have been well known since the first superhumans appeared, because some things are simply obvious. Superpowers are formed in accordance with a person's personality, or as a result of the aura's reaction to some important experience for the person. This means that forces can arise at the moment of a strong emotional outburst. Dick Perry is a crazy asshole. A year before Dick ran away from the orphanage, he heard this hundreds of thousands of times. Like scars on his body, these words never go away and still sound in his head. Perry still remembers how, as a teenager, he gathered his modest belongings, stood under a tree on a hill, and waited. If the director goes to the orphanage, it will be along this road, where Dick was waiting for him, armed with a stone. Finally, a car carrying the director appeared on the winding evening road. Dick stood on the hill and waited patiently. Here it was. Finally, Dick would be able to pay back for all the humiliation he had endured. The director's car finally appeared. The teenager looked attentively at the approaching car. It was his car. Perry knew it too well. He had seen this car hundreds of times. At the wheel sat a gloomy middle-aged man, the director of the shelter, the ruler of small, lonely children's souls. A stone flew from a hillock at high speed towards a passing car. It was Perry who threw a rock at the director's car. There was an explosion, and everything around was engulfed in flames. That was Dick Perry's first memory of the throw, and that was the first time he used it. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that the car had turned around on the road, and some strange hissing sound was coming from it. There are people who say that revenge is stupid. It is a pernicious feeling, unworthy of a real person. However, it was only after taking revenge that Dick Perry was able to learn that he actually knew how to smile. Lumiere's coach said they could start the next round in 5 minutes. Dick Perry realized that the superpower enhancement was a result of his extraordinary concentration during the fight with Nathan. Perhaps this is so. Or perhaps it is all about the willpower indicator of 110 units. But for a person, 100 is the limit. Dick remembered how he had strained himself and forced himself to concentrate. A moment of complete concentration coupled with this indicator could well be called a key experience. And also how to understand the part about superpowers. That is, he can strengthen one of his parameters or superpowers, but which one to strengthen? That is the question. Dick wanted to test it once, and there was just the right opponent, so we'll conduct the experiment in the next round. And then Dick heard Becky calling him. Dick turned to Bill's daughter. She was very upset. Dick asked what happened. She scared him. Looking at Becca, he asked if everything went well. He couldn't look. He was busy with Nathan. A dejected Becca said that she flew out first. Perry was surprised how so. The girl said that she got carried away and lost her vigilance, and at the moment of teleportation she was killed. That's it, the end. Dick remembered that at one time someone said such words. You teleport forward, you die. Becca asked in a sad voice. And now you have to drag yourself behind. Perry said that these guys aren't the same soup set they have in Korea. Lumiere Club is world class, so you need to save teleportation for an escape. Becca sighed. Perry smiled and told her not to make such a sour face. A cowardly main DD is worse than a support without superpowers. Becca stopped sniffling and said she understood everything, then asked if Uncle would cope in the second round. Nathan is very strong. Perry laughed. He asked Becky if she really thought they were calling him great for no reason. The girl got angry. She said that her uncle was completely crazy. In the first round, Nathan cut off his hand. Compared to his double, his throw seems much weaker. Perry asked her if she didn't believe in him and advised her to just watch. Dick said he was going to put on a real show called Chop the Frenchman. The teams took their positions, and the countdown began. Bernard stood at the start with his teammates, but all he could think about was the battle with Dick Perry. Nathan may appear soft and kind on the outside, but once he draws his weapon, everything changes dramatically. So, in order to counter the two Nathans, which characteristic should Dick have increased? Although the answer is obvious. The countdown was over. The coach gave the command to attack. It was time to give another training fight. Dick decided that he would increase his skills, because they were the key to victory. The command to fight was given, and the opponents rushed at each other with battle cries. The fighters continued to fight each other in a warlike manner, practicing their fighting skills. The training hall was in full swing. Explosions were constantly heard, and players were leaving the battlefield. Baker took Dick's comments into account and fought more carefully, trying to watch the other players' battles at first. The teams worked hard during the training session, although everyone understood that they were not the main players today. Dick Perry used his new superpower enhancement, but, strangely enough, he did not feel any special changes. Dick decided to see what would happen directly in battle after using the enhancement. He smiled and called for Nathan to come to him, but the boy was already rushing towards his opponent. Smiling, Dick told Nathan to get started and attack him with full force. The guy gritted his teeth. He was determined to win this time. He simply could not lose, because he is one of the best players in the world. Dick also decided that this time he would act differently, and not just defend himself, but also attack. Nathan's aura flared around him. The young man clenched his blades. It was his favorite weapon. Dick Perry clenched his favorite spear. This time Dick attacked first. Perry's formidable weapon flew at the famous French player. Nathan dodged the attack, his agility stat allowing him to do so with almost no effort. The young man thought that it was a very fast attack, but if he could dodge it. Dick Perry chuckled, because that was exactly what Nathan was thinking. It was as if he could read his thoughts on his face. Bernard did not understand what was happening, what his surprisingly calm but tough opponent had planned. The spear flew straight at the guy. Nathan saw its tip. For a split second it seemed to him that the spear came to life. The closer it flew, the more its speed increased. Nathan was surprised that the spear had sped up. But how was that possible? He had never seen anything like that before. Suddenly the spear changed trajectory and hit one of the two Nathans. Dick shouted bingo. Nathan was able to jump back even if the attack's trajectory had changed. But the movements of the double he had just knocked out were a little late. Nathan thought that it was probably because of the thought that the spear was not flying at me, and he really thought so for a moment. But it was a very strange attack, that explosive acceleration in mid-flight. Where did it come from? In the data he'd looked at on Dick Perry before, there were definitely no instances where the spear had accelerated mid-flight, so this was it. Nathan Bernard cursed. Instead of winning, he began to lose almost immediately. But the thought of the spear's strange behavior did not leave Nathan. Could it be that Perry had some kind of secret? Bernard decided that he needed to increase the distance first. It was dangerous to get closer to Perry. Nathan only had 30% of his aura left. Dick Perry thought it was a clever move. The double was gone, and Nathan promptly threw away his pride, deciding to rely on the team members. This is what he understands. A top player, well, it's a smart move. Very smart. Especially in such a situation. Dick said that Nathan hadn't expected to lose his double so soon. Wasn't it a bit late for him to get out now? Dick Perry declared the second practice match over, and with that, he threw a spear at Nathan. Bernard approached Dick Perry as he emerged from the game module and asked for a third round. Perry said that he was actually tired, so let's end the training competitions here. Nathan exclaimed that if Dick gave him another chance, but Perry grinned, and that would change. He could win. He was a cheeky boy, of course. Perry flexed his fists and said, "Okay, I'll be glad to let you fight again." The head coach gave the command to start. Nathan Bernard immediately activated his double. Dick chuckled. "Oh, right away, not a bad idea. Better to use all the opportunities to the fullest than to try to look cool and limit yourself." Nathan focused. This was the last fight. This time he had to win. Nathan and his double rushed at the superhero at great speed. Bernard was sure that this time he would cope with Dick Perry. The best player of the French Lumiere gathered all his strength. He had to win this time. But Dick had a different opinion. He mentally called to the impudent little Nathan. It was time for him to put his tail between his legs. Random attacks, speed, punches in combination with a double. This was the winning tactic of Nathan Bernard. In the analytics department, Dick Perry saw everything that could pose a threat to him. Boosted, Dick Perry activated his new superpower, which increased his stats. As always, calm and slightly smiling, Dick rushed into battle with his young, daring opponent. There they meet. Two Nathans against one Dick Perry, weapons flashing non-stop. Bernard, hurt by 2 losses, tries to take over with the hurricane speed of endless attacks. 2 blondes and 4 blades try to break through the staunch defense of the famous warrior, but in vain. No matter how hard Nathan tried to remain calm, his emotions betrayed him, which is why his attacks were also emotional. Dick thought that Nathan was pressing him non-stop. For this he respected his opponent, but the main thing was that he did not approach from behind. Perry decided to limit Nathan's room for maneuver. If one of them goes behind him, Dick will be trapped, so you need to move in such a way that you keep both of them in sight at all times. Perry's task is to spend a minimum of energy and wear Nathan out so that his body and aura become weaker. Bernard may be faster, but it wasn't enough to catch Dick, and Perry decided he needed to move faster. If Nathan doesn't calculate his moves, he'll never get close to Dick. Perry picked up his pace, moving around the training field much more actively. keeping an eye on the other players. But Nathan, together with his double, continued to move quite quickly and did not lag behind Dick. Nathan Bernard's every thought was focused on Dick Perry alone, and he pursued him maniacally. Dick noticed that Nathan's movements were becoming more precise, but the boy had forgotten something again. Something very important, namely that they did not come here just the two of them. Perry decided to remind the young man that this was a team competition, not a one-on-one tournament. Dick literally fell on the heads of the stunned players of the opposing team. Perry decided that now was the time to shake off the mentality of Battle of the Supermen player Nathan Bernard. The surprised players on Nathan's team asked each other why Dick Perry was there. Instead of an answer, Perry's spear flew at the players and someone managed to shout for the fighters to dodge. A spear thrown by Dick Perry's well-aimed hand struck one of the opposing team's players. Everyone froze in surprise. Nathan and his double, gritting their teeth, rushed to their team. This is what Perry was after. He knew that when you rush, there are gaps in the technique. Dick took 2 spears in his hands and filled them with his aura to activate them. Dick grinned, playing with the spears in his hands. He asked, "Should we probably have a rowdy affair?" Nathan Bernard and his double, swinging their blades at maximum speed, flew towards Dick Perry. Dick was pleased. His provocation had worked, and he waited with a smile for his young but daring opponent. Bernard's temples were pounding, and he thought to himself that he would not just let Dick's actions go. Perry had his favorite spears in his hands and was preparing to attack. Before Bernard had time to get close enough to Dick, Perry made a fighting lunge. Nathan dodged. He didn't understand what Perry was planning and tried to understand his opponent's tactics. He realized that it seemed he had been outflanked. Nathan was surprised to see that Dick had killed another player from his team before he rushed towards Bernard. Dick yelled at Nathan that he wanted to see if he could dodge, and by that he meant dodging in midair. As he spoke, Dick Perry threw 2 spears towards Nathan Bernard and his double. Players from both teams watched this match with surprise and curiosity. Bernard and his double tried to hide from the gun fired at them. Nathan was puzzled. Now Dick Perry chose not defensive tactics, but offensive ones. To escape Dick Perry's aggressive attack, Nathan and his double pushed off each other and flew in different directions. As a result of this quick jump, Nathan and his double managed to avoid the attack. The spears flew past them. Suddenly Nathan heard someone chuckling behind him, and a spear hit one of his teammates. Nathan turned around and was surprised to see that both spears had hit the other players. Dick YSM was crazy as he came up. He said it was incredible, but it turned out exactly as expected. Nathan is just great. Dick aimed at him alone, but killed 2 of his players at once. Perry lectured Bernard that he was so focused on speed that he didn't even see his teammates. Dick beckoned Nathan over to him and remarked that he should better cover the rear. Those watching the game from the hall only exclaimed in surprise, well, how could this be?" The coach looked puzzled and said that he thought Dick Perry was running away from Nathan, but it turned out that he was trying to limit his maneuverability. The Moreaus were delighted. Dick used his opponent's attack against him, and Nathan was in too much of a hurry, and they all said unanimously that Dick Perry was the best. The head coach was surprised. He did not understand whose side the owners of the Lumiere Club were on. The coach sincerely believed that Lumiere's ace would never lose. He could still show something. But the head of the analytics department said that it would not be easy. Nathan is no longer in control of the situation. Moreover, this spear, Dick is too good with it. And what could possibly happen in such a short period of time? Perry calmly withstands all attacks. The coach and analyst closely watched what was happening on the training field. It was just amazing. Nathan was attacking Perry from all sides, and he was absolutely calm. Nathan Bernard is talented from birth. He trained a lot and became a real master. And even after endless attacks, he still breathes evenly. This is the result of persistent training. Such a barrage of blows from Dick Perry falls on Nathan, and Nathan in turn also attacks very actively. The club's head coach admired his protege from the first to the last strike. Nathan's timing was simply perfect. The coach realized that Dick was trying to wear Nathan down, to take his breath away, so he was constantly counterattacking. Observers could not help but admire the way Dick Perry fought, despite the lack of constant training. As a player and as a fighter, he behaved almost perfectly. The head coach was watching the fight. He knew that it was very difficult to use the tactics that Dick used, because Perry was inferior to his opponent in speed. But if he manages to act the way he does now, it means he is able to calculate every step at the level of seeing the future. Observers had the feeling that Dick Perry saw and felt with literally every cell of his skin, so neither Nathan nor his double managed to get close to him unnoticed. No matter how fast Nathan and his double circled, Perry always easily repelled their attacks. Dick not only defended himself, but also attacked Nathan with enviable regularity. It was not easy for Bernard. Not only could he not calculate his opponent, but he also blamed himself for the death of several players from his team because of him. The Frenchman tried his best to direct all his irritation and indignation at his opponent, because it was precisely because of Dick, because of his manner of fighting, that this happened. At the same time, Nathan never ceased to admire his idol, his skill and ability to think through all the steps several moves ahead. Now Nathan Bernard and his double did not move in a straight line, trying to move in a zigzag pattern to avoid being attacked by the spear. The head of the analytics department noted that the recording of this battle should then be shown to the tanks, so that they could see how to use the shield more effectively. Dick Perry is a fundamentalist. His technique is impeccable. As soon as Dick feels that he is trapped, he attacks and immediately changes position. Counterattacks at the first opportunity. The French admired Dick Perry's fighting style. He even uses a shield as a weapon. Nathan once again unsuccessfully attacked Perry. He thought that he was too far away. He needed to get a little closer. But at this time, Dick lunged and killed Nathan's double. And before the eyes of the surprised players and observers, the double began to disintegrate. This unexpected rapid attack and yet another loss shocked Nathan. The guy finally realized why Dick Perry is the savior of humanity, #1 among superhumans, invincible, who returned to the world of the living after 17 years. Dick smiled as he looked at Nathan and said that there were only 2 of them again. And here, Nathan Bernard and Dick Perry once again face each other in the training arena. Because Nathan's double died, his aura was greatly reduced. The Frenchman looked at Dick Perry and thought that yes, in front of him stood the very same great savior of humanity, the invincible Dick Perry. But despite this, Nathan gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He intended to fight him to the end. The Frenchman's blades flashed again, because he is not just an ordinary player. It is not for nothing that he became the best player in the world for more than 1 year in a row. Dick Perry prepared to attack. This kid was really stubborn and a good fighter. He liked him. Nathan knew he was losing, but he was still willing to fight Dick Perry to the very end. After leaving the game module, Nathan scratched his blonde hair and repeated that it was simply unbelievable. His idol had simply smeared him. Dick calmed the guy down and said that he was good, at least much better than Walker. Now Dick understands why Gerald Walker is not in the top 3. Nathan became embarrassed and said that Perry was flattering him. Dick decided to give Nathan some free advice. He advised the young man to try to hone his strength a little more. Perry knew that Nathan had room to grow. His strength was still far from its maximum. But out loud he told Bernard that if he increased his strength, he would become even cooler. Nathan thanked Dick for the advice. At this time, the head coach of the club came up and exclaimed that they both fought well. Their fight was beyond all praise. The trainer was especially delighted by Monsieur Dick Perry. Once it seemed to him that Nathan could win. But with each new attack, Dick proved his superiority more and more. The coach asked Dick how he managed to calculate Nathan's movements when he used a double. Perry thought that due to the lack of system in the boy's attacks, he still had to strain his buttocks. Why bother milking him? Bernard's double work and overall skill level are good, but once Dick used the enhancement and improved his performance, he was not too difficult to handle. Otherwise, Dick didn't even know how it would have ended. But out loud, Perry smugly answered the coach that it was probably because it was him. The Moreau brothers and the head coach of the club Lumiere said goodbye to their guests at the gates of the clubhouse. The coach sincerely thanked Dick Perry for agreeing to take part in their training. Dick replied that it had been fun, and asked him to train Beck well for his next visit. The coach laughed and told Dick not to worry. They weren't the type to pay players such salaries for pretty eyes. The girl was upset. Dick Perry could see it perfectly well. Today, she didn't kill a single player in all the training matches. When she herself was knocked out in the first round, she became overly cautious. Apparently, her nerves were playing up. But the results of the training were still not bad. In the second round, she made a pass. In the third, 3. Dick patted Beck on the head and said that everything was fine. It was just training, so don't be discouraged. Becca was very angry. She was angry at herself, because in Korea she was the best player of the national team. And here for the first time, it wasn't so bad. But literally a second later, the flash of anger passed. Becca turned to Dick and told her uncle not to worry. She was fine. She would just train more. Becca exclaimed. She was Bill Ho's daughter, Dick Perry's niece, and the 7 saviors would be in her hands. Dick thought that there really was no need to worry. He had nothing more to teach her. But she said something strange about the saviors. Perry thought he finally had some free time and he needed to test that thing. Dick went to the hotel he was staying at. He couldn't wait to be alone in his room. Perry wanted to figure out his new recently acquired superpower of amplification. He couldn't fully understand this ability of his. Standing in the room in front of the mirror, he took the spear in his hands to test this new power. There was something he didn't understand. It was written that this superpower could strengthen one of the superpowers. In the case of enhancing physical abilities, the effect is obvious in the fight with Nathan. Dick enhanced his characteristics. However, if you buff the superpower, what will happen then? Dick wondered what he should test. Perry smiled. He decided to test his main superpower. He said, strengthening the analytical look. Analyzing gaze, enhanced version. The ability to see the characteristics and superpowers of living beings. The owner of the ability has access to the video. He sees more characteristics and skills. Dick was surprised. Wow. Leadership, tactics. Now he sees his new characteristics, and a video description is also attached. Dick Perry carefully looked at what became available to him in his characteristics. Now it will be much easier for him to find young talents. Then Dick decided to enhance his superpower throw. Enhanced version. Now you can adjust the distance and speed of the throw, and the thrown object returns. Perry was delighted. Now you don't need to run for the spear. He thought he should check it out. Dick threw the toothbrush. It made a circle and returned to his hand. Wow, the brush returned, and the aura remained at the same level. It's pretty convenient. In battle there will generally be a bomb. Perry thought that with such an ability he would become even cooler. It remains to test the last superpower, immortality. Dick thought, wondering what the increase in immortality would give. He said loudly that he wanted to increase immortality. And suddenly he noticed that something incredible was happening to his body. He began to glow, as if his body was dissolving into thin air. The further it went, the more this effect became stronger. Dick was confused. He looked in surprise at his hands and feet, around which there were strange white-blue flashes. Perry was scared of what the hell was happening to him. It was like he had turned into a ghost. There was some strange feeling of lightness throughout the whole body. Everything was spinning around. The enhancement plus immortality gave a very strange effect. The man did not understand what was happening to him. He flew up and, holding a spear in his hands, floated freely around the room. Dick looked at the electronic screen. Immortality, enhanced version. Immunity to lethal physical impact. The body turns into a stream of aura for 2 minutes, during which time all attacks are ineffective, and the object can pass through objects. It turns out that for these 2 minutes, instead of flesh and blood, Dick Perry turns into a solid aura. Dick laughed. This is just an amazing effect. But how can you test your capabilities? And then the man remembered that he had to pass through objects. Well, he had to try. Dick took a running start and walked through the hotel wall. He passed through as if the wall wasn't there at all. Perry found himself on the street. The Eiffel Tower glowed before him, and he flew like a spirit through evening Paris, unnoticed by anyone. Dick was simply delighted with his new abilities. He flew over the French capital and laughed. He was like a ghost. So it really works. So the attacks are true. Well, in short, it's clear that hitting him is now useless. I wonder if he can touch something. Perry decided to go back and experiment with the toothbrush again, and then Dick Perry's attention was drawn to a strange phenomenon. He turned towards the Eiffel Tower. That was where the glow that he had long been familiar with was coming from. A black lilac light was emanating from the tower in the center of Paris. He had seen this phenomenon so often during the war that he could not help but recognize it. Dick Perry realized that it was clearly a creature from the dungeon. Perry became wary. He felt the aura of that creature from the dungeon, and without thinking for a second, he rushed there. Certainly the enemy whom everyone thought defeated had returned to Earth. Dick clutched his spear. He pushed off, without wasting a second, and flew towards where this strange black and purple aura was coming from. Trees, buildings, city lights and cars flashed below. The evening gilded the buildings with the light from the windows. Dick's vision was a little blurry from the speed. He was in a hurry while he still had a little time. This means that the monsters from the dungeon were able to survive after all. And now they have decided to return to the human world. The demons that everyone thought were dead simply went into hiding for a while to recuperate. And now they've returned. Strangely enough, this news did not frighten or upset Dick. And one could even say that it made him happy. Now he definitely has something to do. Surprised Parisians saw a ball of light flying by quickly. Dick whistled over the heads of the surprised townspeople. He was aiming for the Eiffel Tower. It was a reaction to the aura of the monster from the dungeon. Perry, being a ghost, could move very quickly. But just in case, he launched his spear at the source of the glow. The fighter himself flew after him, trying to find the monster. He literally felt it with his skin. Dick flew around the Eiffel Tower, trying hard to figure out where the monster had gone. He felt that this freak was still nearby. Dick smiled. Well, it would be boring if all these demons died. Perry was already ready to join the fight. But then the system reported that his time with the enhanced version of immortality had expired. 2 minutes had passed, which meant he was returning to his physical shell. Dick swore. An unknown force pulled him back to the hotel to where his body remained, and cursing, Dick rushed back. He waved his arms and legs, trying to resist, and shouted, "Not now." A few seconds later, he was already in his hotel room. The man landed on the floor, raising clouds of dust. The effect of the enhancement has ended. He is no longer a ghost, and does not consist of a solid aura, but has returned to a body consisting of flesh and blood. Perry froze for a second, trying to comprehend everything that had happened to him and what he had seen. Dick stood up on his feet. Only now did he fully realize that the war was not over, that the demons were still among them. He could have killed one of them, but unfortunately he miscalculated the time, and in anger Dick hit the wall with his hand. A dent formed on the wall, and cracks appeared around it. Perry was angry. Why couldn't he come back later? I wonder how long it takes for the boost to recover. Is it possible to become a ghost immediately after returning to the body? Looking at his hand, Dick Perry was very surprised. All his feelings changed greatly. He looked at the Eiffel Tower from the window. He no longer saw any glow, no aura. Dick wondered why he didn't feel anything. The demons sent to Earth made excuses for the failure of the operation, he said. Who knew that the task would be so difficult? The messenger of darkness asked the third to be lenient, explaining that a spear had suddenly flown at him. The superior demon said that he did not need any excuses and shouted for the subordinate to die. There are many who want to take his place, the supreme demon sighed regretfully. So it's not time yet. He's been waiting so long for when he can return. When this beginning of the light will begin, he's still waiting patiently. Once back in his physical body, Dick Perry hurried to return to a state of enhanced immortality. There are 2 points worth highlighting here first. When he is in this state, he passes through absolutely all objects, and no attacks work on him, but he himself, being woven from aura, can strike and destroy matter. Secondly, this time he did not feel the energy of the creature from the dungeon. Dick wondered if he had imagined it. You could chalk it up to his imagination, but no matter how much he searched, he never found the spear he had thrown at the creature. This means that he did hit something, or someone, who carried him away in their body, leaving no trace. But Dick can now say one thing for sure. When the demon appears again, he will be waiting for him, and will not miss this moment for anything. The next day, Dick Perry went to the Lumiere clubhouse again, and was met by Gabriel Sana, the head of the analytical department. Dick greeted him cheerfully. One of the Moreau brothers said that in exchange for Dick Perry's data, he asked to find a person who could manage his new analytical system. Perry confirmed that such a thing had happened. Moreau pointed to Gabriel and said that Monsieur Sana would go with Dick. Perry asked if he was serious. He scanned Gabriel with an intensified analytical gaze. His aura was pumped up to the maximum. Plus, there was also leadership and tactics. His superpower is concentration. He is able to maintain maximum concentration for 6 hours. Perry thought this was a great superpower. Leadership 85, tactics 88. The man was literally born to be a coach. Gabriel told Dick not to doubt his abilities. He was the head coach of the reserve team of Paris Lumiere, and was thinking of becoming the coach of the first team. Perry was surprised, and now Gabriel is leaving France with him for a country on the outskirts, to a mediocre team with weak players. Surely he won't regret it. Because YSM is a second division team, Gabriel confirmed that he knows this. He has never been to Korea before, and especially has never worked with anyone from the second division. However, Gabriel saw Dick Perry in the game. His desire to get into the Parisian Lumiere is easy to explain. It is Nathan Bernard. But if there was a chance to get into Dick Perry's team, which was superior to Monsieur Bernard, Gabriel thought it would be interesting just to watch this team. Dick chuckled. Since Gabriel himself made such a choice, he decided not to dissuade him. Perry said that the payment would be more than decent. He was a qualified specialist after all. The position of head coach and the corresponding powers to manage the team, but Gabriel said that was not the issue. Dick Perry didn't quite understand Gabriel's answer. He was flying to Korea but didn't want to be a coach. Sana replied that that wasn't enough. The position of head coach and complete control of the team is a natural outcome, given his abilities. Dick mumbled that this is all so. Sana reminded Dick that he could become the head coach in Lumiere, so going to Korea is a huge minus for his career, because Korea is ranked 127th in the Battle of Superhumans. Perry reluctantly confirmed that this was also true. Gabriel concluded that since Dick understood everything, he proposed the following: YSM would move to the first division within a year. And if, with his arrival on the team, they win the championship and take first place in South Korea, then, he is sure, such an explosive success will not harm, but only help Gabriel's career. But Gabriel Sana has one condition. Dick asked what it was. Gabriel voiced his condition. The Moreau brothers were present, and they asked in unison what Dick thought about this, and Dick Perry thought about it. The proposal was, of course, very interesting. After thinking a little, he exclaimed that it was an excellent idea. He agreed. Dick and Gabriel shook hands, and Sana offered to sign a contract. The Moreau brothers were delighted. This further links Dick Perry with their Lumiere. They clicked their cameras. Now it will be impossible not to mention their club when talking about Dick. The brothers admitted that they had already posted photos of Dick on their team's official social media. Perry was indignant. Why are they, the bastards, doing whatever comes into their bald heads with the photographs? The brothers replied that although it was training, Dick Perry put on Lumiere's uniform. But they had to brag, and at the same time advertise themselves. Moreau suggested meeting again in honor of signing a sponsorship contract for weapons. Dick waved his hand and told those assholes to do whatever they wanted. Arriving in Paris just to find new players, Dick Perry unexpectedly acquired an analytical system and a coach in Gabriel San. He also gained a new superpower, and thanks to the effect of the enhancement ability, he became even more confident in his abilities and returned home earlier than he planned. True, even after he had already returned to Korea, his photographs continued to be published for some time on Lumiere's official social media pages. Then word leaked that Perry had registered for the Battle of the Supermen as a player, causing Lumiere's rivals' discontent to escalate into outright hostility. Among them, the most negative reaction was from the main rival of the French club, the best team of the Battle of the Supermen in Germany. The German team was led by Emre Casa, one of the Seven Saviors. He did not understand what Dick Perry was thinking when he got involved with the Moreau brothers. Emre was also known as the Berlin Lightning. Meanwhile, the YSM club was in full swing. Dick Perry returned home and brought a new system with him, and Gabriel Sana arrived with him. Under the guidance of the new coach, the boxes containing the system were unpacked, and equipment, practically unseen in Korea, was installed. Gabriel gave out commands clearly, concisely, and briefly. The players watched the newcomer from around the corner. He looked very smart. The guys asked each other if this was their new coach. What's in the boxes? Is it really that same analytical program? There's no one in Korea who knows how to work with it. Not even all First Division teams have that program. And now they will use it. The guys told each other that their director is incredibly cool. Everyone wanted to try it as soon as possible. Finally, Dick Perry appeared in the clubhouse and the players rushed to greet him. Dick smiled. He asked if they had been training well all this time. Perry announced a general meeting. Dick Perry stood in front of his team. He said that last night he had a dream. In it, there was an old man who said that he was his ancestor, and that he had a lot of difficulties because he himself had no ancestors, and he also told Dick 6 numbers. The boys exclaimed that this simply couldn't be happening, but Perry said he didn't need it, and told the old man to get lost. But he said these 6 numbers right into his ear, so that each of them reached him, and these numbers still do not leave Dick's head. He thought and decided that it was such a gratitude from God to the one who saved the world. He just wants Dick to win the main prize in the lottery. Surprised, Lena asked if he bought a lottery ticket. Perry replied, no, he doesn't do that kind of crap. Dick smiled and asked if they knew why. Because his lottery ticket was them. Perry told his players they will have to work hard this season to show they are seriously underestimated. Dick coughed and said that they needed to move on. For their further growth, he had brought one person from France. Their new coach, Gabriel Sana, is a super elite guy. He wouldn't go to their mountain backwater on his own, so it took a lot of effort to persuade him. Dick noted that Sana's salary was higher than theirs, so they needed to take good care of him, and suggested that Gabriel introduce himself. Gabriel introduced himself and said that he would be taking over as head coach on an interim basis, with their current coach June assisting him as a senior advisor. Gabriel expressed his gratitude to everyone. First of all, the new coach decided to talk about the tasks. Sana said that the goal of this season is to move up to the First Division, and the goal of next season is to lead it. The players were shocked. Gabriel told the guys that if they followed his plan, they would definitely succeed. In return, the club director will take part in matches 3 times a year. The players were delighted. The director is now a player. That's a completely different story. Gabriel turned sharply to Dick and said that it would be great if the director also took part in the competition. Dick Perry did not understand. He asked what Sana was talking about. But Sana said he is not saying Dick needs to play every game. It is clear to everyone that with Perry in the lineup, any team will be invincible. That is obvious. But Gabriel leaves Nathan, the famous Lumiere, and goes to work at YSM. He does this because if he looks at the same players, his growth as a coach will reach a dead end. Dick is stronger than Nathan, and Gabriel is going for him. So he asked to be given a chance as a coach to put him on the team and watch a high-class match. If Dick goes for it, then YSM is guaranteed to move to the First League. If so, then Sana will be with them for 1 year until the championship. After listening to all these arguments, Dick agreed that he would perform 3 times a year. Gabriel agreed. If Dick plays even 3 matches, the team will definitely move up to the first league this season, and he will demonstrate his coaching skills in the games in which Dick will not participate. Under these conditions, Dick and Gabriel agreed that Sana would spend a year in Korea and lead Perry's team to victory. Dick laughed. He hoped it wouldn't be his turn, so he advised Gabriel to try harder. The first training session under the new YSM coach Gabriel Sana began. It was a group hunt. The players tried their best to follow the advice of the new coach and put in maximum effort during training. Moreover, now all their actions were analyzed by a new system brought from Paris. Dick watched the data and was amazed. It seemed that this program really did a great job of analyzing the abilities of superhumans. Perry was surprised that the data the equipment showed was almost the same as what he saw with his analytical gaze. Gabriel noticed that Lena, Bob Hyuk, and also Namgung, these 3 are good at using their strengths. But as for this guy, Dick thought they were showing off their strengths well because he had been so quick. Looking at Shin Ho, Gabriel said that this guy seemed to be bad at everything. Dick smiled and said that he was still leveling up. Gabriel in general did not see the potential for his development. Dick shrugged. Well, that's exactly it. The technical aspect can still be refined, but big progress is unlikely. Gabriel admitted that the guy had a lot of useful superpowers, but he would still definitely be the team's weak link. Perry thought that Gabriel Sana was wrong. With his keen analytical eye, he saw something entirely different. Excellent tactics and leadership. Leadership has a very high limit, and tactics indicators can be pumped up to 90. With this, Shin Ho still has a chance to become a strong player. Dick asked Gabriel how about training Shin Ho as a second tactician. Sana asked Dick to clarify his thought. Perry said that the kid is always calm, collected, and has a good mind. He is mainly responsible for determining the location of the opposing team, so it will be easy for him to assess the situation as a whole. Gabriel thought about sending Jung Hwan, the chief tactician, directly into the thick of the battle. Then the second analyst will work out the strategy in detail in a calm environment where he is least likely to be killed. Gabriel decided to take on the training of Shin Ho personally, and Gabriel also commented on 2 other players that Dick had recently acquired, Choi Jo-min and Yun Bum, who were quite promising. Dick thought to himself that this was indeed the case. He just liked the boys, as well as their superpowers, so he made a contract with them. Gabriel continued that Choi Jo-min has great moves and satisfying super strength he is worth spending time on. Dick thought that yes, using his superpower of observation, he discards unnecessary actions in advance and acts as efficiently as possible. Gabriel asked why Dick paid attention to Yun Bum. No matter how much he looked at him, he didn't see anything special. Dick chuckled to himself. The analytical system wouldn't show it, but Yun Bum has a very good aura and a wonderful superpower, shadow walking. Dick Perry said with a grin that his eyes were never wrong. Gabriel turned to Perry in surprise and asked what he was talking about. But Dick said that you just need to wait a little while until Bohm's aura increases by just 1 value. And then, and this will happen very soon, his secret lottery ticket will hit the jackpot. Sana made a plan for the team's training. He turned to the former coach and said that until now, Jun had been in charge of the team's affairs. And Gabriel must admit that it was a real miracle that, with such inefficient work, they achieved such high results. Sana knew very well that this miracle had a name, Dick Perry, and it was only thanks to his talent, insight, and fame that the team had achieved some success. Gabriel suggested changing the training schedule. It is necessary to lay a solid foundation before the start of the second half of the season. The second training session under the guidance of Coach Gabriel was a speed test, and the first place out of the entire team was taken by the fast, red-haired Lena. Poor Yun Bum only placed 14th, sweating profusely and screaming that Lena was running too fast. Team captain Jung Hwan came in 6th place, and Yun Bum asked the captain in a trembling voice if he would die from this. The captain laughed that their new coach has a PhD in sports medicine, so it might seem like he's overworking them. But that's not the case. The team captain also said that he spoke with Gabriel, and he adapted the training system of the Parisian Lumiere to their level. Huang was sure that the players had similar training every day. The captain told Yun Bum to keep up and run forward. The guy was running out of breath. Finally he stopped, breathing heavily, and whispered that this was some kind of madness. Bum thought that he could not catch up with them and asked, "Please, let's run together." Gabriel was very surprised when he looked at Dick Perry's team. He thought it was some kind of miracle. No matter how much he watched the training video, the average characteristics and training system seemed typical for a second division team. Still, how did YSM players achieve such results so quickly? Especially these 5. Jung Hwan, once he started doing endurance training, began to beat opponents more often and make assists, and his save percentage also increased. Namgung, despite the abrupt change of positions, has proven himself to be an excellent main DD, and with his superpower defense is extremely useful in the created combination. Lina and Zhou Xinho have repeatedly trained sprints as track and field athletes and are renowned for their striking and containment strategies. Bob Heck became a tank after moving to YSM and showed explosive growth and physical strength in his position. Gabriel was absolutely sure that Dick Perry definitely had a hand in all of this, and thanks to these 5, it would be easy to get to the playoffs. And Dick Perry himself can participate in the matches 3 times, so victory is guaranteed. However, Gabriel Sana could not fully understand everything. He especially couldn't understand the point of Bob Heck's change of position. It wouldn't have made a difference if he had remained main DD. Gabriel tried to understand why the director made him a tank, why him in particular, and why a tank in particular. Sana was clicking away at the keys, trying to analyze the players, when his attention was drawn to Bob's super strength. The damage the enemy deals is different from the damage the guy takes. The analysis revealed that Bob Heck had a superpower of increasing physical endurance, and another passive ability. Gabriel couldn't believe it. Dick Perry knew it, and that's why he gave him the role of the tank. Sana remembered Dick Perry's words that his eyes were never wrong, but how? A saddened Yun Bum sat in a corner and said that he had overestimated himself. Perry came into the room and asked why the little guy was so sad. The guy shuddered. Dick told him not to be so scared and to stop calling him the director. Let him just call him the elder. The young man scratched the back of his head. Dick laughed, praised him, and told him to keep up the good work and to gush with respect and joy whenever he saw him. Perry asked him to tell his senior what was bothering him so much. The guy sighed and said that he had the worst skills on the team. Joe Min, a year his junior, has already taken over the center position and has been writing Dick Perry's biography ever since he joined the club. But he can't keep up with the pace of training, and he knew he wasn't capable of being a pro. Dick asked if he really thought that he and Joe Min were alike. Unlike him, Joe Min was originally good and had innate talent. Yun Bum started whining and said that Dick was killing him. If that was the case, then why did he even invite him to the team? Perry replied that it was because of his superpower. Tears were streaming down the guy's face. He asked if he was really talking about increasing speed and merging with the shadow. Maybe it would increase his speed. But would he be able to catch up with Lina? Perry recalled that he has said several times that his superpowers develop in accordance with the efforts made. Baum asked if anything could be guaranteed in this matter. Dick replied that there were no guarantees. They had argued. Had Baum forgotten? The guy was in tears. Was his life really just a joke for Dick? An angry Dick grabbed the whining player by the scruff of the neck, shook him, and asked if he had probably forgotten that Perry had promised to give him $300 million if the venture failed, and that kind of money shouldn't be easy to earn. Dick Perry was not happy. He said that this was not the way to go. That was not how to train. He grabbed the unglued kid by the scruff of the neck and pulled him along, saying that the chicken needed to follow him. Yunbum sighed heavily. He asked Dick why they went to the mountains, and without any prior preparation. Dick said they were changing his loser mentality. Perry didn't want to throw away $300 million. He suggested that Baum think about whether it was better to spend 2 years whining or to work hard and hit the jackpot. The surprised boy asked what kind of adult would teach that the pursuit of success is more important than living modestly and honestly. Dick turned around and asked if this bastard really thought he couldn't teach something good. Perry had prepared a place upstairs where Yun Bum would pump up his aura. The guy was very surprised. Really in the mountains? Dick shook his head. Yeah. The aura has some peculiarities. It becomes more active when you are in the right place. Perry himself did not start his journey from the dungeon, by the way. That is why, when Dick got there, he felt like a necessary person. Yunbum looked at his director with all his eyes. Dick said that when he was little, he was always told that Dick Perry was a worm. His parents abandoned him because he was such a loser. People like Perry are absolutely useless. The director of the orphanage did not stand on ceremony. He often beat up his charges and did not mince words. The director hated Dick Perry more than anyone else, so he beat him especially often. And those little jerks, the director's lackeys, treated him in exactly the same way. Dick was too rebellious and therefore infuriated them. The principal said that if Dick kept staring like that, he knew what would happen because Perry was a useless piece of shit. Yun Bum looked at Dick Perry with wide eyes in surprise. Was it really possible that he had ever been treated like that? Dick turned to the boy and said that everyone has their own emotional wounds and stroked the boy on the head. Perry thought that the effects of these wounds could be overcome. Yun Bum barely audibly said Perry's name. Dick said that since Yun Bum was a loser from the cradle, they would go away from people's eyes. The guy asked why the director called him a loser again and what he was supposed to do there in that remote place. but Dick said that he should ask his superpower about that, not him. Finally, they came to the cave. Yunbum stuttered and asked, "A cave in the rock. What does that mean?" Dick asked what he was mumbling about. The place where he would train was over there. Perry kicked Yunbum and he flew down. The stunned guy asked Dick why he did that. Perry responded that Yunbum has a pessimistic outlook on the world. A loser who always complains. So this place is perfect for him. This is where he will swing. Perry invited the young man to settle in and said that he will be out in about 10 days. The guy's face lengthened. He asked what he should eat and where to go to the toilet. Perry was surprised. His elder gave him a wonderful place to train, and he was worried about such trifles. He suggested that the guy stop whining and get down to business. Dick said that he would also confiscate the mobile phone and offered to throw the device to him. The guy decided that the director had completely lost his mind, Yunbum thought. Won't he die if he stays here? He definitely needs to escape. The guy was shocked. Dick Perry just took off. Yunbum remembered Dick Perry's words, that if he tried to get out early, he would catch him and skin him. The poor guy shook his head in resignation, saying that he understood everything perfectly well. Dick Perry waved his hand and said, then he went and wished Yunbum good luck. The angry guy thought, as soon as Dick Perry was carried by the earth, Bomb lay on the ground and sighed heavily. He did not know what to do now. Yunbum couldn't believe what would happen to him now. The director dragged him into the mountains and abandoned him in a cave. One thought was pounding in his head. He couldn't, nothing would work out. Even at school, he always sat on the bench during all the games, no matter how hard he tried. But when he did go out onto the field, no one paid any attention to him at all. Although in reality, he is quite active and wanted to become a first-class player in the battle of superhumans. But for him, it is impossible. He understood this perfectly well, especially during the last training session. For him, it is absolutely impossible. There is no chance. All efforts are useless. He remembered how Dick Perry had invited him to join YSM, and he had extended his hand and said that if Yunbum put in the effort, he would be able to develop and improve his superpower. The guy sat down on the ground. Maybe the director was right. The strongest Superman in the world told Yunbum that it was possible. If so, then what is there to think about? And the guy drove away the treacherous, cowardly thoughts and began to study. He focused on the aura and tried to strengthen it. He must focus on the flow of the aura. 10 days passed. Yunbum heard Dick Perry's voice. The director asked, "He didn't die. That's good." Bomb was very surprised. Perry was watching him through the phone, which meant he was under surveillance all this time. Dick told him to get out. Lottery ticket named Yunbum. Dick scanned the guy with his analytical gaze. Perry sincerely believed in his lottery ticket. Yes, his method worked. Yunbum's indicators improved significantly. His aura increased. Now the guy could fully use his very rare superpower and become a strong player, as he had long dreamed of. Yunbum climbed out of the cave and saw a robot standing there, asking in Dick Perry's voice if he was right. It turns out that Dick Perry had been watching him all this time. Perry said that there was still time before the start of the second half of the season. Bomb needs to try to master his new superpower before then. And then in the very first match, the guy will attract everyone's attention. With 31 days left in the second half of the season, Yoon was delighted to see Dick Perry enter. Dick greeted June cheerfully, asked how he was and where Coach Gabriel was. June said that the Frenchman was in the coaching room forming subgroups for the second half of the season. The former coach turned his attention to the inspired Bomb. Dick whispered that he wanted to introduce the new main character to the coach. At this time, Gabriel was talking to someone on the phone and explaining that the club's plans did not include transferring players and that Lena would not be moving to another club. This player was not for sale. Dick said that there was quite a lot of activity among the players. What was all the fuss about? Sana explained that many teams wanted to take Lena. Offers are coming not only from the Korean League but also from abroad. Gabriel said that everyone was moving towards the end of the transfer window. One Arab team offered $5 million for the duet of Lena and Shin Ho. Dick was outraged. 2 for only $5 million. They were completely crazy. The coach asked if Dick would agree to this, but Perry was indignant. Was he really kidding, selling them for such a pittance? Dick said that even if he were to sell, it would only be Lena. Joe Shin Ho, no way. Gabriel agreed that even though Lena was the face of the team now, the real value was in people like Shin Ho. Gabriel said that the guy grasps everything on the fly. He only explained the basics to him, but the results are already excellent and he understands his superpowers very well and how to use them. And if you add Dick Perry to this, you get a simply deadly tandem, given his passion for unconventional solutions in combat. Dick agreed. Watching Shin Ho in the arena would be interesting in any case. He even came up with several tactics involving the boy. Gabriel said that if it was about superpowers, he was sure that Shinho would be able to analyze Daniel Mansky. Dick was surprised. Who is that? Sana explained that he is the best support in the world. Together with Nathan Bernard and Ron Mayer, he forms the top 3 strongest players of the Battle of the Superhumans. He is from the German team Berlin Lightning. Their coach is Emre Casa, one of the 7 saviors. Yes, Emre Casa, Dick remembered. During the war, he scolded Perry that they were the strongest superhumans. An example to follow. They were going to clear the last dungeon, and Dick was drinking like crazy. Perry then thought that he would go with this idiot to chop off the heads of monsters, Dick thought. So their coach is a choke. Well, his team's support is in the top 3. In short, Emre is the last one he's interested in, but he should take a look at this kid. And then Dick remembered why he came to Gabriel. Perry pushed Yoon Bum forward and said that they should change the list of main players in the second half of the season. Yoon Bum waved his hand and said hello. Gabriel was puzzled. The boy had not been of much interest until recently. But Dick said that Gabriel would change his mind and suggested checking it out. Their lottery ticket was in front of him. The next match began at the stadium. The commentators greeted the esteemed spectators at the first match of the second half of the season. So, in the YSM arena, their opponents are the Knights, those who became the fatal opponents for the former Outlaws. And here is finally the match that will put an end to their confrontation. Every time the commentators see YSM, their main lineup changes. Recently they released the name of the new athlete Yoon Bum. As far as the commentator knows, director Dick Perry personally selected this guy. It will be interesting to see how he will perform during the game. 10 minutes before the match began, Dick Perry spoke with Yoon Bum and Jo Shin Ho. The director told the players that this match was their opportunity to show a new side of themselves. Gabriel told Dick that they had 5 key players: Lena, Jo Shin Ho, Choi Jo Min, Namgung and Bob Heck, a tank, 2 main DDs, a range DD, and a support with 3 superpowers. The perfect combination. Unless the match throws up any surprises, the 5 of them will advance together, with Jo Shin Ho taking command of this subgroup. The young man nodded his head and thanked him for his trust. Shin Ho had become much more confident since his first game. Dick turned to Yoon Bum and said that this was his first game. So he didn't expect much from him. He just had to take care of their opponents. The guy looked at the director with wide eyes. He had already managed to master his superpower, but he was still very worried. So the match has begun. The host has told about the location where the first round of the battle will take place. The dungeon where today's game will take place is an upside-down forest. In the center of this cave location hangs a huge shining tree. This is the monster Zard Loon. He spreads his vines wide and is able to use them to suck out the aura of players. As soon as someone gets close, the Zard Loon will immediately attack, and he usually attacks from above. The Knights split into a 4-4-3 formation, which is the best solution against YSM. Even if one of the subgroups encounters an enemy, the rest can move forward and increase the gap. YSM, on the other hand, split into just 2 groups, and then the hosts noticed a very strange player. Who is this? Player Yoon Bum separates from the group and starts moving alone. The commentators were puzzled. The third subgroup is 1 player. Can they say that this division is based on the principle of 5-5-1, or is it still a tactical error? The audience was intrigued. The host too. What a strange decision to hunt alone in a dungeon, where the boss Zardlin himself can attack from anywhere at any second. It's just madness. Yoon Bum said to himself, "Let's go," and ran forward, turning on shadow walking. His speed of movement immediately increased greatly, and he merged with the shadow, disappearing from the sight of both enemies and spectators. For the first time in his life, Yoon Bum was performing in the real sports arena of the battle. He must not let down the director who believed in him. At this time, their rivals, the Knights, were fighting monsters, and one of the players asked if they thought the Zardloon was a bit small. Another answered him that they simply had not yet gone deep enough, that he would soon attack from all sides, and suggested that they hunt properly. But then the opponents saw that someone was approaching them. It seemed that Lena had already caught up with them. The group commander reassured the others everything was fine. Now the most important thing for them was to find Jo Shin Ho. The commander laughed. That was even better, since they were heading towards them, and not the other way. They had something especially for the famous duo. The Knights ran after Lena. They developed their plan to neutralize the impudent thief and her main assistant. One of the Knights players used superpowers to find the hiding Jo Shin Ho. This superpower was perception. The player could detect signs of living beings in space, but who exactly it was could not say. Arrows flew at the Knights. The group commander shouted for no one to stop and move forward. Nothing to worry about. The damage was minor. The Knight's scout reported that he had found the enemy. He could see who was where and what they were doing. Lena is jumping around 4 knights. 3 of the YSM team have encountered a Zardloon. There is 1 tank and 2 DDs. There was another one behind the rock a kilometer away. Most likely it was Zhou Xinho. The knights drove in the direction where they assumed Zhou Xinho should be. Once they take this guy down, YSM will immediately deflate. Lena was pleased. She smiled. The first stage of Dick Perry's plan is complete. Lena tells the player that the knights are heading his way and tells him to be careful. The guy, wrapped in a cloak with a deep hood, confirmed that he understood everything and was moving forward. At this time, the players of the opposing team ran up. They were sure that it was Zhou Xinho in front of them and asked where he was going. The players chuckled and told him not to even think about running away. They knew his team was currently fighting the Zardloon. But the surprise player was not going to run. Why, the guy took off his hood. In front of them was Bob Heck. The knights were surprised at what the hell he was doing here, because he was definitely a tank. Something was wrong here. Meanwhile, the group of players finished hunting, and were returning to Bob Heck. It looks like Xinho pretended to be a tank. The knights were fooled. Zhou Xinho yelled at Bob Heck to catch his weapon and hand it to him using his super strength. At that very moment, the shield and sword were in the hands of Bob Heck, and the bewildered knights watched, dumbfounded. Just a couple of seconds, and Bob Heck turned into a tank again, armed with a sword and covered with a shield. He was ready to attack. The camouflaged tank threw off its backpack, which was tightly filled with something. Bob threw his backpack towards the enemy group commander and told them to hold on to the present. The surprised captain picked up the knapsack and asked what it was, but when he opened it, he swore loudly. The bag was filled with Zardlin seeds. They grow instantly by absorbing the aura from the surrounding environment. It looks like YSM farmed this while hunting. Fighting their way forward, the first subgroup collected the seeds that the Zardloon left behind. Then I packed them so that they wouldn't sprout and sent them to my teammate, and did this several times. While the surprised and confused knights stared at the seeds in the backpack, they had already managed to sprout and turn into a huge tree. The vines instantly twisted the confused knights and began to strangle them. It seemed that this group could be forgotten. YSM players arrived in time and finished off their bound opponents. The commentators announced that Namgung had 1 kill, Bob Heck had 2 kills, Cho Jo-min had 1 kill. The first group of knights were all out of the game, Dick Perry's bait trick having worked perfectly. The commander of the third group of knights couldn't believe his ears. Had the first subgroup already been taken out? How could this have happened? The commander cursed and said that they would now finish the hunt and regroup. He asked the players if everyone had heard. At this time, the monster's Liana reached out to one of the team's players. The monster grabbed the player closest to it and pulled it towards itself. The fighter screamed, hanging in the air. The monster was pulling him towards itself and was about to shove him into its toothy mouth. The group leader cursed and told everyone to stop. First, they had to save their brother from the monster. Covering himself with a shield, the commander rushed towards the monster to save his comrade from certain death. Clenching his sword and gritting his teeth, the player bravely rushed at the monster. He had very little time. He needed to act with lightning speed. The leader of the knight group slashed at the vine that had grabbed the team player and freed his group member. He fell down screaming. The commander said, "Great, they got their man back. Now it's time for them to get out." But then the squad leader noticed that one of the 3 players, waving a sword, rushed towards the monster again. He thought, "What an asshole. They're actually in a hurry. What is he doing there? They only managed to fight off 1. This one is asking for trouble." The commander cursed and decided, "Okay, let's finish off the monster first." The commentators marveled at how desperate the knights were fighting, and how they finally captured the Zardlin. And indeed, the players desperately rushed at the monster, trying to defeat it. They spent too much time fighting this creature. And then the commander noticed that one of his players just stood up for some reason. He called out to him. Every second was precious now. And why did he know this perfectly well? So why the hell was he hanging there? Whether he decided to fight with the air or something. The commander put his hand on the player's shoulder and decided that now he would explain everything to him on his fingers. But to his surprise, the player fell and began to crumble, meaning he was killed. The commentators announced that Yoon Bum had 1 kill. The commander did not understand what was happening, where the enemy player came from, and why no one could see him. The knights were alarmed. Where did Yoon come from, since there were no signs of approaching? And where was this boy now? The 2 knights looked around in confusion, holding their weapons at the ready. They understood that the enemy was nearby, but did not know where. Yunbum was indeed very close, but hidden in the shadows he was invisible to prying eyes and could attack unexpectedly. The players were furious. How was this possible? Yunbum was attacking them quietly, unnoticed. He himself seemed to have turned into a shadow. While the stunned knights turned their heads from side to side, Yunbum did his job. The host announced that he already had 2 kills. The guy was surprised. He was really noticed. Everything was happening just as Dick Perry told him. The squad leader was surprised. The boy simply disappeared into the shadows. Is that even possible? He had never seen anything like it. The player was turning his head from side to side, spewing curses. He couldn't understand where his opponent had gone. At this time, Yunbum quietly approached him from behind, and a shadow suddenly attacked the commander of the night group. But this time, the guy's attack failed. The fighter threw him back, hitting the shadow clod at random with his shield. The experienced player intuitively sensed where the danger was coming from and struck almost blindly. Yunbum was not hurt, but his attack was repelled and he himself was thrown back a decent distance. The guy flew away and thought that this player had a quick reaction, and he could no longer act thoughtlessly. Yunbum gritted his teeth and mentally asked his elder what he should do in this situation. The guy remembered a recent conversation with the director. Dick Perry asked Baum what he thought would happen if his surprise attack didn't work. The guy knew that his indicators were not very good, so if he encountered an enemy, he would most likely be killed. Dick said that he seemed to be right, but in fact, he was very much mistaken. Perry said that in a fight there is nothing absolute, Baum asked, even after putting in the effort. How to defeat someone who is much stronger? It sounds like the ravings of a madman. Dick Perry got angry. He kicked Baum and told him to listen to the end. The bastard, that little bastard, sometimes really pissed him off. Perry asked why Baum had a head, only to eat in it. Maybe he should start using it for its intended purpose. The offended guy asked Dick what to do and how. If his abilities are not enough, he must fight. Dick said that first you need to limit the variability of the enemy's actions. You need to calculate their logic. If Baum is hiding in the shadows and waiting there for an opportunity to attack, then how does he think the opponent will act? Baum scratched behind his ear and said that he would probably go where there was less shadow and would probably wait for the moment he appeared. Dick smiled, right on target. In the vast majority of cases, his opponents would think exactly like that. When circumstances force them to make quick decisions, it is difficult to be distracted by something else. And at this time, the initiative will always be in the hands of Baum. You need to take advantage of this. Look for a gap in their defense and use the strategy of a surprise attack. Dick gave the guy a weapon and said that he needed a crossbow and a dagger for attack. Yunbum said that he liked long swords better. Perry noticed that the kid was talking too much. Dick said that less talk and more action is needed. Yunbum doesn't have great control like Namgung, for example, so it's better to use the easiest to use weapon. Perry said that it was enough to reflect. You need to take the weapon and shoot. The crossbow shoots accurately, and it is easy to use. Baum was originally a main DD, so he was good at both shooting and close combat. Dick knew very well that even with all this, Baum would have a hard time gaining an advantage in his first battle. Jumping away from his opponent, Yunbum fired several arrows from his crossbow at him. The squad leader repelled the attack with his shield, and the light arrows didn't even hit him. The boy ran forward, hoping to attack the enemy in close combat with his dagger. He ran and thought that the crossbow did not work against this enemy, so he decided to close the distance and use a dagger. Dick Perry watched the boy struggle desperately. He knew that Yunbum probably thought it was all in vain. But this is not a reason to give up. If Yunbum does not give up, then an opportunity to change the situation will definitely arise. The young man recalled Dick Perry's words to reduce the variability of the enemy's actions. How best to do this? The guy saw that his opponent was swinging a huge sword at him, a little more, and the guy could fly out of the game. And suddenly Baum, with a quiet yelp, stepped on a stone, stumbled, and unexpectedly for himself and his opponent, fell. As he fell, the guy did several somersaults around his own axis, tumbling like a squirrel in a wheel. In the end, Yunbum fell shamefully to the ground, helplessly sprawled not far from his opponent. The puzzled night team fighter saw that the boy was literally turning into a shadow before his eyes. A couple of seconds later, in the place where the player had just been lying, there was only some small dark clot. The knight could not understand what it was. Yunbum was beside himself. How could he have tripped and fallen so shamefully at the feet of his opponent? Turning into a shadow, Baum literally slipped between his opponent's legs. If he had known that this would happen, he would have simply jumped. The group leader wondered if YSM's trump card had been revealed too quickly. They were masters at setting traps. The player was a little surprised that the boy could merge with the shadows. Such a superpower was a great rarity. The commander of the killed group turned his head from side to side. It seemed that this little guy was completely confused in his first battle, which meant that he had a chance to take advantage of the situation. The commentators announced that they were witnessing a thrilling fight between Yunbum and Jung Soo-ho, while the second subunit of Knights and the first subunit of YSM were fighting to the death. As a result of the battle, the Knights were left with only one player, Jung Soo-ho. in which case YSM was one step away from victory. But Zardlin decided to act and went on the offensive. The seeds scattered earlier tied the first subgroup hand and foot. The boss blocked their way. YSM had 5 players left to join Bomb. First they would have to kill the monster. The YSM players who are trapped will have a brutal fight with the Zardloon. If the guys lose and Jung Soo-ho of the Knights catches Yoon Bum, it can turn the tide of the match in an instant. Indeed, the outcome of the match now depends on who emerges victorious from this duel. All this time, Jung Soo-ho held his ground well, and they fought desperately with Yoon Bum until neither of them managed to inflict any damage on the enemy. The guy, gritting his teeth, circled around the Knight player, tiring him out and looking for the right moment to attack. The commander of the group of knights thought that, apart from this superpower, the brat did not pose a threat, fluttering around like a fish on the shore. The knight player watched the guy with interest. This little guy began to irritate him. He was constantly on the move. Swinging his sword, Jung Soo-ho shouted at Bomb, "Stop fidgeting already, die!" The knight player hit Yoon Bum with a sword. The boy jumped to the side. The sword slightly grazed him. He was wounded. The guy winced. The enemy had dealt him some damage. Was he really going to let his friends down? The outcome of the match depended on the outcome of this fight. The knight player thought with relief that he had finally hit him. Wait a second. Why didn't the guy dodge? It turns out that now he can't hide in his shadow, so that's it. This superpower also has a limitation. He can camouflage himself in the shadows, but he doesn't become one. And this superpower has this useful limitation. This is not unusual, because superpowers often come with limitations. Apparently, because of that hitch with the fall, he rushed to get his face back and miscalculated. The knight player smiled. He was sure that he couldn't miss such a wonderful chance. He screamed that the kid was finished now. Yoon Bum was sweating and thinking that he had screwed up. He was going to find a gap in the enemy's equipment, but he fell, and now he stupidly exposed himself. Yoon Bum's injured leg shook. He raised his head and saw a sword flying towards him with the words, "Goodbye, little rat." It seemed that in another second the sword would fall on Bomb's head, but this did not happen. Suddenly the guy disappeared, quickly emerging right from under the enemy's sword. The surprised knight heard the mocking voice of the young man. He said that when you strike so sweepingly, you can drive the sword deep into the ground. And indeed, instead of hitting the guy, the player hit the ground, with a shadow swirling around him. Somewhere in the shadows, Yoon Bum, called a little rat, disappeared. And from somewhere in space, the knight heard that he had not yet said everything. Instead of Bomb finishing his sentence with his dagger, the guy thanked the player for falling for his trick. Yoon Bum circled around the last player of the enemy team. Now it was up to him whether his team would win or not. The guy had never experienced such thrills. The excitement of the fight, the tension, the thirst for victory. Yoon Bum delivered a crushing blow with a dagger to the head of his opponent, who so sincerely considered the guy a worthless person. The young man deliberately did not hide completely in the shadows. He still has an aura. But the player did not think that this entire location is a continuous shadow, due to the fact that the forest is upside down. The guy stabbed with a dagger, and the commentator announced that Yoon Bum had 3 kills, and YSM had won the first match. Yoon Bum watched as the last player of the enemy team fell to pieces, meaning Bum had won. Bomb's eyes widened, and he wondered if it was really him, if he had succeeded and the commentators were talking about him. Yoon Bum's emotions were running high, and he finally let them out, clenched his fists and let out a victory cry. Dick smiled. Look, the guy did it. He remembered the whining, frightened child who sat in the yard of their clubhouse and cried that his data was the worst of all. The young man was absolutely delighted. He had 3 kills in the game, he did it, he helped his friends out, and everyone noticed him. The first game of the Superhuman Battle Division 2 ends in a resounding victory for YSM, with Yoon Bum named the match's top scorer. It's just unbelievable. YSM have introduced another rising star to the world. Dick Perry said it was enough to go and show off his lottery ticket, but he had no doubts about today's match. The new trick of Wild with Yoon Bum and Jo Shin-ho as the second tank worked perfectly. If it continues like this, then the first division will not be very difficult. Dick thought he had, of course, calculated everything, but hadn't the victory come too easily to them. On the other hand, it would be cool to one day set a goal for a team with such success, to become the first on the world stage. Dick was lying on his favorite couch in Bill Ho's house and was bored. After Gabriel took over the leadership, he had nothing to do at all, even climbed the walls from boredom. Previously, at least he controlled Jun and scolded him periodically, but Sana works flawlessly. At some point, new TV series started to play in circles. He had already seen this one. Now that he had watched them all, he wanted to lie down in his coffin and die from nothing to do. Dick held the remote control in his hands and looked to see if there was anything else on the box. He clicked through channel after channel. He didn't find anything interesting for himself. Finally, he turned off the television. The blue screen went dark, and Dick sank into melancholy. He definitely had nothing to do with himself. Lying on the couch, he thought about what was going on with his team and what he could come up with again to surprise the spectators and opponents. But still, it was all boring for him. He needed something else. At this time, an unexpected guest stood in front of the gates of Bill Ho's mansion. Dick Perry asked if there was really nothing interesting. The guest was smiling broadly, and a cheerful Eric Thuram was standing near Bill Ho's large mansion. The Frenchman persistently rang the intercom of the luxurious home of the head coach of the Korean national team and loudly called out for Dick Perry. Dick looked out the door and asked irritably who else was there, and then he saw Eric. Dick was literally dumbfounded. Come on, could it really be him? Standing in front of Perry was one of their 7, with whom they saved the world. The Red Star of France, who was called the God of Axes. It was Eric Thuram. The confused guest asked why Dick was introducing him, but Perry scratched his head and said that now was the perfect time to explain who Eric was. Dick still hadn't recovered from his surprise and asked to tell him how Eric ended up in Korea. Thuram replied that Dick had come to France and hadn't even bothered to meet him, which was a shame. Perry asked if he hadn't told the reporters that he was willing to meet Eric if he came to Paris. Thuram replied that he had heard it all on TV. But at that time, he was just fishing somewhere in the ocean, so he had to get to Paris by swimming. But on the way there was a small accident. Dick asked if it wouldn't be easier to return by ship. As a result, Eric got a good beating from his wife, and she also temporarily forbade him from fishing. Thuram looked at Dick in surprise and said that he hadn't changed at all. Eric laughed. It's just that his wife is very worried. She's anxious about this and that. He constantly tells her to calm down. Well, in general, Eric is lucky with his wife. Dick looked at the smiling giant and thought that this guy would definitely not die a natural death. Fate and survival instinct are superpowers that manifest themselves at a critical moment. Even without knowing the exact numbers, one can guess that Eric's vitality is at a level where, with such superpowers, it is simply impossible to die from old age or illness. At this time, Hannah appeared behind Dick. She saw the man and asked who was visiting them. Coming closer, she recognized Eric, hit him on the chest and exclaimed, "How many years? How many winters?" Thuram smiled broadly and said that Hannah, as always, was charming. The hostess quickly set the table, embarrassedly saying that she hadn't had time to cook much, but at least something, and wished the guests a bon appetit. Thuram said he never thought he'd be able to eat with Dick at the same table like that again, and Perry smiled and said the same. Thuram asked Dick, he is immortal, why he hid this superpower. Bill was so sad until he returned. Perry replied that he did not hide it. The superpower appeared to him after his return. Thuram was amazed, so Dick really was ready to die. Perry shrugged. No big deal. But Eric disagreed. That was amazing. If it weren't for Dick, they would all have died. Eric said he was very impressed, and with that, he reached into his bag and said, "Well, nothing special. He just brought him a small present." Dick laughed. Eric was giving him nothing special. At that moment, a stone sparkled in Thuram's hands. He handed it to Dick and said that it was the Stone of Return. It was needed to escape from the dungeon. The activation time was 12 seconds. Surprised, Dick took the stone in his hands and asked if Eric was still keeping it. Thuram smiled. Yes. Dick was used to such things. Eric said that there was no use for this stone now, because it could only be used in dungeons, and there were no more of them. So he took the stone as a souvenir, especially for Dick. Perry asked Eric how much such a thing cost. The Frenchman said that he did not know, maybe 10 million. At that time, every Superman had such a stone, so the price for them was low. Perry said it was cheaper than he thought. Thuram replied that there was no need for the stones now, so no one needed them. This one could be activated about 7 more times. And Dick thought that now that he had the stone, he could go back there again. Perry was grateful to Bill Ho for taking Dick in, but it wasn't a place he wanted to be, even when he was going about his daily business. Dick always wanted to go back there. 2 days later, Eric was getting ready to go home, and Dick was sorry that he was leaving so soon. Thuram asked if Dick wanted to go fishing in the ocean. Perry laughed. Was Eric really going to use him as an excuse to lift his fishing ban? The Frenchman laughed. Dick caught him and asked him to help a little, but Perry advised him to go on a trip with his wife, and then maybe he could persuade her to change her mind. Eric smiled. Maybe Dick was right. Maybe then she would stop being angry. In any case, Eric was glad to see Dick again, and told him to come to France and call more often. So, the guests left, and Dick Perry decided to return to the dungeon and check what was going on there. The savior was pleased and said that it was time for him to set out on a long and dangerous journey. Dick pulled his heavy travel bag from the shelf and began packing. Bill Ho found him while he was getting ready and asked where he was going. So early in the morning, Dick replied that he had decided to go on a short trip. Ho asked the small one how long it was for. Again for 3 days, but Perry replied that only Buddha knew. Bill said that Dick had done that before, disappearing for a couple of days without saying a word. Perry said that yes, he had one secret place. The head coach of the national team was surprised that he didn't know. Dick laughed. Does Bill really think that he knows everything about him? Okay, bye everyone. Smiling, Dick turned and said they would see each other in 3 days. Perry started his motorcycle. He needed to check everything. Now he was riding with a helmet. Until he knew anything for sure, he didn't want any of his other friends to know about his strange discovery. As always, Dick rushed forward at great speed, surprisingly how much the dungeons attracted him. Dick Perry's motorcycle flew along the highway towards Gangwon-do, familiar landscapes flashing along the road. Before the savior of the world, there were green mountains and rocks again. He left his motorcycle and continued on foot. In one of the canyons, Dick Perry stopped. This place was familiar to him. He remembered that it was definitely somewhere here. Dick looked at Eric's gift. Just think. Thurum gave him the Stone of Return. Without it, he couldn't leave the dungeon without destroying the core. Here, in his secret place, a decent amount of all sorts of things have accumulated: magic stones, skins and skeletons of monsters, special types of minerals, and much more from the dungeons. Dick thought that at the same time he could scrape together some money for the starting capital for the winter transfer. Perry activated his superpowers and said with a smile, "Let's go." The goal of his journey was already very close. Dick pushed off the ground and flew in a direction he had known for a long time. This feeling was completely different. Not like in the game. Here it was real life, real monsters and real demons. Dick moved at great speed across the inaccessible rocks. Finally, having overcome a huge obstacle in rocks, Dick found himself in the place he needed. The memory brought a smile to his face, as he had been here many times during the Great War. There in front of him was a huge stone boulder, which covered the entrance to the dungeon, his personal dungeon. Perry pushed the stone aside, revealing an entrance that no one but him knew about. Dick looked around. Everything was calm. It seemed that after he blocked the entrance, no one had been here. Memories came flooding back to Perry. He felt that special atmosphere of the dungeon, almost forgotten. A portal lit up ahead. So far, everything was going smoothly. Everything here remained the same. Nothing had changed at all. Dick reached out his hand to the portal to be transported inside the dungeon. The magic of the dungeon filled Perry with its power. It was as if he began to change. Now he was all glowing. Sparks ran through his entire body. Dick smiled. Finally, he would plunge into his native, close-to-him element. He greeted the portal as an old friend, thinking that they had not seen each other for so long. A moment later, Perry was already standing inside the dungeon. Dick looked around with burning eyes. This was his secret dungeon. Perry took a deep breath. It seemed like he felt at home here. This was where he had formed as a person. He grew up essentially in these dungeons, fighting demons. Strangely enough, Dick Perry was very glad that he returned here. This atmosphere, this air of the dungeons filled him with strength and confidence. For some reason, when Dick enters the dungeon, his body and mind seem to be renewed. After he returned from the last one, everything was fine. But now he felt at the peak of his strength. Walking confidently through the dungeon, Dick quietly hummed, "After the capture, if you do not destroy the core, but use the stone for the exit, then you can create a ghostly dungeon where nothing will remain." Perry walked up the stairs and said with pleasure that he hadn't smelled that smell for a long time. The dungeon. It's the only thing that makes Dick feel alive. The special atmosphere of this place has a magical effect on him. After returning, Perry constantly regretted that he had cleared them all out, leaving only one for himself, and that as a warehouse. Of course, if Dick comes back again, he will do the same, save the world again. But how he misses it. He was supposed to die there, in the last dungeon. Until the very end, it would have been a life filled with despair and bright colors. Perry remembered his first meeting with Pak Jin. He was still a teenager then, and Pak decided to tell the kid a secret that ordinary people don't know. A human is not capable of defeating the creatures from the dungeon. Dick has not been there yet, so he probably does not know. But superhumans with a lot of experience feel it in their gut. That's why, when a young Superman awakens, Pa does his best to properly train him and at least support him a little, to instill hope. Little Perry looked angrily and distrustfully at the well-mannered Puck, and finally he asked, "So what dungeons and demons, it seemed, had never frightened Dick?" Dick was an embittered teenager back then. He declared that he didn't care about it. He was only interested in the dungeons. That's why he was here. Dick didn't understand why he came back to life after what seemed like the perfect ending to his life. This peaceful time was not for him. Returning to the dungeon, Perry was only convinced of this. When Eric started talking about the dungeons, Dick seemed to return to those glorious days. He thought that he had been able to adapt to the new world. But it was all just an illusion. Dick was worried about what he had sensed in France, whether the demonic scum had reappeared. But he pulled himself together, shook his head and said that he had imagined some nonsense. Perry was walking calmly through the dungeon, and suddenly he saw that very glow, the aura of the monsters. It was flowing through the dungeon, which should have been empty. Dick looked at this stream in surprise, wondering where it could have come from, and from whom it came. After all, this dungeon had already been cleared. It should be empty. And then Dick saw a strange mark on the stone. Could it be that another Superman found the dungeon? No, that can't be. When he removed the stone at the entrance, he wouldn't have said that it had been moved recently. In that case, there can only be one explanation: have demons appeared in this dungeon again. Dick picked up the spear that the Moreau brothers had given him, thinking that it would not be easy since he had not brought any equipment with him. Dick filled the weapon with his aura and it opened. Perry was ready to fight. He shouted at the demon to come out and fight him, and not hide like a coward in the corners. Dick stood in the middle of the deserted dungeon, his weapon ready for battle, and waited for the creature to come out to meet him. There was a rustling sound somewhere inside, and Perry became wary. Was it just his imagination, or was his enemy really moving? And then the warrior caught the flickering of the demon's aura, the same one he saw in Paris on the Eiffel Tower. Dick turned and looked in the direction the aura was coming from, so the trail led there. A thin bridge led from the hall where Perry was to the building where the aura was coming from. Perry chuckled. There was only one way here, and if he was attacked while crossing, there would be more problems. Dick smiled. But wasn't it fun? His life was starting to sparkle with bright colors again. He threw off his backpack so that it would not hinder him in the battle and rushed towards his enemy. Before this dungeon was sealed, there was a laboratory here. Some demons synthesized and modified other monsters here. The chambers were made specifically for the creatures that this hellish breeder had bred. But after all, it was his dungeon, so why not? 17 years ago, Perry cleared out the dungeon and made it his secret place, deliberately leaving the core untouched, using the cave as a storage facility for various treasures. Dick didn't remember what exactly was in his cave. He dumped everything in a row here. What exactly? He could no longer remember. Dick ran along the crossing forward towards the laboratory, from where the lilac aura emanated. A strange sound was heard from there, which Dick caught. He smiled. Aha! It looks like the monster is right there. Dick heard a continuous shuffling sound, either a monster crawling on the ground like a snake, or a plant. What would have frightened or upset many people pleased Dick. He thought to himself that this was great, at least something good, and he called on the demon to crawl out to see what kind of creature it was. Dick Perry activated his superpower of analytical gaze to see his enemy, calling the freak to show himself. At that very moment, Dick saw a weapon flying at him. The monster decided to attack him. Dick jumped back, repelling the attack, and a fight ensued in the dungeon, which Perry considered completely safe. At last, Dick Perry saw his adversary crawling out of his warehouse. He looked closely at the enemy. This monster was well known to him. In front of Perry was a Zardloon, a monster of enormous strength and aura. It was quite a powerful specimen, so it was not easy to fight with it. The savior of humanity jumped back from the sight of the first attack, concentrated and prepared for battle. Despite the fact that the monster had invaded his warehouse, Dick was glad to meet a real monster. He grinned and greeted the Zardloon. Considering the size of the carcass, it is not surprising that its presence is felt everywhere. Dick asked this freak what it was that crawled in and decided to eat in his warehouse. If one were to describe the Zardloon in one sentence, it would be a demonic agricultural crop. He absorbs everything he comes across, minerals, gems, corpses, etc., and then extracts the aura from them and accumulates it in his body. If you grow such a flower yourself, you can absorb aura from it. A rather practical monster that can also attack people. Perry was surprised. Could there really be any Zardloon seeds left here? He remembered that when he cleared the dungeon, there was such a monster there. But after the raid, he carefully examined this location, like any other, destroying every single seed. Ideal is Dick Perry's middle name in everyday life. But when hunting, he simply has no equal in the whole wide world. So did he really overlook the seeds? If left alone, they immediately begin to consume the things around them and grow to enormous sizes. So finding and destroying the seeds is the main principle of cleansing. But if Dick was really wrong, it's not funny at all. Perry increased his superpower throw, and after increasing it, threw the spear at the monster. The newly acquired superpower came in very handy for Dick in battle, as he could now control the distance and speed of his throw, as well as return his weapon back. Dick saw that the tentacles of the monster that had settled in his dungeon were reaching out to him from all sides. The demonic vegetable was enormous in size, and with burning eyes it reached out to the strong warrior, dreaming of absorbing his aura. Perry was ready to attack and repel the attack. Deftly wielding his spear, he cut off the tentacles of the giant monster. But this was not enough. In order to kill the monster, it was necessary to destroy the head. The warrior shouted "throw plus boost" and aimed at the very heart of the monster. Perry sent his spear flying with a mighty blow at the head of the unexpected lodger, who had taken up residence in his cave, in his dungeon. There was a powerful explosion. The spear hit the target, but the monster was still alive. It was impossible to kill it with one blow. Dick Perry pushed off from the ferry bridge and went after his weapon. The warrior hovered over the wounded monster. Now he needed to get to the head and deliver the fatal blow. Now Perry needed his spear. Dick reached out and called the spear with the word, "Come back." At that very moment, the weapon, filled with the owner's aura, obediently returned to him. Armed, Dick boldly rushed towards the monster. The Zardlin was already wounded, and now all that was left was to finish it off. With a cry of "die" and clenched teeth, the warrior rushed to attack the monstrous plant. Dick chopped off the numerous tentacles with which the monster tried to protect its wounded head. Here, finally, Dick is in place, with deadly vines cut off and lying around, and only the voracious fanged head remaining. Dick raised his spear over the Zardlin's head and jumped onto the demonic plant. With all his might, Perry thrust the spear as deep as he could into the monster's head, sending waves of the monster's powerful aura through the weapon and through Dick's body. A huge energy pillar burst out from the monster's mortal wound, incredible energy coming out of it. The lodger was killed, and Dick saw him being destroyed by the blast wave before his eyes. The same blast wave threw Perry back. He landed not far from the monster and watched. Finally, Dick sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. This fight was over, but he didn't know what was waiting for him ahead. Perry thought it would be great if the demon left the Zardloon seeds and took off for the time being. 17 years have passed since the last dungeon was cleared, and although the demon civilization was destroyed, some of them probably survived. Those who created such terrible monsters could not die easily. Perhaps some of the demons remained, and now they are planning an invasion again. Perry clenched his fists. "Please," he mentally asked the demons to stay there, the evil freaks. An hour later, Dick walked around the dungeon and destroyed all the seeds of the demonic plant. Here he crushed the last evil germ so that it could not germinate. Dick said that he was done with the seeds of this creature. He planted one in a bottle and plugged it. He decided to take it with him just in case. Perry turned to the seed that was locked in the bottle and warned the fucking potato to just try to sprout. He would carry it around with him, so if it dared to grow even one fucking sprout, he would crush it immediately. The little monster locked inside the bottle, shaking angrily. Dick still couldn't understand. He was perfection itself, so could he have made such a mistake? Was it possible? First, he decided to look around and find out what was going on here. Behind him lay a huge dead monster. Perry walked around his warehouses. The first one was empty, only traces of the monster's presence. The second one was also empty. The creature had eaten everything. Because of this freak, even a ball would roll. Damn it. Dick thought he could sell something and make a good profit. And then Perry remembered that there was one room that the Zardloon would never open. This is a sarcophagus cave where the core of the dungeon is kept. This place is built in such a way that it is difficult to get to the core. Dick then left something in this cave. He no longer remembered. It seemed like magic stones. Perry examined the door. The seal seemed to be in order. Dick brought his palms to the secret parts of the door to open it, unsealing the magical lock. And now the doors of the sarcophagus swung open. The entrance to the secret room of the dungeon was open. But even here, Perry was in for a surprise. Everything he had left here had disappeared. Someone had clearly been here after him. In the center of the room, chained and protected by magic, the core of the dungeon was burning. There was nothing else. Dick was very surprised. It was all very strange. Only the core remained here, and its reserves had completely disappeared. But the Zardlin couldn't get here, that's for sure. However, all the magic stones disappeared somewhere. For a person, such stones are just a shiny thing. But for demons, they are like oil or coal. They have great value. Was it really then that Perry was surprised to discover that there was an object in the room that definitely shouldn't have been there? It was his spear, a new one, which he had received as a gift during his trip to Paris. Dick could not be mistaken. It was definitely this one that he had received from the Bald Moreau brothers, and it was quite recently. Dick immediately remembered his flight over Paris, and he was just with this spear. He threw it where the aura appeared from. So, it means that the one he threw the spear at brought it here on himself, and Dick finally found it. This means that the demons are not dead, no doubt. If his guess is correct, then the demon will definitely come to take the Zardlun. But suppose the core were to collapse before the right monster could be harvested. That would be a huge loss. One thing is clear, the local warning device had already worked, which meant Dick should have expected guests. The warrior was not mistaken. Behind him, he felt an evil demonic aura. Someone was approaching. Perry prepared for the meeting. Today was clearly a fun day for him. Dick remembered that feeling before a fight, when you knew the enemy was coming, how he missed him. Perry stared at the doorway, from which a red and black aura was oozing. It was thickening, which meant that the owner was about to appear. Some demon had his eye on Perry's dungeon, which he had left for himself. Dick didn't like it, but he was glad to meet the demons again and beat them up. Perry laughed. The silhouette of a monster began to emerge before him, and finally, surrounded by red flashes, a demon in a hooded cloak was flying towards Dick Perry. Dick said cheerfully that he knew it. Not all the demons died, but it was even funny. Now there was something to do. Perry was amazed. His opponent had a red aura. This speaks of his strength, which means that he is facing a difficult monster. The system of measuring aura color based on hunting results in the Battle of the Superhumans originates from demons, who use a similar system. The red aura corresponds to the third level. They are divided into groups, and which one a demon belongs to can be determined by the shade of its aura. Dick's opponent has a red tint, which means he is third level. This fop is far from being one of the lower ones. The demon extended his clawed paw, pointed his finger at Dick, and said something in his own language. Perry chuckled. He had heard that word often. The demon definitely said man. Dick replied, yes, yes. He was also glad to meet. Perry asked if he could hear him well. And in general, when people talk to you, it is usually customary to answer. Apparently the demon is just learning to talk. Well, you can try again, but at a different pace. The demon was surprised by such impudence of the man. He walked towards him. Dick thought that apparently this is all that the demon can say. Demons learn human language quite quickly, but people cannot learn demonic. It is too difficult for people. It's quite convenient. Demons can communicate with anyone, exchanging just a couple of phrases. The red demon turned to Dick again. He repeated the word, man. Perry grinned. Wow, that's his first word, the demon asked. Human. Are you alone? Dick thought the demon was learning pretty quickly. He was already able to say a whole sentence. The demon repeated his question. The man came alone. Dick replied that he preferred to work solo. He had difficulty learning third-rate languages. The demon hissed that he knew well the one he spoke. It was a second-level language, the language slaves spoke. It was annoying that he had to use it to talk. Perry laughed and asked the demon what it was like to speak the language of the lower ones, the language of the people who destroyed the demon civilization. The demon hissed angrily. The man's words irritated him greatly. How dare he, this little bastard, speak like that? The monster hissed that if people had not hidden in the shrine like pathetic rats, this would never have happened. Perry didn't understand what other shrine, but he was apparently talking about the last dungeon. The demon shook with anger. How dare this little man? These vile little people dare to use the word last. But at that moment, Perry's spear flew at the demon. The monster fell silent and dodged the blow. He was amazed at the audacity of this man. The demon rushed forward, calling Dick a creature. But Perry laughed openly. He asked the monster if he knew they were prey for humans. Dick reached out and called back his spear. The demon's eyes flashed and he told the man to repeat. Perry explained that if a man hunted demons, he could gain wealth and fame. That's why people killed them with great pleasure. Demons enjoy when they devour aura. Well, people have the same thing with killing demons. They ate, drank, and had fun with this money. It was a great time. And the dungeon, a shrine for people, was just a gold mine. Dick said that now his prey was this asshole demon. The monster burst into flames. He cried out that the humans were and remain just cattle, and how dare they go against the demons. But Dick noticed that this demon was too talkative for the one who robbed this very Scot. Perry swung his spear. At this time the demon raised his hand, and a whole swarm of red hissing snakes appeared behind him. The demon commanded the snakes to attack, and pointed his clawed paw at the hated man. The demonic amphibians rushed at Dick Perry. The warrior calmly awaited the attack, armed with his favorite weapon. Dick became wary. Finally the demon stopped talking and began to attack. Well, Perry had long wanted to fight demons. With lightning speed, Perry cut down the hissing scarlet snakes that attacked him. Soon all of the demon's minions were killed, and only their aura swirled around. The demon looked in surprise at the place where his hated enemy had just been. Now there was only a dent left. the demon said with surprise that the man had disappeared. But Perry was here. The demon sensed the man behind him. Dick increased his agility and circled around the enemy. Perry asked the demon in a whisper if he was aware that the core that was in their shrine was amazingly huge, probably twice as big as he was. The demon was amazed and asked how this man knew such details. Dick circled around the enemy, looking closely at him and preparing to strike. But first, Perry decided to mock the demon. New swarms of snakes kept crawling out from under the demon's cloak, but that didn't stop Perry. And then the demon had a flash of insight. Could this really be the same terrible man who destroyed their shrine? Dick grinned. Really? How did he know that? The demon screamed at the insignificant worm to shut up and not dare to say a word about their destroyed shrine. The ball of snakes flew hissingly at Dick Perry again, the red reptiles wriggling in the air, trying to reach their enemy. Dick was surprisingly fast with his spear, spinning it so fast that it essentially became a meat grinder, crushing the snakes the demon threw at him. Having dealt with the reptiles and the snake covered in blood, Dick shouted to the demon that it was not up to him to shut Perry's mouth. The demon looked at this man in surprise. He did not expect such dexterity from him. And then Perry asked the demon, well, did it get through to him? The demon said that they didn't show the core of the shrine to anyone. The lower races didn't have a chance to see it, and the only person who could know about it. Dick laughed and said that the demon was thinking correctly. The only man is Dick Perry, imagine. It is he in front of him. The demon screamed furiously and hissed angrily, Dick Perry, his blood enemy. Dick said he was very glad that he came to him himself, because Perry was afraid that he would no longer be able to hunt demons. The monster screamed and unleashed a new stream of snakes, unleashing them on the hated Perry. With his spear at the ready, Dick met the new demonic attack. But he was already bored with it. It was monotonous. It was time to fight this chatterbox directly. The warrior pushed off the floor and used the snakes as a bridge to get closer to their master. Quickly killing the newly appeared snakes, Dick Perry flew up to the demon shaking with anger. The monster's red eyes flickered furiously, ready to incinerate this hated man, whom all the surviving demons were eager to kill. Perry took advantage of the demon's confusion, made a throw and pinned his enemy to the wall with his spear. The demon sank to the floor, the blaze of his red aura dying down, but he was still alive. Perry knew that for sure. The warrior walked closer to his opponent and said that, to be honest, he was a little disappointed. Dick didn't think it would be so easy. It only took one throw. They hadn't seen each other for so long, and it was all over so quickly. Dick stood next to the defeated enemy and said that he knew that he was not dead yet. They, freaks, modernize their own bodies and can maintain life force with the help of aura. So he won't die until all the aura is used up. Perry asked what he was talking about lower races. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Perry looked with his analyzing gaze at the enemy's characteristics. His name was Search. The superpower was Aura Search. This skill allows you to see the reaction of the aura. Demons do not have their own names. They identify themselves according to the functions they perform. The role of the Seeker is to look for places where you can get an aura. The demon extended his hand to the warrior and asked if he was Dick Perry. The warrior grinned and confirmed that yes, that was true. Dick took a step towards the demon and said that he wanted to ask him something. Search coughed. Perry took up his spear. The defeated enemy grimaced and asked if this man really thought he would answer him. Dick said that for some reason he was sure of this. Perry pulled out the spear. There was no need for it anymore. Dick asked the dying demon if they were all dead. The monster didn't understand the question. He asked what Dick meant. Perry asked if they simply hid underground and licked their wounds, or if their civilization after the war could no longer be restored. After all, if this demon is a scout, if he hangs around here, then their seed still remains, the indignant Search asked. How dare some insignificant little man talk to him so arrogantly? Perry said that the albino he fought on their holy land was quite interesting. Are there any more demons like him left? Search understood which albino he was talking about. Dick explained that the aura of that demon glowed white. What was his name? Master? A dying demon. The insignificant man just muttered to Perry. Gathering his strength, Search exclaimed that Dick was too arrogant. Their race had survived. The great ancestors and the primordial light continued to guide them. Although the master who heard their voices has left them, they still remain in great order. Dick listened carefully to what the demon was saying, and judging by what he began to mutter, he was about to blow himself up. And the demon continued that the original light prophesied, and that same prophet will appear on earth. He will lead them to the earth where the light falls. The Search screamed, calling for the primordial light. It was too dark for him. He screamed for it to shine and lead them to the ground where the light falls. An explosion thundered. Energy was flying out of all parts of the demon. The part of the dungeon where Search and Dick Perry were located was engulfed in flames. When the clouds of smoke caused by the demon's self-detonation cleared, only charred pieces of the monster lay on the floor. But strangely enough, he was still alive. The dying demon was surprised to see a light flickering ahead. Dick Perry enhanced his immortality and turned into a ghost, but a dying demon mistook him for a prophet. He extended his burnt hand towards him and exclaimed, "What a warm glow of the aura." The search asked that the prophet lead him, unworthy, into the land where the light falls. Perry didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about and told the stump to die quickly. The demon didn't understand how Dick Perry could be a prophet, and Dick waved his hands at the burnt demon and shouted for him to die quickly. The dying demon still extended his burnt hand to Dick and whispered that he was a prophet. Perry looked at the burnt body and told him to just die. I must admit, he turned out to be a tough guy. Dick returned to his body, shook off the dust and said that, by the way, he could also prophesy. Now he doesn't have to look for cover when demons blow themselves up. Now he can just use his superpower. And all this because Perry is now the strongest man in the world. No, in the universe. After dealing with the demon, Dick used the return stone and left the dungeon, bypassing the portal. For once, he decided to get some fresh air and visit the dungeon. But even here there were some adventures. Perry remembered the demons muttering about the original light, and the prophecy that the prophet would come to Earth, who would lead the demons to the land where the light falls. Even as he died, the unfortunate Search muttered the words of this very prophecy, and called on the prophet to introduce them. Dick didn't understand prophet's spiritual awakening. Where did demons get it from? Perry chuckled. Did they really update their repertoire? He hadn't heard that before. Although, if you think about it, they talked similar nonsense back when their 7 went on raids. He had heard similar prophecies before. The original light allowed him to follow to the promised land or something like that. If there really was something like a primordial light or prophecy, then why weren't the demons aware that they would lose and their civilization would be destroyed? Let's assume that the prophet does indeed appear, but it will still be extremely difficult for demons to revive. The stones of return that were created in the last dungeon have stopped appearing. According to researchers, the last dungeon was built more than 10,000 years ago. The dungeon was a kind of mechanism that accumulated aura from all over the world, and one day the demons who bathed in this inexhaustible source of power lost control. That's the theory. Otherwise, it is impossible to understand why the beings who created a high-level civilization, superior to humans in a number of respects, decided to invade their world. Of course, there are several different hypotheses about the reason why they invaded humans, but no one has been able to figure out the real reason. From what Dick saw, the demon Search was accumulating aura for some reason. If their civilization was going to recover to its previous scale, then as long as Dick was alive, it wouldn't be easy to do so. Perry had placed so much hope in the demons he hadn't seen in so long. But that monster, the Search, exuded only fear and despair, in short, sheer doom. If this had happened in the good old days, the demon would have stalled for time and called his friends before detonating himself. But this time, it seemed, he no longer had the opportunity to do so. Dick was disappointed. What a bummer. It turned out that, after his return, the demons were not the same. Okay, time to wrap it up. Perry hoisted his backpack onto his shoulders and said that he had to go home. He couldn't sleep in a broken-down dungeon. Dick walked away from the shimmering portal through which he entered his dungeon. Everything turned out not as he planned. And at this time, not everything was over in his dungeon through the portal. His superior comrade came to the dying demon. The third looked at the burnt Search and said, "What a pity." Search returned to the light, but there is a problem here. Zardlin was ripe and almost ready for harvest, but it was destroyed. What a waste, of course. This is not the only place where you can profit from the aura. Besides, the demons now knew that the hated Dick Perry was alive and well and dared to mock them. This time Perry will definitely die. They will prepare to receive the prophet. The demon gave an order to the man, who obediently bowed his head and said that he understood everything. The third one can rest assured. He will do everything. The man looked thoughtfully into the distance, as if he saw Perry in front of him. Meanwhile, Dick returned to Bill Ho's house. His friend was surprised, because Dick said that he was leaving for 3 days, and why did he return so early? Perry stretched out on his favorite sofa and said it just happened. Asked what Bill was mumbling about, Ho was surprised. Dick came to the mountains and immediately left or something. This had never happened before. Bill asked Dick if he had at least brought mountain ginseng. Perry replied, "Well, yes, something like that." Dick handed Bill a bottle of demon seed and asked Bill how much he thought the thing would fetch. Ho looked at his friend's prey in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. Just in case, he asked Dick what it was. But there was no doubt, the bottle contained the demonic seed of the Zardloon. Bill was shocked. He asked Perry if it was a Zardloon. Where did he get the seed of this monster? Perry replied that he had taken it from the warehouse in the dungeon. Bill did not understand. Ho said that Dick should not say that he killed him first. Perry shrugged, said, "Okay, I won't tell." Bill was surprised. Perry knew that because of such a seed the whole city could turn into chaos. Dick replied that Bill shouldn't get all worked up. There were a lot of superhumans here, and that they needed some kind of Zardloon. But Bill didn't stop, except for the players of the Battle of Superhumans. The rest of the population are ordinary people who have no idea how to fight. They would become food for the monster. Perry chuckled. Really? That's a shame. Bill said that even in the battle, a strong Zardloon acts as a final boss, hunted by several people. Why did Bill stop talking mid-sentence? Although it didn't matter, it would be better if he said how much Dick could get for this seed. Ho was indignant. Did he really want to raise a fuss around the world, so that everyone would panic and talk about the return of the monsters? If money was needed so badly, then Bill was ready to give him as much as he needed. Perry was surprised. Who needed money? Weren't there institutes that studied demons? Dick was going to give them this crap? Maybe it would help. Ho threw up his hands. Perry said that it was too early to write off the demonic civilization. These creatures could not have died so easily. He was sure they had hidden somewhere and were waiting for a chance to attack again. Bill named the most interested organization in the world for studying demons. Dick was surprised why Bill thought so. Ho was sure it was the International Association of the Battle of Supermen. Meanwhile, the matches continued, and the host said that player Lena Yang simply had no equal in jumping. Dick Perry's red-haired protege moved surprisingly quickly and was a skilled bowman. The nimble, red-haired thief YSM launched 3 arrows at the monster that was almost killed by its opponents. The opposing team's players were, as always, incredibly angry with her because she was stealing points for killing monsters right from under their noses. The commentator announced that after a tough hold on her opponents, Lena successfully Stellites, the big-eyed, dashing girl, again brought her team additional points. After Lena finished off the monster, the enemy hunter cried out that she was driving him crazy. The players of the opposing team rushed to catch the thief, but she jumped very quickly, without stopping. Finally, the enraged player asked her if she couldn't stand still. The girl shrugged her shoulders and said, "Sorry, no way." Lena was having fun. She laughed and asked her opponents what they were going to do. First they had to catch her, but they couldn't do it. The captain of the opposing team shuddered. He didn't know what to do with this stupid tag game. Meanwhile, Lena cheerfully stuck her tongue out at her pursuers and said that she was very sorry. The stalker called her a flea. She turned around and thanked him for the compliment. Dick watched the girls' game with pleasure and thought that their Lena had achieved excellent results. Now many fans and players knew her. Her stats were pumped up almost to 100%. She could pump up her speed, leadership, and tactics a little. Her leadership was at the bottom, but her tactics were higher than he expected. If you raise tactics and speed to the maximum, you can sell such a player to another club for a decent amount. Lena's speed indicator can be compared with Nathan's, and this is not even the limit. In fact, there is nothing more to grow from her physical fitness except speed. But it is worth keeping the girl with you for a while, since recently Lena has become a star of the YSM club. So Dick wasn't sure if it was worth selling her at all. More than half of YSM fans come to see her, although some already have another favorite. It was Yoon Bum. He was committing murder after murder. Dick didn't understand why he was always so sad and constantly hanging out in the shadows. Now you won't see such a spectacular fight as in the first game. Even when you can come out of hiding, Bomb attacks, and immediately goes into the shadows, you can't really see him, so he doesn't arouse much interest among viewers. And yet, in terms of tactics, the kid is doing well. Dick is confident that Bomb will easily grow into a mid-level player when the team gets into the first league. The commentator announced that another game had ended with a score of 10-0. Dick Perry's team had once again won by a large margin. The host announced that YSM was finishing the second set with a huge lead. And finally, today's victory allows YSM to advance to the playoffs. The stands exploded. The team's fans chanted YSM, Lena, and the names of other players they liked. Bill Ho came into the coach's box and asked if they really made it to the playoffs. Perry was surprised by Ho's arrival. He asked what the national team coach was doing at the district competition. Bill laughed and said he was passing by and decided to drop in. The International Battle Association was asking for some Zardloon seed. They said they needed it for a few weeks. Perry was surprised. Was it really true? And someone was shaking the air and telling him about the danger. Bill decided that these were not ordinary people, and if anything, he had Dick Perry, so there was nothing to worry about. Ho said that when Dick bought the team, he thought it was just for fun, but in just 1 year they went from last place in the second division to the playoffs, and Bill was amazed. Fan base and ticket sales have grown dramatically, and the number of views of Dick's team videos on YouTube is growing before our eyes. Ho warned that the teams they would face would be stronger than all their previous opponents. As Dick knew, if YSM could win with such a small number of players. Perry said no problem at all. Bill was surprised. Dick is so confident that he didn't even think before answering. But YSM's tactics are obvious, so they will come up with measures against it and it won't be easy to win. Apparently Perry has aces up his sleeve. The commentator suggested watching an interview with the coach of the winning team, Gabriel Sana. At the end, Dick turned to Bill and suggested that he watch it. Then he would find out everything himself. The host praised Gabriel for speaking Korean very well, even though he had only recently arrived in their country, and then moved on to the main topic. The girl asked if the head coach was worried and how he planned to prepare for the playoffs. Gabriel Sana looked at the journalist seriously and replied that they had no reason to worry about the playoffs. He was sure that the Champions Cup was already in their hands. The presenter was surprised. Gabriel replied that the club director had promised him something before he accepted the invitation to YSM. Sana said Dick Perry will make 3 appearances for the team during the year, and he honestly feels for their opponents. The audience was amazed, which meant they would see Dick Perry, the famous savior of the world, in the game again. The same thing happened to Bill Ho. His jaw just dropped in surprise. Adjusting his glasses, he walked around his old friend and asked, stammering, what it meant. Dick smiled, shrugged, and said that it was just the way it was. Nothing could be done. He would play the role of a player. Dick Perry stood in front of the team and said that he was a newcomer and would be making his debut in the next match. He had little experience in the Battle of the Supermen, so he asked to teach him everything. He greets his dear senior comrades. With these words, Dick Perry bowed from the waist to those present. The owner of the club was heartily amused. He said that this would be his first match in an official league, and that he was being paid little, so he asked for understanding and leniency. Dick said with a grin that he hoped his older comrades would become an example for him, because he could rely on them and trust them. All the team players gathered at the common table in the coaching room. Gabriel announced that starting from this match, the director, that is, Dick Perry, would play with them. Dick waved his hand. The players sat quietly. They knew that if Perry played as a player, he would beat everyone. But being part of his team, that was something they couldn't even dream of. Gabriel took the initiative into his own hands. He said that since they had finished getting to know the newcomer, it was time to move on to the scheduled meeting. Sana said their first opponent in the playoffs will be the third-place team, BC from Incheon. Lena and Jo Shin-ho made their debut against these guys, so this opponent is already familiar with their containment strategy. They seem to have approached matches much more cautiously since then, especially when facing opponents who use similar tactics. Unlike YSM, BC Incheon looked for new players during the transfer and ended up hiring one guy from the youth league. One of the guys knew this guy. Dick knew that if you watch the recording and not the live broadcast, then the analytical look is useless. You won't be able to see the indicators. So Dick got busy in time and watched the match with this kid to scan his data. His superpower was surveillance, which allowed him to track the location of 5 living objects that were within the user's field of vision. Perry said he had the superpower of surveillance. They were open about their intentions, Gabriel agreed. The boy's physical indicators are low, and he only has one superpower, but it poses a serious threat to their team. With Yoonbum hiding in the shadows most of the time and Jo Shin-ho working from a distance to supply the team with everything they need, BC only needs Han Shin-yop for one thing, to track down these elusive ones. With his superpowers, Shin-ho performs several important functions, but the range at which his powers work is limited, and it takes him time to see an aura or transmit an item. On the other hand, Han Shin-yop only has one superpower, but he can immediately determine where the person he wants to be is once he has marked them. The end result is a situation where the opposing team reacts much faster. In other words, now against BC from Incheon, playing a containment game is pointless. Jo Shin-ho raised his hand and asked, "That's why the director is participating in this match. They will use a different strategy that is based on Mr. Dick Perry's game." Gabriel replied that they would play the game as usual, with Lena, Jo Shin-ho, and Yoon-bum still being the leading players. It's simple. Dick Perry will take the place of Choi Jo-min, who usually covers Shin-ho during the match. Shin-ho disagreed, saying that of course they could play their usual game of containment with this. But was it worth using a trump card just for this? Dick Perry intervened in the conversation and said that he had volunteered for this modest role. Dick looked slyly at the players and said he wanted to try something. Who is the strongest Superman in the world? This question has always been a favorite topic of discussion. Of course, the first players to be compared were the top 3, as well as Gerald Walker and Chi-Chi Lucas, who were considered the first candidates for the title of the strongest. Users from all over the world were having heated debates on the internet, while Korean users could only silently watch everything from the sidelines. It is worth mentioning that 17 years ago, after Dick Perry's death, Bill Ho retired and became a trainer, so he was not compared to others and did not become part of the Holy Wars. However, everything changed when Dick Perry returned to the world of the living, and not just returned, but received the superpower of immortality. The debate on the internet flared up with renewed vigor. Someone said that in our reality, Dick Perry is the strongest Superman. But foreign users immediately changed their tune. They claimed that Dick Perry does not participate in matches. For a while, Korean users calmed down, but you'd think Dick Perry would care. When Perry entered the game, he destroyed all his opponents and proved that even in the battle, he has no equal. And ultimately, after the charity match, Dick decided to take to the playing field again. Dick Perry is a world legend and savior of humanity who achieved much during the war with demons. South Korea's second division games used to be a largely ignored affair. But now there were more spectators than ever before, thanks to the involvement of Dick Perry. And so the playoffs began. The stands were full of fans. They chanted the name of their favorite team, and of course the name of Dick Perry. He smiled contentedly and said how loud, noisy, just awful it was. But he was popular, and that was nice. Namgung replied that it was great, so Dick shouldn't complain. They could use at least a tenth, no, even a hundredth of Perry's popularity. Dick sighed and said that he was already tired of this hype. The players of the two teams stood opposite each other in the arena. The opponents of YSM whispered among themselves. They were telling each other that Dick Perry had taken out the national team players, and what would happen to them then? YSM are just idiots. Is it even normal to put Dick Perry in a second division game? But Perry's charges were in a great mood. They knew that if they won, they would get into the first division, although the director could win the match on his own without them. Dick meanwhile activated his analytical gaze. He was interested in looking at his rivals. He scanned everyone standing in front of him and thought, I knew it. Not a single interesting player, all without exception average. But then his gaze stopped on the new player on the team. It seemed that it was the one who was taken from the juniors as a counterbalance to Perry's tactics. This kid interested Dick. He had a really interesting superpower. Meanwhile, the host asked the players to enter the Battle of Superhumans modules. All the players calmly headed to their modules. They needed to prepare for the game. Perry walked up to the boy he was interested in and greeted him. The young man responded by greeting the national hero of Korea very loudly. Dick looked at his characteristics. His super strength and other indicators remained unchanged. Dick asked why he was yelling like that. He already knew that the boy was energetic. It was ringing in his ears. Perry asked him if he had already identified the tracking targets. The guy winced, but despite his fear, he cheerfully reported that, of course he had. Dick asked if he had taken aim at him. The young man replied that of course. How could he not? He was the strongest player. Perry smirked and said that it was very cool. He also had a goal. It was him, Han Sin Yeop, so he advised him not to whine later. The young man looked at Dick with wide eyes, even though it was just a game. But being an opponent of Dick Perry himself is not very pleasant. The first match of the YSM playoffs against BC from Incheon has begun. The first game was held at the Wizard Canyon location. Dick turned to Shin Ho and said that he needed to remember his training and work the same way. Perry asked the guy if he brought binoculars. Perry gave the command to go, and his team's players ran forward to their pre-agreed positions. One of the groups was led by Jo Shin Ho. Neither the spectators nor the opponents even suspected what the players had planned. Dick stayed behind. He liked everything. He said that everything was going great. Perry was stretching his joints and said he should get ready for the game too. The commentator informed the viewers that YSM, led by Jo Shin Ho, had made a move, and it looked like they were going to use the holding tactics again. This sub-team usually consists of 6 people, including Cho Jo-min, but Dick Perry came on the field instead of him. Surprisingly, he is still standing there and just warming up. Everyone knows perfectly well that not a single monster will appear at the starting point, and it is clearly impossible to earn hunting points by staying here. Everyone was wondering what Dick Perry had planned this time, how he would surprise his opponents and the audience. Meanwhile, the first BC sub-team from Incheon is fighting against the fire-breathing dragon. The players have started hunting to quickly earn points. The newbie who was doing surveillance reported that Lena and Yoon Bum were approaching the second subgroup. The BC players didn't realize that YSM knew they had a way to deal with their containment strategy, but they still decided to go with the normal playbook. But that's even good. It would be easier for them. It would have been hard if they had encountered Dick Perry right away. The subgroup commander told his players that they were acting according to plan. The ranged DDs were ready. Sin Yop should not go far. He would report on the enemy's movements. The commander asked where Dick Perry was now. It turned out that he was still at the starting point. He did not go with the rest of the team. The captain laughed. Was it really true that the famous hero was hanging around at the start? Well, that means we need to let the predators out of the cage. It turns out BC got lucky. Their team has an excellent position. The captain announced that their aura was already purple, and if they pressed hard and knocked out more hunting points, it would turn white. The captain ordered the remaining 3 ranged DDs to follow him. He decided to clip the wings of the YSM containment group. Then they would join the rest. When the Incheon BC learned that Dick Perry was in the match, they decided to stall for time and go hunting to improve their chances against him. The battle system allows you to accumulate hunting points and use them to improve your performance. If you surpass the similar performance of your opponents, you can turn any situation to your advantage. But when you're fighting Dick Perry, even a child can see how it's going to end, so BC wants to up the odds by using the game's mechanics. Plus, they are going to destroy the YSM containment group. For this, they need to spy on Lena, Shin-Ho, and Yoon Bum from a safe distance. For this, they came up with a counterintelligence operation. There are 2 conditions that need to be met. First, when YSM starts the containment game, they must act according to plan, and second, they must avoid Dick Perry until they reach their maximum ability upgrade. The captain thought that this plan was just perfect, and if everything went smoothly, they could win the first set. Captain BC froze mid-sentence. He felt a weapon flying at him. And indeed, Dick Perry's famous spear was flying towards their group. The captain was sure that they would not meet Dick Perry. Where did the spear come from then, since Dick himself doesn't seem to be here? The players froze. No one knew who the weapon would hit. The spear missed the captain. It whistled very close and killed the newcomer, their chief scout, Han Sin Yop. The players were confused. They didn't understand what had happened. Because Dick Perry was still at the start, how could he have hit the player with his weapon without even seeing him? All this was made possible by the enhanced spear throw. By enhancing this superpower, Perry hit the target without even seeing it. The host announced that Dick Perry had 1 kill. Dick reached out and called his spear back. He smiled and thanked Jo Shin-Ho for the successful throw. The scheme that Dick came up with worked perfectly. Players and monsters could be killed from a safe distance. Jo Shin-Ho looked at his opponents through binoculars and used visual teleportation to convey what he saw to another person, Dick Perry. With this information, Dick accurately threw his spear, hitting the one who was a threat to his team. The surprised BC captain asked what the hell was going on, how Dick Perry had thrown the spear all the way here. He was at the starting point. While the captain was lamenting, another spear flew towards the group. It whistled past the captain again and hit another player with amazing accuracy. Everyone looked around warily as their ranged DD was out of the game. The announcer announced that Dick Perry had 2 kills, and the confused players stood and watched in silence as another one of their players crumbled to dust. The captain decided to contact the second group. He warned that Dick Perry was here. And then the commentators announced that Dick Perry had 3 kills. The captain was confused, but no one had been hit by a spear. The captain shouted to the first group, "What are they doing there? They have given up on surveillance. Dick Perry is attacking them." The captain reported that a spear had flown in and killed one of the ranged DDs. Apparently Dick Perry had gotten close to them. The opposing team's players were confused. They didn't understand what the hell was going on, where Dick Perry was throwing his spears from. A few days ago, Dick called Shin-Ho over and said that he thought he could hit the target even from 2 kilometers away. The young man was surprised. Dick said that if the target was visible, then there was no problem. He would throw it. Of course, the distance is quite large, but such a throw will have lethal force. Perry smiled and told Shin-Ho to stop admiring him. And now we need to talk about his important mission. The guy didn't understand what he should do. Perry explained that he meant this part if the target is visible. Perry recalled his superpower of visual teleportation, transmitting what he saw to another person. Shin-Ho realized that Dick wanted him to use his superpower to broadcast what he himself sees. Well, with a bow it works, no problem. But with a spear, Dick said not to worry about it. And in this case, there is no difference between spears and arrows. Dick asked if the guy understood at least approximately what they were up to. The young man exclaimed yes. He would go to where their rivals would be clearly visible. Dick praised the kid, that's right. Shin-Ho should climb as high as possible. Before the game, Dick and Shin-Ho were training in a similar location, and the guy said he was there. Dick commanded him to turn off his visual teleportation. The young man concentrated and said, "Everything is ready." He captured the target and transmitted the image to Dick. The guy said that visual teleportation works. Now Dick sees the same thing as Shin-Ho. And then something like a sight appeared in Dick Perry's eye. He was amazed at how great it was. The young man asked. Well, how is it, or is it too far? Perry laughed. That it is a little... Can it be a little closer? Then Dick had a good idea. What about binoculars? Then Shin-Ho would be able to transmit what he saw through them. He asked someone to send Shin-Ho binoculars. Now Shin-Ho looked through the binoculars and asked Dick how it was now. If it was better to see, Perry said that it was much better. The guy suggested that Dick try to make a throw. He himself was very interested in what would come of it. Perry agreed. He said that their target was that tree. Shin-Ho asked, the tree. And Dick Perry was sure that it was indeed that one. Perry laughed and said he didn't know much about trees, but since it was a conifer, it could be called a fir tree. Dick gave the command, let's go. The javelin throwing practice at a distance began. Perry took his spear, aimed it using the binoculars and the information that Shin-Ho was giving him, and launched the spear. The weapon obediently flew towards the intended target, overcoming the rough terrain. Shin-Ho watched his boss's spear fly in surprise. This had definitely never happened before in the history of the Battle of Superhumans. The spear didn't reach the tree, but landed, stuck in the ground, quite close. Dick said that the transmitted data is a little different from when you look with your own eyes. They see the same thing with Shin-Ho, but Dick throws from a different place than where the guy is standing. The young man said Dick had hit it pretty close, and Perry figured he'd get the hang of it after a few throws. Perry reached out and called the spear back. The weapon obediently returned at its master's call, and now it was back in Dick Perry's hands. Shin-Ho was very surprised and asked what it was. Dick laughed and said it was such a cool trick. Perry thought he could do more than that, but he wouldn't do it in the battle. Okay, Perry got ready for the next throw. He took aim again and launched his spear. There was a deafening explosion and the spear landed again near the tree. Perry missed again. But that's what training is for, so that after training you can hit without missing in battle. Perry looked through visual teleportation at the result of the throw. He needed to throw the spear 10 meters closer. One more try. Dick made a throw. This time the spear almost hit the tree. It missed by only 30 centimeters. Another attempt. Perry threw the spear again. This time the spear only touched the edge, but it was already almost a bull's eye. Also, now Dick Perry was making full use of the information that Shin-Ho was giving him. The direction of the wind, its speed, the optimal angle for throwing. All this is quite enough to derive the formula of sensory perception. Well, let's try again. Dick pulled himself together, analyzed the information, took aim, made a few jumps and threw the spear at full speed. Now it must definitely hit. The formidable weapon flew towards the peacefully standing pine tree. And then there was the blow. The tree shattered into pieces. This time Dick Perry hit the target right on target. He was as happy as a child, clenching his fists. He exclaimed, yes, he got it. He and Shin-Ho had worked on this move. The players watching the training from the hall asked if Dick Perry was even a human being. Gabriel Sana replied that he was more like a god. At least, his talents are divine. Sana always dreamed of having such a Superman in their country. Gabriel said it was great. Success was guaranteed this year. The Frenchman was looking forward to tomorrow's match. The host announced that player Dick Perry already had 3 kills. The commentators asked if what they were seeing was even real, as Perry killed 3 people by throwing a spear from the starting point. Bill and Hannah were also watching this fight. Bill was surprised. It was amazing how this was even possible. Hannah explained that Joe Shin-Ho can transmit to another what he sees himself. Yes, Bill heard about it. But the catch is that the point of view and the point of throw are in different places. The directions of movement are different. With closed eyes, it would be easier than this. Hannah said admiringly that Dick Perry was incredible. No wonder Bill always praised him. Ho, of course, said that Dick hit the monster by throwing a spear from 2 kilometers, but then he lied a little. This story was described in the biography of Jack Perry, written by Bill Ho, and it was called Savior of the World. Bill described the events that he saw with his own eyes. There were stories that Dick hit his boss in a vulnerable spot the size of a flea from 100 meters away. Readers thought that all this was fairy tales. Dick Perry's achievements were considered overly exaggerated. Everyone agreed that the author was impressed by what he saw, and that in honor of Dick Perry, his best friend and hero of humanity, Bill Ho decided to write a science fiction novel. Bill watched the fight, and his heart warmed. It turns out he never lied. Dick just proved the truth of his stories. However, how was Dick able to get his weapon back? The delighted commentator said that he could not believe his eyes. The spear that Dick Perry threw returned to him. How is that possible? Dick smiled contentedly, as if he was telling everyone around him that the show needed to continue. The 2nd BC squad from Incheon focused on hunting. They fought with a fire-breathing dragon. According to the first group, Dick Perry hits from a distance. The BC captain was sure that at such a distance the power of the throw decreases. and therefore he only targets the ranged DD with weak defense. Incheon BC team captain Baek Kang-chul told the players that they protect those with weak defenses and stick to the original plan. But at that moment, Dick Perry's spear flew into the dragon they were hunting. Perry asked if they knew a containment team was coming, but they still continued to hunt. Dick also went hunting, wondering if the BC players really thought that it was enough to adjust their strength a little. They were two careless idiots. This time Dick Perry took aim at the captain. The spears returned to Dick, sticking out of the ground, waiting for the fighter to send them into battle again. Perry took aim and launched another spear. Dick Perry's spears flew one after another, killing either the monsters that the opposing team was hunting or the opposing team's players. The spears thrown by Perry's accurate hand always hit the target, and the monster struck by the spear roared. The points for killing this monster went to YSM, although BC had initially fought with it. The BC girl who stood at the beast's feet was left with nothing as she watched the dragon fall dead, killed by Perry's spear. The warrior girl gritted her teeth. She only had a few blows left to defeat this monster, and now it was gone right from under her nose. Dick commanded his spears to return to him, and at the same moment several guns whistled back. Each time he threw the spear, Dick shouted, "Come back," and the spear invariably returned. But as soon as the weapon returned, it was sent back towards the enemy. The BC squad leader shouted that everything was lost. So many wyverns had been lost. YSM, it seems, had originally planned to first remove Sin Yeop, their main scout. The commander said that first we needed to change position and regroup. A new strategy was urgently needed. While the players were talking, a spear flew towards them again. This time it hit the squad leader. The next one fell very close to the girl. She looked at the weapon stuck next to her and sighed with relief. Just a little more and this formidable thing would have hit her, and that would have meant certain death in this round. A week ago, during preparatory training, Yoon Bum approached Dick Perry. The guy was told that the director called him. Dick was unhappy. They had agreed that Yoon Bum would call him senior. The young man scratched the back of his head and muttered, "Senior. The elder one is training here, and why call him?" Dick grinned. Of course, to work off his salary. After all, he is his lottery ticket, Yoon Bum. When the player had already relaxed that Dick Perry's spear had not hit him, a mysterious cuckoo was heard nearby. It was Yoon Bum who entered the game. The BC fighter was completely at a loss when Yoon Bum emerged from the shadows. The BC team member tried to say something, but then the host announced that player Yoon Bum had 1 kill. Perry laughed. It seemed that BC were so focused on him that they completely forgot about the other players. And even though they call themselves pros, they can't calculate their actions a couple of steps ahead. The YSM captain reported to Dick that they were done here, and then, as agreed, they would go to the gathering point and finish the game. Dick confirmed, saying that he would delay the enemy with long-range attacks while they packed up their fishing rods. The announcer called the end of the first round, and this time YSM had a flawless victory. Surely everyone already understood who was the best player of this round. Dick Perry had 4 kills and 7 assists. The audience gave Dick Perry a huge round of applause, and he got a little embarrassed and said, "Come on, he's always great." Gabriel went to Dick Perry and said it was a great job. Perry asked if the audience was happy. Gabriel replied that they were absolutely delighted. The reaction to the game was very strong. Perry liked it, so he put on a great show. Dick smiled and said that it was time to end the show, because there was a real massacre awaiting BC from Incheon. The commentator announced the second round. It takes place in the Thousand Bridges dungeon, which is a cylinder with suspension bridges stretched inside. They are so old that they can crumble if you step on them, and not all of them are real. Some are just an optical illusion. Here players should be especially careful. First you need to determine which bridges are real, and only then move. A rather interesting place. It is also called a meat grinder for beginners. The YSM team does a great job of dealing with the spiders that inhabit this dungeon, but these little guys aren't the only threat here. There are also alpha spiders. These are huge monsters with blood-red glowing eyes. The powerful jaws with huge sharp teeth of these monsters can easily grind up anyone who gets into their mouths. Here they come out of their shelter and head towards the uninvited guests of the dungeon. The monsters are ready to release their magical webs to entangle the players and turn them into zombies. The bloody eyes of the monsters look at people, at the creatures they hate, their eternal enemies. The main danger of these monsters is not in their teeth and strong paws, but in their magical web. If a person gets caught in it, he dies. Moreover, people trapped in a cocoon from the web of an alpha spider turn into zombies, which the spiders command at their own discretion. A very large alpha spider crawled out to meet Dick Perry's team, and smaller monsters ran out from under the large monster to obediently do the small work. Dick looked at the approaching monsters and said that this spider had a good job. collecting corpses and putting them to use. Oh, how nostalgic. Dick remembered that one zombie had crawled out of a cocoon right in front of his nose, and he had almost shit himself from fear. After all, horror movies are real. This was too much. Dick estimated that there were approximately 4 to 50 common spiders in the dungeon. There are about 8 alphas. Dick Perry decided to take them all on himself, but he left the zombies to the rest of the team. Perry's favorite spears flashed in his hands ahead was a hunt for monsters, his favorite pastime, albeit in the gaming space. Dick once again summoned a buff plus throw to take out the monsters from a safe distance. Boosting one of his superpowers, Dick launched 2 spears at once towards the monstrous spiders. As soon as the weapon reached its target, he immediately called it back. The spears made their deadly circle, pierced the monsters and returned to their owner. The spiders, struck by Dick Perry's spears, fell apart into ghostly pieces, and Dick threw and threw spear after spear until he killed all the monsters. The players watched this fight from the sidelines. The director seemed to be having a lot of fun. It seemed like he was having a lot of fun. A few minutes later, the bodies of the dead alpha spiders lay around Dick Perry. Not a single one of them remained alive. Dick Perry had finished the hunt. Joe Shin-ho looked at the results of the fight and was delighted. The young man asked if the others thought that Dick Perry was doing it too fast. Perry called Shin-ho over and asked him to share his aura with his beloved elder. The young man walked up to Dick, extended his hand and transferred part of his scarlet aura to him. Dick clenched his fists. His aura glowed red, said fine, that's enough for him. And suddenly the YSM players heard the command to stand. The team members led by Dick turned their heads. Captain BC said that they had nowhere to run. They were surrounded. Both teams stood and looked at each other tensely. Shin-ho asked Dick what they were going to do. BC from Incheon had trapped them since they were standing on the bridge. Dick thought for a second. Captain BC was delighted. The mice were caught in the mousetrap. This day would go down in history. BC were sure that luck was on their side now, and since they were all here. Perry laughed very loudly and said, "How unexpected." There was sawdust in the captain's head, but it didn't matter, because the plan was wonderful. Yes, yes, yes. The great strategists at BC must have had a hard time coming up with this one. Dick raised his hand and asked, as he said, "They are all here, so let's all get together and experience the joy of free fall." The captain didn't understand what Dick Perry was talking about, but Dick had a good reason to raise his hand. He said that this was the case. The thing is, he hasn't yet returned his spears that were sent to kill the alpha spiders. If you use the same amount of aura when throwing and returning, the weapon will fly back at the same speed as when launched. Captain BC did not realize what Dick Perry was carrying, and then everyone saw that the spears that Dick Perry had called back were flying towards him at great speed. The bridge was destroyed by the spear strikes and everyone who was on it flew down. With wild cries, the enemy team and the YSM team flew down. Perry was not afraid. On the contrary, he was very happy. Falling down from the destroyed bridge, Dick smiled. From the outside, it looked creepy, but the audience didn't know that Perry had foreseen this option in advance. The guys on his team were shouting that Dick Perry was a psycho, a maniac, and a madman. A frightened June told Dick that he knew the director was the coolest Superman on the planet. But was it really necessary? He was crazy. Perry wearily replied that June shouldn't worry and should listen here, because his brother understood that Dick had everything under control. Due to the specific structure of the Thousand Bridges dungeon, it is easy to stumble and die from a fall here, and it is clear as day that the enemy will try to take advantage of this. They will try to pin them down on one of the bridges, but BC doesn't know that they will gather on the bridge specifically anyway. If the bridge breaks, both teams will fall down. And it is still unknown whether BC will be lucky enough to fall on some other bridge, since no one knows by heart the location and structure of all the bridges in the dungeon. Dick began to list. Bridge number 569 is an illusion. Bridge number 13 is real. Bridge number 121 is real. Bridge number 677 is an illusion. Bridge 518 is dilapidated. June was amazed. It couldn't be. Did the director really remember absolutely everything? Dick shook with laughter and asked June, so maybe he could shake the kids. So all the YSM players landed on real bridges. It was just incredible. Dick leaned over the railing and looked at his opponents. He noticed that they were flying very well. Perry prepared his spears, which had already returned to him, and decided to follow the BC from Incheon. He pushed off from the bridge he landed on and jumped to the next real bridge, but slightly lower than his opponents. The terrified BC players flew down into the endless dungeon. They couldn't even imagine that Dick was capable of such a trick. Perry, taking up his new position, watched the players fall and thoughtfully asked who he should start with. The YSM director followed his frightened and shaking opponents. He told them not to worry. Uncle Perry was very kind and would not let them die a stupid death. If they are afraid of hitting the ground, then don't worry, it won't happen. He will finish off 6 of them in the air. Perry channeled his aura into the weapons and they opened up, the spears ready to meet the opposing team's players. An incredible dogfight began. The commentator announced that Dick Perry had 1 kill. A couple of seconds later, the host announced that another BC player had died from Perry's spear. Dick moved very quickly among his opponents. He literally caught up with them, then overtook them. But none of them even thought of resisting. Here he landed on one of the bridges, pushed off and flew further, landing on another bridge. Perry looked around carefully. He was marking out his victim. Perry made several successful jumps and plunged his weapon into his opponents. The host announced that Dick Perry had 3 kills. A minute later, there were already 4 kills. The commentators didn't even know what to say. It was just mind-boggling. Dick Perry literally flew among his opponents, killing them right in the air, and the presenter announced that Dick Perry had 5 kills. It might seem that Dick really wasn't human. He pushed off from bridges, ran along walls, and felt absolutely free. These bridges, which were a threat to others, seemed to help him in everything. Perry was pleased. It was the final part of his aerial show, and here he was catching up with another player to stab him with his spear. The poor guy from BC, hovering in the air, does not resist. It is difficult to even call it a fight, more like a beating. Here the audience can watch Dick surfing on the wall of the dungeon. He moves surprisingly freely, and most importantly, with a smile. With another opposing player down, Perry decided that this was probably the end of his air show. Dick landed opposite the surviving part of the BC team from Incheon, but they were no longer able to resist, frightened, with their legs buckling after the unexpected flight. They looked at the terrible enemy with resignation. Perry quipped that they didn't die and even managed to land successfully. What good guys. The remaining 5 players of the Incheon BC team looked at Dick Perry, ready to rush into battle. Dick smiled cheerfully and said that their last hour had come, and now he would take care of them. Perry pushed off the floor and ran towards his 5 opponents. He rushed around them so quickly that they did not even have time to see from which side the spear was flying at them. Some even tried to resist, but in a fight with Dick Perry they had no chance. It was simply useless. Dick himself looked like a demon. He flew around them and laughed, wielding a spear, hitting the players. Perry was armed with spears, and he didn't even use his shield, throwing it over his back. Dick thought that it seemed his opponents had overestimated themselves. Yes, they tried to engage in battle with him. They even tried to defend themselves, but it was useless. It was obvious that the guys had been training, but it wouldn't help them in any way. The spears in Dick Perry's hands were deadly to any player, and besides, it was much easier to catch a person than a demon. Only a couple of minutes passed and another player was killed. The announcer announced that Dick Perry had 7 kills. Perry called his spears back. He had to continue, or rather finish this fight. As he swung his deadly spear and plunged it into one of his opponents, the announcer announced that Dick Perry had 8 kills. As Dick Perry plunged his weapon into another victim, enemy tanks rushed towards him. 3 players, armed with swords, tried to take advantage of the moment while Dick was killing another player. It might seem like Perry took real pleasure in destroying the opposing team's players. Players desperately tried to attack Dick Perry to at least inflict some damage on him, but he deftly avoided the attack by somersaulting over his head, and his opponents did not retreat. They rushed after Dick, trying to hit him while he was standing on his head. Perry straightened up like a spring and kicked one of the tanks in the jaw. The player was sent flying by the blow, and Dick Perry rushed towards the second attacker. Perry speared a tank that tried to attack him, and the announcer announced that Dick Perry now had 9 kills. Dick quickly looked around him. There were very few opponents left, only 2. But the surviving players, gritting their teeth, continued to attack Dick Perry. The warrior smiled. He looked at his enemies and asked if they knew why they were able to hold out until the very end. Dick had 2 spears in his hands. He threw them at the players and said that they were alive because they were so slow that he simply did not notice them. The players were instantly killed, and the host announced that Dick Perry had 11 kills. Dick stood in the middle of the location, holding 2 spears in his hands, while the recently killed players of Team BC from Incheon were falling apart around him. The host announced the end of the second round. The commentator exclaimed that Dick Perry single-handedly killed all the opponents. This is not a man, this is a monster, the likes of which the Korean Battle League has never seen before. Of course, Dick Perry had already demonstrated a clean victory in a charity match, but this was an official game, and in such battles no one showed them an all-kill. The stands erupted. The spectators chanted Dick Perry's name, shouting that he was an invincible legend. As the players walked around the arena, Dick, smiling, said that it was nothing special. He didn't even break a sweat. But Lena objected, as it was nothing special. This was the first all-kill in the history of the Korean League. It was really cool. Perry shrugged. Big deal. But Lena said there had never been a player who could pull something like that off with ease. Surely Dick could have easily beaten a team from the first division, Perry replied. Undoubtedly, there were guys from the Major League at the charity match. Dick turned and looked at his defeated opponents. He even felt sorry for them. BC from Incheon, like children who were sent to fight with adults. Dick, looking at them, said that they looked too upset, so he would leave them alone. Lena asked if Dick would miss the third round. Gabriel supported the director. The enemy team is morally broken, so he will put players who have little experience in real battles. Dick smiled. That wasn't a bad idea, and if they were losing, Dick could go out in the 5th round. Sana smiled and told the director not to worry about it. Gabriel was absolutely sure that this would not happen. In fact, that's what happened. YSM emerged victorious in the 3rd round, with Bob Heck emerging as the best player. Bob had 3 kills and 3 assists. The host said the team was overwhelming their opponents, even without their strongest player. YSM is rewriting the history of the Korean superhuman battle. The journalist asked Dick Perry how he assessed his success in today's game. He smiled and said that everything was just great. Dick told the reporter that she had seen it all herself, but he hadn't shown even half of what he was capable of, and he felt a little guilty towards BC from Incheon. The girl clarified that this was why Dick did not enter the field after the 2nd round. He confirmed. The journalist suggested that the opposing team was probably grateful to Dick for this. The reporter asked if Dick Perry had anything to say to their next opponents, Team SP. Perry smiled and said yes, there was something. The YSM director coughed into his fist. Dick smiled and told his respected opponents to forgive him, but they didn't have a single chance. They probably understood that. So, the first game of the playoff season with BC Incheon ended. The first round was a 9-0 victory, the second 11-0, the third 4-0. It was a clear victory for YSM. Commentators were excited to say that Dick Perry had shown the world the incredible range of his spear and had performed the first ever all-kill in an official match. It seems like YSM is unstoppable as the second game of the playoff season begins. YSM versus SP. The host announced that the game had begun, and the opponents rushed at each other on the playing field. Now all eyes were on Dick Perry. The announcer said he was making his trademark long-range shot. Like Dick said in his interview, SP didn't have a chance. First round, Dick had 3 kills and 7 assists. Second round, 8 kills, 2 assists. YSM continued its triumphant march. The spectators enthusiastically welcomed the players, and especially Dick Perry. The second game of the playoffs ends with a resounding success for Dick Perry. Social networks are exploding. Everyone is praising the player enthusiastically. The news of the hour included a message from the Parisian Lumiere. The Moreau brothers are ready to pay any amount of money for Dick Perry. The owners of the Lumiere Club were constantly rave reviews. Nothing less was expected from Dick. Watching the recording over and over again, Moreau was told, "Just look at how Dick threw the spear. It's just amazing. Why did he hide his talents for so long? How did he come up with such a long throw technique?" The bald French clenched their fists, looking at Dick Perry's team. Zhou Xinho is a support. His abilities are great. But the way Perry adapted his superpowers is just mind-boggling. They never thought that visual teleportation could be used like that. If the Moreaus want to see Dick Perry's incredible shot on their team, they need to bring in that support player. But that's nothing compared to the opportunity to get a player like Dick Perry. The Moreaus were confident that this throw would become a real trademark, and with countless fans able to appreciate Perry's greatness and in monetary terms, they were obliged to see Dick in their team's uniform. Once Dick said that he would not take part in the Battle of the Supermen, Moreau could not even hope to get him on the team. But now the situation has changed. Even though it's the 2nd division, Dick still joined the professional league, which means he can be hired as a player if there is enough motivation to do so. Of course, many teams will want to invite him, but the Moreau brothers are ready to give absolutely any money just to get the hero of humanity. They will put everything on this winter transfer. This topic was also discussed in the German capital Berlin. The coach of the Berlin Lightning said that his interlocutor was very busy. It was difficult to see him, how much time had passed. Berlin Lightning owner John Berman has finally accepted his head coach. Emre Casa said that he came to Berman because of the recruitment of players. The club director replied that since Emre was going to discuss this topic with his director, it must be a major transfer. The head coach of the Berlin Lightning responded that this is indeed the case. He wants to hire Dick Perry. Because the Battle of the Supermen is so popular around the world, there are countless different teams, but out of this huge number, only 3 leading teams stand out. The first team of the Moreau Brothers Club, Nathan Bernard and Chichi Lucas, form the core of the team. A star-studded cast creates a game that is admired by millions. It is the flame of Europe, the Lumiere of Paris. The second team, the US team, has a strong defense centered on Gerald Walker, who seems to have found a second wind after his recent change of backboard. The team is called the Moving Fortress, the New York Bears. And the last of the trio, the team trained by one of the Seven Saviors. The strategy developed by Emre Casa is impeccable. It is based on the absolute suppression of opponents. The team's main focus is on a support player who is in the top 3 of Daniel Mansky's Battle of the Supermen. The team is called Iron Legion, Berlin Lightning. All 3 are always competing with each other for the right to be called the strongest, but Paris Lumiere and Berlin Lightning are the most irreconcilable rivals in the European League. For this reason, it is these 2 clubs, Lumiere and Berlin Lightning, that will be competing for a player like Dick Perry. Emre tried to explain to the director that the appearance of such a player in their team would be a turning point. He was capable of taking the team to a new level. The director of the German club rubbed the bridge of his nose. He did not quite understand this decision regarding Dick Perry, but Emre objected that such an opportunity could not be missed. Berman said that as the owner of the club he respects the decision, but Dick Perry constantly improvises during games, and that doesn't suit them. In fact, Berman thought it was no secret that Dick Perry and Emre Casa had always been like cat and dog. 17 years ago, Emre frowned and said that it was impossible to talk to Dick. And Perry, wincing, mimicked him, lisping in the German manner, and invited Emre to look at himself. Before the raid into the dungeon, they were constantly bickering, Dick saying that, of course, they had to go, and Emre saying that, of course, it was suicide. Bill asked Thuram if maybe he should stop these two, but the Frenchman objected, suggesting that Bill should score. This was already the 151st argument between Dick and Emre. Bill was surprised that Thuram was still counting. The Frenchman laughed. This amused him even more than hunting in the dungeon. Ho sighed. In normal times everything was fine, but as soon as the conversation turned to dungeons, these two were ready to tear each other's throats out. Berman summed it up by saying that Dick Perry doesn't recognize anyone's authority, so the coach doesn't tell him what to do, so they'll get by without him. After all, Berlin Lightning is one of the strongest teams in the world. This has long been recognized by everyone. After a short pause, Emre Casa asked if the director was absolutely sure of this. In 2021, in the World Champions League, Lightning lost to Parisian Lumiere and took second place. In 2022, history repeated itself. The Germans again missed out on victory and ended up second, and until 2020 they were on equal terms with them. They had the same number of wins in the Champions League, but recently the Germans have started to lose ground, and the gap between the teams is widening. Even the New York Bears are gaining momentum. The club director scratched his forehead. He agreed. There is such a thing. Emre insisted that if they let Dick Perry go, where Berman thought he would go, if he joined the ranks of the Paris Lumiere, they would no longer be able to cope with them. But Berman saw no point in worrying about it. Most likely Dick would continue to play for Korea. And as for Korea, it was doubtful whether they would be able to be active in such a big league as the European one. Emre said he would like to think so, but Berman can believe that Dick will be the best in the big leagues. He doesn't doubt it for a second. You can even argue with him. The club director reluctantly said that he understood Emre and asked what the price of the question was. Casa said they needed to beat the Moreau brothers at the auction, and the French weren't stingy with their money. So Emre Casa believed that the club needed to offer Dick Perry 180 million euros. Berman's eyes widened. He couldn't find what to say right away, but in the end, he muttered something. But the next second, the director of Lightning jumped up, his jaw dropped, and he leaned on the table and loudly asked how much. Meanwhile, in Korea, the playoffs continued, and the hosts announced that the game would start in a few minutes. The long-awaited final of the season playoffs. This time YSM played against the Empire of the Oceans. But despite the importance of the match, there is no excitement among the players and spectators. The reason is simple. Already in the first round, the director of the YSM club, world legend Dick Perry, entered the arena. No one doubted that he was capable of defeating any opponent, and so it was. The fights were spectacular, and although YSM's opponents tried hard to win while Dick Perry was in the arena, it was simply unrealistic. The audience was actively discussing what was happening. It was time to prepare for the next season. The SP team, if you remember, almost risked their lives for the next season. And the upcoming fights will be much tougher. The main question of the match is how to defeat Dick Perry. Dick entered the field already in the first round. The commentator announced that Dick Perry had 11 kills. YSM wins the first round. After the first round, Gabriel approached Dick and said that perhaps one round was enough for the director. Perry did not understand, and asked if he could at least participate in the second. Gabriel objected. He wanted to test something today. The team doesn't have much experience, so they need to get it at every opportunity. Dick smiled. And it was true. We had to use any chance. Then he would come back after the second or third round. Sana thanked him for understanding. The hosts announced the start of the second round, mainly minor changes in the YSM lineup. The team captain No Jung Hwan entered the field along with Bob Heck. Jung Hwan moved from the main tank position to the sub-tank. It is worth noting that he has high leadership and tactics indicators. This fighter protects the team from the rear and can cover all his teammates. Bob Heck raised his strength, surpassing No Jung Hwan, and became the main tank. His agility and speed reached the limit. His aura rose to the 81 mark, which is enough to enter the national team. The tenacious and powerful Bob Heck leads the way, while Jung Hwan plugs the gaps in defense as he sees the bigger picture. Dick was delighted. The boys were both handsome. Sana said that it seemed like their strengths had finally been revealed. Gabriel explained that as a sub-tank, Bob Heck had a stupid habit of not knowing whether to defend or attack, first playing defensively and then thinking about counter-attacking. This is all because he was a DD player for a long time. If he doesn't have a clear role, the old habit will show itself again and the whole strategy will go down the drain. Dick asked, "Then how does Chung Hwan reason?" Gabriel chuckled. "This one stayed in a weak team, so he thinks that if he holds out, then everything will be fine. So he plays according to the principle of be patient, Cossack, and you will be an Ataman." Perry said thoughtfully that at such moments, Huang begins to pick out only certain important moments, and he has no time to think through tactics. Gabriel noted that Dick was right here. Perry smugly noted that he was never wrong. Sana said that it seemed like Zhou Xinho was very suitable for the role of the team's tactician. Just as Dick predicted, Gabriel couldn't figure out if Dick had some kind of secret. Perry explained that he used to personally recruit people for each raid into the dungeon. There were no permanent members of the team, except for Bill Ho and Thuram. He had seen many, and that's how he learned to understand people. Dick smiled. Maybe Gabriel would eventually start reading people like an open book. Sana replied that he would try. He believed that when Xinho honed his tactical abilities, he could safely be appointed the team's main tactician. Perry liked the idea, and suggested that Zhou Xinho and No Jung Hwan be fully involved in the hunt and battle. While Dick and Gabriel were talking, they did not notice that June had quietly approached them. He raised his hand and said, addressing the director, that he was interested in one question. Dick asked what his brother needed, again wanting to sit on his ears. But June said that everything was wrong. He was surprised why Dick only treated him like that. Perry asked to get down to business. June said they were getting requests from different clubs about transfers, but Dick said they were not selling anyone at the moment. Prices for players would skyrocket when they moved up to the first division of the battle. But June said that the director did not understand him. The transfer was requested for the director. Dick's jaw dropped. Confused, Jun said that it seemed like Dick was being hired by a foreign club, and it was worth more than 100 billion won. Gabriel said that it was great and suggested that Dick go to Paris. The Moreau brothers would not be stingy. Perry grumbled. Is Sana really a small shopkeeper? Let him make a prestigious team out of YSM. Sana corrected the director. YSM should be the best in Asia, but this can be achieved without the help of Dick Perry. Dick asked, what about winning the World Championship? Isn't that better? The Frenchman said it was impossible. Dick could take out a second league team without any effort. But no matter how outstanding a player Perry was, he would no longer be able to win a world tournament on his own. Dick gritted his teeth. He knew Sana was right. When it came to international games, he wasn't entirely confident. Perry said that then they should hire some strong foreign players for the team. Gabriel asked if the director really thought that strong players would go to Korea. There are many things to consider, starting with the level of the team, the conditions, the cost of housing. In the best case, they will be able to hire a promising but unknown player. The chance of development in the Korean League is too small. Perry asked how then, what should he do to make sure that Korea would have no equal in battle? Sana grinned and said that the director was getting to the root of the matter. Gabriel said that by selling Dick now and receiving huge transfer fees, they would be able to provide themselves with equipment, its maintenance, and much more. And that will allow them to attract good players, regardless of the team's position in the league. Perry was silent. He thought for a moment and said that this is not a decision that can be made hastily. Moreover, right now they have more important things to do. The team's tied. Everything is going more or less smoothly. YSM Nuggets are certainly strong, but the Ocean Empire is superior in skills. YSM won one round. But then these aquaphiles pulled themselves together and got their fighting spirit back. After all, the Empire of the Oceans was originally a First Division team, even though they were relegated from it. In any case, the real goal of this game is to select players who can show themselves well even in the First League. Gabriel turned to Dick and said that he would have to try a little harder. Dick smiled and said that Sana would be back in the blink of an eye. Gabriel watched Dick Perry rise from the bench and thought that the man stood out from the crowd. Who knows how much the world ranking of the Battle of the Superhumans will change with his arrival. The host announced that the last round would determine the winner of the playoff season. YSM, or Empire of the Oceans, Empire of the Oceans, or YSM. So the fifth round began. The playoffs of the season ended as expected. YSM emerged victorious, and serious issues were discussed in the office of the club director. Dick Perry selected 7 key players and re-signed the remaining candidates. In addition, 3 people went to the second division, 1 to the first. Gabriel Sana reported that they sold 4 players in total. Dick Perry was pleased with the result. They got more than they originally planned. There is still a result from the fact that they worked on their weak points. We urgently need to replenish the playing squad so that new players can replace those who left. Perry asked Gabriel who they needed. Sana replied that they needed 1 fast sub-tank and also needed more main DDs. And most importantly, a ranged DD with a high accuracy rate, of course. Lena is pretty good at this, but the damage she does is not that great. In a high-level fight, every hit counts, and therefore should have as much damage as possible. Dick handed Gabriel a folder and said that he had put together a list of candidates. Asked him to look at it later and, if necessary, add anything. Perry would mint it out as soon as he finished the transfer. June was surprised that Perry had prepared the list in advance, wondering who was on it. June looked over Gabriel's shoulder and was surprised to see one of the candidates. He was very indignant and asked why this former coach was raging. Jun asked if the director was really serious, if he was really going to hire him. But Perry asked what was wrong. He was sure this guy would be perfect for them. Dick Perry was racing down the track on his motorcycle. The director went out to look for suitable players. He was thinking about what Gabriel Sana had told him, that by selling Dick now and getting huge transfer fees, the team would be able to attract good players. Dick agreed with Gabriel. There was no point in arguing here. Maybe he really should go to the Perry Lumiere. Perry's mind was already boiling. First, he needed to figure out how to promote YSM. Gabriel accurately pointed out the positions he thought were necessary. 1 fast sub-tank, and as many main DDs as possible. And most importantly, a ranged DD with a high accuracy rating. As a director, Perry has watched quite a few games in the second half of the season, in different divisions, Asia, Eastern Europe, and Latin America. And they don't have the best attitude towards the players. Taking all this into account, Dick Perry came up with a list, which he gave to his team's head coach for review. A total of 29 players were selected to play against other teams. A list with which Dick Perry intended to bolster the YSM roster via transfer this winter. Dick came to Sunghoon High School and asked the coach if they had a guy named Kim Hyun-tae. The coach said sheepishly, "Oh, what can I do? Hyun-tae has already signed a contract with the Spirit of 2 Stars." Dick remembered this team, the Spirit of 2 Stars. This team was nothing but trouble. He said, "Okay, then what about Lee Tae-young?" Dick was sure that YSM simply had to crush the Spirit of the 2 Stars into dust. The coach scratched his head and said that Tae-young had already retired. Perry was surprised. A high school student and already retired. The coach explained that his parents own several buildings in Gangnam, so the boy has no need to perform. Dick turned around and started to leave, saying that then he had nothing more to do here. The coach thought about it. He really wanted to talk to the famous hero. Finally, he said to Dick in the back that he should wait a little. There's a kid the coach wanted to recommend to him. Maybe Mr. Perry will take a look at him. Dick was surprised. Is there anyone else worthy in this school? The coach answered in the affirmative. The guy's name is Park Young-min. He graduated last year, and this guy did not get into the team. The coach explained that he was still thinking about whether to stay in the battle at all. Perry asked if he had any doubts. The coach heard that this guy was in bad company, but the guy is very talented. Dick objected and said that he was not into recycling. But if the coach recommends it, then it means that he can probably be made into a good player. Perry asked if the coach understood that if the boy died in his hands, then everything would be according to the law. After thinking for a bit, the coach said that he understood everything and asked to take care of the boy. He himself, being a coach, met many players and had to deal with hooligans more than once. But Young Min is not like them. He is not so spoiled. Perry grumbled, thinking, okay, he'll make an exception and step away from the list. Now Perry can judge a player just by looking at him. He will immediately understand whether he is a good, obedient, or a bully who deserves to die. The The coach assured that although young Min is now at a crossroads due to family circumstances, he is truly talented. Perry asked him what his position was. The coach said the guy was a close-quarters dealer, just the kind of player Dick was looking for. Perry agreed and asked where the guy was now. The coach explained to Perry where he could be found, and Dick went looking for him. Dick Perry's path led to a small gambling hall that had become a favorite of a group of local hooligans. Loud shouts and curses could be heard in the hall. That they didn't know how to play at all. That they were clumsy idiots, while the other visitors quietly exchanged glances. One of the guys was shouting that the little bastards should get out of the game. What were they doing here and why were they given brains, the morons? Someone called out to young Min, but he exclaimed that these idiots didn't know how to play at all. Park Young Min was sitting at one of the computers and shouting at the top of his lungs that these dumb-as-nails players didn't know how to play at all. The owner of the club approached the guy with the cigarette and asked the high school student if he could be a little quieter. His shouting was disturbing others, and smoking was prohibited here. The shouting visitor stood up and moved menacingly towards the man. He said that they were already adults, which meant they could smoke. But the man waved his hands warningly and said that there was a no-smoking sign there. The big guy pushed the elderly hall manager and said that he was annoying him. The huge guy asked the administrator that he was apparently looking for death. The impudent guy pointed at the boy and said that there was a Superman behind him. Apparently the administrator didn't understand what this was about. If he went against him, he would fly off with one blow. Park Young Min told the big guy to sit down already. The guy didn't like the role of a scarecrow for old people at all. Ham put out his cigarette and said that he would sit down, of course. But he really didn't like all this. The hooligan grabbed the administrator by the hair and told him to disappear and not bother him again. Just at this time, Dick Perry approached the gaming room. The squabble between the big guy and the owner of the club could be heard even on the street. An elderly man howled because a bandit had put out his cigarette on his hand. And the owner of the hall sighed and said what would eventually happen to the country because of such scoundrels. The old man sat on the stairs and sighed that it was his miserable fate that his club had become a den for such riffraff. At that moment, Dick appeared on the threshold. He apologized and asked if this was where the bad kids hung out and played computer games. The old man looked up and was surprised to see the famous savior of humanity approaching him. At this time, the gaming room was full of smoke. Teenagers were smoking, shouting, swearing. Dick looked around and found the guy he needed. He quietly came up from behind, patted his neighbor on the shoulder, and he asked with displeasure what he wanted. The next second, Dick simply threw the guy out from behind the table and sat down in his place. The player recommended by the coach continued to shout at the computer, indignantly complaining about how many losers there were. Dick in a motorcycle helmet looked at the guy and said that he really was not bad. The player turned around in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. What kind of crap was this? Because he didn't even hear this person. Dick greeted him cheerfully from under his helmet. He had already scanned the guy's characteristics. Now he needed to teach him a lesson. The big guy tried to intervene in the conversation, saying that his uncle had gotten something mixed up. But Dick hit the impudent fellow on the forehead so hard that he didn't even understand what was happening. He quickly fell silent and went limp. One of the guys cursed, expressing his incomprehension at how the strongest of them had been knocked out instantly. Dick turned to those present. He asked what kind of disrespect this was. Was he their friend? Brother? The hooligans looked at the fallen big guy and asked each other where this psycho came from. Perry said he had hoped to remain inconspicuous, even wearing a helmet, but he just couldn't walk past a bunch of such rude people. One of the boys rushed at him, shouting that they would teach him a lesson now. But Dick asked if they hadn't been taught how to talk to elders at school, so he would teach them now. Perry, without taking off his helmet, quickly beat the teenagers. He pointed to the no smoking sign and said that it says no smoking here. What kind of idiots are they? They don't see. Let them open their eyes and read. For whom King St. John invented writing, or they don't know the letters. One of the hooligans grabbed the keyboard and rushed at Perry, shouting, "Shut up!" The impact with the helmet shattered the keyboard into pieces. Any other person would have probably at least staggered. The guy was pleased. He laughed and said that this would happen to anyone who went against them. But the next second, the bully saw that he had done no harm with his blow, but now Dick was heading towards him. Perry lifted the impudent fellow by the scruff of the neck and threw him away. The young men, with wide eyes, looked at the strange visitor. None of the regulars of this hall dared to even say a word against them, and as for fighting, this was the first time. The guy who decided to attack Dick Perry was lying on his back with blood trickling from his nose. Dick said he meant it the good way, but they started it themselves, so on his part it was self-defense, and Dick's fist was clenched. He was ready to continue the educational conversation. Perry told the youth that if they can't choose their friends, they will bear collective responsibility. The guys looked with wide eyes at the strange man who was not afraid of anyone. and easily threw away the most aggressive ones. The hooligans began to flex their fists. Someone took out a knife. They decided that now they would kill this guy here. The hooligans rushed towards Dick Perry, shouting that he must be restrained. But Park Young-min, looking at Dick Perry's helmet, thought that he had seen those eyes somewhere. At some point, it dawned on the guy. He realized who was in front of them and why he was hiding his face with a helmet. The guy shouted to his friends not to mess with this man, otherwise they would all be finished. But the hooligans were too confident in themselves. They had already rushed at Dick Perry. One of the guys swung his huge fist and decided to hit the helmet of the impudent man. Dick thought it was too late to talk to these young bandits. Perry spun the big guy, who raised his fist over him. The hooligan didn't even have time to figure out what had happened before he was knocked over and flew to the side. The blow he received from Dick Perry was so hard that he fell face down on the floor with all his might. The red-haired hooligan took out a butterfly knife, clenched his teeth, and, shouting "Die!" rushed at Dick Perry. Dick deftly dodged the knife that was flying at him, but he was not going to let the attempt on his life go unpunished. Perry backhanded the armed hooligan so that the lover of cold arms would remember this encounter. The guy flew in one direction, his knife in another, and his knocked-out teeth in a third. Leaving the hooligans behind him, Dick went to Pa Young-min. The bandits no longer tried to get up. They lay calmly and scratched their bruised places. Perry grabbed his helmet and took it off and said, "Well, now why don't we have a chat?" With these words, he headed towards Young-min, because of whom he came to this gaming hall. The dumbfounded guy stuttered and asked if it was really Dick Perry. Perry grinned and said that he knew his name and greeted the guy. Meanwhile, the girl who was in the club was quietly filming everything that was happening on her phone. Young-min asked Dick Perry how he knew his name. The girl filming on her phone quietly asked the guys if they were watching carefully. There was such a commotion here just now. The guy in the helmet, throwing a bunch of guys around like kittens, turned out to be Dick Perry. An hour later, Dick Perry asked the bandits if they had thought about their behavior. They stood in a plank position, their bodies shaking with tension. Dick asked why they were silent. The boys turned their swollen faces towards their tormentor and replied that yes, they thought so. Dick asked, they weren't going to become new people just because they got beaten. Well, of course they weren't going to, and they thought, why ask about it? Dick jumped up from his chair and said that they probably needed to prescribe a couple more slaps. Perry beat up the guys who were bothering everyone in this room, and apparently not only in this one. The impudent ones received several more painful but not dangerous blows, and some lost several more teeth. After warming up, he said that now they could get everyone out of here except Park Young-min. Dick threatened the bandits not to even think about running like a bullet. Let them get on their knees and crawl like insects. Dick turned to Young-min and said that he would ask him, such a scoundrel, to stay. Why did he allow himself to smoke in the wrong place? Young-min was on his knees and begged for forgiveness. Dick said that if there was something to regret, then a couple more lessons wouldn't hurt him. Young-min's whole face was swollen and blue. Dick hit the boy a couple more times to reduce his stubbornness. Perry smiled. The feeling was just crazy. It's because he is more super than an ordinary person. Young-min knelt down, gritting his teeth, thinking that Dick Perry was crazy. He didn't understand what was going on and why this Dick Perry was here, and how he knew Young-min anyway. And then it began to dawn on the guy. He coughed and said that he thought he understood why Dick Perry was here. The coach probably told him about this club. Perry shook his head. That's true. The guy said that Perry came in vain. He is not going to participate in the battle. Dick said, of course, and now we need to talk seriously. But the guy sat down at the computer again. He didn't want to talk about anything. The young man wondered if Perry would beat him just for not wanting to play. But according to rumors, Dick Perry does not resort to violence without reason. Besides, he saved humanity at the cost of his own life, so he must have at least some dignity. Dick was surprised that the guy continued to persist. It was funny. Perry asked him to give him a little time. The young man waved his hand casually and said that Dick had better leave. This little bastard started to piss Perry off. He reached out and grabbed Young-min by the scruff of the neck. Dick couldn't allow some kid to brush him off like an annoying fly. Young-min apparently wanted to die. The scared guy said that Perry misunderstood him. Dick yelled at him to shut up and hit the stubborn Young-min again. The young man thought that the dignity of the hero of humanity was going to hell. Dick grabbed the stubborn guy by the leg and dragged him along. It seemed he had no choice. He needed to talk without prying eyes. At that moment, he noticed a girl crawling away to the side. Dick turned and looked at her in surprise. Perry asked who she was. The trembling girl said hello. And then Dick saw that she had been filming everything on her phone the whole time. Using a tripod, she positioned her phone and the entire fight was captured on film. Perry told her to delete the photos and videos quickly. He didn't want to waste any more energy on her. The girl smiled and said that there were no files with the recordings. there was a stream on the internet. Perry was surprised that it was a live broadcast. The girl said yes, and right now. Dick asked the girl's name. She replied that she was BJ Beauty Nari. Perry grinned. Apparently she was brave enough to call herself a beauty, but the girl said that it was just a nickname. Perry was surprised why she was streaming here. The girl explained what the condition was, broadcasting in a club with punks. If she fulfilled it, she could get 10,000 stars, and in one that was 1,000,000. Dick didn't understand anything. What other stars? What kind of broadcast? But the girl was happy. Today's broadcast was simply legendary. This is real Dick Perry, a real mind-blower. The audience wrote for everyone to run to the club. Then Dick Perry would beat everyone. For this stream, the girl actually received her 1,000,000. The streamer girl saw a message that the user Real Sayonara sent her 10,000 stars. She was delighted, clenching her fists and sparkling with her eyes. She exclaimed a huge thank you, Real Sayonara. The girl immediately showed her reaction to her 10,000 stars. She danced, sat down and stood up, shook her head, screamed, made faces. Dick looked at these antics and jumps in surprise. He was in cultural shock. Finally he asked the little one, 10,000 of these things cost like 1,000,000 real one. The girl smiling confirmed, but there was still a commission, so she would receive about 700,000 in hand. Dick said that this was somehow not enough. The girl objected. It's actually quite a lot. Her family lives on money from streams. She earns to pay bills and food. Now she rarely shows her face in front of the camera. She also has to do tasks. Dick dragged the lost player, looked at the girl and remembered himself at about the same age. He then came to the training of superhumans who were going to go underground. Pak Jin told him that he was still too young to go there. Young Perry told Puck that he had nowhere else to go, and that he had to take advantage of every opportunity to survive. And then the girl saw that she had been sent another 10,000 stars from the same user. Donations kept pouring in for her stream. She was beside herself with delight. Perry watched her silently, and suddenly laughed and said that she was crazy. And then the girl saw that her broadcast was finished. She didn't understand what had happened. Had the charging really ended? But it turned out that the broadcast was turned off by the site administrator, who sent Nari a corresponding message. The girl dialed the phone number to talk to the administrator of the site where she worked. They explained to her that she was banned and would not be able to stream for 3 months, which meant that she would not receive any more money in the near future. The girl was upset. She didn't understand why she was suspended from streaming for so long. Perry asked what happened. Nori has been banned for 3 months for demonstrating violence. She has been seen doing something similar before, and for a repeat violation the account is banned for quite a long time. Dick decided to help the girl and told her to give him her phone number. Nori didn't understand why. Perry repeated rather sternly that she should give him the phone quickly. Dick picked up the phone and asked the administrator if he was the one running the site. The administrator asked who was talking to him. Perry introduced himself and asked why they were blocking the little one. The administrator explained that violence was shown during the stream. Perry did not understand what violence. He was talking about the latest broadcast. The administrator confirmed. Perry was furious. He asked if the respected person really believed that public punishment of bullies was something to be condemned for, and if the administrator was prepared to justify this. Perry said that he would have to answer for his words, because he was already on his way, and asked the name of the administrator. The man was silent. He was clearly afraid of the arrival of the world-famous fighter. Dick asked why he was silent, took water in his mouth. The administrator, stuttering, said that they held a meeting and decided that BJ Pretty Nari streamed the fight unintentionally, so they will replace the ban with a warning. Perry said that was better. The frightened administrator said that she just had to be polite and avoid scenes with violence and foul language in the future. Dick lifted Park Young-min by the leg and threw him down, saying okay to the site administrator, making it clear that the conversation was over. Perry handed the girl the phone and said that everything was ready. She could resume her stream. Nori immediately turned on the stream, laughed and addressed her dear viewers, who had already asked if she had been banned. But she exclaimed that she was back and everything was fine. The girl told the viewers that they were probably all surprised when the broadcast suddenly ended. She was indeed banned, but Dick Perry spoke to the site administrator and sorted everything out. The audience was delighted. Is there really no serious punishment? He was able to cope with a 3-month ban. Yes, he is incredibly cool. Dick wondered why the audience was having so much fun, whether they would be able to laugh as much if it happened to them. But then Dick thought that he didn't really care. He wanted to apologize for the fuss his parenting methods had caused. Dick hugged Park Young-min and explained that they would resolve all issues with this kid through normal conversation, and Dick really hoped that no more misunderstandings would arise. Perry also said a few words for journalists. If they watched the stream and decided to write an article, then they should not forget to mention the apology to the viewers, otherwise he will find each of them. Dick told Nori that that was all, and that she should turn off the broadcast if she was also finished with explanations. She said goodbye to the viewers and ended the broadcast. The girl thanked Dick. She was not banned and the broadcast was excellent. Perry told her to stop hanging around such places, and if she wants to stream, then let her come to YSM training. Nori jumped with delight and said that she would definitely come. This is how Dick Perry discovered the world of online broadcasts, and has been enjoying watching streams ever since. But that's a whole other story. Having gotten rid of the prying eyes, Dick continued his conversation with young Min. He asked what the problem was and demanded to know why he didn't want to participate in the battle. The young man said that they had a difficult situation in the family. The money that his mother earned was barely enough to live on, and he still had to take care of his grandparents. Perry was surprised, but the matches paid well. The guy didn't say anything about his father. Dick asked what he did. Young Min lowered his head and said that he drank and gambled. Perry clarified that it turns out that only mom works, or something, Park Young Min confirmed. Enraged, Dick grabbed the guy by the lapels and said that it turns out he's the same asshole as his father. Because even though he doesn't drink, instead of working part-time he sits in a club, smokes like a chimney and plays with toys. The young man was confused. He mumbled something unintelligible, but had nothing to answer. Dick was angry about all this, and said that if young Min's life was important, he should think carefully about his answer. Perry asked the boy if he wanted to return to the battle and become a professional player under his command, or if he intended to continue wasting his life incompetently. The young man continued to mumble something incoherently, and was covered in a large sweat from fear. Dick shook him well. Enough of mumbling and sighing. He must pull himself together and behave with dignity. And the guy said that he left the battle not because he wanted to. He really misses the matches and training, the atmosphere of the battle. Perry didn't understand, and asked for clarification. When young Min was just starting his career as a player, while his mother was not at home, his father, having gotten drunk, set fire to their house and went off to play cards, never realizing what he had done, and his grandparents almost died in the fire. So the young man had to give up training and leave the battle to take care of the old people, while his friends who started with him moved on and became professional players. Seeing them going towards their dream and winning matches, the young man felt jealous and bitter. Annoyed, Perry asked, "He always talks so much, he doesn't care, so he should stop." Now the main question is whether young Min is playing or not. After a short silence, the guy answered, "I am playing." Perry smiled with satisfaction. If it weren't for his family problems, the guy would have been taken to another team long ago. But young Min said he had one condition. Dick became wary. He didn't like conditions. Perry, still holding the guy by the lapels, asked what his other condition was. The young man wanted his father to stop drinking and asked Dick to teach him a lesson, just like he taught him today. Perry continued his tour of sports schools, this time visiting Chungyong High School. There was a guy standing in front of him. Dick asked if he was Kim Jin-soo. The young man looked at the famous hero in surprise, and Dick looked at the player. Jin-soo has two superpowers: sacrifice and regeneration. Regeneration allows him to heal his wounds, and sacrifice allows him to take on another person's injuries and absorb someone else's damage. Perry thought that this guy had a low strength rating for a tank, but with a willpower of 91, agility of 81, and endurance of a whopping 88, this was exactly the fast sub-tank Gabriel was looking for. Dick asked the boy what he thought was his specialty. The boy replied that he didn't have much strength, so he supplemented his defense with a shield, and he also had good technique. Perry said, well, he understands everything, but now a weak power indicator is not a hindrance. From now on, Dick will raise him as a mobile sub-tank representing the country. Dick said that the player Perry had chosen would definitely shoot, and the young man's mouth dropped open in surprise and he blurted out that he was joining YSM. The club director handed the young man a contract which he signed, said it was great and the team would contact him the following week. As he left, Perry smiled, waved to the boy, and said that they would see each other soon. The young man, not believing his luck, thanked the famous hero of the country when Dick left. The guy smiled. He did not understand whether this was a dream or reality. And then the guy heard that Dick was back. Perry forgot to ask one more thing. The director asked if the boy had any problems that needed to be solved, but the young man did not understand what Dick was asking about. Perry explained that there might be someone in the family who needed a dressing down or something. In the small billiard room, regulars lazily rolled balls and sipped alcohol. Suddenly the door to the establishment swung open with a bang. Someone kicked the door hard, almost breaking it. All the visitors turned around. Dick Perry stood at the threshold. The savior looked at the players wandering around the hall with a heavy gaze and said hello. One of the men recognized Dick Perry and exclaimed that one of the 7 rescuers had dropped in to see them, as they had recently heard on the news that he was having trouble in their area. Perry chuckled. That meant they had already heard. That was good. That meant there was no need to explain anything. Dick stood in the middle of the hall, turned his head and asked which of those present was Park Young-min's father. One of the men turned to the fat man standing in the corner and asked if Mr. Perry was looking for him. The bloated man with the red nose scratched his head in confusion and reluctantly answered Dick Perry like, "Yeah, Young-min is his boy. So what's the matter?" Perry asked if it was true that after the wedding, Mr. Park ran his own business for 5 years, and then began drinking and gambling, and has been doing this for 15 years now. Dick clapped his hands and said that, by the way, he congratulated him on his son becoming a worthy professional player in the Battle of the Supermen. Young-min's father stuttered as he asked, "His son, a professional athlete?" Mr. Park had a bottle of alcohol in his hands. Dick smiled and exclaimed that it was so, and that was the reason he had come to fulfill the wish of such a wonderful young man. The men present in the billiard room began to congratulate Park one after another. They didn't even know that his son was a battle player. They asked why he didn't tell. It was worth drinking to that. The elder Park groaned and chuckled. Young-min's father asked Dick Perry what kind of wish his son had. Perry chuckled and replied that it was nothing special. Dick took a bottle of alcohol out of his bag and explained that Young-min had asked him to give his father a life-giving beating so that the elder Park would stop being friends with the green snake. With these words, Dick Perry immediately jumped up to the elder Puck and hit him with a bottle. Before Young-min's father could object, he received several strong blows all over his body. Blows rained down on the alcoholic from all sides he couldn't even dodge. He only whimpered painfully. Dick smashed the bottle on the man and all the contents spilled on him. The frightened man stretched out on the floor. Perry stood over a shaking Puck, who covered his face and head with his hands, and said that as he walked, he was thinking about how to make the elder Puck really stop drinking. And it dawned on Perry that Puck must be scared to even look at the bottle. While Young-min's father lay on the floor shaking with fear, Dick addressed the people in the billiard room. He told the alcoholic and idle citizens that they were probably close to this man. The confused men stuttered and asked what Perry was talking about. But Dick persisted, asking if they really meant to say that they had simply sat and watched as their friend abandoned his family and spent 15 years drinking and playing cards. If that's the case, then those present are just as much trash as he is. Dick squeezed a shard of a bottle and it crumbled in his hands, which means he'll have a couple of punches for those present too. Hearing Dick's words, the men retreated from the billiard room with lightning speed. Perry grinned, quickly jumped away. Pieces of shit. Only the elder Puck and Perry remained in the billiard room. Dick put several bottles of sage on the billiard table. Young-min's father was kneeling in front of him. Perry took one of the bottles and said, "Since there was already Neilcore, let's continue with a bottle of Jameson." Dick walked around the room and talked to Puck. Daddy was born in 1977, and Perry a year earlier. Well, that means he can call him the eldest. Puck did not understand what Dick was talking about. Dick looked at the alcoholic with a heavy gaze and said that it was nothing special. Just let Puck think that Perry is the big guy in the yard who decided to teach him a lesson. With these words, Dick slammed the door of the billiard room and locked it from behind the door of the hall. The sounds of blows, screams, and groans could be heard. Dick was doing educational work with a chronic alcoholic. Perry beat Puck so much that he could barely move. In the end, he asked for mercy and said that he would not drink anymore. After a preventive conversation, Dick dragged the elder Puck home, where he was met by his elderly parents, who asked with concern what had happened to their little son. Dick asked the old people if they were this gentleman's family. The old people recognized Dick Perry. The grandparents asked what the hell was going on and what Dick had done to their son. Perry explained that he had given them a preventative talk about the dangers of alcohol, since their grandson had been a member of his team since yesterday. Dick lightly hugged Puck and told the younger one that he needed to be fixed. He would never touch the bottle again. Because really, the dear Puck exclaimed never. He would live like a normal person. Perry leaned even closer and asked about gambling, because he would not be playing anymore. Shaking Puck was covered in sweat and said that of course, he had already forgotten about them. Perry grabbed the alcoholic by the scruff of the neck, lifted him up and told his parents that although their son was on the verge of life and death, he was cured by a superhuman with the ability to heal, so there was no need to worry. In short, if their boy starts drinking again, they need to call Dick Perry right away and he'll code him. As Dick Perry sat on his motorcycle, he asked Young-min if the preventative had worked or not, and the young man scratched his head and said yes. Dick said that since he kept his promise, Young-min needs to take the contract with him tomorrow and come to the YSM office. The guy was surprised so quickly. Perry explained that Young-min hadn't played for a long time, so it would take time to get the boy back into shape. The young man lowered his head and agreed. That was right. Young Min smiled and said that then he and the director would see each other tomorrow. This guy took the position in the team in Mind DD. At the YSM clubhouse, Jun asked Gabriel, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand why the director was considering this player as a candidate. Gabriel asked Jun what the problem was. This candidate was underestimated because of his mental problems. But the boy's physical abilities and superpowers are quite good. But Jun looked at the list in confusion. He did not understand what was happening. This athlete with their director, the former coach, knew perfectly well about their conflict. The nightclub was filled with blaring light shows. Colorful flashes of light, like sunbeams, were jumping across the floor and walls, and in the semi-darkness people were moving rhythmically, dissolving in the sounds of dance music. The guy slammed his glass of alcohol on the table and cursed loudly. The young man clenched his fists and, staring at the table, said that all this was making him angry. Literally every word he interspersed with dirty curses. Shim Su, who was quite tipsy, grimaced. He had a feeling that something was missing in his life. Despite his talent, their team and teamwork were terrible, because the teammates were playing politics. At the table of the nightclub sat the former main DD of the national team. One of the guys, confirmed of course. A player like him is hard to find, but drunk Shim Yan-su rudely pushed his interlocutor away so that he would let him pass. The second guy from their group asked where Shim Su was going. The swaying player said that he went to the toilet. Shim Su's companions whispered to each other. One told the other to relax, but the other was afraid that this idiot would get into trouble again. The friends decided that it would be better for them to follow him. Shim Su walked down the corridor, shaking slightly and cursing, and a strange man appeared right in front of him. Shim Su gritted his teeth and muttered that it all happened because of Dick Perry. The guy believed that this bastard told him to remove him from the national team, and after that, everything in his life fell apart. Muttering this under his breath, he bumped his shoulder with the stranger. Shim Su hoped that he would push the passerby away, but it turned out the opposite. Shim Su fell on his butt in the middle of the corridor from the blow and cursed. The stranger turned around slightly and apologized to the fallen drunk guy. The man walked on, whistling a song while Shim Su sat on the floor, angry. Suddenly, Shim Su was overcome with uncontrollable anger. He shook, clenched his fists, and screamed throughout the corridor. He cursed at the passerby and, without even getting up from his knees, shouted for the man to stop immediately. Shim Su screamed that the man had hurt him and now wanted to run away. But did he know who was in front of him? The man in the mask, dark glasses and baseball cap pulled down over his nose, turned around silently. The guy looked at the man and didn't understand. He couldn't even make out his face. Who let this dude into the club in the first place? The man took off his glasses and asked with a grin, "Was this guy talking to him?" Shim Su trembled. This voice was painfully familiar to him. The stranger turned out to be Dick Perry. He smiled and said that it had been a long time since anyone had thrown a complaint at him. He had already begun to forget this feeling. Shim Su's eyes widened. It couldn't be. He met Dick Perry in the corridors of the nightclub. In Shim Su's drunken head, questions arose about what Perry was doing here and why he was hiding his face. And then it began to dawn on him that Perry had done this on purpose. The fighter laughed. Dick said that even from here he could hear the cogs in the guy's head creaking. But it was time to end this comedy. Dick Perry hit Shim Su in the nose with all his might. He gasped and fell. Dick stood over the arrogant player, drunk and with a broken nose. He held his fist ready if the guy decided to rush at him again. There was a sound of footsteps behind him. Shim Su's friends, who had not waited for him, went to look for their drinking buddy. The boys recognized Dick Perry and couldn't understand what was going on. Dick turned to them and asked him about Shim Su. The famous warrior extended his hand towards the unconscious player and said that he was taking him, and hoped that the guys did not mind. At the moment when Dick was calmly filling out the documents, a call came from an unknown number. Perry looked at his phone in surprise, wondering who this anonymous person was calling him. Dick picked up the phone and greeted the man. He was called by name. Perry asked who was calling him. The man introduced himself. Perry's interlocutor was Shim Tae-ho, the vice president of the Superhuman Battle Association in Korea. Perry asked the year of his birth. The man replied that he was born in 65. That is, he was only 9 years older than Dick. Dick asked why the vice president was calling him, and his interlocutor replied that it was a personal matter. Perry asked his interlocutor to be briefer and more specific. The vice president asked if Dick didn't realize that this concerned his son. Perry tried hard to look puzzled and asked Mr. Shim Tae-ho how he knew his son, but in fact, Dick remembered him perfectly well. They once met at a charity match. It was that upstart who was chewing gum in the arena. Dick then asked him who his dad was. The boy said that his father was the vice president of the association, and Perry asked if his interlocutor was talking about Shim Yan-soo. The vice president said that Dick had already met his boy. It was no secret, but his obnoxious son had problems with teamwork. Dick didn't quite understand what the other man wanted from him. The man said that Yan-soo was removed from the national team, and he heard that it happened at the instigation of Dick Perry. Dick confirmed that this was true. The boy's father said that it seemed that Dick had identified his son's problem at first glance. Perry replied that he understood everything too, otherwise he wouldn't have called. The vice president replied that, of course, it was his fault that he raised Yan-soo like that. The boy had no mother. Perry asked to get closer to the point. Dick asked if the vice president really wanted to send his son to re-education. He wasn't calling to lecture Dick, was he? Dick laughed and said that he was not a teacher for hire. Dick Perry was eager to end this conversation as quickly as possible. As a player, Shim-soo may have been of some interest, but he really couldn't work in a team. Dick's interlocutor reported that his son was fired from the team today. Shim Yan-soo came to his senses. He did not understand where he was, and he looked angrily at Dick Perry, whom he considered his blood enemy. The young man looked around in confusion. He was in some kind of gateway, and asked in surprise where he was. Opposite the guy, on some barrel, sat Dick Perry. He smiled crookedly. The boy barely opened his eyes, and already began chatting. The frightened young man asked Dick Perry why he brought him here. Dick asked the boy why he thought they were sitting in a dark alley where there were no surveillance cameras. And then the thought flashed through Shim-soo's head that Perry probably wanted to kill him. He screamed that it wasn't him who started the fight. Dick hid his face and pushed the guy first. Dick smiled and said that the news would probably portray it differently. Shim Yan-soo, who was kicked out of the US and European teams, beat up the legendary hero just to let off some steam. Shim-soo liked these headlines. The boy gritted his teeth and growled that no one would believe it. Dick was having fun. He was already imagining the comments. Shim Yan-soo. This was too much. They knew he was just another rich kid. The guy exclaimed that he would tell the journalists that Perry had set him up and threatened him, and generally tried in every way to ruin his career. Dick laughed. But who would believe this kid? If Shim-soo had a good reputation, maybe they would listen to him. But Dick said that he had already kicked a lot of people's asses, but he had never been convicted. Does Shim-soo know why? The warrior leaned over the shaking boy, clenched his fist, and said, because he only beat those who wouldn't mind being given a life-giving beating, just like Shim-soo. Dick said that this guy's case was special, and so he was willing to give him a chance to end his shitty life, but only one. The arrogant guy yelled at Dick he was making fun of him, or thought he would dance to his tune. His friend Bill Ho kicked him out of the team, prevented him from going abroad, and now it was not Shim-soo who was trying to start a fight. Dick looked at this idiot and asked why this son of a bitch was talking to him like that. Perry hit the screaming Shim-soo with all his might and said that he was supposed to be addressed as you. Dick calmly told the guy that he was kicked out of the national team because of his unstable psyche and bad temper. Everyone knows that. However, the fight in the club was staged intentionally, although the guy should have filtered his speech and not swore in front of his elders. But Shim-soo continued to snap back, asking if Perry really thought it was his fault. Dick hit the guy again with all his might because he started poking him again. Perry said that Shim-soo is a real devil. How much do you have to beat him up to make him start speaking respectfully and not forget himself? The director of the YSM club looked at the boy and asked, I wonder how long he could last. Shim-soo continued to snap back, calling Dick informally, and said that he had forgotten where he had climbed into. In response, the boy received another hefty slap. The cheeky guy flew back to the wall. He thought that Perry was crazy, and how this psycho became a hero in the eyes of humanity. The boy believed that if he left here alive, he would tell his father everything. Perry asked Shim-soo if he had forgotten his words about the chance to end a shitty life. Dick said, in short, there is a proposal for Shim-soo to join YSM. The surprised guy once again called Dick informally and asked if he had gone completely crazy. Dick brought his heavy fist down on Shim-soo's head and reminded him once again that he needed to be addressed as you. A huge lump appeared on the boy's head. The guy was puzzled. Dick Perry seemed to be calling him to join his team. Shim-soo thought it was just nonsense. Dick told him to listen carefully. Perry listed possible news headlines and said what people would say if the news came out about him drunk beating up the savior of humanity. Shim-soo's reputation will not only fall, it will say hello to the minors, and then no team will definitely invite him. The guy with a swollen face and a lump was carefully touching himself, as if he wanted to make sure he was still alive. Dick Perry continued. He said that another ending was possible, and lo and behold, Perry appears on the stage and extends a helping hand to Shim-soo. And since Dick is called the Hands of King Midas, the public will think that Shim-Su can be given a chance to improve. And then they will hug on camera and post a photo, in which case Shim-Su will remember this evening with a smile. Speaking of rumors, they'll definitely get better if people see that Dick Perry and Shim-Su are getting along. Dick promised to talk to Bill Ho, and they'll all pretend his expulsion from the team never happened. The boy, still kneeling, asked what Dick would do if the boy refused. Shim-Su shouted that Dick Perry was a real gray eminence. He had created a tyranny here. Dick leaned over to the boy and said that if anyone heard him, they would think that Dick had special powers, so he should be quiet and not blame himself for being an idiot. If only Shim-Su knew how many freaks like him Dick came across during the war. But at that time there was a more serious problem with someone. An unbalanced girl with colossal strength, who, out of fear, could easily start hitting her own. Perry remembered how it infuriated him when, during battles with terrible monsters and demons, this girl began to hit the saviors. Perry spoke of Sharan, who had tried to kill him more than once during battles, not so much out of malice as because of her unstable character. Bill warned Dick Perry that a clawed paw was reaching out from behind him. Perry knew that this monster was the creation of an unbalanced girl. Dick laughed. Dungeon battles always amused him much more than the events of everyday life. He exclaimed that this trick was expected and rushed forward. He said to Sharan, "Let's fight." The warrior shouted to the other saviors that he would take on this fool, and they could go on to clear the last dungeon. But in the end, this girl became a heroine of China. Perry asked the guy if he had ever won a league. Shim-Su answered that he had won one. Dick asked about the Asian one. Shim-Su was surprised. Dick was probably joking. China was playing there. Perry asked about the World Championship League. The guy answered that it was unrealistic to even pass the qualifying rounds there. Dick said that if Shim-Su is with him, he will win everything. Perry is not afraid of difficulties, just like Shim-Su. The club director handed the guy his business card and said that he had until tomorrow, and advised him to remember that this could be his last chance. Shim-Su returned home and told his father everything. After listening to the boy, the vice president of the National League advised him to go to YSM. Shim-Su was shocked. He didn't expect such an answer from his father. Didn't Dick Perry annoy him? The vice president asked. Should he? The young man reminded his father that he himself had spoken out against the appointment of Bill Ho. The boy was sure that his father had a grudge against the Seven Saviors. But the man advised his son to think about what he was saying. These people saved the world. They cannot be hated. Shim Tae-ho explained to his son that he had opposed Bill's appointment as coach because he did not want his reputation as a hero to be damaged if the team lost. Of course, they didn't have time to conduct a full background check on Bill Ho, but they knew about Dick Perry's coaching skills, because it was Dick who trained the current coach of the national team. Bill Ho's ability as a manager is still in question, but if he teaches the national team the way Dick Perry would teach it, then that's a big deal. Shim Tae-ho said that Shim-Su has the opportunity to learn from Perry directly, so he should go to YSM. Besides Dick, there is also Gabriel Sana, who their association would be happy to invite as a coach for the national team if it were possible. The boy said, confused, that Dick Perry hated him, and his father replied that Dick had a bad relationship with both Shuran and Emre Kasa, but they both followed him on that last raid without hesitation, and Dick Perry himself later even put their lives above his own. Let's not forget that he has colossal experience working with superhumans from all over the world. Shim-Su didn't know what else to say. He just stood there and mumbled, searching for words. The next day, Dick Perry showed up at the future clubhouse to discuss Shim-Su's move to YSM. Entering the clubhouse, Dick waved his hand and asked if he could have some coffee. He told the club's leader, Park Chul-ho, that he didn't like to beat around the bush, so he would get straight to the point. Perry put a contract on the table and said he was offering $1 billion for Shim Yan-su. The club director banged on the table and shouted that it was impossible. Perry told him to stop shouting and said that he was offering $1 billion for a reason. The club director shouted that the Arabs had given 3 for the boy. Perry said that they always call when the money is lying around as dead weight. Besides, they had given it, which meant the Arabs had changed their minds, so there was no point in bargaining. The director was confused, but not for $1 billion. Perry asked why. Maybe he should come again when the kid is excluded from the team. Then they can agree on $100 million. Park Chul-ho objected that Dick couldn't negotiate like that. He had to offer a reasonable price. Dick was starting to get angry about all this. He fell silent and thought. Then he said, okay, it can't be helped. The owner of this club is the vice president of the Future Group, isn't he? Perry said to call him. The club director knew that this couldn't be allowed. Not this. He remembered very well what had happened about 17 years ago at a banquet at the Future Hotel. The girl was indignant, and the current vice president of Future grabbed her hand and offered to have a drink together somewhere in silence, but she fought back and asked him to stop. She didn't like all this. Dick Perry found himself near this strange couple because his attention was drawn to a bottle of elite alcohol that stood on the shelf. Dick exclaimed that the main treasure of the evening stood in proud solitude and walked towards the bottle that caught his eye. Dick's path was blocked by a drunk young vice president of Futura and a girl he was hitting on. Perry pushed them aside, telling them to disperse and not get in his way. Perry happily took the bottle and said that they had finally met his charm. The young vice president was sitting on the floor and recovering from the strong blow he had received. The guards ran up to him, asking the gentleman if everything was okay, but he irritably shouted at them to disappear. Meanwhile, Perry emptied the treasured bottle. The guy thrown back by Dick asked if this impudent fellow knew who he was. Perry tore himself away from the bottle and stared questioningly at the young man. He smiled and asked, "Perhaps he was the guy on the floor." The guards shouted, stuttering, that this gentleman was the real grandson of the president of the Future Group. An angry Perry threw the bottle and headed towards the guy, who, rising to his feet, shouted at Dick that scum like him wouldn't be able to take a step in Korea if he told his parents. Dick grabbed the evil rich kid by the face and squeezed it hard. Perry mockingly asked, "Really? Here he is, Dick Perry, growing up without parents, fighting demons, and this fucking director's grandson is a third-generation nobody." After this, Dick captured the vice president and held him hostage, and then forced his family to donate at least $50 billion to the Children's Fund. Since then, the vice president has a fit every time he hears this man's name, and these two cannot be allowed to meet. The director of the sports club reluctantly said that he agreed to Dick's offer. Perry smiled. "Great. The director of the club is right. He named some kind of wrong price. He will take the kid for a whole $500 million. Dick leaned over to the director and asked if the price was right, then handed him the contract and told him to sign it. A few weeks later, YSM was evaluating the new players Dick Perry had recruited for the team. He asked Gabriel, "How are the newbies?" They watched how June works with the guys. Gabriel said it well. Although Kim Jin-soo is weak in physical indicators, he has excellent shield control. If his problem was in another area, it would take a lot of time to solve it. But since the issue is about working on the body, they will be able to quickly improve its performance through intensive training with his character. He will go through this without any problems. But Gabriel can't rate Park Young-min's performance as highly. Dick replied that it was normal. The guy had been suffering from nonsense for a whole year instead of training, and that's why his muscles had become stiff. If the guy tries, he will become a good main DD in Korea. He has all the data for this. Sana replied that Dick's opinion could be trusted. He had already understood that, so they would watch the guy's results. However, unfortunately, none of the players except Shim Yeon-soo are able to participate in matches right now. The guy felt like someone was staring at him. Shim Yeon-soo was shaking his head. He was very angry at Dick and felt like he was watching him. Gabriel thought they needed to find more guys to put together a new roster. Perry said there were no players left in Korea worth paying attention to. All the normal and interesting ones had already been taken by other teams. In fact, Perry was looking among active athletes, but they were either expensive or had reached their development ceiling. Gabriel said he understood the director. Perry decided that he would hire 1 or 2 players from another country. Gabriel said, "Okay, the transfer season is still open, so they will wait for the director's decision." A smiling Becca Ho appeared on the threshold of her home. She waved her hands and cheerfully asked that they had probably been waiting for her for a long time. Dick asked the girl why she came. Becca laughed. "Actually, she lives here. She came to relax. Didn't Uncle even miss her?" Perry asked, and how long she was going to rest? Becca laughed and said that her uncle should not change the subject. Was it really just for nothing that he was going to Paris, or because of her? Dick asked. It seems that someone has a hard time adapting to a team where there is no beloved uncle. The girl was surprised. Why would she? She fit into the team quite well, even though she was taken on rotation. But she had already participated in many matches and earned a lot of points for the team. Hiring Becky Ho was a good decision. She easily scored the passing score to join such a prestigious team as Lumiere Paris. While Dick's niece may not be a contender for the position of captain in Lumiere, the top club in the Battle of the Superhumans, she has often been given the role of the Joker. This happened when the team found itself in a difficult situation and needed an urgent change of tactics. Dick scanned the girl with his analytical gaze. Her characteristics had improved greatly, and 4 indicators had even grown to the maximum. Perry thought with surprise that the little girl seemed to have grown up quite well in Paris. Quite well indeed. Strength increased by 6 steps from 72 to 78. Endurance, which did not exceed 67, is now already equal to 75. and extremely high leadership. Wherever she is, she will be reckoned with everywhere. If she pays attention to developing tactics, she will be no worse than world-class players. Becca asked Perry if everything was okay. He was looking at her so intently. Dick replied that he just thought, after so many fights, all her brains were probably knocked out, and now her head was just sawdust. Becca got angry. Uncle got really angry. Dick laughed and asked, "Is that really not the case? Then we need to conduct a test on knowledge of French." Becca was indignant and said that she was at home and was not going to do anything and would not take her uncle's stupid tests. At that moment, the door opened and Bill came in. He was surprised that his daughter had arrived. Bill looked questioningly at his old friend and his daughter. Dick scanned him with his analytical gaze, looking at his stats: leadership 51, tactics 62. That's so low for a coach. Bill asked Dick why he was looking at him like that. Beck cried out "Daddy" and ran to throw herself on Bill's neck. Dick replied thoughtfully that he thought Bill wouldn't be able to jump above his head, and Perry was sure that training with this kid would be a waste of time for Becky. Hannah set a lavish table for her daughter's arrival, and the whole family found themselves at the table with Dick. Bill asked Dick if he was currently recruiting players for his team. He heard that Yansu had been taken. Perry replied that, by the way, there was a request from the vice president. Bill asked to remove the boy from the team. Perry smiled. Personality aside, he's a good fighter. His stats are up to par. His character can be improved, but not right away. But after diligent attempts to change his thinking, so every time he shows his nature, this kid needs to be given a slap on the wrist. Bill said that then he would not kick out Yang-Su. Dick agreed that this was right. Bill felt sorry for the boy. He knew his friend's methods well. Ho asked Dick if he had found anyone for his team. Perry replied that they needed a couple of people. He was going to look outside the country. The players in Korea have about the same stats, so the choice was basically limited. Dick was very surprised by this. In his time, this did not happen, and asked Bill why the level of fighters had dropped so much. Ho answered that everyone who had good abilities left after Dick's death. Since then, there were no stars in Korea. The battle was only conceived and started to be carried out about 10 years ago. So while they suffer from the consequences of the drain of talented guys, Perry asked if there was a place where there were a lot of superhumans, and they were also cheap. Maybe South America. Bill said that if you look at Asia, Kazakhstan has been gaining momentum lately. The superhumans there are inferior to the Koreans, but the fact that the country is improving means that they have capable players. This greatly surprised Dick. Wasn't it strange that in Korea the conditions were better, but there was no development of players? Dick thought about it. Becca was delighted. She clapped her hands and told Perry that if Uncle went there, he should take her with him. Dick turned to Becca and said that he was not going to hang out with her in Kazakhstan. The girl was offended. But why? There are many picturesque places and different attractions. Hannah laughed and said that Becky just likes Kazakhs. The girl smiled and asked Dick if he knew that in Kazakhstan, the most respected Superman was him. Her Uncle Perry was surprised. For this reason, there are many superhumans in Kazakhstan who wield a spear. DDs with spears, tanks with spears. These also combine with a shield. Just like Dick, it seems like many of them have superpowers associated with polearms. Perry wondered what kind of trend this was, although Dick was sure that it was damn good. Well, okay. He agreed that since the locals liked it so much, he might as well go to Kazakhstan. Hannah sighed. This atmosphere, and her daughter and her husband. Soon she would be alone again in Korea. But Becca turned to her father, and shaking her finger, said no. No. This time she and her uncle would go together, and Bill would stay at home with his mother. Dick looked questioningly at his niece and reluctantly agreed. Confused, Bill dropped his spoon with a clang. Hannah also opened her mouth in surprise. But Dick was sitting on the phone and did not pay attention to Becky's parents' surprise. Dick, Perry, and Baika Ho landed at the Kazakhstan International Airport. They headed towards the exit to the city. Dick heard someone calling his name. He turned around and exclaimed in surprise. In front of him stood a man with a sign saying, "Welcome, Dick Perry." Dick recognized Timur. It was the Superman from Kazakhstan, Timur Akhmetov. Timur was a loyal comrade of Dick Perry during the war with demons. They met when they were clearing dungeons in Russia. Although he did not get into their Great Seven, the guy is insanely talented. Perry was sure that Timur would easily find a place for himself in the top 20 players of the battle. Dick asked Timur what he was doing here. It seemed like he was supposed to be met by a person from the association of the battle. Does Timur really work for them? The man laughed and said something like, "He is the president of the association." Baker was dejected. There will be a third person with them again. Perry quipped that Timur was apparently the only worker in the National Battle Association, since there was no one to send. Timur laughed. He exclaimed, "No, I just wanted to meet Dick personally." Akhmetov asked why Perry didn't call to say he was flying in. Dick said that he didn't have Timur's phone, and his old telephone was now on display in a museum. Timur burst out laughing and said that everything was clear. The president of the Kazakh Association asked Dick what brought him to Kazakhstan. He doesn't think that Perry just came to visit. Dick honestly admitted that he is looking for players for his team. Timur was surprised. Well, if Dick is looking for players for the battle, then we can start the search with their team. Perry looked at Timur in surprise. It turns out that Akhmetov also has his own Battle of Superhumans team. The president of the Association of the Battle of Supermen of Kazakhstan smiled broadly. He was very happy to welcome his comrade in arms, the famous Dick Perry, to his native land. Timur accompanied his guests, showing them the city, and finally they came to his clubhouse, and the man said that it was here. The greeter warned that maybe this is not quite Perry's level, but it's not that bad. Dick replied the same with his chicks. By the way, Timur is the president of the association, but at the same time he owns the club. Timur smiled and said that he also had a football club. After all, he once worked as the Minister of Sports. And all thanks to Perry, Dick smiled. So many people benefited from him that Buddha personally should take him to heaven. Perry said it was time to start inspecting the players, and then he was surprised to see a spear flying at him at great speed. Dick reacted instantly and intercepted the weapon that was thrown at him by the girl who was running behind him. Perry didn't understand anything. He was attacked for the first time right on the street. He looked at Timur and asked in surprise what it was. The girl who attacked Dick Perry sped up and rushed towards him. It seemed she was not going to back down from her intentions. The girl attacked furiously, making lunge after lunge. The confused Perry fought off the attacks, trying to understand who it was and what she wanted. Dick didn't know this girl exactly, but for some reason she attacked him as if he were a sworn enemy, unexpectedly seen on the street. Of course, Dick Perry had no problem getting into a street fight, but he was still a guest in a foreign country, and he was usually not greeted with a flying spear. Perry was in a fighting stance when the girl who attacked him asked if he was Dick Perry. Okay, first she threw the spear, and then asked his name. The girl introduced herself, her name is Sonia Akhmetova, and asked how about sparring with her. Timur hit the impudent girl on the head, and a bump appeared on the top of her head. Dick laughed and asked Timur, so this was his daughter. Reception, Timur probably laughed. Dick is still the same. Sometimes he says something too rude. No, Sonia is his own daughter. Perry didn't believe his old friend. He asked how this beauty could be his daughter with such an appearance. Timur laughed. What's wrong? She got her beauty from her mother, and she got her strength from him. Dick doubted whether their genes had mixed too cleverly. Timur asked. Dick flew in with Bilho's daughter. Let him look at her, because Hannah's contribution to this girl's appearance is enormous. Perry turned to Timur's daughter and scanned her with his analytical gaze, wondering how much power she had inherited from her talented father. What Dick saw surprised him greatly. He had not seen such excellent data for a very long time, especially in a girl. Sonia Akhmetova had quite high indicators. Her superpower was increasing strength, a rather rare talent, especially for a woman. This skill continuously consumes aura, but it increases physical strength by as much as 40%. Sonia's performance amazed Dick greatly. He exclaimed in admiration, yes, she really is her father's daughter. Among the female superhumans known to Dick, this girl is second only to Sharan in her talents. Yes, with her capabilities, she will blow Baeka, and not only her to smithereens. Her talent, if properly developed, will allow the girl to compete on equal terms with top players, with the exception of perhaps such monsters as Nathan and Chi-Chi. Dick asked the girl what position she plays in the battle. Sonia answered that she is a tank. It seems Perry was very lucky and quickly found what he was looking for in Korea. He smiled. So she wants to fight him. Well, great. Dick offered to carry the equipment. He is ready to go out into the arena and test what Sonia is capable of in action. Dick and Sonia immersed themselves in the game modules. The system reported that information about the avatar of Dick Perry and Sonia Akhmetova was being loaded. The players found themselves on a test training ground, standing opposite each other, both with spears, Dick Perry and Sonia Akhmetova. The girl took a fighting stance. Dick was very surprised. This stance was very familiar to him. It was his own stance. Sonia Akhmetova copied it completely. Perry asked in surprise, what was it, him or something? It was a little strange to fight a fighter who completely copied his own style. Meanwhile, Sonia stepped up her efforts and launched an attack on her illustrious opponent. The girl let out a battle cry and threw her spear at Dick, trying to instantly hit the enemy. Another moment and the spear would have pierced Dick Perry's chest. It was a really good throw. Perry dodged the attack, Sonia's spear landing near Dick, destroying the floor of the training room. Dick noted that Sonya doesn't throw a spear, but compensates for this with the speed of her lunges, clearly using the strength boost. Perry noted to himself that the girl fights well. Her strength indicator itself is only 72, but with the use of the ability it has grown to 101. The increase in strength allows Sonya to go beyond the maximum strength indicator of 100. Even without having a special skill for throwing, the girl was able to throw the spear quite well simply due to her physical fitness. Albeit with a buff, Sonya pushed off the floor and, jumping, went to get closer. Perry watched her technique and noted that she was fighting well. If Sonya reached her maximum strength indicator of 87, then using the increase, she would be able to increase it to 122. And this is already a very serious indicator, against which few players, even at the world level, are able to withstand. Meanwhile, the girl flew up to Dick and actively attacked him. Making lunge after lunge, Sonya skillfully wielded both the spear and defended herself with a shield as round as Perry's. Perry lazily fought off her attacks and thought to himself that such a potential indicator of strength was not too good. Finally, Dick crossed his spear with Sonya's spear, and a more or less active fight began. The girl constantly attacked, not giving Dick a moment's peace. She used her super strength to maximize her capabilities. But even hitting Dick was not that easy. He noted that the girl's close combat was on par, only she doesn't block the blows, but rather dodges them. Reasoning in this way, Dick Perry had a training fight with Sonya. The girl watched her father's friend closely and tried to find a gap in his defense. Finally, Perry lunged, attacking his young and feisty opponent in this sparring match. Sonya retreated, doing a few somersaults, dodging Dick's unexpected attack. After observing Timur's daughter's technique, Perry came to the conclusion that her shield control was poor. Due to the specifics of its position, a tank is more often than others subject to attacks, and therefore usually handles a shield better than a weapon. There are two reasons why Dick Perry uses a round shield rather than a tower shield. Firstly, relying on his excellent technique, he is confident that he will notice the enemy's attack in time and successfully block it even with a small shield. Secondly, the small shield allows him to be more mobile and agile, which is also influenced by the fact that Dick Perry, due to his build and height, has less muscle mass than most other tanks. In other words, Dick's equipment is not standard, and through numerous experiments he has found a set that perfectly suits his unique fighting style. And this means that Dick Perry's style is not suitable for Sonya Akhmatova. Yes, the girl, like him, has great strength, and if she improves her ability to handle a shield, she will become an excellent tank. But at the same time, she has excellent potential for agility and speed, and wearing a shield only hinders her from revealing herself. If she keeps sticking to Dick Perry's style, it will be a waste of her superpower. If Timur's daughter continues her sports career as a tank, the path to success will take her too long. She should change her position. Dick decided it was time to teach the girl an object lesson. Perry rushed forward and actively attacked Sonya. He had already looked at her technique. He saw everything he wanted to see. Dick wielded his spear, pushing Timur's daughter back step by step. The girl retreated, unable to withstand the onslaught. Perry blocked Sonya's lunge and counterattacked with a sharp lunge of his own. Akhmatova put her shield forward, confident that she could stop the spear strike. But the attack of the savior of humanity was too strong. It was simply unrealistic for the novice athlete to withstand it head-on. Sonya fell. Having missed a blow, the girl clenched her teeth, believing that she had disgraced herself and had not been able to fight with dignity. Perry delivered another blow to the girl, which sent her flying with great force. The powerful blow sent Sonya falling to the floor of the training hall, shattering it into pieces. The girl was lying on the floor of the hall and saw a weapon raised above her. Blue light was already oozing from her wounds. She was about to fly out. Before he leaned over her and asked if she had seen his last hit, the system reported that Sonya Akhmatova was eliminated. Timur, watching their fight, was amused. Nothing else could be expected from Dick Perry. Timur asked what Dick could say about his daughter. Perry, sitting in the module, said that she definitely had potential. Beka praised her uncle for a great fight. Sonya came out of the module sad. Timur calmed her down, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "Dick said that she had talent, so there was no need to be upset." Dick asked the girl about this style of fighting. Her father probably taught her. Timur slapped his fist on his chest and confirmed that, given her strength, Dad made her a tank. He said that Dick Perry's style suits her. In this country, he teaches fighting in Dick's manner better than anyone else. But for some reason, Perry thought that Timur looked pathetic. He was copying his style. Timur did not understand this look. Why Dick was looking like that? What happened? Perry is the type of man who holds a shield and a spear and distributes his power between defense and offense. Maintaining a balance, he does not emphasize one or the other. His posture is equally designed for dodging or counterattacking, but not for a frontal attack. However, Sanya tends to instantly tense her entire body, both when attacking and when defending. The muscles become stiff when she holds them tense. This makes it difficult to quickly switch from defense to attack and back. Dick summed it up, in short, given this feature of Sanya. With his style, she will not be able to fully reveal her potential. So Dick suggests that she take a two-handed spear and become a main DD. And the shield only hinders her. Without it, Sanya will be able to use her strength more effectively without losing her agility. If she changes her position and comes to his team, she will quickly grow into a world-class player. Sanya briefly replied that she does not want to. Perry continued that if she trains under his guidance. Then the girl's answer reached him, what she said. Sanya shook her head negatively and said that she didn't want to. Dick was surprised. She refuses his priceless advice. Yes, the best players in the world listen to his words. And this girl, Timur, who had known Dick Perry for many years, realized that there was going to be a massacre. He hiccuped and called out to his old friend. Timur Akhmedov stood between Dick and his daughter, and asked Perry to calm down, why he didn't like his daughter's style. Dick growled that she was burying her talent in the ground. She didn't have the opportunity to use her superpower to the fullest. Timur countered that Sanya was not only strong, but also fast. A tank that used agility, speed, and muscle power, definitely similar to Dick. Perry objected, precisely because of her stats. It would be better for the girl to change her position from tank to DD and use a two-handed spear. If she hit, holding the weapon with both hands, she would kill anyone outright, so why waste it on anything else? Timur waved his finger and said that Dick does not understand a woman's heart. Perry was taken aback. Timur exclaimed that the dream of any tank to be like Dick Perry is the highest goal of any battle player. Dick, who absolutely did not tolerate objections, kicked Timur on the knee and asked how this was connected with a woman's heart. He, a piece of an idiot. Timur clutched his injured knee and said that Sanya had worked hard for all her 18 years to become like Dick Perry, and therefore there was no need to say such words to her. Perry was surprised. She was 18 years old, that meant. And yet Dick continued to insist. And then it began to dawn on him that Sanya was still a very young girl. He turned to Akhmedova, looked at her with eyes wide with surprise, and asked again how old she was. Is she really only 18? Timur Akhmetov's daughter stood there looking dejected and upset. Perry went to Sanya Akhmedova. He thought that at that age, and working like that, was simply incomprehensible. Dick looked at the girl and couldn't believe his eyes. At that age and already beating like that. Perry lightly patted Akhmedova on the shoulder, trying to support her. Sanya raised her eyes to him and looked in surprise at the famous hero who had been her idol all her life. Perry put his hands on Sanya's shoulders and said that she was a rising star, for whom it would not be a pity to give 100 billion. Dick asked her, on his responsibility, whether she would go with him to Korea. All this time, Becca looked at her beloved uncle with admiration. She did not quite understand what was happening there, because she was standing far away. But Becca heard the proposal that Dick made to Sanya, and tears gushed from her eyes. As Dick left Kazakhstan to return home, media outlets around the world took notice of Perry's trip to Kazakhstan. Big clubs are calling and offering him astronomical sums. When it became known that Dick Perry was not at all against this, his photos from the airport flew around social networks. Rumors of Dick Perry's move to a foreign club have been growing at an incredible rate, and it will probably be the biggest transfer in history. Just when people's curiosity was at its peak, Dick Perry landed at Incheon International Airport. As soon as Perry stepped off the plane, he was surrounded by numerous journalists. They asked Dick Perry if it was true that he was moving to the European League. What would he choose, the Paris Lumiere or the Berlin Lightning? Many claimed that the purpose of his trip was to prepare for a transfer to the EuroLeague. Can he confirm or deny these rumors? Dick looked at the journalists and thought about what to answer them. Finally, he laughed and made an obscene gesture. Perry took off his sunglasses and said, "Well, of the clubs offered, of course he would choose Lumiere." Behind him walked Sanya Akhmetova. Dick smiled and said, "But now he has one project that requires special attention." This project was the rising star of the Battle of Supermen, Sanya Akhmetova, whom he persuaded to come to Korea and sign a contract with his club. In Kazakhstan, Sanya resisted. She replied that she did not want to go to Korea. They say that many famous clubs and managers called Dick to invite him to their place. Why should she go to Korea if Perry will not be there? Both of their countries are at the same level in the World Battle League. So it would be better for her to go straight to Europe using her father's connections. Dick was silent and looked at Sanya. Indeed, if she went to Europe, she would be accepted into any club. At this point, Dick's face broke into a smile, and he asked her if he was leaving. Although, if he goes to Europe, he will get a ton of money and will simply bathe in it. However, this girl can become an athlete of such a level that in the future the price of 100 million euros will only make her laugh. Dick didn't know what to choose. The money for the transfer or a potential world-class star on one side of the scale stood Sanya. On the other, a pile of money. But Dick knew that there was nothing to think about. He was not going anywhere. The girl was surprised. Was it really true? Perry said, "I bet that if he ever decided to go to Europe, he would take Sanya by the hand and take her with him." Sanya laughed. "Right there by the hand, uncle." Perry smiled, said that he was responsible, little one, but he himself thought, they offer him 100 million, and he refuses. What's wrong with him? Sanya smiled and demanded that Dick promise that everything would be exactly as he had just said. Dick was pleased. Persuading Sanya Akhmetova was a great success. Perry was sure that it was a really great deal. Bill said, "Well, let's say that's true. But why did Perry come without Becky?" Dick was surprised why Daddy didn't know. Suddenly she had urgent business, and she returned to France. Bill thought Dick, the asshole, was up to something again. Although Ho wasn't sure he wanted to know what. Dick introduced Sanya to Monsieur Maxime Blanc, a fencing coach who had come from France especially for her. The coach politely greeted the girl in French. Dick translated that the coach was saying hello. Sanya bowed politely in response to the greeting, in accordance with Eastern tradition. The Frenchman told the girl that he was a meticulous man, and she still had to prove that she was worthy of coming to his small but wonderful country. Perry translated the coach's words. Dick smiled and told Sanya to show this little frog what she was capable of. The girl waved her long eyelashes. She understood everything that the director told her. The new athlete entered the game capsule, and within a few seconds found herself on the game training field. The system reported that Sanya Akhmetova was in the testing room. Perry told Sanya to give the signal when she was ready, and he would release any monster she wanted. The girl thought, if so, then she can choose any monster for the test. She started warming up in the arena, and before she started, she wanted to ask Dick something. Perry told her to roll. Sanya asked who Perry fought the first time he participated in the battle. The director thought that if testing the avatar was considered the beginning, it was a death knell. Well then, Sanya also wanted to fight him now, if no one objects. Perry generated a huge scarlet monster. The girl prepared a spear in anticipation of the enemy. A large, ugly monster, resembling a giant stingray, appeared in the training room. The monster immediately began its attack, releasing a deadly stream and destroying everything in its path. The girl immediately rushed into battle, attacking a huge scarlet one-eyed monster. The monster didn't even immediately realize what was happening, but looked at the man in surprise with its only eye. Sanya pushed herself off the floor and, armed with a huge spear, boldly rushed at the death shooter. The girl was so fast that the monster didn't have time to react before Sanya was already hovering above him. The spear of Timur's daughter struck the monster in his only eye. Sanya thrust her spear into the monster's eye with force, instantly destroying the monster, which was not easy to deal with. Pieces of the disintegrating monster flickered around the warrior, and the system announced that the test was over. The Frenchman raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect this girl to defeat the monster so quickly. Maxime Blanc didn't even immediately find what to say. Then he said that it was very elegant. Sanya asked the mentor what he would say. Dick said that a couple of things needed to be worked on and it would be a complete disaster. The girl was indignant that in such cases Perry should praise her. Dick laughed and said that she was doing well for a child. Akhmetova asked if Monsieur Maxime would now be conducting the training. Perry told her not to worry. Maxime would simply replace Dick while he was away, because he still had a lot to do. But he took Sanya under his responsibility. She should remember that. Dick told the girl that when the training starts, she will see that Maxime is a much better trainer than Dick. He will not give her any slack. The Frenchman confirmed that this is definitely true. There was a month left before the start of the season, and Dick hoped that during this time, the two of them would make Sanya the main star of the opening. And so the next season of games began. The hosts greeted the respected viewers. YSM fans filled the stands and chanted the name of their favorite team in unison. The commentators announced that the cold winter was over, and it was finally time for the first opening match of the 2023 season. Today at the arena, BC Seoul versus YSM. BC Seoul is undoubtedly a strong team that makes it to the playoffs year after year. And their opponents, the new superstar of the First Division YSM, both coaches, along with director Dick Perry, watched the opening with pleasure. The commentators were saying that this game is not to be missed. Is there a good reason for that? Yes. And that reason is the YSM players. All of the team's athletes are notable for having been personally selected by Dick Perry, who was nicknamed God's Eye. The commentators saw many familiar faces, but there were also some dark horses. They are looking forward to the newcomers showing their mettle, and for everyone to have another incredible match. Perry was pleased. Everything looked simply gorgeous. A lot of people came to the game, all the stands were filled, and his players were all handsome. The YSM team composition is 3 tanks, 4 main DDs, 3 range DDs, and 1 support. The team developed a strategy based on 3 tanks turncoats. Yoon Bum can not only tank, but also play as a melee or range dealer, using superpower or a crossbow accordingly. Bob Heck is another 2-in-1, a tank and main DD. Namgung is a melee dealer who can switch to support mode and back. The game strategy is built on the flexibility of these fighters, and allows both hunting and team fighting. The team's next trump card is Shim Yeon-soo, who cannot stand psychological pressure, but due to his powerful aura and superpowers, he can hit a large area. Perry asked Gabriel, "Because their opponents today are from Seoul, our players will be able to beat them." Sana thought that yes, the guys have improved very well. The commentator continued to explain that the main event, which had the whole of Korea on its ears no more than a month ago, was Sanya Akhmetova. She abandoned the shield and changed her short spear to a 2-handed one. The girl trained hard and achieved fantastic results. Dick knew that the higher the stats, the harder it is to improve them. But since moving to the main DD position, Sanya has been developing surprisingly quickly. Although it took about 3 days to convince her to change her playing style, the girl absolutely did not want to part with her round shield. Gabriel said he hadn't seen anything like that for a long time, maybe since Nathan Bernard. The guy is a world-class player, no matter how you look at it. Because of Sanya, Dick gave up 100 million euros to develop her into a star like Nathan. The coach from France whispered that yes, Sanya was simply a miracle, and asked that his flower would blossom sooner. Perry looked at Maxime and thought that if anyone heard this, they would think that he learned this crap from Dick. Perry kept his eyes on the arena, thinking that now they would all look at their star. Dick whispered to make the little one shine, so that Dick would not regret that he had refused 100 million. The commentator announced that the first location was the Tomb of the Warriors. The game had begun. Before the start of the first match, Gabriel Sana gave instructions to the players. He said that this was all. The coach hoped that the players would try hard in the first match of the new league. Shinho asked the coach what they didn't hear about the strategy for this match. Gabriel said that she was not there. The players were confused. They were already used to the director coming up with incredible surprises for their opponents. It looks like it's time for YSM to show their power play for the first time. The guys are already capable of it. Gabriel said that they should crush the opponent in a direct clash. The Tomb of the Warriors. This place had a bad reputation. It was also called the Inaccessible Dungeon. Until Dick Perry cleared it out. Many people laid down their lives there. The dungeon, like its copy, has the shape of an inverted pyramid. On the lower floor, the core is guarded by unusual monsters, which were created from human corpses. The captain of the YSM team commanded everyone to hold the line. In front was a monster called a holly, a thin, elongated tree that presses its roots to the ground, or a wall, and attacks. There are sharp thorns on the branches and leaves. Another monster in YSM's path was the mistletoe, a parasitic plant that has a symbiotic relationship with the holly, usually wrapping itself around it like a vine and then latching onto other creatures and manipulating them. The commentator exclaimed in admiration that YSM was amazing in its power, and the dealers were doing a great job of covering the team's weak points. The presenter didn't see any of them trying to play the game of containment like before. This is really progress. Dick watched the game and said that it brought back memories of the past. June asked what the director was talking about. Perry reminisced about the old days, when there was little information about the dungeons, so no one knew what kind of monster would pop out next. Everyone was happy about the end of the raid, but one guy got caught in the mistletoe and took root. The trick is that this creature will take control of the nervous system in a minute and start manipulating a person. But he won't even know about it. June was surprised that Perry remembered this with a smile. Dick said that as a result, they had to chop off the guy's head, and he should be grateful that he died before he had time to feel pain. Surprised, June broke out in a sweat, so Dick Perry, without a second's hesitation, killed the poor guy. He couldn't believe that the director was talking about it so casually. It was scary, very scary. Perry, who had been watching the game closely, told his bro that both teams were finishing their hunt, and it was time for them to face each other. The first YSM group included No Jung-hwan, Choi Jo-min, Namgung, Kim Jin-soo, Park Young-min, and Shim Yeon-soo. The captain informed the other group that they were finished, and asked how they were doing. The second group reported that they were also finished. The Seoul Air Force also finished their hunt, and both groups did an excellent job. The tactical formation of the armed forces in Seoul is 6-5. The team is divided into 2 groups and reconnoiters the area more slowly but thoroughly. It also allows for the shared use of hunting points and reliable protection against enemy containment, reducing the risk of a surprise attack. The captain of the Seoul Air Force commanded that they move to the next area, but at this time, the players suddenly saw arrows flying at them. The group was attacked by their opponents in the game. The team leader noticed that these arrows were fired by Lin from his bow and Jo Shin-ho from his crossbow. The YSM Advanced Detachment appeared next to the armed forces, which means there is a direct clash of opponents ahead. The captain of the armed forces commanded the vanguard to take up a fighting position. The players closed ranks and prepared to repel the attack. Lina was surprised. They were very fast. Did the VS players really know that they were coming? There didn't seem to be any scouts. The captain of the BC said that the hunt is already over, and there is no monster here for Lina to steal. The attack power of the YSM Vanguard is weak, so the BC can safely engage in battle. The group commander said that he would detain the enemy fighters, and instructed the rest to find Jo Shin-ho. If they caught him, there would be no surprises. While the opponents of Dick Perry's team were sorting out their positions, Sonya Akhmedova and Bob Heck arrived at their planned position. Sonya and Bob Heck lurked above the enemy squad, waiting for the signal to engage. Shinho told Bob to wait for his signal. By the way, BC from Seoul is in the top 5 teams of the First League every year. If it weren't for the director, YSM would have problems in the off-season. Now the players hoped that they could really cope with such opponents on their own. Jo Shin-ho told Hyuk that they needed to attack now, but the young man was hesitant. He was afraid to engage in battle. Sonya, hearing the command that it was time, pushed off and exclaimed, "Let's go!" The girl landed right in the center of her opponent's squad. The VS players did not expect that YSM would literally fall on their heads. Following Sonya, Bob Heck jumped into the center of the squad. Now they stood back to back, surrounded by opponents. Without a second's hesitation, Sonya rushed into battle with the lost players at great speed. 3 players from the opposing team attacked the girl, waving their swords. One of them was a tank. Sonya took out 2 spears, preparing for battle. She knew that the team's tactician had put a lot of money on this fight, and she would not let him down. Spears flashed in the girl's hands. 3 players diligently pressed on her. The Seoul armed forces were actively attacking Akhmedova. She was a new player, and no one knew anything about her yet. Spears flew at the surprised opponents. It seemed that this girl wielded this weapon almost perfectly. Sonya actively counterattacked. All sword attacks were instantly repelled, and the enemy players scattered in different directions. The girl wielded the spears with amazing speed and skill. Gritting her teeth and sparkling eyes, Sonya skillfully worked with her favorite weapon, which she had held in her hands since childhood. The girl swept across the battlefield like a hurricane, leaving her enemies no chance. The VS players, scattered around the field, asked what this crazy woman was doing. She had single-handedly taken out 3 people. The spectators had the feeling that Sonya was not standing, but literally floating in the air. Her strength and speed simply amazed everyone. To support Bob Heck, who was also fighting the Seoul AF, Sonya threw a spear, hitting Bob's opponent. Yoon-bum immediately emerged from the shadows, and one of the VS fighters only managed to chuckle and began to disintegrate. The hosts announced that Yoon-bum had 1 kill, and Dick Perry's team had taken the lead. The commentators, clenching their fists, said that Sonya and Bob Heck had arrived only a minute ago, and one of the opponents had already fallen at the hands of Yoon-bum. Sonya Akhmedova attracted a lot of attention. She just single-handedly carried out 3 attacks and made an assist. The girl remembered Dick Perry's lessons. He asked if she understood that in order to use throwing as a feint, when she threw the spear, the word dangerous should be imprinted in the mind of the opponent. Now, during the competition, she had to show that she had learned the lessons of the world's strongest superhuman. Dick Perry's words rang in the girl's head. She pushed off the ground and flew forward. Not far from her, she saw a group of enemy players. If her first long throw of the match is successful, she will definitely finish someone off. Akhmedova took aim, concentrated, and increased her power level. Sonya's spear flew forward. The girl tensely watched its flight. The tank from the armed forces saw the girl throw a spear at him. He was sure that his defense was enough to stop the blow. Watching Sonya, the opposing players were surprised the girl caught her spear in flight. Such a combination of strength and agility seemed incredible, and for a girl to have such indicators was even more so. Sonya moved with such great speed that her enemies did not even understand where she was. Here she is already standing opposite the enemy tank. Her mere appearance causes panic among the enemies. The girl rushed towards her opponent, clenching her teeth, and he looked at this amazing warrior in confusion. He fought her off with his sword, but Sanya stubbornly pressed her enemy back, the girl dealing blow after blow. The armed forces fighter kept retreating and retreating, losing his positions, unable to withstand Akhmetova's onslaught. The player was amazed. The girl's speed was simply incredible, and her attacks were swift. Sanya pursued her enemy with a stone face. The girl lunged with her spear, but the guy managed to jump back, literally flying away from the place of the blow. He sighed with relief that he had managed to dodge. But another surprise awaited him. Sanya used the spear that stuck into the ground and made a jump. It was simply incredible. No one had ever demonstrated such techniques in Korea before. The girl used her miss to her advantage. She pushed off and, together with the spear, flew further towards the confused enemy. Sanya Akhmetova used the momentum of the javelin, which she received from hitting the ground, and jumped. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, and meanwhile the girl landed right next to him. The next second, she delivered a crushing blow with her spear to her opponent's back. The player only had time to scream no. This time the blow was fatal, and before the eyes of the astonished spectators, the player began to disintegrate. The presenters announced that Sanya Akhmetova had 1 kill, and the team's debut in the first league was going well. The girl pushed off the ground and flew further, to her next opponent. Armed with a spear, the girl flew, fast as lightning and inevitable as retribution, bringing terror to her opponents. Akhmetova landed with her spear thrust into the ground, and the shockwave sent her opponent flying backwards. The guy from the armed forces thought how he could resist this, because the girl moves at a terrifying speed. Sanya didn't even give her opponent time to come to his senses. She immediately jumped up to him and struck. The player saw her huge, rounded eyes, in which there was the excitement of battle. The players of the BC team were sure that it was simply impossible to resist this hurricane with a spear. Sanya landed a punch that immediately killed her opponent. The guy was out of the game, and the commentators announced that Sanya Akhmetova had a second kill. Jo Shin-ho, who was watching the fight, exclaimed that the coach was absolutely right. He told everyone else to stop hunting and run here right now. Jo was sure they would win if they kept pushing forward. He said that Sanya killed 2 people and didn't get a scratch herself. It's crazy how she fights. Perry also watched Sanya with pleasure. In such a short time, her agility grew to 81, and her skills to 78. Dick was not mistaken. Sanya is a future star.